American Revolution, the 1776 Declaration of Independence of the United States founded the nascent republic on liberal principles without the encumbrance of hereditary aristocracy. The Declaration stated that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was echoing John Locke's phrase, life, liberty, and property. French Revolution, it overthrew the hereditary aristocracy with the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity, and was the first state in history to grant universal male suffrage. The French experience in the 18th century was characterized by the perpetuation of feudalism and absolutism. Ideas that challenged the status quo were often harshly repressed. Most of the philosophers of the French Enlightenment were progressive in the liberal sense and advocated the reform of the French system of government along more constitutional and liberal lines. The liberal ideals, which questioned old traditions about societies and governments, eventually coalesced into a powerful revolutionary movement. It toppled the on-skin French regime, the belief in absolute monarchy, and established religion. Its waves were seen outside France, especially in Europe, Latin America, and North America. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, first codified in 1789 in France, is a foundational document of both liberalism and human rights. Liberalism as revolutionary idea in modern states, the fundamental liberal ideals are widely accepted as a common foundation of modern states, e.g. freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, the separation of church and state, the right to due process and equality under the law. Liberalism is a defining feature of modern democracy. The term liberal democracy is a way to describe countries with free and fair elections, rule of law, and protected civil liberties. Liberalism contains a variety of concepts and arguments about how institutions, behaviors, and economic connections contain and mitigate the violent power of states. Democratic peace theory is one of the contributions liberalism makes to international relations theory. Revolutionary expansion of liberalism, leaders in the British Glorious Revolution of 1688. The American Revolution of 1776 and entire French Revolution of 1789 used liberal philosophy to justify the armed overthrow of royal sovereignty. The 19th century saw liberal governments established in Europe and South America. Before 1920, the main ideological opponents of liberalism were communism, conservatism, and socialism. Later, it faced major ideological challenges from fascism and Marxism-Leninism. The Indian national freedom struggle was based on the core ideals of liberalism. During the 20th century, liberal ideas spread further. Liberal democracies thrived after the end of world wars. Liberalism grew all over the world, and it has become the founding ideal of the modern states. Hence, it is correct to conclude that liberal democracy has won the historic battle of ideologies. Conclusion: liberalism does not have a particular meaning. It has a number of meanings. In different periods, it has meant different conceptions. Today, it is generally believed that though liberalism is not a panacea to all social, economic, and political evils. However, it is still an accepted mode of modern state formation and administration. Socialism PYQs to teft. Analyze the post-Marxian developments in socialist thought. 95/60ths. Wifey turn if RW. WR fim TE GW tell. 95 of 60. Comment. Socialism is a much-used hat, whose original shape no one can define. CLE. M. Jode. 09/20. Tert. WFR weighted raftec teft few PSY teft tetetwi HDM TW right. 09/20. Comment on the view that socialism in the 21st century may be reborn as anti-capitalism. 14/20ths. R 2 tet t ter 2 I 8 re www teft t taunt TW re war TI. 14/20ths. Introduction. The word socialism finds its root in the Latin sociare, which means to combine or to share. Socialism is a left-wing economic philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic systems. The core idea of socialists lies in the belief that shared ownership of resources and central planning provide a more equal distribution of goods and CDs and a more equitable society. It is characterized by the dominance of social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownership. These means of production could be machinery, tools, and factories which are used to produce goods that satisfy human needs. The government ensures robust welfare systems and social safety net like food to health care for the people whose price are determined by the government itself. Another form of socialized production could be worker cooperatives. Joseph A. Schumpeter in Iris Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, 1942, defines socialism as an organization of the society, where the decision about means of production, what to produce, and who is to get what is taken by the government instead of privately owned and managed firms. Background and evolution. Early socialism. Socialism dates back to the earliest human civilizations where tribal or clan-based societies would work together to produce enough food and supplies for the entire population. The elements of socialist thought were present in the politics of Aristotle and Plato as well. Republic describes a collective society. Thomas More's Utopia provided Platonic ideals in its depiction of an imaginary island where people live and work communally. Modern socialism in the 1820s and 1830s. Socialism emerged as an alternative to capitalism during the Industrial Revolution. Its idea was to achieve an improved life for the working class. Louis Blanc. Charles Fourier, Charles Hall, Robert Owen, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and Saint-Simon were the first modern socialists who criticized the poverty and inequality of the Industrial Revolution. In 1864, the First International was founded in London. It was an international organization which aimed at uniting a variety of different left-wing socialist, communist, and anarchist groups and trade unions that were based on the working class and class system goal. 20th century socialism, the creation of the Soviet Union marked Tyre's first advance in human history as establishment of a society free from class exploitation. The Russian Revolution and its result motivated national communist parties in France, the United States, Italy, China, Mexico, Brazil, Chile, and Indonesia. After World War II, social democratic governments introduced social reform and wealth redistribution via welfare and taxation. Socialism became increasingly influential in many developing countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Characteristics of socialism: socialist ideals include production for use, rather than for profit. An equitable distribution of wealth and material resources among all people. No more competitive buying and selling in the market. Free access to goods and services. An old socialist slogan describes it: from each according to ability, to each according to need. Basic assumptions of socialist state. There is a major disagreement among socialists over state. Some favor state-led socialism, Fabian socialism, Nehruvian socialism. Others prefer stateless society and community-led development. Marxian socialism, communism, Gandhian socialism, Servodya. Method of bringing socialism. Socialists are also divided with respect to the method bringing socialism. Some believe in peaceful, constitutional changes. Some believe in revolutionary methods. Society. They reject the market model of society. On the other hand, they believe that society is natural and collective. Concept of freedom. They believe liberal concept of liberty is alienation and isolation. The real liberty implies freedom from want or hunger. Equality. Socialists consider liberals' view of equality as formal and procedural. Instead of legal equality, they believe in social and economic equality. Instead of equality of opportunity, they believe in equality of outcomes. If the liberal concept of equality is proportionate equality, socialist concept is absolute equality. Human nature. They reject the liberal view of atomistic man. They support the view of social nature of man. According to them, no man is an island. Each is a part of continent. Socialists emphasize on fraternity and collectivism. They prefer to use the term comrade. Central idea of socialism 1. As a criticism of capitalism, in a capitalist system, the means of production is controlled by the business owners. Whereas the socialist system looks forward to shared/collective ownership and control among the laboring class. Social ownership can be state/public, community, collective, cooperative, or employee. Unlike capitalism, in a purely socialist society, all production and distribution decisions are collective. These collective decisions are directed by a central authority or government body instead of the business owner. The fundamental objective of socialism is to attain an advanced level of material production and therefore greater productivity, efficiency, and rationality as compared to capitalism. As per socialists, the accumulation of capital generates waste through externalities which require costly corrective regulatory measures. As per them, the private property limits the potential of productive forces in the economy. Therefore, the private property should be replaced by a free association of individuals based on public or common ownership of these socialized assets. The establishment of a socialist mode of production is the only way to overcome the deficiencies of capitalism. 2. Marxism. Marxism is a social, economic, and political philosophy that analyzes the impact of the ruling class on the laborers, leading to uneven distribution of wealth and privileges. The theory was formulated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in their work, The Communist Manifesto. According to them, capitalism has become obsolete and unsustainable. The working class will seek their freedom from capitalist exploitations by overthrowing ownership of the means of production. It will eventually lead to a classless society in which the state would fade away. The proletariat would control the means of production through a workers' state erected by the workers and their interests. Economic activity would still be organized through the use of incentive systems. Social classes would still exist, but to a lesser and diminishing extent than under capitalism. For orthodox Marxists, socialism is the lower stage of communism based on the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his contribution. The Marxist conception of socialism is a specific historical phase, which would displace capitalism and precede communism. 3. Role of the state. In the 19th century, the philosophy of state socialism was first explicitly expounded by the German political philosopher Ferdinand Lassalle. He rejected the concept of the state as a class-based power structure in the belief that the state was destined to wither away. He considered the state to be an entity independent of class and an instrument of justice. Following the victory of Leninism in Russia, the idea of state socialism spread rapidly throughout the socialist movement, and eventually state socialism came to be identified with the Soviet economic model. Joseph Schumpeter viewed that social ownership is not to be confused with state ownership over the means of production. According to Lum, the existence of the state in its current form is a product of capitalist society. The state, along with concepts like property and taxation, were concepts exclusive to a capitalist society. 4. Reformism and revolutionary socialism. Revolutionary socialism, it seeks to introduce socialism in its totality to replace the capitalist system by the socialist system in a single stroke. Revolutionary socialists believe that a social revolution is necessary. 7. To effect structural changes to the socio-economic structure of society. The revolution should be spontaneous. Revolution is not necessarily a violent insurrection. However, it is a complete dismantling and rapid transformation of all areas of class society, led by the majority of the masses, i.e. the working class. Reformism. Socialism. Reformism is generally associated with social democracy. The evolutionary 7. Socialism believes socialism is achieved by evolutionary process or by degrees. Reformism is the belief that socialists should stand in parliamentary elections within capitalist society. The government can be used to pass political and social reforms for the purposes of ameliorating the instabilities and inequities of capitalism. While reforms are not socialist in themselves, they can help rally supporters to the cause of revolution by popularizing the cause of socialism to the working class. Thinkers' perspective. Socialism had come to oppose capitalism. It advocated for a post-capitalist system based on some form of social ownership of the means of production. Anthony Giddens, 1998, in his Beyond Left and Right. Other socialists in France began to agitate and organize in the 1830s and 40s. They included Louis Bloch, Louis-Auguste Blanqui, and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Louis Bloch, in his The Organization of Labor, 1839, promoted a scheme of state-financed but worker-controlled social workshops. Ties would guarantee work for everyone and lead gradually to a socialist society. In What is Property, 1840, Proudhon memorably declared, "Property is theft." As per Lenin, in capitalism, the workers remained unable to gain class consciousness so long as they were too busy working to pay their expenses. Hence, the social revolution would require the leadership of a vanguard party of class-conscious revolutionaries from the educated and politically active part of the population. Bertrand Russell opposed the class-sniggle aspects of Marxism. He viewed socialism solely as an adjustment of economic relations to accommodate modern machine production to benefit all of humanity. G. D. H. Cole advocated the public ownership of industries and their workforce's organization into guilds, each of which under the democratic control of its trade union. At some point, guild socialism wanted to abolish the wage system. As per Buskey, 2000, socialism may be defined as movements for social ownership and control of the economy. Social ownership can be state/public, community, collective, cooperative, or employee. Philip O'Hara, 2003. Socialists disagree on whether government, particularly existing government, is the correct vehicle for change. James Docherty, 2006, Historical Dictionary of Socialism. Anarchism and libertarian socialism oppose tire use of tire state as a means to establish socialism. These ideologies favor decentralization above all. David McNally, 1993. Merits. Under socialism, everyone gets their fair share of the national wealth. All the people are given equal opportunities and exploitation is eliminated. Under socialist economies, production is directed to ensure that the basic needs of the masses are met first. Wealth is distributed to workers based on their input to the economy, leading egalitarian distribution of wealth and income. Under a socialist economy, there is a central authority in charge of planning for the use of resources and making quick decisions, leading to rapid growth of economy. Socialism minimizes the risk of economic instability. Socialism caters for the needs of all members of society. All the basic needs of an individual are catered for by the state. Demerits/criticisms. Socialism is criticized in terms of its models of economic organization as well as its political and social implications. Other critiques are directed at the socialist movement, parties, or existing states. Because of socialism's many varieties, most critiques focused on a specific approach. Proponents of one approach typically criticize others. According to Eric Olenwright, socialism violates individual rights to private property and unleashes monstrous forms of state oppression. Economic liberals argue that private ownership of the means of production and market exchange are natural entities or moral rights which are central to freedom and liberty. They argue that the economic dynamics of capitalism are immutable and absolute. Public ownership of the means of production and economic planning are infringements upon liberty. In any society where everyone holds equal wealth, there can be no material incentive to work because one does not receive rewards for good work. Incentives increase productivity, and its absence would lead to stagnation. Income sharing reduces individual incentives to work, and therefore income should be individualized as much as possible. Some philosophers have criticized the aims of socialism. They argue that equality erodes away at individual diversities. Many rightists point to the mass killings under communist regimes, claiming them as an indictment of socialism. James Pearson. Socialism as a hate crime. 2021. Applicability. Several past and present states have declared themselves socialist states or in the process of building socialism. The majority of self-declared socialist countries have been Marxist-Leninist or inspired by it, following the model of the Soviet Union or some form of people's or national democracy. Socialism in India. India is a democracy that has been governed by non-socialist parties on many occasions, but its constitution makes references to socialism. The word socialist was added to the preamble of the Indian Constitution by the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976, which focuses on social and economic equality. Its intention was to abolish economic and social differences with a view of placing citizens on equal footing irrespective of differences. Indian economy is neither socialist nor capitalist in a whole, but is a mix of both. Socialism in India means the following: O. Providing all people food security, full employment, universal access to education, health and housing. O. Economic, political and social empowerment of the people by vastly improving the living conditions of workers, peasants and the Lathirdo marginalized sections. O. Ending of caste oppression by abolishing the caste system. It means the equality of all linguistic groups and equal development of all languages. O. Socialist economic construction will be based on the socialized means of production and central planning. Socialism in world. The current socialist state following the Marxist or Leninist are China, Cuba, Vietnam. Countries with constitutional references to socialism, non-Marxist Leninist states, are Bangladesh, Portuguese, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Tanzania, etc. The most strongly socialist systems in Europe are found in the 5 Nordic countries: Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland. On behalf of the people, these states own a large percentage of the economy. A large portion of their economies is spent on providing free housing, education, and public welfare. Argentina is considered one of the most strongly socialist countries in Central or South America. For example, in 2008, the Argentinian government responded to inflation problems by confiscating private pension plans to bolster the country's social security fund. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that the term socialism is variously understood and defined by various thinkers and schools of thought. C.M. Lode, in his Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1924, significantly observed that socialism tends to change with the need and use of their exponents. In short, is like a hat that has lost its shape because everybody wears it. Types of socialism. It is a very challenging task to classify and define socialism. There are endless varieties of socialism. There are country-specific models, person-specific models. Hence, C.M. Joad correctly viewed that socialism is a much-used hat, whose original shape no one can define. Polit. Utopian socialism. Local cooperatives, mixtures of social ownership and market forces. Cal freedom. Democratic socialism, social democratic. State-owned some asterisk harness market industry forces. Progressive tax asterisk welfare state and welfare state progressive tax. Support for trade asterisk e.g. Nordic countries. Economy less market-based. State communism, state controls economy, state limits political freedom e.g. Soviet Union. OFC. Economy more market-based. Market communism, economy mixture of free market enterprise and state control. Communist Party is one-party state e.g. China. Rotarian state. 1. Socialism before Karl Marx. Before Marx, the socialists prefer appealing to the conscience of capitalist class. Whereas, Marx rejected the concept of conscience or soul. They didn't have any achievements. Hence Karl Marx called them utopians. They lacked scientific understanding of capitalism and hence they didn't have a concrete strategy. Collectivism, the individual is seen as being subordinate to a social collectivity such as a state, a nation, a race, or a social class. The earliest collectivist ideas are seen in the Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Social Contract, Du Contrat Social, 1762. Rousseau argued that the individual finds Irish true being and freedom only in submission to the general will of the community. G. W. F. Hegel argued that the individual realizes his true being and freedom only in unqualified submission to the laws and institutions of the nation-state. Utopian socialism is the term often used to describe the first current of modern socialism and socialist thought. It is exemplified by the work of Henri de Saint-Simon, Charles Fourier, Etienne Cabot, and Robert Owen. It outlines the imaginary or futuristic ideal societies, with positive ideals being the main reason for moving society in such a direction. Utopian socialists wanted to expand the principles of the French Revolution in order to create a more rational society. A definition of utopian socialism is a society that lives in peace with no poverty or unemployment, due to workers and owners working together. Utopian socialism suggests that the industrial order could be made more humane and cooperative, rather than competitive and driven solely by profits. Under this system, unemployment and poverty would be eradicated. Utopian socialism is socialism that is achieved through the moral persuasion of capitalists to surrender the means of production peacefully to the people. This belief holds that, through conscience and morals, people could work together in society and live together communally without the need for money or class. 2. Marxist socialism. What? Karl Marx dismissed the visions of the utopian socialist as unrealistic and dreamy. Instead, Marx argued that all productive societies would eventually separate into socio-economic classes and that whenever the upper classes controlled the means of production, they would use that power to exploit the working class. In his book, The Communist Manifesto, he put forth the theory of scientific socialism. Marxism posits that the struggle between social classes, specifically between the bourgeoisie, or capitalists, and the proletariat, or workers, defines economic relations in a capitalist economy and will lead inevitably to a communist revolution. Marxism will ultimately result into the establishment of communism. 3. Socialism after Marx. Communism. Government represents group. Government does not legally own labor force. Government acts as central planner, determining where people work. Communism became the dominant political tendency within the international socialist movement by the 1920s. It is a far-left ideology, and it is also known as the radical left or the extreme left. North China, France, United States, Korea, Venezuela, Sweden, Japan. According to this concept, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the socialist state will blossom into communism. For the Marxists, socialism is the lower stage of communism based on the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his contribution. The Marxist conception of socialism is a specific historical phase, which would displace capitalism and precede communism. The goal of communism is the establishment of a communist society, i.e. a socio-economic order centered around common ownership of the means of production and distribution. A communist society also involves the absence of private property, social classes, money, and the state. Communists often seek a voluntary state of self-governance. Its ultimate goal was achieving a classless society, at which point the state would wither away. Since there will be no private property, there will be no exploitation. Hence, there will be no class division or no dominant, independent class. Profit motive will be replaced by social needs. Communism is usually distinguished from socialism since the 1840s. Contemporary communism is an offshoot of socialism and is sometimes called revolutionary socialism. After the establishment of communism, there will be no further social change and dialectical process will come to an end. Cooperation and not cutthroat competition will be the basis of this society. Society and production will be for consumption and not to earn profit. Fabian socialism, TLIS, was the first systematic doctrine of evolutionary 7 socialism and developed as a substitute for Tyre Marxian revolutionary socialism. Fabian socialism proclaimed itself though the task of making the democratic state an instrument of systematic social reform. The mission of the socialists was to acquire knowledge by means of specialized research into the various manifestations of economic and social life. Anarchism. It is a political philosophy that advocates stateless societies based on non-hierarchical free associations. Anarchism holds the state to be undesirable, unnecessary, or harmful. It seeks to abolish the institutions having unnecessary 7 coercion and hierarchy, typically including governments, nation-states, and capitalism. Anarchism advocates for the replacement of the state with stateless societies or other forms of free associations. Anarchism employs a diversity of tactics in order to meet its ideal ends, which can be broadly separated into revolutionary and evolutionary 7 tactics. Anarchism period is associated with the working class movements of the 19th century and the Spanish Civil War era struggles against fascism. Democratic socialism. Democratic socialism is a broad political movement that seeks to propagate the ideals of socialism within a political democratic system. Its particular emphasis is on economic democracy, workplace democracy, and workers' self-management within a market socialist economy or an alternative form of a decentralized planned socialist economy. Democratic socialists argue that capitalism is inherently incompatible with the values of freedom, equality, and solidarity, and that these ideals can only be achieved through the realization of a socialist society. Although most democratic socialists seek a gradual transition to socialism, democratic socialism can support revolutionary or reformist politics to establish socialism. Although most democratic socialists seek a gradual transition to socialism, democratic socialism can support revolutionary or reformist politics to establish socialism. Democratic socialism was popularized by socialists who opposed the backsliding towards a one-party state in the Soviet Union and other nations during the 20th century. Market socialism. Market socialism refers to various economic systems that involve either public ownership and worker cooperative ownership over the means of production. Market socialism is an economic system representing a compromise between socialist planning and free enterprise. Industries and enterprises are publicly owned, but production and consumption are guided by market forces rather than by government planning. Examples of market socialism include economic democracy, the Lang model, liberal socialism, market-oriented left libertarianism, mutualism, the new economic mechanism, and Ricardian socialism. Liberal socialism. Liberal socialism is a type of socialism that includes liberal principles within it. It supports a mixed economy that includes both social ownership and private property. Liberal socialism opposes laissez-faire economic liberalism and state socialism. It considers both liberty and equality as compatible with each other. The principles of liberal socialism have been based upon or developed by John Stuart Mill, Edward Bernstein, G. D. H. Cole, John Dewey, Carlo Rosselli, Norberto Bobbio, and Chantal Mouffe. Liberal socialism has been particularly prominent in British and Italian politics. Syndicalism. Syndicalism is a radical current in the labor movement that was most active in the early 20th century. Syndicalism accepted the class struggle theory of Marx. It preached abolition of the political state and urged for industrial action as the only effective means of bringing about a revolutionary change. Its main idea is the establishment of local worker-based organizations and the advancement of the demands and rights of workers through strikes. Guild socialism. Guild socialism is a political movement advocating workers' control of industry through the medium of trade-related guilds in an implied contractual relationship with the public. It originated in the United Kingdom and was at its most influential in the first quarter of the 20th century. It was associated with G. D. H. Cole and influenced by the ideas of William Morris. Guilds were presented as an alternative to state control of industry or conventional trade union activity. It upheld the Marxian emphasis on class struggle. It stood for the abolition of the wage system and demanded representation of the workers in industrial control. Guilds, unlike the existing trade unions, would not confine their demands to matters of wages and conditions but would seek to obtain control of industry for the workers whom they represented. Eco-socialism is an egalitarian economic, political, and social structure designed to harmonize human society with non-human ecology. Eco-socialists generally believe that entire capitalist system is the cause of social exclusion, inequality, and environmental degradation. Eco-socialism asserts that the capitalist economic system is fundamentally incompatible with the ecological and social requirements of sustainability. Eco-socialists advocate dismantling capitalism. Socialism is a much-used hat, whose original shape no one can define. Tly's quote implies that it is a very challenging task to define socialism. There are endless varieties of socialism. There are country-specific models, person-specific models. On one hand, socialism has morphed into Soviet-style communism and seen into Latin American dictatorships. While in Europe, many countries combine socialistic principles with capitalism and democracy. In the US, programs that opponents once condemned as socialism, such as Social Security and Medicare, are now deeply embedded in global societies. Socialism has been incorporated in many liberal democracies like India with the welfare state concept, so the unique features of socialism have already been adopted. So socialists cannot actually define socialism in the present context. Hence, CM Lode correctly viewed that socialism is a much-used hat, whose original shape no one can define. Marxism. PYQs. Comment: the mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual problems of life. Karl Marx. 91/20. The root of politics, according to Marx, does not lie in the state. It lies in the social conditions underlying this institution, that is, in the material conditions of life as reflected through the mode of production. Comment: 05/60. The lie story of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. Karl Marx. Comment: 03/60. Examine Ambedkar's critique of Marxism. 13/15. Revolution and Permanence. 22/10. Introduction. Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883, was a German philosopher, critic of political economy, economist, historian, sociologist, political theorist, journalist, and socialist revolutionary. Marxism is a body of doctrine developed by Karl Marx in the mid-19th century. It also includes the ideas of Friedrich Engels and their supporters, who call themselves Marxists. Marxism was first publicly formulated in 1848 in the pamphlet The Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Marx's work examines the historical effects of capitalism on labor, productivity, and economic development. He argues that a worker revolution is needed to replace capitalism with a communist system. Exploit/enslave. Capitalists, bourgeois. Marxism. Power imbalances. Control ideologically. Working class, proletariat, class conflicts. Economic and social revolution. Overthrows the bourgeois and seize control of the means of production. Background and evolution. Marxism developed as a critique of capitalism after the Industrial Revolution. As per Marxism, capitalism was inherently flawed and will ultimately fail. Marxism originates from the works of 19th-century German philosophers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. As Marxism has developed over time into various branches and schools of thought, no single, definitive Marxist theory exists. Wolfgang Resnick, 1987. Its forms include Soviet Marxism, Marxism-Leninism, and anti-Stalinist Marxism. Its extreme form is communism. Chinese variant of Marxism-Leninism, given by Mao Zedong. Thinkers' perspective. Various Marxian concepts have been incorporated and adapted into a diverse array of social theories leading to widely varying conclusions. Philip O'Hara, 2003. Encyclopedia of Political Economy. Marxism has had a profound impact on global academia, having influenced many fields, including antler apology. William Roseberry. As per Vladimir Lenin, the principal content of Marxism was Marx's economic doctrine. Marxism is a left-wing to far-left method of socio-economic analysis. It uses a materialist interpretation of historical development, historical materialism, to understand class relations and social conflict. Also, it uses a dialectical perspective to view social transformation. Luke March, 2009, in his From Marxism to the Mainstream. As Marxism has developed over time into various branches and schools of thought, no single, definitive Marxist theory exists. Wolfgang Resnick, 1987. Also, refer criticism section for thinkers' perspective. Central themes of Marxism. The key characteristics of Marxism in philosophy are its materialism and its commitment to political practice as the end goal of all thought. The theory is also about the struggles of the proletariat and their reprimand of the bourgeoisie. The main themes of Marxism are critique of political economy, base and superstructure, dialectical materialism and lustorical materialism, class struggle, revolution, alienation, and communism. 1. Base and superstructure. It discusses the impact of the economic system on the social relations. The form of economic organization, the base or substructure, influences all other social phenomena, the superstructure, such as political institutions, legal systems, cultural systems, etc. Superstructure. Base. Everything not directly to do with production. Maintains and shapes. Means of production. Tools, machines, factories, land, raw materials. Art, law, family, media, culture, ideology, politics. Religion, science, philosophy, education. Shapes and maintains. Relations of production. Lumpen proletariat, labor aristocracy, petty bourgeoisie. Private property, capital, commodities, etc. This moves in a spiral pattern. The base is generally dominant. Hegel versus Marx. Marx replaced the concept of the idea of Hegel by the base or economic forces. As per Hegel, entire idea matters, and all the other things are only its reflection. Idea lies in the base or the substructure of the society, which determines everything in the superstructure. According to Marx, the material or the economic forces are in the substructure and the idea is a part of the superstructure. Ideas are the reflection of material forces. As per Marx, the economic forces determine the idea and not vice versa. Thus, Marx has reversed the position of idea and matter. Tins is the reason that he claims that in Hegel it was upside down and I have corrected it. 2. Dialectical materialism. Materialism means that it is the physical matter, which is the basis for any change. Dialectical materialism is the scientific methodology for the interpretation of history. 7. The concept of dialectical materialism emerges from statements by Marx in his work Das Kapital. The dialectical method is a discourse between two contradicting points of views, but wishing to establish the truth through rough reasoning and argumentation. The dialectical process will come to an end after arriving at the perfect truth. For Marx, it is the achievement of 3. Historical materialism. Historical materialism is the term used to describe Karl Marx's theory of history. Historical materialism is an extension of the principles of dialectical materialism to the study of society and its history. Dialectical materialism is a theory that states historical and political events are a result of the conflict of social forces. Historical materialism is its application which locates historical change in the rise of class societies and the way people work together to make their livelihoods. Stages of world history. Marx suggests that all society passes through unilinear evolution. Every society progresses stage by stage, and every society has marched ahead. He has suggested about the history of society, i.e., world history has been divided into 4 stages: primitive communism, the slavery system, feudalism, and capitalism. Primitive communism. It is the age of hunter-gatherers. The resources and property hunted or gathered are shared with all members of a group in accordance with individual needs. Slave system. The development of new forces of material production, technological development, give rise to surplus production. It leads to private property. Now society gets divided into masters and slaves. Feudalism. Feudal lords own the means of production, and the peasants carry out the production work. Capitalism. The bourgeois class owns the means of production. The proletariat, the industrial worker, class carries out the production. A revolution. The further exploitation of workers by the proletariat pushed the workers for the proletariat revolution. Establishment of communism. New forces of production take root and give rise to new relations of production. Proletarian rule. Evaluation of historical materialism. Historical materialism is based upon a philosophy of human history. It is best understood as a sociological theory of human progress. ASA theory. It provides a scientific and systematic research programme for empirical investigations. At the same time, it also contains a revolutionary program of intervention into society. It is this unique combination of scientific and revolutionary characters which is the hallmark of Marx's original formulation. 4. Theory of surplus. The theory of surplus explains the exploitation in the capitalist society, which ultimately leads to revolution. Surplus is the difference between the value created by the worker and the value paid to the worker as wages. For example, a worker has created a value of 25,000 rupees and has been paid wages of Rs. 15,000. Then 10,000 rupees will remain as surplus. The worker always creates more value than he is actually paid. Tai's surplus value created by the worker is the profit of the bourgeois. The wages of the workers continue to fall with the growth of capitalism and reach the stage of subsistence level. Subsistence wage is the minimum possible wage for the survival of the labor force. Thus, cutthroat competition in capitalism leads to the deterioration of the share of the proletariat. This intensifies class struggle and eventually leads to revolution. 5. Class struggle. According to Marx, the history of all existing society has been the history of class struggle. All historical society is characterized by the dominant and dependent classes. As the property-owning class owns the means of production, it exploits the propertyless class, which results in class struggle. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. E.g. free people and slave, lord and serf, worker and owner, or in a word, oppressor and oppressed. As the oppressed class openly fights or create an open revolution, it either leads to a revolutionary reconstitution of society or to the common ruin of the oppressor classes. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in Communist Manifesto. Stages of history and class conflict. Stage. Oppressing class. Oppressed class. Primitive. Communism. No classes equals no conflict. Slavery. Slave, owners, slaves. Feudalism, landowners, serfs, capitalism, bourgeoisie, proletariat, socialism, state, managers, workers, communism, no classes equals no conflict. The class struggle starts as soon as the stage of primitive communism ends. It exists in the slavery system, feudalism, and capitalism. Ultimately, it paves the way for revolution and seeks for establishment of communism. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have continually referred to the materialistic inversion of the Hegelian dialectics. Criticism. Critics argue that the statement, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, may not be TME in those societies, where there is gradual gradations of rank rather than sharply defined classes. 6. Revolution. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, e.g. free people and slave, lord and serf, worker and owner, or in a word, oppressor and oppressed. As the oppressed class openly fights or create an open revolution, it either leads to a revolutionary reconstitution of society or to the common men of the oppressor classes. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in Communist Manifesto. Class struggle is a long-drawn affair, but revolution is short, swift, and violent. Revolution occurs due to incompatibility between the means or forces of production and the relations of production. Revolution makes the superstructure compatible with the base or the means of production. In the words of Marx, revolution is the indispensable midwife of social change. E.g. feudal revolution brought an end to the slavery system, the bourgeois revolution ended feudalism, and the proletariat revolution will bring an end to capitalism. According to Marx, the proletarian revolution will be the last revolution because it will eliminate the contradictions. Revolution cannot be advanced or postponed. It will occur when the forces of production have matured and do not match the relations of production. 7. Idea of alienation. Marx takes the idea of alienation from Hegel and Ludwig Feuerbach. According to Marx, alienation is the process whereby the worker is made to feel foreign or alien to the products of his own labor. The work created by the worker is estranged, distanced from him, and belongs to the owner of the property. The alienation from the self is a consequence of being a mechanistic part of a social class, the condition of which estranges a person from their humanity. The workers are also alienated from their own humanity. The reason is because the worker can express labor, his fundamental social aspect of personal individuality, only through a private system of industrial production in which each worker is an instrument, i.e., a thing, not a person. Marx in the Notes on James Mill, 1844. Karl Marx's theory of alienation describes the estrangement, Entfremdung, of people from aspects of their human nature, Gattungswesen, species essence, as a consequence of the division of labor. 8. Communism. Theory of communism. Government does not legally own labor force. Government represents group. Government acts as central planner, determining where people work. Group owns factors of production, capital goods, entrepreneurship. Communism became the dominant political tendency within the international socialist movement by the 1920s. It is a far-left ideology, and it is also known as the radical left or the extreme left. Pure planned economy. Communism. Example countries. Economic systems. Mixed economies. Socialist leaning. Capitalist leaning. Pure free market. Pure. North China, France, United States, Korea, Venezuela, Sweden, Japan. According to this concept, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the socialist state will blossom into communism. For the Marxists, socialism is the lower stage of communism based on the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his contribution. The Marxist conception of socialism is a specific historical phase, which would displace capitalism and precede communism. The goal of communism is the establishment of a communist society, i.e., a socio-economic order centered around common ownership of the means of production and distribution. A communist society also involves the absence of private property, social classes, money, and the state. Communists often seek a voluntary state of self-governance. Its ultimate goal was achieving a classless society, at which point the state would wither away. Since there will be no private property, there will be no exploitation. Hence, there will be no class division or no dominant and dependent class. Profit motive will be replaced by social needs. Communism is usually distinguished from socialism since the 1840s. Contemporary 7 communism is an offshoot of socialism and is sometimes called revolutionary 7 socialism. After the establishment of communism, there will be no further social change and dialectical process will come to an end. Cooperation and not cutthroat competition will be the basis of tin society, and production will be for consumption and not to earn profit. Merits of Marxism. Under a Marxist system, everyone gets their fair share of the national wealth. All the people are given equal opportunities and exploitation is eliminated. Marxism emphasizes on human rights. It seeks for equal rights, equality in class structure, equal gender roles, healthcare and access to education, etc. It acknowledges all the social forces involved in society, including the power interests of different groups. It brought forward the weaknesses of capitalism. Marxism encourages pressure groups and trade unions to stand up for personal rights. It creates a system of checks and balances in an organization. According to Marx, communities will be working together to achieve success, where all people would come together to provide for each other. Demerits/critique of Marxism, B.R. Ambedkar found Marxism undemocratic. As per him, it was unable to confront the non-material roots of social problems. Also, he was against its violence as a means to equality. Ambedkar saw that Marxism could not solve problems that originated from societal stigma. As per him, it was focused on economic inequality. Leszek Kolakowski states that Marx's pseudo-supplycal dogmas cannot be proved by scientific means. Okishio's theorem doubts the Marx's view that the rate of profit would tend to fall. As per this theorem, if capitalists use cost-cutting techniques and real wages do not increase, the rate of profit must rise. It has also been criticized for allegedly resulting in lower living standards in socialist countries in relation to capitalist countries. However, this claim is disputed. Karl Popper argues Marx's theory was initially genuinely scientific, but it was degraded into pseudo-scientific dogma. Democratic socialists reject the idea that communism can be accomplished only through class conflict and a proletarian revolution. Many non-Marxist libertarian socialists reject the need for a transitory state phase. Vladimir Dmitriev has alleged that Marx drew conclusions that do not follow his theoretical premises. James A. Robinson argued that Marx's economic theory was fundamentally flawed because it attempted to simplify the economy into a few general laws. It ignored the impact of institutions on the economy. Relevance of Marxism in the contemporary world. The core values of Marxism are adopted as per the parts of fundamental and human rights globally. In India, the left-wing ideology has significant role in the enlightenment of the youth. It also creates system of check and balance on the government. Globally, there is a rise in the number of pressure groups and trade unions. Today, technology has enabled the professionals to take significant powers of control. TINS has resulted in the making of a new bourgeoisie that has cultural capital. All members of this new bourgeoisie control the creation of knowledge and dominate the fields of science and technology, education, and the media. OEG. Companies such as Google, Disney, and Netflix operate for profit, and their economic developments are largely determined by their market position and quest for profits. Hence, there is a new class sniggle is started between the technologically enabled and technologically challenged class. It is evident in the revolution against the big MNCs globally. Evaluation and conclusion. The arrival of Marx and Engels on the intellectual podium signaled a revolution in man's attempts to acquire knowledge for the understanding of human society. Marxism as a social thought deal with all areas of man's economic and social life. Marxism is a living philosophy. After Marx, it has been enriched by Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Rosa Luxemburg, Gramsci, Lukács, Althusser, Mao, etc. Marxism as an ideology has definitely lost its edge, but it has not become totally redundant. As long as exploitation will continue, people will be oppressed and suppressed. Marxism will remain relevant. Ambedkar's critique of Marxism. Ambedkar's antipathy towards Marxism was based on philosophical grounds, rather than its application in the Indian context. Ambedkar felt that Marxism was incomplete. He attacked its anti-democratic rhetoric and the violent means of its implementation. Ambedkar was not always antithetical to Marxist theory. His embrace of Marxist theory was in recognition of the potential for equality and the common cause between workers and untouchables. Ambedkar wrote Annihilation of Caste, which is largely influenced by the ideology of Marxism. However, he was also cautious when employing Marxism. There were several aspects of Marxism that Ambedkar found problematic. For example, he recognized the undemocratic nature of Marxism, which ultimately seeks for dictatorship of proletariat. As per him, Marxism was unable to confront the non-material roots of social problems. He saw that Marxism could not solve problems that originated from societal stigma. As per him, Marxism was focused on economic inequality. Ambedkar argued that Marxism was and is incapable of handling caste contradictions. He felt that Marxism was unable to solve the problem of caste in India, as those were basically social rather than economic. Unlike the Marxists, Ambedkar pays special attention to religion. To ignore religion is to ignore a live wire, he has said. Ambedkar attacked the members of the communist movement in India. He argued that their caste background interferes with their ability to recognize the problem of caste. He stated that the communists were a bunch of Brahmin boys. Summing up the relation of Ambedkar with Marxism. Gail Omvedt says, with Marxism, Ambedkar was both attracted and alienated by it. Revolution in permanence or permanent revolution is the strategy of a revolutionary class, pursuing its own interests independently, without compromise or alliance with opposing sections of society. Views of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Marx first used the term in the phrase by substituting permanent war for permanent revolution in The Holy Family, 1844. If a bourgeois revolution is suppressed, they should not give up hope, but continue to pursue their interests. They should substitute permanent war with permanent revolution. A war may be suppressed, but a revolution can be continued forever. It was seen in France when Napoleon prevented the bourgeois revolution. According to Marx, he did this by suppressing the liberalism of bourgeois society. According to classical Marxism, only a society of advanced capitalism with a large working class was ripe for communist revolution. However, Russia met none of these conditions. Karl Marx conceived of a two-stage revolution. This is often referred to as the theory of stages, the two-stage theory, or stagism. First, the bourgeois revolution to overthrow the existing capitalist system. Then the proletarian revolution to establish a dictatorship of proletariat for transition to communism. Marx argued that mere political change was insufficient. He contrasted political revolution with permanent revolution. For Marx, permanent revolution involves a revolutionary class, in this case, the bourgeoisie, continuing to push for its interests despite the political dominance of the opposing class. He visualizes the beginnings of new revolutions when counter-revolution becomes powerful. The revolution should not stop at the first stage, but it must be continued. It should be continued until human relations are fundamentally transformed, or the relations in production in the economic structure are improved. Proletariat should organize autonomously. It is essential to be organized and centralized in clubs. Marx say that an association of momentary expedients is permissible if and only if an enemy has to be fought directly. Views of Leon Trotsky. Trotsky opposed the two-stage theory of Marx. As per Trotsky, a well-established monarchy or an advanced capitalist system cannot be overtly run by the bourgeois alone. The bourgeoisie alone in a capitalist country are incapable of developing such a productive force which would be able to overthrow advanced capitalism. In an advanced capitalist stage, which is a reactionary period of world capitalism, the objectives of the bourgeois democratic revolution could not be achieved by the bourgeoisie itself. There are higher chances of suppression of a bourgeois revolution alone. The second stage of revolution might never come. However, it is not easy to suppress both the bourgeois and the proletarian revolution together. Hence, both must come together. The proletariat must seize social, economic, and political power, which will lead to an alliance with the peasantry. Trotsky opposed the socialism in one country principle. He stated that, in a reactionary period of world capitalism, socialist revolutions are needed across the world in order to combat entire global capitalist hegemony. Case study of Russia permanent revolution was Trotsky's explanation of how a communist revolution could occur in an industrially backward Russia. Trotsky's theory was proved in the 1917 Russian Revolution. Tsarism was overthrown by a bourgeois revolution in February, which in turn was overthrown by the Bolsheviks in October. In the October Revolution, a Bolshevik armed insurrection by workers and soldiers successfully overthrew the provisional government of the bourgeois. However, the Bolsheviks faced the dilemma of how to sustain power where an advanced industrial economy did not exist. Bolshevik Nile almost failed in Russia. As a result, Russia entered into a bloody civil war, which pitted the Reds, Bolsheviks, against the enemies of the White Army. The White Army consisted of independence movements, monarchists, liberals, and anti-Bolshevik socialist parties. Evaluation Swami Indranath Tagore, the founder of the Revolutionary Communist Party of India and an international communist leader, argued that the theory of permanent revolution lies two aspects. One aspect is related to the revolution of a particular country, the immediate passing over from the bourgeois democratic phase of the revolution to the socialist revolution. The second aspect is related to the international tasks of the revolution. PYQs. Fascism. Comment. Fascism is the destruction of liberal ideas and institutions in the interest of those who own the instruments of economic power. Lasky, 0820, Introduction. Fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultranationalist political ideology and movement. Its stated goal is to promote the rights of a supposedly superior people to dominate, while purging society of supposedly inferior elements. Fascism is the destruction of liberal ideas and institutions in the interest of those who own the instruments of economic power. Lasky. Fascism is a type of dictatorship. There is a supremacy of state. Individuals have no rights against state. Instead of rights, fascism focused on duty and discipline. Benito Mussolini coined the term fascism in 1919 to describe his political movement. His movement dominated many parts of Central, Southern, and Eastern Europe between 1919 and 1945. There are many variants of fascism, e.g. fascism Italy, Nazism Germany, Salazarism Portugal, Peronism Argentina. There may be some fundamental variations in these, e.g. fascists emphasized on the primacy of state, and Nazism emphasized on primacy of race. It is opposed to anarchism, democracy, pluralism, liberalism, socialism, and Marxism. Origin and evolution. Fascism's origins are complex and include many seemingly contradictory viewpoints, ultimately centered on a mythos of national rebirth from decadence. Fascism rose to prominence in early 20th century Europe. The first fascist movements emerged in Italy during World War I, before spreading to other European countries, most notably Germany. In 1919, Benito Mussolini founded the Partito Nazionale Fascista, National Fascist Party. He established a dictatorship as Il Duce, the leader, with no responsibility to parliament. Mussolini's success inspired other fascist movements across Europe, e.g. Oswald Mosley in Britain, Francisco Franco in Spain, and Adolf Hitler in Germany. Characteristics of fascism. Fascism is characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy. subordination of individual interest for the perceived good of the nation and race, and strong regimentation of society and the economy. Absolute power of the state. Fascist states have a strong centralized government. Individuals must give up their private needs and rights to serve the needs of the whole society. A dictator, smile. A single dictator makes all the important decisions. This leader often uses charisma, a magnetic personality, to gain the support of the people. Fascist economic system. Fascism is autarky. Autarky means self-sufficient system of economy which has minimum integration with international economy. Corporatism. Fascism supported the concept of corporate state. As per it, the state has central role in industry. Corporate state acts as an equilibrium builder between the interest of workers and capitalists. Capitalism is tamed by controlling labor and factory owners. Unions, strikes, and other labor actions are illegal. Although private property remains, the state controls the economy. Extreme nationalism. State uses national glory and the fear of outside threats to build a new society based on the common will of entire people. Superiority of the nation's people. Dictators try to strengthen the dominant group in a nation while stifling dissent and persecuting minority groups. Militarism and imperialism. Fascists believe that great nations show their greatness by conquering and miling weak nations. They try to prove their military superiority in war. Contempt for electoral democracy and political and cultural liberalism. A belief in natural social hierarchy and the role of elites. The desire to create a Volksgemeinschaft, in which individual interests would be subordinated to the good of the nation. Fascist foreign policy. Fascists glorify war and believed in expansionist foreign policy. According to Mussolini, war is to men is what maternity to women. Hitler also wanted greater living space for Germans. They believe in the Lebensraum, means since state is organic it grows and hence it is natural to expand. Central idea of fascism. The key foundation of fascism is ultranationalism, combined with the myth of national rebirth. Roger Griffin identifies the core of fascism as being palingenetic ultranationalism. Fascism seeks to solve economic, political, and social problems by achieving a millenarian national rebirth. It exalts the nation or race above all else and promotes cults of unity, strength, and purity. Fascists believed in the survival of the fittest. It argued that society should be led by an elite of the fittest, the strongest, and the most heroic. 1. Mussolini's views. He has written the book on principles of fascism. According to Mussolini, there is nothing above the state, against the state, or outside state. He also held that man should sacrifice himself at the altar of state. He was against democracy. According to Mussolini, democracy is the luxury of rich nations, parliament is a talking shop. 2. Social principles. Fascism emphasized social solidarity with the race. Hitler described Nazism as creative destruction. Hitler was against an Enlightenment-based social order. He believed that Enlightenment has created isolated persons. We have to understand the importance of the Volk, community, or race. Since he calls for the destruction of the order, which emerged with modernity, fascism is described as counter-Enlightenment, conservatism, or extreme right. 3. Totalitarianism. Fascism promotes the establishment of a totalitarian state. It opposes liberal democracy, rejects multi-party systems, and may support a one-party state so that it may synthesize with the nation. Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism, 1932, states that the fascist conception of the state is all-embracing. Outside of it, no human or spiritual values can exist, much less have value. Fascist states pursued policies of social indoctrination through propaganda and education and the media. 4. Alternative to capitalism. Fascism presented itself as an alternative to both socialism and free market capitalism. They opposed free market capitalism but supported a type of productive capitalism. Economic self-sufficiency, known as autarky, was a major goal of most fascist governments. Fascist economics supported a state-controlled economy that accepted a mix of private and public ownership over the means of production. 5. Military values. Fascists favored military values such as courage, unquestioning obedience to authority, discipline, and physical strength. Hitler imagined a god who presided over military conflicts and ensured the survival of the fittest. Mussolini was famous for slogans such as "A minute on the battlefield is worth a lifetime of peace," and "Nothing has ever been won in history without bloodshed." The Japanese War Ministry in 1934 declared, "War is the father of creation and the mother of culture." 6. Volksgemeinschaft. Hitler envisioned the ideal German society as a Volksgemeinschaft. It is a racially unified and hierarchically organized body in which the interests of individuals would be strictly subordinate to those of the nation, or Volk. Like a military battalion, the people's community would be permanently prepared for war. Its Japanese version was known as family system principle. It maintains that the nation is like a family and people should obey their leaders in the same way children obey their parents. 7. Mass mobilization. Fascists attempted to win popular support and consolidate their power by mobilizing the population in mass meetings, parades, and other gatherings. They appealed to the audience's emotions rather than to its reasoning. Example: Mussolini's regime in Italy and Salazar's government in Portugal held government-organized mass rallies. 8. The leadership principle. Fascists defended the Führerprinzip, leadership principle. It is a belief that the party and the state should have a single leader with absolute power. Hitler was the Führer and Mussolini the Duce, both words for the leader, who gave the orders that everyone else had to obey. The authority of the leader was often enhanced by his personal charisma. 9. Corporatism. The fascist economic theory is corporatism. It was enacted in fascist states in mid-20th century Europe and meant to be an alternative to both free market economies and socialist economies. This theory calls for the control of a state or organization by large interest groups. It calls for the state or management-controlled trade unions and employer associations, or corporations. Each of these corporations represent the general interests of their professions in a larger assembly of corporations. In practice, fascist corporatism was used to destroy labor movements and suppress political dissent. For example, the Salazar regime in Portugal outlawed the Trade Union Federation and all leftist unions. Thinker's perspective. Fascism is a genus of political ideology whose mythic core in its various permutations is a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism. Roger Griffin, a liberal or capitalist view. They link fascism with socialism or communism, e.g. Karl Popper and Hannah Arendt considered fascism and communism are the varieties of the totalitarianism of 20th century. Anti-capitalist view. They see fascism as a philosophy of capitalism. Capitalism is liberal and democratic in normal situations. It becomes authoritarian when it faces crisis. As per Lasky, fascism is the last attempt by capitalism to protect itself. Jose Ortega Gasset views Tliat fascism represents revolt of masses. Thus, fascism is considered as democracy turning into mobocracy. Since the support for fascist rulers came from the lower middle class, it is also called as the ideology of center-right. Roger Eatwell defines fascism as an ideology that strives to forge social rebirth based on a holistic national radical third way. Fascism should more appropriately be called corporatism because it is a merger of state and corporate power. Benito Mussolini. Behind every fascism, there is a failed revolution. Walter Benjamin. Paine's definition of fascism focuses on three concepts. 1. Fascist negations, anti-liberalism, anti-communism, and anti-conservatism. 2. Fascist goals, the creation of a nationalist dictatorship to regulate economic structure, and the expansion of the nation into an empire. 3. Fascist style, a political aesthetic of romantic symbolism, mass mobilization, a positive view of violence, and promotion of the charismatic authoritarian leadership. Thomas Hobbes, in his work Leviathan, 1651, created the ideology of absolutism that advocated an all-powerful absolute monarchy to maintain order within a state. Historian John Lukács argues that there is no such thing as generic fascism. He claims that Nazism and communism are essentially manifestations of populism. Gaetano Mosca, in his work The Ruling Class, 1896, developed the theory that claims that in all societies, an organized minority will dominate and annihilate over the disorganized majority. What is neo-fascism? Neo-fascism is a post-World War II far-right ideology which includes significant elements of fascism. Neo-fascism usually includes ultranationalism, racial supremacy, populism, authoritarianism, nativism, xenophobia, and anti-immigration sentiment. It opposes liberal democracy, social democracy, parliamentarianism, liberalism, Marxism, neoliberalism, communism, and socialism. As with classical fascism, it proposes a third position as an alternative to market capitalism. Post-fascism is a label that has been applied to several European political parties which initiate an ideological revision by rejecting authoritarianism and participate in constitutional politics. Relationship with other ideologies, it strongly opposed liberalism, communism, anarchism, and democratic socialism. Capitalism, fascists aimed to promote what they considered the national interests of their countries. They supported the right to own private property and the profit motive. They communally sought to eliminate the autonomy of large-scale business interests from the state. There were both pro-capitalist and anti-capitalist elements in fascist thought. Capitalism as a positive force, which promotes economic efficiency and is necessary for the prosperity of the nation. Capitalism as a negative force, which promotes decadence and disloyalty to the nation, remained in uneasy coexistence within most fascist movements. Conservatism, conservatives and fascists both reject the liberal and Marxist views. Fascism's emphasis on order, discipline, hierarchy, military virtues and preservation of private property appealed to conservatives. Fascists made tactical alliances with traditional conservative forces to achieve and maintain power. Unlike conservatism, fascism specifically presents itself as a modern ideology that is willing to break free from the moral and political constraints of traditional society. Liberalism, fascism is strongly opposed to the individualism found in classical liberalism. Fascists accuse liberalism of despiritualizing human beings and transforming them into materialistic beings whose highest ideal is money-making. Fascists believe that the liberal emphasis on individual freedom produces national divisiveness. However, fascists and Nazis support a type of hierarchical individualism in the form of social Darwinism because they believe it promotes superior individuals and weeds out the weak. Although fascism had tentatively adopted the economic elements of liberalism, but completely denied its philosophical principles and the intellectual and moral heritage of modernity. Socialism and communism. Fascism is historically strongly opposed to socialism and communism. due to their support of class revolution, egalitarianism, and collectivism. Marxism calls for class struggle by the working class against the kneeling class, while fascism calls for collaboration between the classes to achieve national rejuvenation. When Hitler came to power, he sent hundreds of Marxists to concentration camps. For French fascists, Marxism was the main enemy. For example, Valois declared that the guiding principle of his organization was the elimination of socialism and everything resembling it. Fascists saw themselves as building a new aristocracy, a warrior race or nation, based on purity of blood, heroism, and virility. Merits of fascism prioritizes the welfare of the country. Fascism focuses on the improvement of the country as a whole. Government funds will be spent on increasing the nation's defenses. Promotes socioeconomic equality. Fascism aims to unite the people by getting rid of socioeconomic classes and creating equality among everybody. Government can demand that the rich give up their wealth so it can be distributed among the poor. Speeds up the decision-making process. The dictator can make a decision about a certain aspect of government, and his decision will be implemented right away. Promotes national pride. Fascism led to a feeling of national pride wherever it was practiced. For example, Italians were proud to belong to their nation, so one can conclude that fascism encourages national pride. In terms of economics, fascism incorporates elements of both capitalism and socialism. Fascist economists advocate for self-sufficiency and individual profit, but promote government subsidies of corporations. Demerits/criticisms. As per Joseph Dunner, fascism rejects equality and substitutes it with the principle of hierarchy. It culminates in a supreme leader or dictator whose will is law. Anti-democratic and tyrannical. The most common criticism of fascism is tyranny. It is deliberately and entirely non-democratic and anti-democratic. Harold J. Lasky, in his State in Theory and Practice, 1935. Fascism in one form or another has instead unlimited political power to those who own and control the means of production. The fascist state requires complete conformity, rigid discipline, and unquestioning obedience. The force is legitimate which conduces to these ends. Opposition to political and cultural liberalism. Fascists condemned the doctrine of political liberalism for placing the rights of the individual above the needs of the nation. Fascism repudiates individualism and asserts that all values are derived from the state, against which the individual possesses no rights such as true liberty. The fascists brought the press, the wireless, the publishing trade, the cinema, and the theater directly under government control. Critics argue that fascism embraced only certain principles, a variety of unrelated principles woven into an incoherent whole, designed to meet political exigencies. Fascism never developed a coherent political philosophy. It only developed into a movement achieving temporary success in Italy. Applicability fascism in contemporary times can be seen in many instances such as 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine 2022, according to Alexander J. Model. Russian fascism has the following characteristics: an undemocratic political system, different from both traditional authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Statism and hypernationalism. A hypermasculine cult of the supreme leader. General popular support for the regime and its leader. General popular support for the regime and its leader. Great Recession and Economic Crisis in Greece, 2007 to 2009. A movement known as the Golden Dawn, widely considered a neo-Nazi party, soared in support out of obscurity and won seats in Greece's parliament. The party adopted a staunch hostility towards minorities, illegal immigrants, and refugees. Hindutva movement in India. As per the leftist views, this movement has emerged in a classical sense. Fascist in ideology, in its program, and in its class support. There is an attempt to unify the majority under the following things. A homogenized concept, the Hindus. A sense of grievance against alleged injustices done to Tli's group in the past by the homogenous minority. Evaluation. Fascism is not regarded as ideology, but as propaganda. It is not a coherent and systematic school of thought, but a poor mix of convenient ideologies. Hence it is a type of political opportunism. According to Gandhi, fascism is the worst manifestation of modernity, the so-called Machiavellianism. It is a complete disregard of ethics and seeks to achieve pure power politics. Gandhi made no difference in fascism. Hitler's Nazism and British imperialism. According to Karl Mannheim, every theory has its social base. If liberalism is an ideology of the middle class, socialism is an ideology of workers, fascism is an ideology of elite class. Fascism has become a negative word. In politics, fascism is used against the opponents. Nobody prefers to be known as fascists. Conclusion. It tends to maintain the exploitative character of the capitalist patterns of production, entire name of national interest, national unify, etc. To conclude, we can say that fascism seeks to avert the transformation of the capitalist system into a democratic welfare state or service state. In the words of Lasky, fascism is the distinction of liberal ideas and institutions in the interest of those who own the instruments of economic power. PYQs. Explicate the ideological components of Gandhism. 2020's Introduction. Gandhiism is a body of ideas that describes the inspiration, vision, and the life work of M.K. Gandhi. Gandhiism, as an idea, has two pillars, i.e. truth and nonviolence. He is best known as the matchless political leader who evolved the new technique of satyagraha. It is a nonviolent resistance, sometimes also called civil resistance. His fight against untouchability and the notions of superiority and inferiority by birth are also fairly well known. For India, his greatest service was, perhaps, the emancipation of Indian women. Gandhian philosophy inspired the Buddhist movement, whose main propounders were Vinoba Bhave and Jaya Prakash Narayan, J.P. Gandhiism also permeates into the realm of the individual human being, non-political and non-social. Ideological basis of Gandhian principles. Gandhi's thought has many ideological inspirations. His exposure to the West, during his time in London, compelled him to look at Lee's position on various religious, social, and political affairs. Henry Stephen Salt's worked plea for vegetarianism turned Gandhi towards the question of vegetarianism and food habits. Hen 7 David Thoreau, 1849 essay Civil Disobedience had a profound impact on Gandhi. Not only did Gandhi adopt Tly's name for his struggle, but also adopted the means of breaking laws in order to call for their reform. Gandhi in journal Indian Opinion called Thoreau's logic incisive and unanswerable. Gandhi's residence in South Africa itself sought inspiration from another Western literary figure, Leo Tolstoy. Leo Tolstoy's critique of institutional Christianity, and faith in the love of the spirit greatly moved him. Gandhi exchanged letters with Tolstoy and named his ashram Tolstoy Farm. In Gandhian thought, Tolstoy's 1894 book The Kingdom of God is within you sits alongside a plea and civil disobedience. Tolstoy Farm was Gandhi's experiment of his utopian political economy, later to be called Gram Swaraj. The inspiration for Gram Swaraj also came from John Ruskin's 1862 book Unto This Last, in which economic man has been critiqued. In Indian Opinion, there is mention of Giuseppe Mazzini, Edward Carpenter, Sir Henry Maine, and Helena Blavatsky. Gandhi's first exploration of pluralism can be said to have begun with his association with the Jain guru, Rachanbai Mehta. Mahatma Gandhi's views found expression in his writings and speeches. Oh, the Indian Opinion, oh, the young India, oh, the story of my experiments, Whitley Truth, oh, Hein Swaraj Thinker's Perspective, according to Nicholas F. Gear, 2004, and is the virtue of nonviolence. From Gautama to Gandhi, a Gandhian can mean either an individual who follows or a specific philosophy which is attributed to. Gandhiism. Gandhiism is satya, a Sanskrit word for truth. A. McDonnell M. Sanctor argues that Gandhiism is not a systematic position in metaphysics or in ethics. Rather, it is a political creed, an economic doctrine, a religious outlook, a moral precept, and especially, a humanitarian worldview. Gandhiism is an effort not to systematize wisdom, but to transform society, and is based on an undying faith in the goodness of human nature. M. Sanctor, 1972, Gandhiism. A political interpretation. Ideological components of Gandhiism. Mahatma Gandhi was an intensely active personality. He was interested in everything that concerns the individual or society. Gandhian central ideals and ideological components can be understood as follows. 1. Swaraj. Gandhi Swaraj is inspired by Aurobindo and the ideas of Upanishad. As per Upanishad, Swaraj implies self-controlti. Thus, for Gandhi, there is no real Swaraj without self-discipline. Gandhi Swaraj is also inspired by Leo Tolstoy, who held that kingdom of God is within you. It means man does not require any external control. Gandhi has explained Swaraj in multiple spheres. 1. Political Swaraj. In the political sphere, Swaraj meant Panchayati Raj, democratic decentralization. It is a system of governance where individuals are the center. Idea of Swaraj results into Ramarajya. Ramarajya is a stateless society. 2. Economic Swaraj. It aims for self-reliance with sustainable development. Economic Swaraj is a part of Gandhi's constructive programs. It included land reforms, revival of cottage industries, and promotion of khadi. 3. Social Swaraj. It is another very strong aspect of Gandhi's constructive program. It includes fighting against the evils of communalism, untouchability. 4. Cultural Swaraj. Gandhi suggested that one should respect and endorse own culture values. However, Gandhi does not promote orthodox views. Gandhi believed that one should accept the good tilings from all cultures. He held that, I do not want my house to be walled in on all sides and my windows to be stuffed. I want the culture of all lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible. But I refuse to be blown off my feet by any of them. 2. Satyagraha. The pivotal and defining element of Gandhiism is satya, a Sanskrit word for tmth. It also refers to a virtue in Indian religions, referring to being tinithful in one's thought, speech, and action. Gandhi said, the desire, agraha, for truth, satya, is far more powerful than any weapon of mass destruction. Satyagraha versus passive resistance. As per Gandhi, satyagraha and passive resistance are different. Passive resistance was given by Thoreau, in Indian context advocated by Aurobindo. According to Gandhi, in passive resistance, a person does not use violence because he thinks that the strategy of violence may not be appropriate in a given context. In passive resistance, a person thinks that other person against whom passive resistance is applied is his enemy. For Satyagrahi, nonviolence is an act of faith, it is not a matter of choice. For a Satyagrahi, there is no enemy. Satyagraha is against the evil and not against the evildoer. According to Gandhi, if someone is my enemy, I will have to take the responsibility. I may have done some tiling that has turned the other person into my enemy, hence I have to reform myself first. Gandhi believed that satyagraha can be applied in all spheres of life, from personal to political. Gandhi proposed mass satyagrahas as well as individual satyagrahas. 3. Pacifism and ahimsa. Gandhi defines ahimsa as a path for attainment of TMTH and God. Ahimsa as a path to attain God can be established on the basis of ends and means theory. He views that if the end is the attainment of TMTH, ahimsa is the means to achieve it. If end is to attain the God or truth, the simple logic is to follow what gods did rather than what sight end did. It is in the foundation of all other ideas of Gandhi. For Gandhi, ahimsa was his religion, loose creed. However, Gandhi stated that any conception of nonviolence that prohibited self-defense was erroneous. He criticized the ethics of love and absolute ahimsa. For Sarvodaya, it can be called as Gandhi's socialism. However, there is not much originality in Gandhi's Sarvodaya. Sarvodaya was the Gujarati translation of Jalm Ruskin's book, Unto This Last. Gandhian view of Sarvodaya is reflected in his constructive program, which aimed at giving the life of dignity to the poor. As per him, even when we cannot make people equal in economic terms, we can make people equal in terms of dignity. The work of a barber deserves equal respect as that of the work of a lawyer. Sarvodaya of Gandhi can be explained through 4 concepts. 1. Bread labor. 2. Trusteeship. 3. Land reforms. And 4. Revival of cottage industries. Bread labor, every person should perform some amount of physical work. Only then we will appreciate the pains and the liard slips of those who perform physical labor. Only then we will be able to appreciate the importance of manual works, and we will be able to give the due respect. Trusteeship. Trusteeship was a socio-economic philosophy that meant the rich people would be the trusts of trusts and charities set up for the purpose of the common people. Gandhi rejects the concept of class struggle or the necessity of violence. At the same time, he do not see the need to abolish classes altogether. Gandhi believes in the possibility of harmony between the classes. Gandhi's ideas come near to the ideas of socialists. He believed in appealing to the conscience of the capitalist. It was founded on his religious belief that everything belonged to God and was from God. Therefore, the resources of the world were for his people, not for any particular individual. According to Gandhi, capitalists should consider not as the owner but trustee of the capital. The reason behind this is capital is social production and not just the contribution of individual. As per Gandhi, capitalist can keep what is necessary for his needs as well as what is necessary for running the industry. Gandhi's trusteeship comes near to Aristotle's theory of property, i.e. private ownership but common use. Even in his theory of trusteeship, the fundamental principles are nonviolence, continuity of ends and means, his view that there is enough for need but not enough for greed. Revival of cottage industries and Khadi movement, it formed part of the Swadeshi movement. It employed burning British cloth imports to manipulate attitudes towards boycotting British goods and rejecting Western culture and urging the return to ancient, pre-colonial Indian culture. The commitment to hand spinning was an essential element to Gandhi's philosophy and politics. 5. Critique of modern civilization. Gandhi criticized modern civilization not because it originated in the West, but because of its nature. As per him, modern civilization is utilitarianism. It reduced man to the level of animals. Gandhi called modern civilization as satanic. Gandhi made no difference in British colonialism and fascist imperialism. Imperialism and fascism are the manifestations of modern civilization. Gandhi views that modern civilization is based on materialism. Overemphasis on material pleasures leads to the sacrifice of spiritual satisfaction. Modern civilization has not only harmed human society, it has also harmed the environment. 6. Decentralization. Mahatma Gandhi proposed the idea of Panchayati Raj structure based on decentralization of power. He believed that if the village was destroyed, India would also be destroyed. In the Gandhian concept of a decentralized state, the structure of Panchayati Raj is not pyramidal, but the oceanic circle. In this circle, the flow of political power has equal status from bottom to top, and the individual occupies an important position. It is in contrast to the bureaucratic structure where the principle of control of subordinate from top to bottom applies. 7. Gandhi on rights and duties. Gandhi is inspired by the philosophy of Nishkama Karma found in Gita. Gita suggests performing your duty, and when we perform our duty, we automatically get our rights. When we fulfill our duties and obligations, we automatically get the rights. As per him, rights are present in the duties in embryonic sense. 8. Gandhi on state. Gandhi's Rajya is a stateless society. Gandhi is considered anarchist. Gandhi believes that state is antithetical to the idea of freedom. The state is not compatible with the idea of nonviolence. Even the smallest state requires instruments of coercion. According to Gandhi, state is a symbol of weakness of man. Since man cannot control himself, state is needed as an external control. 9. Gandhi on ends and means in politics / Gandhi on role of ethics in politics. Gandhi considered Gokhale as his political gum. Gokhale emphasized on spiritualization of politics. According to Gandhi, politics without ethics and without religion is like a death trap. Gandhi believed in purity of means over ends. Gandhi was critical of Machiavellianism. Machiavellianism stands for the separation of ends and means. Gandhi believed that the separation of ends and means is a cause of corruption in public life and is responsible for the evils like imperialism and fascism. The debate between the priority of ends and means remains the matter of eternal debate among political philosophers, giving rise to two schools of thoughts, i.e., realism and idealism. Realism can be considered as short-sighted approach, whereas idealism is a long-term vision. Being idealist means being extreme realist. 10. Gandhi on women. One of the biggest achievements of Gandhi was successful association of women with national movement. Women played leading role in his constructive programs. According to Gandhi, Sita and Draupadi should be the ideals for Indian women. Both are the symbols of moral strength. However, feminists believe that Gandhi's approach was traditional, patriarchal. 11. Gandhi on education. He focuses on vocational education, the idea of earn and learn. Gandhi gave priority to the learnings like social forestry, carpentry, nursing, home science, handicrafts, etc. And like Plato, Gandhi believes education to be lifelong experience. Hence, person should be capable of financing its education rather than depending on guardians or parents. Gandhi's scheme on education is called as Nayi Talim. 12. Fasting. Fasting was an important method of exerting mental control over base desires for Gandhi. Gandhi analyzes the need to fast to eradicate Lee's desire for delicious, spicy food. He believed that abstention would diminish his sensual faculties, bringing the body increasingly under the mind's absolute control. Merits. Gandhism guides us towards a sustainable lifestyle through sustainable agriculture, khadi and village industries, renewable energy sources, silviculture or tree plantation. The Gandhian model is based on an integral transformation of man and society. Gandhian model advocated the idea of decentralization, which ensures the people's participation. Vinoba Bhave developed Gandhi's economic thought in a more practical sense. It meant that land should not be concentrated in a few hands. Gandhian economics replaces the assumption of the perfect mobility of labor with the assumption that community and family stability should have priority. It rejects the more is always better principle. It replaces the axiom of non-satiation with a principle of limits, the recognition that there is such a thing as enough material wealth. It recognizes that consuming more than enough creates more problems than it solves and causes consumer satisfaction or utility to decline. It aims at a better quality of life, rather than higher standards of living as propagated by other economists. Gandhian philosophy always aims at bringing economic equality. Gandhian philosophy always aims at bringing economic equality through nonviolent social change. Gandhi propounded the doctrine of trusteeship as a way to realize such change. Demerits/criticisms. Critics point out that Gandhism is a utopian philosophy. The ideal state, the Rajya which Gandhism visualizes, cannot be established in practice. Gandhi's rigid ahimsa implies pacifism and is thus a source of criticism across the political spectrum. Gandhism advocates the use of satyagraha. However, it is very difficult to make a proper use of this weapon. Gandhiji himself admitted that satyagraha is a dangerous weapon and it should be used very cautiously. Critics hold that Gandhism lacks originality. It simply restates the old principles in a new form. It is a mixture of different religions and ideas of different philosophers and scholars. Gandhism supports the idea that every individual should be provided necessities of daily life like socialism. But at the same time, it opposes the socialist principles of nationalization and mass production. According to Gandhism, man by nature is very good. But this picture of man is far from reality. As per Thomas Hobbes, man by nature is social as well as selfish. Gandhian economics like payment of tax by doing labor is theoretically a good principle. However, it cannot be given a practical shape in modern times. The principle of trusteeship property is idealistic and utopian. Applicability in modern times, nonviolent methods of action have been a powerful tool for social protest. The fundamental precepts of Gandhism are more relevant today when caste, class, and religious differences are so pronounced. Gandhism describes the neutral and the best path to solve a problem. In the world, Martin Luther King adopted the methods of satyagraha and Iris fight against the racial discrimination of the American authorities in 1950. Myanmar's Aung San Suu Kyi is known for her nonviolent quest for democracy and freedom in military-controlled Myanmar. She was put under house arrest, and her National League for Democracy suppressed. She was released in 2010, when free elections were to be held. A remote non-electrified village in the Kalahari Desert in Botswana brought Indian-manufactured solar panels and Indian-manufactured solar lanterns. With the Gandhian partnership model, the whole village is involved when the fixed solar systems are installed in every house. The Ganluan model of training focuses on selecting and training semi-literate rural women to be solar engineers. The concepts of Sarva Dharma Samabhav, where all religions are the same, are essential to maintain an atmosphere of harmony and compassion, and to realize his idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. The world revolves around global warming, climate change, and resource depletion. All environmental covenants and sustainable development efforts are implementing Gandhi's philosophy, where he believed that there is enough on earth for human needs but not enough for human greed. In India, Gandhian concept of village panchayats got a suitable place in Part 4 of Directive Principles of State Policy under Article 40. 73rd and 74th Amendment Constitutional Acts vested various degrees of powers of self-government in the hands of panchayats. In 2011, Kisan Baburayo Anahudre started protest by fasting. His specific demand was that civil society should leave a say in drafting a stringent anti-corruption law, the Lokpal Bill. The concept of Antyodaya was endorsed by Deen Dayal Upadhyay. It takes care of the person at the end of the queue, which is the same concept of Gandhiji's talisman. Gandhian philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and the same ideals have found expression in the government's commitment to Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. It is reflected in the programs like Swachh Bharat and in the Good Governance motto. Make in India is a manifestation of Gandhi's ideals of self-sufficiency. Kothari Commission Report, 1964-66, was significantly inspired by Gandhian philosophy while recommending reforms in schooling and technical training. Evaluation Gandhian political theory has been broadly debated from two important perspectives. 1. Ganluan political theory is a relative or a reconciled pattern of both Western and Eastern traditions. 2. Gandhi is an original thinker, in the sense that he is a unique innovator of political concepts, inherently based on Indian traditions. It can be argued that Gandhi developed a distinctive as well as an alternative version of political theory compared to Western notion of political theory. However, he himself did not believe in any such absolute predictions or prescriptive norms of truth. He believed in no permanent truth except God, and discarded his own ideas by saying that they are as old as the Himalayas. Conclusion: Gandhian idea of trusteeship holds relevance in the current scenario as people live lavish lifestyles and destroy the resources recklessly, indebting future generations. Today, Gandhianism has much significance on ethical and behavioral part because society is witnessing the degradation of values. Today, when many countries are facing the problems of war and unrest, the only solution could be seen as helpful is the tools of Gandhism. Without peace, the world seems to be a chaotic place which is difficult to survive. Therefore, Gandhism holds a major relevance in current scenarios. Gandhi himself denied the existence of Gandhianism. However, Gandhianism cannot be denied because there are many persons who consider themselves as Gandhian. The greatest contribution of Gandhi, as Perel has suggested, to humanity is that he made a bridge between spiritual and secular, which in a way something very unique of his style. Feminism. PYQs. Comment: Woman has always been man's dependent, if not his slave. The two sexes have never shared the world in equality. Simone de Beauvoir, September 20th. Distinguish between liberal feminism and socialist feminism in detail. 10/30ths. Comment: Personal is political. 10/20ths. Comment on the difference between liberal and radical forms of feminism. 150 words. 12/12ths. Distinguish between liberal feminism and radical feminism. 19/15ths. Introduction: Feminism is a range of socio-political movements and ideologies that aim to define and establish the political, economic, personal, and social equality of the sexes. Patricia Linderman, 2010, in Feminism. Mary Seven Wollstonecraft is seen as a founder of feminism due to her book titled Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792. Charles Fourier is credited with having coined the word feminism in 1837. Much of feminist theory focuses on the promotion of women's rights and interests. Merriam-Webster chose feminism as its 2017 word of the year. Central idea: the main idea of feminism is that societies prioritize the male point of view and women are treated unjustly in these societies. Sarah Gamble in Feminism and Post-Feminism, 2001. Feminist theory aims to understand gender inequality and focuses on gender politics, power relations, and sexuality. Some feminists argue that men's liberation is a necessary part of feminism, and that men are also harmed by sexism and gender roles. Feminism seeks to achieve égalité homme-femme, i.e. the equality between men and women. Equality of the sexes is an important component of feminism. It is the state of equal ease of access to resources and opportunities regardless of gender, including economic participation and decision-making. It values different behaviors, aspirations, and needs equally, regardless of gender. Liberal, socialist, and radical feminism are called the big three schools of feminist thought. Thinker's perspective: according to Catherine McKinnon, feminism has no definite theory. It has a theory of power. Sexuality is gendered as gender is sexualized. Hillary Clinton defined feminist as someone who believes in equal rights. Simone de Beauvoir argues that women are not fully human because femininity was defined by men, that they are the second sex in a world in which humanity is primarily defined in terms of the identity of man. As per Simone de Beauvoir, woman has always been man's dependent, if not his slave. The two sexes have never shared the world in equality. Men have exercised domination of two types over women: social authority and economic force. Kate Millett. Bell Hooks says that men's liberation should be included in the feminist movement because men are also harmed by traditional gender roles. Feminist theory emerged from feminist movements which aims to understand the nature of gender inequality by examining women's social roles and lived experience. Carol Gilligan, 1977. Jacob Roberts says that changes in female dress standards and acceptable physical activities for females have often been part of feminist movements. According to Kira Cochran, fourth-wave feminism is defined by technology. History and evolution of feminism. The life story of the modern Western feminist movement is divided into four waves. Is asterisk wave of feminism. Women's suffrage movements, 19th and early 20th centuries, it promoted women's right to vote. The suffragettes and suffragists campaigned in Britain, which led to the passing of the Representation of the People Act in 1918. It granted the vote to women over the age of 30 who owned property. Emmeline Pankhurst was the most notable activist in England. In the USA, they campaigned for the abolition of slavery before championing women's right to vote. Notable leaders of USA included Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. Second wave of feminism, women's liberation movement, began in the 1960s. It campaigned for legal and social equality for women. In many continental European countries, married women still had very few rights. French philosopher Simone de Beauvoir provided a Marxist solution and an existentialist view on many of the questions of feminism in his publication of The Second Sex in 1949. Feminists challenged the sexual division of labor between private woman, childbearing, child rearing, family care, etc., and public man, office, politics, education, art, literature, etc. The phrase, the personal is political, or the private is political, was coined by Carol Hanisch in the second wave feminism from the late 1960s. It underscored the connections between personal experience and larger social and political structures. The idea that women being unhappy in their roles as housewives and mothers in homes was seen as a private issue. However, the personal is political emphasizes that women's personal issues, e.g. sex, childcare, care providers at home, are all political issues that need political intervention to generate change. In 1963, Betty Friedan's book The Feminine Mystique helped voice the discontent that American women felt. Third wave of feminism, women's individuality and diversity. The term third wave is credited to Rebecca Walker, who wrote an article against the sexual harassment case in USA. This wave challenged the second wave's paradigm as to what was or was not good for women. Bella Hooks, Chella Sandoval, and Andre Lorde are some of the prominent leaders of this phase. Fourth wave of feminism, Me Too movement, started around 2012. In this movement, social media was used to combat sexual harassment, violence against women, and rape culture. Scandals involving the harassment, abuse, and murder of women and girls have galvanized the movement. These have included the 2012 Delhi gang rape, 2014 Isla Vista killings, 2017 Harvey Weinstein allegations and subsequent effect, and the 2017 Westminster sexual scandals. Examples of fourth-wave feminist campaigns include the Everyday Sexism Project, No More Page 3, hashtag Yes All Women, the 2018 Women's March, and the hashtag MeToo movement. Merits. The main advantage of the feminist movements is that they helped women to fight with gender discrimination. Women got the opportunity to control their own lives and to determine own rights. Feminists attracted the attention of society to sexual assaults experienced by women. E.g., domestic violence used to be a private problem of a family, which was changed by feminists. Feminism improves the economic state of the country as women started working and the workforce expanded greatly. It improved working environments for women. For examples, equal pay for equal work, sexual harassment at workplace, rights of home care workers were discussed by the government. Criticism. Anti-feminists argue that feminism is contrary to traditional values or religious beliefs. For example, that social acceptance of divorce and non-married women is wrong and harmful. Camille Paglia argues that feminism often promotes misandry and the elevation of women's interests above men's, which is harmful to both men and women. Radical feminism was dominated by white women. FT accepts the notion that identities are singular and disparate, rather than multiple and intersecting. Critics of liberal feminism argue that even if women are not dependent upon individual men, they are still dependent upon a patriarchal state. Feminists demand equal economic, political, and social opportunities for the male and female sexes. But that seems to be contrary to nature's design of male and female body potential. Applicability. Feminism clearly advocates the gravity of ideas of de Beauvoir. Globally, feminist movements campaign for women's rights, including the right to vote, run for public office, work, earn equal pay, own property, receive education, enter contracts, have equal rights within marriage, and maternity leave. Feminists have also worked to ensure access to contraception, legal abortions, and social integration, and to protect women and girls from rape, sexual harassment, and domestic violence. Alice Eccles, 1989, in Daring to Be Bad, Radical Feminism in America. Bell Hooks, 2000, in Feminism is for Everybody, says that although feminist is mainly focused on women's rights, men's liberation should be included within its aims, because men are also harmed by traditional gender roles. Since the late 20th century, many new forms of feminism have emerged, e.g. black feminism. Conclusion: the feminist campaigns have been the main force behind major historical societal changes for women's rights, particularly in the West. The philosophy of feminism extends to race, gender, and class discrimination. As per Bell Hooks, these are all aspects of the same system of hierarchy. She calls it imperialist white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. Hence, the ideals of feminism should extend to resolve the issues in all type of unequal societies. The crisis of half-globe. Simone de Beauvoir's views: as per Simone de Beauvoir, woman has always been man's dependent, if not his slave. The two sexes have never shared the world in equality. Almost nowhere her legal status is the same as that of the man, and it frequently seems more to her disadvantage. Worldwide, there is no society where both genders have equal access to property or resources. Even when her rights are legally recognized, long-standing custom prevents their full expression. For example, in the economic sphere, men and women can almost be said to make up two castes, where men hold better jobs and get higher wages, and have more opportunity for success than their new competitors. In industry and politics, men have many more positions and monopolize the most important posts. Even after 7 decades of independence, in a democracy like India which believes in right to equality, gender equality never witnessed. We have never witnessed any parliament or legislative assembly having equal number of male and female MPs or MLAs. There is no firm, industry, or organizations with equal workforce of both genders. Woman herself recognizes that the world is masculine on the whole. Those who fashioned it, ruled it, and still dominate it today are men. FT is understood by her that she is inferior and dependent. Neither has she learnt the lessons of violence, nor did she stand for her rights. In fact, the right-based and feminist movements have failed to a large extent. She sees herself as passive before these male gods who set goals and establish values for her. Woman is basically a utilitarian thing. This utility makes her tnith and Bewley a commodity. In this perspective, she envisages the entire universe. Her life is not directed towards ends. She is absorbed in producing or caring for things that are just the means for others, such as food, clothing, and shelter. It is her duty to ensure the monotonous repetition of life in a mindless manner. It is natural for woman to repeat the same tasks again and again. She goes round and round without ever leading to anywhere. Woman is ever occupied without doing anything, and thus she identifies with what she has. Woman is shut up in a kitchen or in a boundary, and her horizon is limited. Her wings are clipped, and it is established that she cannot fly. When woman suffocates in her gynoecium, female reproductive portion, or she seeks sexual pleasure, either in a middle-class home or a brothel, it very often puts a question on her character. She either remains sexually unsatisfied or becomes subject to masculine ugliness and cruelty. Simone de Beauvoir correctly summarizes that woman has always been man's dependent, if not his slave. The two sexes have never shared the world in equality. And even today, the woman is heavily handicapped, though her situation is beginning to change. Feminist movements and ideologies. Traditionally, feminism is divided into 3 main traditions, sometimes known as the big 3 schools of feminist thought: liberal or mainstream feminism, radical feminism, and socialist or Marxist feminism. Since the late 20th century, a number of newer forms of feminisms have emerged. Many of these are viewed as branches of the 3 main traditions. Maddie Maynard. 1995, Beyond the Big 3. Liberal feminism, also called mainstream feminism, is a main branch of feminism defined by its focus on achieving gender equality through political and legal reform within the framework of liberal democracy. It is often considered culturally progressive and economically center-right to center-left. As the oldest of the big 3 schools of feminist thought, liberal feminism has its roots in 19th century first-wave feminism. Liberal feminism works to integrate women into the structure of mainstream society. FT does not directly challenge the system itself or the ideology behind women's oppression, but is more responsive to individual women's rights. Hence, it is called as mainstream feminism. Politically, liberal feminists formed bureaucratic organizations which focused on the visible sources of gender discrimination, such as gendered job markets and inequitable wage scales. They want women to get into positions of authority in the professions, government, and cultural institutions. Specific issues important to liberal feminists include women's suffrage, reproductive rights and abortion access, sexual harassment, voting, education, fair compensation for work, affordable childcare, affordable health care, and bringing to light the frequency of sexual and domestic violence against women. Liberal feminist politics adopted important weapons of the civil rights movement. The suffragist movement in USA was a decades-long fight to win the right to vote for women. FT is an example of liberal feminist approach. Historically, liberal feminism, also called bourgeois feminism, was mainly contrasted with the working class or proletarian women's movements that eventually developed into the socialist and Marxist feminism. Thinkers associated with liberal feminism, pioneers such as Mary Wollstonecraft, Judith Sargent Murray, and Frances Wright advocated for women's full political inclusion. As per Rebecca West, liberal feminism works within the structure of mainstream society to integrate women into that structure. Hillary Clinton is often considered a liberal feminist. She has defined feminist as someone who believes in equal rights. According to Zhang and Rios, liberal feminism tends to be adopted by mainstream women, i.e. middle class, who do not disagree with the current social structure. As per them, liberal feminist beliefs are dominant and default form of feminism. As per Elizabeth Lana, 1996, liberal feminism actively supports men's involvement in feminism. Progressive men had an important role alongside women in the struggle for equal political rights. Criticism. Critics argue that even if women are not dependent upon individual men, they are still dependent upon a patriarchal state. These critics believe that institutional changes, like the introduction of women's suffrage, are insufficient to emancipate women. One of the major critiques of liberal feminism is that it focuses too much on a metamorphosis of women into men, and in doing so, it disregards the significance of the traditional role of women. Bell Hook's main criticism is that they focus too much on equality with men in their own class. She maintains that the cultural basis of group oppression is the biggest challenge, and that liberal feminists tend to ignore it. Another important critique of liberal feminism posits the existence of a white woman's burden, or white savior complex. Critics such as black feminists and post-colonial feminists assert that mainstream liberal feminism reflects only the values of middle-class, heterosexual, white women, and they fail to appreciate the position of women of different races, cultures, or classes. Prominence of the liberal feminism was largely quiet in the United States for 4 decades after winning the right to vote. In the 1960s, during the civil rights movement, liberal feminists drew parallels between systemic race discrimination and sex discrimination. Groups such as the National Organization for Women, now National Women's Political Caucus, and Women's Equity Action League were created in 1960s to further women's rights. Outside USA, the wave of liberal feminism hit the world, and equality has become the founding value of modern constitutions. In the 21st century, liberal feminism has taken a turn toward an intersectional understanding of gender equality, and modern liberal feminists support LGBT rights as a core feminist issue. Evaluation as one of the big 3 schools of feminist thought, liberal feminism is often contrasted with socialist and radical feminism. However, in contrast to them, liberal feminism seeks gradual social progress and equality on the basis of liberal democracy rather than a revolution or radical reordering of society. Liberal feminism and mainstream feminism are very broad terms, frequently taken to encompass all feminism that is not radical or revolutionary socialist/Marxist. It includes many different varieties, such as equality feminism, social feminism, equity feminism, and difference feminism. State feminism is often linked to liberal feminism. While rooted in first-wave feminism and traditionally focused on political and legal reform, the broader liberal feminist tradition may include parts of subsequent waves of feminism, especially third-wave feminism and fourth-wave feminism. Conclusion: liberal feminism is inclusive and socially progressive. On the one hand, it broadly supports existing institutions of power in liberal democratic societies, and at the same time it seeks reformism. In 1920, after nearly 50 years of intense activism, women were finally granted the right to vote and the right to hold public office in the United States. It paved the way for equality in a legal system worldwide. Socialist feminism. Socialist feminism is grounded in Marxist and socialist ideologies, which attribute women's oppression principally to the capitalist economic system where global corporate power prevails. Socialist feminism rose in the 1960s and 1970s as an offshoot of the feminist movement and New Left that focuses upon the interconnectivity of the patriarchy and capitalism. Elizabeth Lepovsky Kennedy. 2008. Socialist feminists argue that liberation can only be achieved by working to end both the economic and cultural oppression of women. They see patriarchy as the major force behind women's subjugation. It severely criticizes the family as a source of women's oppression and exploitation. Socialist feminists argue that male-dominated government policies put the state's interests before those of women. They argue that raising the salaries of women doing traditional women's jobs could give the majority of women economic resources that would make them less dependent on marriage or state benefits as a means of survival. Thinkers' view socialist feminism can be traced back to Maddie Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792, and William Thompson's utopian socialist work in the 1800s. They conceptualized the women's private, domestic, and public roles in society. William L. O'Neill introduced the term social feminism in his 1969 History of the Feminist Movement Everyone Was Brave, The Rise and Fall of Feminism in America. These ideas about overcoming patriarchy and taking the personal problems to public level were explained by Carol Hanisch in 1969 in her The Personal is Political. This was the time when second-wave feminism started to surface, which is really when socialist feminism kicked off. As per Elizabeth Lepovsky Kennedy, social feminism is defined as a movement which saw the root of sexual oppression in the existence of private property. Kristen Gotze argues in her book, Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism, threat free markets capitalism discriminates against women, as big bosses consider women to be less reliable, weaker and more emotional, which leads to the gender pay gap. George Bernard Shaw quotes, capitalism acts on women as a continual bribe to enter into sex relations for money. Central idea: a two-pronged theory. Socialist feminism is a two-pronged theory that broadens Marxist feminism's argument for the role of capitalism in the oppression of women and radical feminism's theory of the role of gender in the patriarchy. Socialist feminists reject radical feminism's main claim that patriarchy is the only or primary source of oppression of women. Rather, socialist feminists assert that women are oppressed due to their financial dependence on males. Women are subjects to male domination within capitalism due to an uneven wealth distribution. Historical materialism. It views how the material and historical conditions of people's lives are related. Thus, Socialist feminists consider how the sexism and gender division of labor of each historical era is determined by the economic system of that time. Class struggle. Socialist feminists reject the orthodox Marxist notion that class and class struggle are the only defining aspects of history and economic development. Marx asserted that when class oppression will overcome, gender oppression will vanish as well. Socialist feminists specify how gender and class together create distinct forms of oppression and privilege for women and men of each class. For example, the women's class status is generally derivative of her husband's class, e.g. a secretary that marries her boss assumes Ira's class status. Gender pay gap. Socialist feminist theories highlight the economic disparities amongst women on a global scale. There are concerns from uncompensated labor inside the home to the discriminated pay outside the home. Feminist philosopher Rosemary Tong presents 3 common reasons for the gender wage gap. Concentration of women in low-paying, female-dominated jobs. High percentage of women who work part-time rather than full-time. And outright wage discrimination against women. Intersectionality. Intersectionality explains how factors of social and political identities combine to create different modes of discrimination and privilege. Examples of these factors include gender, caste, sex, race, ethnicity, class, sexuality, religion, disability, weight, and physical appearance. These intersecting and overlapping social identities may be both empowering and oppressing. Intersectionality broadens the scope of the first and second waves of feminism, which largely focused on the experiences of white, privileged, and middle-class women. Intersectional feminism includes the different experiences of women of color, per women, immigrant women, and other groups. Feminist historian Linda Gordon asserts that socialist feminism is inherently intersectional because it takes into account both forms of oppression, i.e., gender and class. Kumkum Bhavani, a socialist feminist scholar, assert that racism in the socialist feminist movement stems from the failure of many white feminists to recognize the institutional nature of racism. Race, class, and gender are inextricably linked, and the exclusion of any one of these factors result in an incomplete understanding of the systems of privilege and oppression. Socialist feminists attempted to integrate tire fight for women's liberation with the struggle against other oppressive systems based on race, class, sexual orientation, or economic status. Motherhood in the Private Sphere. Anna Wheeler and William Thompson, in The Appeal of One Half the Human Race, describe how women's work contributes to capitalism's continuance. They assert that cooking, cleaning, and all other activities that are deemed domestic work do constitute actual work. However, this is invisible as far as the market is concerned. Wheeler and Thompson assert that people or labor are needed for capitalism to function and that without women producing children as well as fulfilling these domestic activities, capitalism would fail. Toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity can be observed in everyday life such as locker room talk, and boys will be boys. In locker room talk, men spew comments about women that are most commonly sexual. Because these men are in a certain environment, this behavior is normalized. However, such talk is extremely harmful especially because it enforces the gender hierarchy that socialist feminism aims to diminish. The phrase, boys will be boys, also exemplifies toxic masculinity. It makes exceptions for men to behave however they wish to behave with women. Criticism. It is based on utopian assumptions. It does not give solutions. It just remained as a criticism of capitalism and patriarchy. These critics believe that social feminists ignore the role of institutional changes, like the introduction of women's suffrage. Social feminism disregards the traditional gender role of women. Like many feminist movements before and after it, it was dominated by white women. Radical feminism arose from the radical wing of second-wave feminism. It was rooted in the wider contemporary radical movement. The ideology emerged in the 1960s. It calls for a radical reordering of society in which male supremacy is eliminated in all social and economic contexts. Radical feminists view society as fundamentally patriarchy. Radicals want to liberate everyone from an unjust society by challenging existing social norms and institutions such as sexual objectification of women, violence against women, and the concept of gender roles. They recognize that women's experiences are affected by other social divisions such as in race, class, and sexual orientation. Prominent thinkers of radical feminism in 1963. Betty Friedan's book The Feminine Mystique helped voice the discontent that American women felt. Simone de Beauvoir, in The Second Sex, views that woman has always been man's dependent, if not his slave. The two sexes have never shared the world in equality. And even today, the woman is heavily handicapped, though her situation is beginning to change. Shulamith Firestone in The Dialectic of Sex, 1970, views that, unlike the first feminist movement, the end goal of feminist revolution must be not just the elimination of male privilege, but of the sex distinction itself, i.e., genital differences between human beings would no longer matter culturally. For feminists, personal is political, which shows that state is an instrument of patriarchy. Kate Millett in Sexual Politics, 1971. She attempts to redefine politics as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. It considers the male-controlled capitalist hierarchy as the defining feature of women's oppression. Hence, the total uprooting and reconstruction of society is necessary. Alice Eccles, 1989, in her Daring to be Bad, Radical Feminism in America, issues raised by radical feminism. Central issues engaged by radical feminists include reproductive rights for women, including the freedom to make choices to give birth, have an abortion, use birth control, or get sterilized. Breaking down traditional gender roles in private relationships as well as in public policies. Understanding rape as an expression of patriarchal power, not a seeking of sex. Understanding prostitution under patriarchy as the oppression of women, sexually and economically. A critique of motherhood, marriage, the nuclear family, and sexuality, questioning how much of our culture is based on patriarchal assumptions. A critique of other institutions, including government and religion, as centered historically in patriarchal power. Personal is political. Understanding pornography as an industry and practice leading to harm to women. Methods used by radical feminism, opposing the sexual objectification of women. Use of consciousness-raising groups to raise awareness of women's oppression. Organizing public protests and putting on art and culture events. Women's studies programs at universities are often supported by radical feminists, as well as more liberal and socialist feminists. Criticism. The movement lacks a comprehensive view, as it views gender as the most important axis of oppression. Like many feminist movements before and after it, it was dominated by white women and lacked a racial justice perspective. This ideology accepts the notion that identities are singular and disparate, rather than multiple and intersecting. Conclusion. The school of radical feminism turned women's attention to sexuality and to the disparities of power that pervade heterosexual relationships in patriarchal cultures. A liberal, socialist and radical feminists, all schools, aim at the emancipation of women from the oppressions faced by them, but they differ in the approaches opted and the outlook to solve the issues. Radical feminists view society as fundamentally a patriarchy, in which men dominate and oppress women. Radical feminists seek to abolish the patriarchy to liberate everyone from an unjust society by challenging existing social norms and institutions. Personal is political. The phrase "the personal is political" or "the private is political" was coined by Carol Hanisch in the second-wave feminism from the late 1960s. This is the fundamental phrase of radical feminism. It underscored the connections between personal experience and larger social and political structures. Earlier, the idea that women being unhappy in their roles as housewives and mothers in homes was seen as a private issue. However, the personal is political emphasizes that women's personal issues, e.g. sex, childcare, care providers at home, are all political issues that need political intervention to generate change. Radical feminists highlight the neglect of woman perspective. For feminists, personal is political, which shows that state is an instrument of patriarchy. Kate Millett in Sexual Politics, 1971. She attempts to redefine politics as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. Mechanism. The oppression and deprivation of women begin at home. And as the state has generally been dominated by men, this oppression continues at the political level. One of the consequences of the separation of the personal and political resulted in the marginalization of women in politics or decision-making institutions. The lack of representation of women ensured that state also remains patriarchal, which is reflected in the laws made by state. In order to secure justice to women, the sphere of purely personal relations between man and woman will also have to be regulated by the state. State is an instrument of regulation of the public sphere. Hence, the state should interfere and check male domination in the private life. The phrase "the personal is political" or "the private is political" arose in the second-wave feminism from the late 1960s. It underscored the connections between personal experience and larger social and political structures. Thinkers' views. The origin of neglect can be attributed to Aristotle, who made separation between personal and political, i.e., between family and state. It was assumed that woman concerns can be taken care of by the master, the male, adult who is considered as citizen. He deprived women from the status of citizens. Hegel goes to the extent of suggesting that family is a sphere of altruism. Thus, ignoring entire fact that women face violence, exploitation, subordination not only outside family, but within family also. Catherine McKinnon, while analyzing the laws made by U.S. on rape laws, says that when she looks at the state appears male, because these laws are full of loopholes and it becomes extremely challenging to convict the criminal. Conclusion. Radical feminists have been the opponents of the thought that politics stop at the front door and proclaimed the personal is the political. It means that the female oppression operating in all walks of life originates in the family itself. They focused on the politics of everyday life. Liberal feminists also warned against the dangers of politicizing private sphere, which is realm of personal choice and individual freedom. Other modern feminism. Ecofeminism. Ecofeminists see men's control of land as responsible for the oppression of women and destruction of the natural environment. Example, Chipko movement. Ecofeminism has been criticized for focusing too much on a mystical connection between women and nature. Scholars of ecofeminism. Eugene Du Bois. Maddie Daly, GYN Ecology. Vandana Shiva. It is explained in details as a separate topic. Social constructionist ideologies. Post-structural feminism. The social construction of gender is a theory in feminism about the manifestation of cultural and social origins of gender perception and expression in the context of social interaction. Tin's ideology emerged in the late 20th century. Feminists began to argue that gender roles are socially constructed, and it is impossible to generalize women's experiences across cultures and histories. It started to argue that the concept of gender is created socially and culturally. The social construction of gender views that gender roles are an achieved status in a social environment, which implicitly and explicitly categorize people and therefore motivate social behaviors. Linda Lindsay, 2015, in The Sociology of Gender, Black Feminism, according to Torem. There is a difference in the situation of white women and black women. Thus their concerns are different. Scholars, Bell Hooks, Angela Davis. New Feminism. It recommends mutual respect between men and women. Women have some essential qualities, and they should enjoy that, such as motherhood. Feminist views on transgenders. Third wave feminists viewed that the struggle for the rights of transgenders is an integral part of intersectional feminism. Fourth wave feminists also tend to be trans-inclusive. As per Terry O'Neill said, the struggle against transphobia is a feminist issue. National Organization for Women, NOW, has affirmed that trans women are women, trans girls are girls. Ecofeminism. Ecofeminism is a branch of feminism that examines the connections between women and nature. Ecofeminist theory asserts a feminist perspective of green politics that calls for an egalitarian, collaborative society in which there is no one dominant group. Carolyn Merchant, 2005, in Ecofeminism, Radical Ecology. Central idea, ecofeminism uses the basic feminist tenets of equality between genders. Specifically, this philosophy emphasizes the ways both nature and women are treated by patriarchal or male-centered society. Ecofeminist explores the connections between women and nature. They address the parallels between the oppression of nature and the oppression of women in every culture, economy, religion, politics, and literature. These parallels attack the objectification of women and nature as property and materialist thing. They see men as the curators of culture and women as the curators of nature. As per them, men dominate women, and hence, humans dominate nature. Ecofeminists assert that capitalism is the main cause of oppression of women and nature, as it reflects only paternalistic and patriarchal values. Capitalism has led to a harmful split between nature and culture. Ecofeminists view that this split can only be healed by higher feminine instinct for nature. They argue that women relate to nature not because they female or feminine, but because of their similar states of oppression by the same male-dominant forces. The marginalization is evident in the gendered language, such as Mother Earth or Mother Nature. Nature is associated with femininity, such as nurturing or caring, because of its role as a nurturer and caregiver. Stoddard, 2011, Ecofeminism. Hegemonic masculinity. Ecofeminist Vandana Shiva views that women in subsistence economies produce wealth in partnership with nature. But it is not recognized by the capitalist and patriarchal paradigms, because these have labeled women, nature, and other groups not growing the economy as unproductive. Carol Adams, 2007, in her Ecofeminism and the Sacred views that ecofeminism emphasizes that both women and nature must be respected. The term was coined by the French writer Françoise d'Aubonne in her book Le Feminisme en la Mort, 1974. He called upon women to lead an ecological revolution in order to save the planet. According to Françoise d'Aubonne, ecofeminism relates the oppression and domination of all marginalized groups, women, people of color, children, the poor, with the oppression and domination of nature, animals, land, water, air, etc. Ecofeminism developed out of anarcho-feminist concerns with abolishing all forms of domination, while focusing on the oppressive nature of humanity's relationship to the natural world. Tawana Antong, 2018. By the late 1980s, ecofeminism had grown out of its largely academic environment and become a popular movement. Many scholars cite the feminist theorist Enestra King as the cause of that popularization. Criticism of ecofeminism. Janet Beale has criticized ecofeminism for focusing too much on a mystical connection between women and nature and not enough on the actual conditions of women. She has also stated that rather than being a forward-moving theory, ecofeminism is an anti-progressive movement for women. A. E. Kings has criticized ecofeminism for limiting itself to focusing only on gender and the environment, and neglecting to take an intersectional approach. Conclusion: ecofeminism has encouraged women to participate in environmental movements. Now, environment and gender issues are seen as interrelated issues. In India, in the state of Uttarakhand in 1973, women took part in the Chipko movement to protect forests from deforestation. Nonviolent protest tactics were used to occupy trees so that loggers could not cut them down. Resting upon the Marxist feminism, ecofeminism seeks for equality for gender and nature. Ancient Indian political thought. Vedas and Upanishads. These early scriptures contain philosophical ideas concerning governance, justice, and ethics. For example, the concept of Rita in the Vedas emphasizes cosmic order and moral righteousness. Arthashastra, authored by Kautilya Chanakya, this treatise delves into statecraft, governance, and political principles. It provides guidance on administration, diplomacy, and even espionage. Dharmashastra. These texts explore the concept of dharma, moral duty, social order, and the role of the king. The Manusmriti, for instance, outlines the hierarchical nature of society. Major traditions in ancient Indian thought. According to Professor Bikku Parekh, ancient Indian tradition can be categorized into two broad streams: Hindu tradition and Buddhist tradition. As per Parekh, Indian tradition reflects continuity rather than change. Hence, Hindu tradition and Buddhist tradition does not differ in any qualitative sense of the term. We can call Buddhism as rebel child of Hinduism. Hence, there are a lot of similarities between the two traditions. Buddhism also believes in the concept of karma and rebirth like Hinduism. Both Hinduism and Buddhism promote similar ethical systems. Both religions also share many deities, though their nature is understood differently. The basic difference between Buddhism and Hinduism is that Hinduism represents the hegemony of Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Buddhism represents the hegemony/alliance of Kshatriyas and Vaishyas. Sources of ancient Indian political thought. It is very difficult to obtain a particular book or a piece of literature that describes the various sources of the ancient Indian political thought, which are scattered all over India. However, some dedicated scholars have made efforts to gather all the scattered information and arrange them in a comprehensive manner for better understanding of the subject. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. 1. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. The Vedas do not describe the political system that existed. Information can be drawn from the concepts like king, kingship, saints or rishis, etc., and their duties towards the subjects. Institutions like Sava and Samiti that are prevalent even in the modem days have their roots in the Vedic period. Ramayana and Mahabharata. The epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata contain rich narratives that offer insights into ancient Indian political thought. The Ramayana portrays the ideal king, Rama, who upholds Dana, protects his subjects, and maintains just governance. The Mahabharata explores complex political dilemmas, governance challenges, and the concept of righteous rule, as seen in the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita. Certain episodes like Shani Parva provide outstanding information related to political philosophy and administrative system and the political system of the time. The entire art of statecraft, diplomacy, war ethics and strategies, state relations and the like can be very well understood by making a reference to the Mahabharata. Jataka tales and Buddhist texts. Jataka tales, part of Buddhist literature, present stories of previous lives of the Buddha. These tales often touch upon themes of leadership, governance, and moral decision-making. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 962020640. 2. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. According to Professor Altekar, it is mainly concerned with tire practical problems of governance and describes its machinery and functions both in times of war and peace. This work of Kautilya also highlights issues like taxation, diplomacy, war strategies, and revolution. It is also a handbook of economics as well as administration for the kings. Works of thinkers. Some of the great works that act as major sources of the political thought of ancient India are the Smritis, Kamadakya Nithasara, Sukranidasara, and the like. Smritis advocated that a king was the servant of the subjects and that it was not wrong to kill a tyrant. A king was expected to be virtuous, gracious, and helpful. Similarly, Kamadakya Nithasara was also a source of ancient Indian political thought. It was, in fact, a summary of Kautilya's Arthashastra. The work highlights the king and his family and the monarchical form of government. Sukranidasara was supposed to have been written sometime between 1200 and 1600 BC. Though that is not available now. The work enlightens about the position held by high officials of the state and their functions, administrative system, monarchy, and the political life of the people at large. Inscriptions. Stone and copper inscriptions throw light on the contemporary political life of the people and the administrative system of those days. Accounts of foreign travelers. The writings of foreign travelers to India like Megasthenes, Fain, Huangsang, and others provide great information about the ancient Indian society, administration, trade and industry, and the like. Other sources apart from the above sources on the ancient Indian political thought, the following books give an extensive knowledge: Brahapati Sutra, Niti Vakyanirtha of Somadeva Rajanithi Ratnakara. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 3. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Modern Indian political thought. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, regarded as the father of the modern Indian Renaissance. Roy advocated for social and political reforms, including the abolition of sati, widow burning. He believed in the importance of rationality and human rights. Swami Vivekananda emphasized the idea of a spiritually awakened nation and the significance of individual freedom. His teachings inspired the concept of man-making as a political goal. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence, satyagraha, and self-mle, Swaraj, played a central role in India's freedom struggle. His emphasis on ethical and inclusive politics continues to inspire social movements globally. Jawaharlal Nehru, as India's first prime minister. Nehru promoted secularism, socialism, and non-alignment in foreign policy. His vision for modern India included industrialization, scientific temperament, and democratic institutions. Post-independence political thought. Dalit political thought. Thinkers like B.R. Ambedkar highlighted the issues of caste-based discrimination and advocated for social justice and equality. Ambedkar played a crucial role in drafting the Indian Constitution, which guarantees equality and safeguards the rights of marginalized communities. Regionalism. The diverse linguistic and cultural identities in India have led to the rise of regional political parties and movements. TINS highlights the significance of local aspirations and the need to accommodate regional interests within the framework of a federal democracy. Feminist political thought. Scholars like Kamla Bussin and Flavia Agnes have contributed to feminist discourse and advocated for gender equality in politics. Their work has influenced policymaking, legal reforms, and women's empowerment initiatives. Contemporary Indian political thought. Right to Information, RTI, movement. This movement aimed to increase transparency and accountability in governance. The RTI Act, enacted in 2005, empowers citizens to access information held by public authorities, promoting a culture of transparency. The RTI Act, enacted in 2005, empowers citizens to access information held by public authorities, promoting a culture of transparency. Environmental political thought. With growing concerns about climate change and sustainable development, environmental thinkers have emerged. They advocate for ecological conservation, sustainable practices, and the integration of environmental considerations in policymaking. Identity politics. The politics of caste, religion, and regional identities continue to shape Indian democracy. Various social and political movements advocate for the rights and recognition of diverse identity groups, influencing electoral dynamics and policy formulation. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 4. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. www.receive.com. +91 962 020 6040. 5. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Dharmashastra refers to the science of Dharma, which teach the eternal immutable Dharma found in Vedas. Dharmashastra is considered as embodiment of complete knowledge given to Manu by Lord Brahma. Establishment of Dharma or cosmic order is the primate goal of the state. Power and authority of king is secondary. Thinkers' views. As per Thomas Panham, the crux of Indian political thought revolves around Dharma. Bika Parikh views that Indian political thought deals with material life as well as metaphysical life. According to Rig Veda, Pritham Dhanam Dridam, i.e., Dharma is what that which holds life on earth. When Dana is not followed, it will lead to Arajakata, anarchy, and ultimately to Pralaya, catastrophe. Nowhere in the world, human mind has dealt with the various questions and dharmas of life in such a depth as in case of India. Max Muller. Concept of Dharma. Dharma refers to the cosmic law of the universe. It is not like religion in the traditional sense. In Hinduism, Dana signifies refers to the behaviors that are in accordance with Rita, the order that makes life and universe possible. It includes duties, rights, laws, conduct, virtues, and right way of living. Dharma is a key concept with multiple meanings in Indian religions. There is no single word translation for Dana in Western languages. Hindu political thinkers conceptualized political life in terms of two central concepts, namely, Dharma and Danda. Indian political thought is also known as Dandaniti. The term Danda means discipline, force, restraint, constraint, or punishment. Dharma is derived from the Sanskrit root, dhr, meaning to hold. Society could be held together when each individual and group does their specific duties. This is achieved by following the Varna Ashrama Dharma. Divine origin of state. According to this theory, the state was established and governed by God. The king is the representative of God. In early society, the religious and political authority were combined into one. The authority of the king was to be accepted and obeyed due to the fact that he represented divine power. The Jews were exponents of this theory. The king bore responsibility only to God for his acts. Jeev Sabinin, A History of Political Theory, writes that the new monarchies that came into existence after Alexander was predestined to be absolute, in which the king was identical with the state. Later on, the kings have also enrolled among the gods of the big cities. Thus, the belief in the divinity of the king came into European thought and persisted, in one form or another, down to modern times. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040. 6. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Significance of Dharmashastra. The most succinct statement on Dana is found in Dharmashastra and Dharma Sutras, which can be divided into three categories: O rules for good conduct, O rules for legal procedures, O rules for penance. The Dharmashastra prescribed rules for all of society so that each person might live according to Dana. These texts are attributed to the ancient rishi or sages. Manu was the most important of these and is the most famous, in his Manavdharmashastra, Laws of Manu, is the most famous of all the texts. It is also called Manusmriti. Smriti means what is remembered. It is in the form of Dharma revealed by Brahma to Manu, the first man, and passed on through Bhrigu, one of the 10 great sages. The divine origin is claimed for all the Dharmashastras to facilitate their general acceptance. The Dharmasastras were legalistic and religious in orientation. The monarch, or the head of political institutions, was the upholder of Dharma, and it was the primary seven duty of the monarch to provide all the necessary conditions for Dharma to be followed as a social, political, and moral code of conduct in the society. Relationship between Dharmashastra and Arthashastra. The very essence of philosophy of Dharmashastras was rooted in his belief that in the universe there exists only one ultimate reality, which is termed as the Supreme Spirit, and all the Dharmashastras trace their origin directly or indirectly from Supreme Spirit. Hence, all the power of state as prescribed in the Dharmashastras are derived from dharma or order created by Supreme Spirit. In the Arthashastra, the power of state is vested in the Swami king. The identities of king and state coincide when looked through the prism of power and authority. The king is sovereign to none but can only exercise powers when he is able to gain and sustain popular support. Hence, the power of the state is vested in popular support in the form of king. The writers of Dharmashastra concentrated on exploring the dana of individuals and social groups, including the government. They, however, did not attempt to provide political dharma as a distinct and autonomous subject of investigation. What they did was to provide a code of conduct covering the entire human life. Politics was incidental to this main concern. In contrast to the approach of the Dharmasastras, the authors of Arthashastra were interested in the organization and mechanics of danda. The Arthashastra of Kautilya gives us a detailed account of the nature and organization of government, the nature and method of exercising coercive power, how power could be acquired, strategies and mechanics of. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 9620206040 7. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. www.receiver.com. +91 96220206040 8. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Introduction. The Manusmriti is also known as the Manavadharma Sastra or Laws of Manu. Manusmriti belong to the tradition of Dharmashastra. It is believed to be the first ancient legal text and constitution among all Dharmasastras. It was one of the first Sanskrit texts to be translated into English in 1776 by British philologist Sir William Jones. It was used to construct the Hindu law code for the East India Company administered enclaves. Manu's ideas related to Dharma. The Manusmriti prescribes to Hindus their Dharma i.e., that the set of obligations incumbent on each as a member of one of the four social classes, varnas, and engaged in one of the four stages of life, ashramas. Manu emphasized on the principle of Dharma to implement the principle of justice. He was an ardent believer of justice and Dharma. Components of Dharma as per Manusmriti. Purusharthas, these are four goals of life, dana, artha, kama, moksha. These four Purusharthas view life in a comprehensive sense, i.e. from the material to sensual pleasures. Hence these represent a balanced way of life. Ashrams, these are the different stages of life. There are specific goals in each stage. These are Brahmacharya ashram, Grihastha ashram, Vanaprastha ashram, Sannyas ashram. Varnas, Hindu society was divided into Chaturvarna system of social and economic hierarchy, i.e. Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Each Varna has to follow their dana, i.e. the Varna-based economic division of labor and duties. Sanskar, there are 16 essential rituals in Hinduism. These starts from Garbhadana Samskara and ends with Antyeshti Sanskar. Justification of inequality 1. Social justice. Manu did not believe in equal treatment for members of all the classes, or in the equality of all human beings. To Manu, the Brahmins are superior human beings who deserve special treatment. As per him, the Brahmin is declared to be the creator of the world, the punisher, the teacher, and a benefactor. Even the kings are not permitted to show disrespect to the Brahmin. K.P. Jaiswal views that the theory of the divinity of the king was advanced by Manusmriti to support the Brahmin empire of Pushyamitra, and to counteract the Buddhist theory of the origin of the state by contract. V.R. Mehta is of the view that Vaishyavarna is least preferred for manuscript because Vaishya always seeks their own profit rather than working for well-being of others. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 96220206040 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Nilar would make him unworthy Nilar. Manu's political ideology. Manu's conception of kingship. Manu treats the king as a divine creation. According to him, this institution was created by God for the protection of the people against insecurity. In order to ensure social harmony and promote people's welfare, the state should be governed by selfless and enlightened yogi king, who would uphold principles of Dharma. The king possesses unique qualities of all the major god Indra. Vayu, Yama, Kuber, Agni, Varuna, and Chandra. Thus, king is considered as embodiment of God on earth. Any disobedience or betrayal to king's order will be considered as betrayal to God. The king is neither allowed to create new rules nor to change the existing principles of Dharma. He is only expected to uphold and preserve it. According to Manu, everyone doesn't possess the qualities of king. Thus, here he has openly supported monarchical form of governance instead of democratic ruler. Lord Brahma, the creator, decided to give the king the duty to maintain law and order and punish those who encroached upon the rights of others. When individuals are swayed by evil tendencies, they violate the principles of Dharma. Dandaniti controls the evil tendencies of humans. According to Manu, king is symbol of Danda created by God in order to save the world from anarchy and evils. The king was bound to deliver duties. This included protection of subjects, providing security, maintaining the law and order, and the dispensation of justice. Manu did not disapprove the wars. He sees wars necessary for expansion and protection of territory. However, as per Manu, the king should use force only as a last resort. The king should use it to protect his kingdom and also to destroy its opponents. Manu also wants the king to perform certain social welfare functions, e.g. looking after the helpless and needy such as the poor, the sick, the old-aged, widows, childless women etc. Manu specified certain things which the king should avoid, e.g. drinking, dice, woman, hunting, gambling, violence, seizure of property, etc. If the king refuses to obey the dictates of Dharma, he should be doomed along with his family and will be denied moksha. Hence, Manu's view of kingship departs from Western views where monarchy is considered as agent of God and believes in principles of king can do no wrong. In words of Dr. Dear Bundarkar, for the first time, we find a trace of the real divine origin of the kingship similar to that propounded by the Western clunkers. Political expediency, again Manu was also seen combining the principle of righteousness with political expediency. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. 10. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Judicial system and justice, he suggested that justice should be based on dharma or righteousness. He claimed that a king cannot rule without justice. He believed that a good ruler would always ensure quick and cheap justice to the needy and those who deserve it. He emphasized on reformatory theory and punishment rather than retaliatory. He expected the king to be well-versed in dharma shastras and other literature for the proper pronouncement of justice as per the well-established customs and practices. Manu also clarified that if a wrong judgment is given, it must be reversed. He also suggested corporal punishment and fines. On taxation, according to Manu, the system of taxation should be such as to enhance the nation's wealth. He also empowered the king the right to collect taxes for providing protection to the people. Thus, taxation was linked to wage theory. He also mentioned very clearly that the tax must be collected from both land as well as cattle. He fixed the percentage of tax on land and cattle as not less than 25% and 20%, respectively. Manu advised the king that taxes should be levied keeping in view the capacity of the subjects and their occupation. According to him, the king is entitled to L/50 th of gold, L/6 th of crop, and L/12 th of commerce. Criticism. The Manu Smriti is one of the most heavily criticized of the scriptures of Hinduism, having been attacked by colonial scholars, modern liberals, Hindu reformists, Dalit advocates, feminists, and Marxists. Much of its criticism stems from its unknown authority, as some believe the text to be authoritative, but others do not. There is also debate over whether the text has suffered from later interpolations of verses. The law in Manu Smriti also appears to be overtly positive towards the Brahmin, priest, caste in terms of concessions made in fines and punishments. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 96202064040, 11. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. It is also an invaluable point of common reference in scholarly debates. It seems likely that the book was written in a manner which was very mindful of the dangers facing the Brahmin community during a time of much change and social upheaval. The principal objectives of Manusmriti seems to be generalize and systematize the rules of conduct that had come over from previous ages for the purpose of reconstructing or reorganizing the Hindu society. It is considered to be the most authoritative text of human religious, social, and political organization. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. +91, 96202064040, 12. It is a key concept in Hinduism and refers to the four proper goals or aims of a human life. The four Purusarthas are dharma, righteousness, moral values, artha, prosperity, economic values, kama, pleasure, love, psychological values, and moksha, liberation, spiritual values, self-actualization. Pumsharthas means that for which a person strives for, it implies our goals of life. It is extremely important that our goals of life should be very clear. Meaning. Purushartha is a composite Sanskrit word from Purusha and Artha. Purusha means human being, soul, as well as universal principle and soul of the universe. Artha is one context means purpose, object of desire, and meaning. Together, Purusartha literally means purpose of human being or object of human pursuit. Alfhilt Beidel translates Purusartha as goals of man. For Pumsharthas mentioned in Manusmriti. Dharma. It is a key concept with multiple meanings in Indian religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and others. There is no single word translation for dharma in Western languages. In Hinduism, dana signifies behaviors that are considered to be in accord with RTA, the order that makes life and universe possible. It includes duties, rights, laws, conduct, virtues, and right way of living. In Buddhism, dana means cosmic law and order. Dharma, according to Van Buitenen, is that which all existing beings must accept and respect to sustain harmony and order in the world. It is the pursuit and execution of one's nature and TME calling, thus playing one's role in cosmic concert. Artha. The word artha literally translates as meaning, sense, goal, purpose, or essence, depending on the context. Karl Potter explains it as an attitude and capability that enables one to make a living, to remain alive, to thrive as a free person. It includes economic prosperity, security, and health of oneself, and those one feels responsible for. Vatsyayana in Kama Sutra defines artha as the acquisition of arts, land, cattle, wealth, equipages, and friends. Kama means desire, wish, longing in Hindu and Buddhist literature. +91, 96202064040, 13. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9 PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Moksha also refers to freedom from ignorance, self-realization, self-actualization, and self-knowledge. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. +91 962020604014. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Comrade. Of those officers, the ways of embezzlement are 40. 05/20. Comrade. Rulership can be successfully carried out only with the help of associates. One will alone does not turn. Kautilya, 94/20. Comrade. Mundal theory. March 20th. Introduction. Kautilya was the great prime minister of Chandragupta Maurya. Kautilya's Arthasastra is a magnificent work on the art of government and ancient political thought which was composed between 3rd to 2nd century BC. In his political and administrative ideas, the focus of attention was the king. According to Iris beliefs, for the smooth functioning of administration and for the welfare of the people, the king had to be acquainted in the 4 Vedas and 4 sciences of government, Anvikashaki Tray, Varda and Daniti. Thinkers' views. T. N. Ramaswamy said, the Arthasastra is a lion anthology of political wisdom and theory and an art of statecraft, scattered in pre-Kautilyan writings, streamlined and reinterpreted by Kautilya in his attempt to construct a separate and distinct science of statecraft. Arthashastra is defined by Dr. A. L. Basham as a treatise on polity and encompassing enough view but not enough to separate it from other popular guides. Dr. D. D. Kosumbi refers to Arthashastra as a science of material gain. Dr. R. Bosch translates Arthashastra as a science of political economy. Kautilya's view on working of the state and administration. Kautilya's administrative and judicial structure was hierarchical in nature. As for impartiality, he emphasized on the principle of equity and immediacy. As for law and order, he believed that law was an imperial command enforced by sanctions. Material well-being alone is supreme. For spiritual good and sensual pleasures depends upon material well-being. Kautilya. Arthashastra. The ancient treatise on statecraft is firmly predicated on 2 seemingly divergent strands, Artha and Dharma, the former alluding to material well-being and the latter to spiritual good. Interestingly and innovatively, Kautilya weaves these 2 together and presents to us a theory of state which is both rational, prudent, and abstract ideal. The primary theme of Arthashastra is ruling well. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 15. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. The materialist undercurrent of statecraft entwines both life and livelihood inseparably. Elements of the state/Saptanga theory. One of the most significant contributions of Kautilya in the realm of political thought is his Saptanga theory, Sap the Prakriti, of the state. Kautilya held the view that a state is a combination of 7 elements, i.e. Swaman, the lord or the sovereign. The ruler is equivalent to the head in a human body. Kautilya did not believe in divine origin of kinship. He believed it to be a human institution. An ideal king, according to Kautilya, is one who lieth the highest qualities of leadership, intellect, energy, and personal attributes. The king must be able to gain confidence in others. He must be easily accessible, truthful, and a pioneer. He should have a sharp intellect, be brave, prompt, and must possess a strong mind. To Kautilya, the Swaman could be one person or a number of persons. However, to Kautilya, the Swaman is a veritable sovereign owing allegiance to none. Some of the main duties assigned to the king by Kautilya are ensuring people's welfare, to maintain dharma or prescribed duties of all human being, to protect his subjects from internal and external threats, protection of people from 8 types of calamities, maintenance of law and order in the state, to ensure universal and free education for all the citizens. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040. 16. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Conduct of foreign policy, and the crown prince who alternates between political and military assignments. These 4 posts form the supreme body of political deliberations. Kautilya did not fix the number of ministers which depends on requirement. Janapada, the population. Janpada represents the legs of the state. Janapada to Kautilya implies the land and the population. According to him, fertility is an essential component of Janapada. In this element, Kautilya discussed the functioning of the village and towns, including their organization. Kautilya believed that the rural population has a stronger physical and mental makeup than the urban population. That is why he did not approve of the urban-style entertainment like alcohol consumption and gambling for the countryside. Under land reclamation policy, Kautilya favors allotment of land to Shudra peasants for cultivation. Kashe, the treasury. Kosha is considered as the mouth of the state. Kautilya opined that a good state is one which is rich in gold and silver, as well as big and variegated that it may be capable of withstanding calamities for long, arid, uninterruptedly. Kautilya attached great importance to the growth of treasury as he believed that treasury played an important part in the maintenance of internal and external independence of a state. Durga, the fort. Durga represents the arms of a state. Security of treasury and army would depend on fortification of the state. Durga or the fort is considered as an extremely important element in a state, as it is related to the defense of the empire. Usually, forts were constructed on the borders of the territory. Kautilya divided the forts into 4 categories: surrounded by water, Audak Fort; hills, Purvut Fort; desert, Danvan Fort; and forest forts, Van Fort. Bala, the army. It is equivalent to brain in a human body. The military force consists of cavalry, infantry, and chariot riders. He considered Kshatriyas as excellent material for the army, as they are good warriors. He does not prefer the Vaishyas and Shudras for joining army when the state is confronted with emergency. Kautilya divides the armies into 6 categories, i.e. 1. Hereditary forces. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. +91, 962020604017. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. According to Kautilya, there are 2 types of allies, Sahaja Mitra. It consists of those persons whose friendship was derived from the time of father and grandfather and were situated close to the territory of the immediately neighboring enemy. Kritram Mitra. Kritram Mitra refers to an acquired ally whose friendship was reported for the protection of wealth and life. Kautilya held that the ally of the first category was superior to the ally of the second category. Welfare nature of the state. According to Kautilya, the primary objective of the state is to ensure the welfare of the people. Kautilya gives immense power to the king. He also attaches an element of divinity. To Kautilya, the powers of the king are derived from 3 sources, i.e. Prabhashakti, power of the army and the treasury; Manta Shakti, advice of wise men, especially the council of minister; and Ucha Shakti, charisma. In Arthashastra, Kautilya never advocated the theory of divine origin of monarch. Kautilya was of the view that as the state is a human institution, so it should be governed by a human being. As such, the king should be the protector of the whole society. In the happiness of his subjects lies the king's happiness, in their welfare his welfare. In this statement, taken from Arthashastra, Kautilya refers that the king is a father figure for his subjects, so the king should treat his subjects in the same way as his children. Welfare of subjects is the first and foremost duty of a king. Kautilya identified an ideal ruler as one who is ever active in promoting the welfare of the people and who endears himself by enriching the public and doing well to them. The king should render selfless service to his subjects. It is the first and foremost duty of the king to protect the life and property of his subjects and to save the people from antisocial elements or, as well as natural calamities, such as fire, floods, earthquakes, etc. To Kautilya, only when the subjects are happy, the king can be happy. Thus, Kautilya conceptualized the idea of a welfare state for the very first time in ancient Indian political writings. Principles of statecraft. Introduction. Statecraft theory is in political science an approach to understanding politics, policy change, and political leadership, which focuses on the interests of the political elite. It was first developed by British academic Jim Bulpett to understand the government of Margaret Thatcher. In coined parlance, statecraft means skillful management of state affairs. +91, 96202964018. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9 PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Corporal punishment by paying off fines. Kautilya believed that nations acted in their political, economic, and military self-interest. He thought that foreign policy or diplomacy will be practiced as long as the self-interest of the state is served because every state acts in a way to maximize power and self-interest. The protection and promotion of political, military, and economic interests of a state rested on 6 constituent elements, viz. the king, the ministers, the fortress, the countryside, the treasury, and the army. For the purpose of settlement of disputes, 4 methods were advocated, namely, sama, conciliation; dana, appeasement; beda, dividing; and danda, use of force, to be employed as the last resort. According to Arthashastra, the state should follow a 6-fold policy with other states. 1. Sandhi, treaty of peace; 2. Vigrah, war; 3. Asana, neutrality; 4. Yana, marching, presumably a threat; 5. Samsriya, alliance; and 6. DW Idabhava, making peace with one and end war with another. Among more cynical advices Kautilya offered to the king are about his stress on diplomatic maneuvers and espionage activity; his doctrine of silent war, or a war of assassination against an unsuspecting king; his approval of secret agents who killed enemy leaders and sowed discord among them; his view of women as weapons of war; his use of religion and superstition to bolster his troops and demoralize enemy soldiers; the spread of disinformation. Kautilya described 3 types of political system, namely rule malting, rule application, and rule adjudication, and has been recognized for his contributions to bringing diplomacy at the helm of state's affairs. Kautilya and Machiavelli. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. +91, 962020604019. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Both believed in the principle of political expediency. Both Kautilya and Machiavelli hold almost similar views regarding the conception of the state. Both believe in a strong monarchy as the best form of government. Both attach importance to force and its use in keeping order, and hence the necessity of a powerful king as head of the state. The law of punishment must remain ever vigilant to prevent the people of the four castes and orders from swerving from their respective duties and avocations. He looked upon royalty as the most vital factor in the body politics. Both emphasize the need for a strong and powerful army in a prosperous state. Both hate the idea of keeping mercenaries or discontented soldiers. Kautilya goes into greater details about the classification of armies and soldiers and how to deal with each arm than Machiavelli. The latter advises that a wise prince should not deem that a real victory which is gained with the arms of others, whether auxiliaries or mercenaries, and must turn to his own ends. Difference between Kautilya and Machiavelli. Background and context. Chanakya Kautilya was an ancient Indian philosopher, statesman, and advisor to Emperor Chandragupta Maurya in the 4th century BCE. He wrote the treatise Arthashastra, which encompassed political, economic, and military aspects of governance. Machiavelli was an Italian political philosopher and writer during the Renaissance period in the 15th and 16th centuries. He is famous for his work, The Prince, which focuses on political leadership and the acquisition and maintenance of power. Nature of leadership and morality. Kautilya emphasized the importance of a virtuous and moral leader. He believed that a ruler should uphold dana, righteousness, and work for the welfare of the people. However, he also recognized the pragmatic aspects of politics and acknowledged the necessity of employing certain unethical means to ensure stability and security. Machiavelli argued that a ruler should prioritize political effectiveness over moral considerations. He famously stated that the ends justify the means, suggesting that a ruler should be willing to employ deceit, violence, and manipulation to maintain power and achieve political goals. Purpose of the state and governance. Kautilya believed that the state's primary purpose was to ensure the well-being and prosperity of its subjects. He advocated for a strong and centralized state, with a well-organized administration, efficient taxation, and a robust military. Kautilya's Arthashastra encompassed various aspects of governance, including economic policies, diplomacy, and the management of internal and external threats. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962020604020. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Kautilya's political thought was deeply rooted in ancient Indian culture, ethics, and the prevailing social order. He considered factors such as dharma, the Varna system, and the role of the king within the broader framework of Indian civilization. Machiavelli's political thought emerged during the Renaissance in Italy, a period of political instability and power struggles among states. His work was influenced by the political context of his time, which included constant warfare, the influence of powerful families, and the emergence of nation-states. Contemporary relevance and criticisms. Kautilya's ideas continue to be studied and applied in various fields, including politics, economics, and management. His emphasis on the welfare of the people and effective governance resonates with contemporary discussions on good governance and leadership ethics. Machiavelli's ideas have generated debate and controversy. Critics argue that his approach neglects moral considerations and promotes a cynical view of politics. However, his work continues to be studied for its insights into the realities of political power and the dynamics of leadership. Views on corruption by Kautilya. According to Kautilya, human nature possesses corruption. It is the human psyche. He said that as it is impossible not to taste the honey that is found at the tip of the tongue, so it is impossible for a government servant not to eat up at least a bit of the king's revenue. The government servant employed by the government can never locate corruption. The level of corruption is steady, and maybe there could have been marginal fluctuations. He believed that men are naturally fickle-minded and are comparable to horses at work who exhibit a constant change in their temper. Kautilya provides a comprehensive list of 40 kinds of embezzlement. To just those, practices and acts that can be termed corrupt, such as causing loss of government, misuse of government property, misappropriation of revenue, falsification of documents, inequality in work, false budgeting, inequality in price, weight, numbering, and quality of the production, obstruction in lawful process, exploiting public, corrupting the officials, taking bribe, failure of expenditure under work, false measurement, allocating expenditure under wrong heads, cheating with weight, etc. Kautilya suggests ways to overcome corruption. Psychology or mental setup of the corrupt officers should be changed so that it should be eliminated forever. To prevent and control corrupt practices in officers, law should be followed strictly. In corruption cases, all the concerned senior or junior officers in that particular department should be checked. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. 21. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Introduction. Interstate relations and foreign policy find a prominent place in Kautilya's Arthashastra. He has tried to explain the dynamics of interstate relations through his mandala theory. Kautilya has also explained Apaya's, peace politics, and Shidgunya's, 6 war tactics. He also emphasized that a king should have a detailed system of diplomatic relations with different states. Kautilya argued that welfare of a state depends on its active foreign policy, and he highlighted that there are links between the domestic factors and foreign policy of a state. Concept of mandala. Mandala is a Sanskrit word which means circle. Mandala projects the world in terms of geometry. Kautilya used the shape of mandala to develop a political geometry 7 that accounts for different political realities. It was not a new concept given by Kautilya as it was earlier discussed by Manu, and there were indirect references to it in Rigveda. However, it was Kautilya who gave a comprehensive theory of mandala for security and survival of state. Basic understanding. The mandala concept is one in which there are circles of friends and foes with the central point being the king and a state. Mandala theory of foreign policy is based on the geographical assumption. This embraces 12 kings in the vicinity 7, and he considers the kingdoms as neighbors, the states which are the enemy as neighbors are his enemy's friends, and the next circle of states are his friends. He also believes that the states which are his neighbors and are also neighbors of his enemies are neutral and should always be treated with respect. He believes that this circle is dynamic, and the king should strive to be expanding his central position and reduce the power of the other kings in the vicinity. He also proposes to build alliances with states which are 2 degrees away from the center to create a balance of power. In the Kautilyan world, he did recognize the importance of middle powers. In addition, he mentions that war is an outcome of a power struggle and state sovereignty, hence he treats diplomacy as a temporary phenomenon. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 22. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Mitra. Torques or ally at a happy face dash. Mitra conqueror ally or ally. Parsnai Grahasura rear enemy's ally. Peace politics or apayas. There are 4 apayas to realize an objective or aim, and they have existed since the period of epics in the Dharmashastra. These include Sama conciliation, Dana concession or gift, Meta punishment, Danda dissension. These apayas were to be used in times of peace by the king in Ira's foreign relations. He said that foreign relations would be determined by self-interest, not by ethical concerns. War tactics or shidgunyas. He elaborates on the 6 forms of diplomacy which scholars find very interesting. Sandhi, tens means accommodation, which means that kings seek to accommodate each other and do not resolve to hostile means. Vigraha, this means hostility shown to a neighbor or a state. Kautilya strongly believed that the states are always at war and seek power. Asana, tens means indifference, and he chose this policy for states which are neutral in his mandala concept of nations. Dvaitibhava, this means double policy, which was very well practiced by Bismarck. Kautilya advocates this foreign policy for states which are superior militarily. Kissinger followed this strategy where he made an alliance with China such that at no time Russia and China could become closer in ties tying US and China. Kautilya advocated the same concept within his mandala framework. Samsarya, this policy of protection is followed where a stronger state intervenes and shelters a weak state. Yana, Tin's policy is to attack. Kautilya does mention that peace and stability in a state make the state even powerful but never shies away from attacking the weak and unjust king. Conclusion. Much of our knowledge about state policy under the Mauryas comes from the Arthashastra written by Kautilya. Though it was written at the end of the 4th century BC, it appears to have been rediscovered only in 1905. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9 + 91 962 020 6040. 23. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Good governance and stability are inextricably linked. If milers are responsive, accountable, removable, recallable, there is stability. If not, there is instability. This is even more relevant in the present democratic setup. Heavy taxation should be avoided. If tax rates are high, public will not be willing to pay higher tax and find out the ways of tax evasion. Low rate of taxation will yield more revenue to the state. He was fully aware that terms of trade were not just depending on economics but also on various parameters. Social welfare is the center point of Kautilya's economic ideas. The state was required to help the poor and helpless and to be proactive in contributing to the welfare of its citizens. The emphasis that Kautilya gave to human capital formation is relevant in current times because development is not possible without human capital accumulation. Apart from these ideas, there are a number of things in Arthashastra which is very relevant, such as conservation of natural resources. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 24. 24. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Enlightenment and bring blessings on oneself and others. While some activities are exclusive to certain expressions of Buddhism, there are others that are found in most of the popular forms of the belief system. Buddhist political theory. Origin of the state. Buddhist political thought associated with fall of the man or corruption. Corruption comes into existence because of higher emergence of materialism. Origin of the king. Buddhism represent republican tradition. King is called as Mahasamat, which shows that the king has been elected by the council. Qualities of the king. Buddhist king resembles Plato's philosopher king. People have chosen the noblest of all. King embodies wisdom. King is a source of knowledge. Purpose of knowledge is to check corruption, since knowledge enforces morality. They believed that one needed a king and a warrior for protection. Just as the tree is the refuge of birds, so is the king refuge of HRS people. It was the moral obligation of the ruler to give protection to the Niled in return for their obedience. Buddhist foreign policy. Buddhist foreign policy is based on peace and nonviolence. Chakravarti Samrat wins others by Dhammachakra. To the Buddhist thinkers, the powers of rulers were the strength of arms, the strength of wealth, the strength of officials, the strength of the high birth, the strength of wisdom. In Sondarananda, reference is made to the king's application of 5 expedients, namely Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. 25. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. The world ruler was credited W with 7 jewels, or treasures, consisting of the wheel treasure, the elephant treasure, the house treasure, the horse treasure, the treasure of a woman, the treasurer, and the advisor. Thinker's perspective. According to Mark W. Nuess, a professor of religious studies, Buddhist spirituality promotes a faun of life that provides an antidote to the stresses of modern living. As a counterpoint to the haste and hurry, the noise and confusion of this world, Buddhism prescribes a life of quietness and tranquility, a life of contemplation and gentle awareness. According to Professor V. R. Mehta, Buddhist tradition lack political thinking. Primarily, Buddhism is a religious tradition. Contributions of Buddhist tradition to Indian political thought. In many respects, Buddhist ideals of statecraft embodying principles and practices such as the rule of law, deliberative democracy, procedures of governance, and the social policies of the Ashokan welfare state bear a striking similarity to Enlightenment values in Europe. The principle of equality, universal egalitarianism in Buddhism, applied equally to the relationship between the ruler and the ruled, and was a governing principle in matters of statecraft. The Buddha suggested to the republics that if they wished to maintain their independence, they should strengthen their more democratic forms of governance. These include holding regular and frequent assemblies to discuss affairs of state collectively with each other, endeavoring to carry out the day-to-day tasks of governance and hanani, and paying due heed to established practices and customs. This faun of monastic governance contained many features of statecraft present in the self-governing confederacies and republic rather than the large monarchical kingdoms of the north, such as Kosala and Magadha. Principles of political righteousness of Dharma. The most important contribution of the early Buddhist canonists to our ancient political thought consists in their total application of the principle of righteousness to the king's internal administration and to his foreign policy. The best king was one who devoted himself to the welfare of the whole realm, including animals. The king should avoid specified vices and practice specified virtues. Righteousness of Dharma imposed some principles and policies of state like protection of the good, impartial justice, friendliness towards neighboring kings, and temporal and spiritual benefits to all classes of people. According to Buddhist theory, ethical standards were applicable uniformly to the ruler and to subjects and equally upon kings' public and private acts. The Buddhist thinkers rejected the Brahmanical ethics in relation to statecraft such as treacherous war and questionable methods in war and diplomacy. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604026. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Tofu Mol Tom Tom. Buddha's 4 Noble Truths. 1. Life has inevitable suffering. 2. There is a cause to our suffering. 3. There is an end to suffering. 4. The end to suffering is contained in the Eightfold Path. The 4 Noble Truths. The method for the 4 Noble Truths is purely apps based on the formula for a medical diagnosis. That is, it states the illness, the source of the illness, then the cure for the illness, and finally the way to bring about that cure. It can be said that the Buddha's first sermon after his enlightenment focused on the 4 Noble Truths, which are the basis of Buddhism. The truths are the truth of suffering dukkha, the truth of the cause of suffering samadaya, the truth of the end of suffering nirodha, the truth of the path that frees us from suffering magga. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 27. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. First, concentrate on education and jobs and try to catch up their Hindu counterparts. He opposed political activity by the Muslims. As per him, active participation in politics would invite hostility of the government. Syed Ahmad Khan, Anglo-Indian philosopher, died on this day in 1898. Founder of AMU. Was conferred the Pinda causes of the title of Javadud Indian Mutiny against of the * Dala in 1842 by Bahadur Shah Zafar Il. Indian Mutiny, a critique with the British policies that led to the causing the revolt. Formed the Muslim League, which later on metamorphosed into the All India Muslim League. Visualized India as a beautiful bride, whose one eye was Hindu, and the other, Muslim. But his views changed after the Hindi-Urdu controversies and his reformist policies became more Muslim-focused. Teachings and contributions. Religion should be adaptable with time or else it would become fossilized. He believed in liberal interpretation of the Quran in the light of rationalism. But the Quran is the ultimate authority. Unity of religions or practical morality. He also preached the basic commonality of Hindu and Muslim interests. Women empowerment, better education, opposed purdah and polygamy, consent of women for divorce, condemned pyre and muridi. He was a great educationist. He opened schools in towns, translated books into Urdu, started Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, later, the Aligarh Muslim University, at Aligarh in 1875. He promoted Western-style scientific education by founding modern schools and journals and organizing Islamic entrepreneurs. Pro-British, during the Indian Mutiny of 1857, he remained loyal to the British Raj. In his book, The Causes of the Indian Mutiny, he blamed various British policies for causing the revolt. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9 +91 962 020 6040. 28. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma is widely credited as the father of the two-nation theory. He strongly influenced many Muslim leaders including Allama Iqbal and Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Sayyid Ahmed Khan as a modernizer. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, 1817 to 1898, a gifted initiator of socio-cultural transformation, has largely been recognized as a protagonist of socio-religious reform in Islam and merely as the founder of the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College that got the status of a university in 1920. The widespread adulation for his educational endeavors and sustained campaign for religious and social reforms and cultural practices makes his significant contribution to the collective life of India. He founded the Scientific Society in 1863 at Ghazipur, in Uttar Pradesh. The basic objective was to translate scientific literature into Urdu to increase the reach of scientific education in India. In this project, he was supported by all including several Hindu friends. The subjects such as mechanics, electricity, pneumatics, and natural philosophy received particular emphasis. Sir Syed extended support to the moderate constitutional policies of the British. Certainly, more than a Muslim social reformer and proponent of modern education, Sir Syed, with a well-laid stratagem, tried to empower his fellow citizens by engaging with people in a discourse on self-discovery. Sir Syed's deliberations pertaining to faith, spirituality, morality, social customs, cultural practices, nationalism, blasphemy, universal voting rights, female education, alien rule and language still evoke admiration and retribution with almost equal intensity. Work towards education. He pushed for educational and social reforms and was a champion of democratic ideals and freedom of speech. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan is best known for the Aligarh movement, a systemic movement aimed at reforming the social, political, and educational aspects of the Muslim community. He founded the Scientific Society in 1863 to translate major works in the sciences and modern arts into Urdu. He released 2 journals to this end, the Aligarh Institute Gazette, which was an organ of the Scientific Society, and the Tehzib Akhlaq, known as the Mohammedan Social Reformer in English. He developed an idea that in order to improve educational standards of the Muslims of India, there must be modern educational institutions for them. This was the larger objective in mind with which he founded Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental (MAO) College in 1875. It was proposed that here, modern education would be imparted to the Muslims. It is interesting to note that while MAO College was founded for Muslims with its doors were open to all, many graduates in the early years of this college were Hindus. Its aim was promoting social and economic development of Indian Muslims, popularizing science. Its aim was promoting social and economic development of Indian Muslims, popularizing scientific temperament and Western learning. He began modernizing by promoting progressive ideas and thoughts through his journals. He founded the Mohammedan Civil Service Association and demanded for representation and appointment of Muslims in higher posts. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. +91 962020640 29. Subcontinent. In a speech at Merit in 1866, he presented an overall scenario of post-colonial phase in which he described Muslims and Hindus as two nations. He's regarded as the father of two-nation theory and the pioneer of Muslim nationalism, which led to the partition of India. Urdu-Hindi controversy is seen as the transformation of Sir Syed's views towards Muslim nationhood, which he expressed in his speeches during later days. While fearful of the loss of Muslim political power owing to the community's backwardness, Sir Syed was also averse to the prospect of democratic self-government, which would give control of government to the Hindu-majority population. Views on the active participation. Sir Syed discouraged the active involvement of Muslims in politics. He regarded the attainment of higher English education as the first priority for the upliftment of the Muslim community as opposed to political pursuits. He declined to lend support to the National Mohammedan Association, a political organization founded by Syed Amir Ali in 1887, and refused to participate in the Mohammedan National Conference at Lahore, which he regarded as a political agitation. Sir Syed advocated the use of constitutional machinery, such as participation in administration, for expressing grievances to the British government. He supported the efforts of Indian political leaders Surendranath Banerjee and Dadabhai Naoroji to obtain representation for Indians in the government and civil services. In 1883, he founded the Mohammedan Civil Service Fund Association to encourage and support the entry of Muslim graduates into the Indian Civil Service, ICS. In 1883, he established the Mohammedan Association to put forward grievances of the Muslims to the Imperial Legislative Council. He was nominated as a member of the Civil Service Commission in 1887 by Lord Dufferin. In 1888, he along with Raja Shiv Prasad of Benares established the United Patriotic Association at Aligarh to promote political cooperation with the British and Muslim participation in the British government. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. +91 962020640 30. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. He was a philosopher, yogi Maharishi, poet, and Indian nationalist. He studied for the Indian Civil Sindhi at King's College, Cambridge. In 1892, he held various administrative posts in Baroda, Vadodara, and Calcutta, Kolkata. He began the study of yoga and Indian languages, including classical Sanskrit. American philosopher Ken Wilber has called Sri Aurobindo India's greatest modern philosopher sage. About the poet Aurobindo goes 1872 to 1950. He was an Indian philosopher, yogi, guru, poet, and nationalist. In 1910, he fled British India and shifted to Pondicherry, where he devoted himself to spiritual pursuits. There he wrote several plays, poems, books on philosophy. Life Divine, an excellent philosophical work, is his magnum opus. Contribution in freedom struggle. He joined the Indian movement for independence. Till 1910, he was one of its influential leaders. He was involved with the Indian National Congress and with the revolutionary movement in Bengal with a Nushalan Samiti. Aurobindo established contact with Lokmanya Tilak and Sister Nivedita. In 1907, Surat split between the moderates and extremists. He went along with extremists like Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He influenced Subhash Chandra Bose to take an initiative of dedicating to Indian national movement full-time. Bose writes, "The illustrious example of Aurobindo Ghosh looms large before my vision. He was arrested after a number of bombings, Alipur conspiracy. Spiritual leader. He fled British India and found refuge in the French colony of Pondicherry and left politics for spiritual work. After 1910, he became a spiritual leader and introduced his visions on human progress and spiritual evolution. At Pondicherry, he developed a spiritual practice integral yoga. www.redo.com. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9 +91 962 020 6040. 31. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Rebirth and Kanna, Hour of God. He contributed to many articles to Hindu Prakash. He was influenced with the Western philosophy. In his writings, he seek for humanism, rationalism, etc. Sri Aurobindo on nationalism. Introduction. Referring to his early writings in the form of various short essays and Ban Mataram, political writings and speeches, Sri Aurobindo has identified nationalism as a divinely appointed Shakti of the eternal and the nationalist creed as the gospel of faith and hope for striving towards freedom. Aurobindo developed the idea of spiritual nationalism, which eventually took the shape of an eternal religion based on the common consciousness of individuals. Views on nationalism. Nationalist movement in India, according to Aurobindo, was a part of that worldwide movement of early 20th century where nations were seen feeling for their source. The reason for this phenomenon is that it was these nations which needed more to feel the difference between themselves and others so that they could assert and justify their individuality as against the powerful countries which tended to absorb or efface it. In Sri Aurobindo's vision, the modern and free Indian nation was not meant to be a colonial copy with an outer machinery of elaborate bureaucratic structures left over by the British and now merely to be filled by the Indians. Though he recognized the necessity for an effective external organization, he envisioned the rebirth of a nation which will be grounded in India's unique temperament shaped by her spiritual genius and conscious of her true mission. This will be a nation of people united in spirit and richly diverse in forms, eternal yet newly evolving, indigenous yet inclusive and integrative of all that continues to come from the world outside. Nationalism for Sri Aurobindo had a spiritual aim, to recover Indian thought, Indian character, Indian perceptions, Indian energy, Indian greatness, and to solve the problems that perplex the world in an Indian spirit and from the Indian standpoint. Aurobindo Ghosh has also based Indian nationalism on the idea of Sanatana Dharma. He also held that nationalism should become the religion of the youth. We need same level of commitment towards the nation which we have for the religion. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that for Sri Aurobindo, India is not just a peace offland, not merely a collection of people. It is a conscious spiritual being, a divine power, a Shakti, Devi, goddess. India is Mother India, a living form of the Divine Mother. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 96202064040 32. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Intellectual pastime. In his opinion, nationalism is akin to religion. It is a faith and a creed which one has to live. It is a religion which has come from God. Hence, it cannot be crushed. He prophesied the people to become the instrument of God who will inevitably spread nationalism to every nook and corner of India. Sri Aurobindo posits faith in the divinity of the motherland. His message of spiritual nationalism was that the nation is a spiritual power, just like the goddess, and nationalism is a spiritual imperative. It has an inner imperative, because it is only possible through fulfill of one's own dharma duty and also to sacrifice him. Aurobindo upholds Hinduism in its own right as the greatest of all religions. Culture nationalism. According to J.G. Herder, nations can be on the basis of pre-existing cultures, and almost always ideologically expressed in terms of some myths. Sri Aurobindo, while expounding his philosophy of Indian nationalism, which is at the same time the philosophy of patriotism, transcends the customary connotation ordinarily associated with the term nationalism. In general parlance, the term restricts its ultimate meaning to the love of the land of the country. Sri Aurobindo's vision, however, surpasses and outshines the hitherto conventional outlook towards nationalism. He postulates a far more integral and holistic philosophy of nationalism, a new brand altogether, which not only professes love for one's country, Jamabhoomi, but also confirms its faith and love for the people of the land. Further, he expounds the love for the culture of the land, which imparts the essential clement of uniqueness and thereby generates within every individual the feeling of unison as a result of being culturally unique. The basic principle underlying Sri Aurobindo's idea of nationalism is that it is imperative for real unity to manifest as inner oneness and thus help in discovery of the nation's soul first and only thereafter proceed towards consolidating itself as a political unity. Sri Aurobindo stresses the need for a national religion based on new moral ideals that would lead to the establishment of a new national character. Since neither language nor racial difference is a suitable device for the creation of national solidarity, he argues that in the context of India, the spread of Hinduism alone will be an effective cultural foundation of Indian nationhood. www.redo.com. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962 020 6040. 33. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. He considers Swaraj for a nation as the breath of life. It implies that Swaraj is the first and foremost condition for existence of a sovereign nation without which goals of nations and their citizens cannot be fulfilled. Concept. Sri Aurobindo explains that the idea of total Swaraj does not limit itself to mere political freedom, rather it embraces social and spiritual emancipation. He declares assertively that God has set apart India as the eternal fountain of Holy Spirit, so he will never allow that holy fountain to run dry. India's liberation from foreign domination was the final goal for Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo's idea of Swaraj was a dharma-based system. He was mindful and appreciative of the Western concepts of freedom, democracy, and equality. And equality that has swept through much of the world. He was, however, skeptical of their hues of the West. Swaraj, i.e., self-rule by Indians, was not merely of economic and political nature. It was necessary for India to perform its spiritual mission dedicated to the upliftment of humanity. He advocated independence for India for the following reasons: liberty being the first indispensable condition of rational development. Intellectual, moral, individual, and political is in itself a necessity of national life. Hence it was worth striving for its own sake. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that Sri Aurobindo was not only redefining the individual's commitment to integral consciousness of the self, but was also incorporating the ideas of Swaraj as the foundation of inner sovereignty of a nation that is to be newly imagined and established in communion with the world. Sri Aurobindo on freedom. For Aurobindo, freedom is supreme value. Freedom cannot be compromised. A freedom is essential for both individual as well as nation. In the words of Aurobindo, craving for freedom is lodged so deep in human heart that even thousands of arguments are powerless to disapprove it. Aurobindo analyzed existing concepts of freedom. According to him, liberal/anarchy view of freedom is mechanical. It ignores the importance of society. Liberty should not be seen as a device to satisfy only one's own impulses without taking into consideration the impulses of others. According to him, freedom is obeying the law of our existence. We are humans. We should not live like animals. We should live in harmony with others, including environment. The real freedom is inner freedom. The real power is spiritual power. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604 34. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. And political life. Tagore painted him as the messiah of Indian culture and civilization. C.R. Das called Aurobindo the poet of patriotism, the prophet of nationalism, and the lover of humanity. Mahatma Gandhi. While Gandhi acknowledged Aurobindo's intellectual and spiritual depth, he disagreed with Aurobindo's advocacy of political violence during the Indian independence movement. Nevertheless, Gandhi recognized Aurobindo's contribution to Indian thought and spirituality. Andrew Cohen, an American spiritual teacher, has drawn inspiration from Sri Aurobindo's ideas on evolutionary spirituality. He sees Aurobindo's teachings as a valuable resource for individuals seeking personal and collective transformation. Criticisms. Some critics argue that Sri Aurobindo's philosophy can be challenging to comprehend and apply due to its complex and abstract nature. Others criticize certain aspects of his political views and his support for violent means during the Indian independence movement. Contemporary implications. In the progress towards the ideals of internationalism, individual is today witnessing an identity crisis, as now the individual is not regarded anymore as the fundamental unit of humanity, but only a minute part whose existence is subordinated to the common aims and interests of the organized society. This would result in piecemeal growth of internationalism, as it would lead to uniformity and not a true union, which has respect for individuality and diversity. Aurobindo's philosophy of nationalism logically begins from the basic unit, the individual. This notion holds universal applicability, transcending the barrier of time and age and the resultant differences in political, social, and economic conditions of that particular period. In the first instance, if the idea of inner oneness, as given by Aurobindo, is nurtured in its right spirit, it would provide the right impetus in the right direction for the harmonious and holistic progression towards the goal of world union. At the same time, it would also help in realizing the necessity of maintaining the much-stressed individuality while progressing towards an ever-growing collectivity. If his thought of perfecting individuality is applied in its true essence to the contemporary period, it will not only further the case of globalization, but can also help in effacing, to a large extent, the global menace that terrorism has come to assume. Critical evaluation. In the context of his theory of spiritual nationalism, it is argued that though it is called spiritual nationalism, in reality, it was religious, therefore reactionary in character. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040. 35. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Life. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. +91 9620206040 36. Conrent. Real rights are a result of performance of duty. Mahatma Gandhi, August 20th. Examine the Gandhian idea of village community as an ideal unit of self-governances. 12/20. Comment, M.K. Gandhi's concept of Swaraj, 19 out of 10. Introduction. Gandhi cannot be regarded as a political philosopher in the conventional sense of the term. Gandhi is rightly regarded as father of Indian nationalism. It was under Gandhi that the national movement became mass movement. Gandhi denied the existence of Gandhism. However, Gandhism cannot be denied because there are many persons who consider themselves as Gandhian. Gandhism is not merely a political creed, it is a message. His philosophy wants to bring about a transformation in human life by the supremacy of self-suffering love. He stressed peace, modesty, gentleness, and a sense of devout respect for the religious views of others. Mahatma Gandhi, October 2nd, 1869 to January 30th, 1948. You must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is an ocean. If a few drops of the ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty. Views about Gandhi. According to survey of Times Magazine, Gandhi is the second most loved personality after Jesus Christ. According to Professor Humayun Kabir, Gandhi was not a philosopher, but a strategist. More than a philosopher, he was a psychologist. He understood the mass psychology. Hence Gandhi emerged as the most successful mass leader. Gandhi was a political actionist and a practical philosopher. He was not a theorist. Bondurant, 1967. Gandhi's modern Indian political thought. Major pillars of modern Indian political thought according to Gandhism are. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. www.reader.com. +91 962 020 6040. 37. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Ethnic and social groups. Gandhi's idea of modernity. Indian civilization is the best, and that the European is a 9 days wonder. M.K. Gandhi, in Gandhiji's own words, Hind Swaraj, is a severe condemnation of modern civilization. Gandhiji's negative opinion about modern civilization extended to all its aspects. Modern technology, machine being the fundamental constituting unit of it, and Western social institutions, particularly those pertaining to law and medicine, came in for the most severe criticism. He denounces Western materialism and modern technology like the railways, the telegraph, the telephone, and heavy industries. He categorically rejects all the major components of the modern industrial civilization. Gandhi considers the advent of technology and industrialization as the basic cause of human misery in modern society. This view crystallizes during the process of industrialization in South Africa. He hails the immense increase in productivity and consequent rise in standards of living in the West, but he denies that industrialization, in its current form, advanced human civilization and its well-being and happiness. Idea of modernity for Gandhi. Gandhi realized that the factory civilization, which is the hallmark of modern civilization, in fact, reduces the value of the human being. Gandhi, thus, had a fundamental objection to industrialization as it widens the gap between the rich and the poor, and industrialization breeds hatred and alienation. Gandhi was also opposed to industrialization as it would contribute to the growth of cities and destruction of harmonious life in the rural surroundings. In the cities, slums and shanties are invariable. In cities and towns, the inequalities are much more glaring, and the exploitation would go unabated. Gandhi's conception of civilization is not rights-based, duty-based. Civilization is that mode of conduct which points out to man the path of duty. Where there is no poverty, that is happiness. Where there is no discrimination, that is happiness. Where people have contentment, that is happiness. In other words, Gandhi was concerned with the improvement of quality of life rather than quantitative development. Gandhi came to the conclusion that Western civilization was based on brute force. Gandhi opined that even for the West, modernization is evil, and in the case of India and the Orient, it is worse. Gandhi saw colonialism as the fruit of modern civilization. For Gandhi, morality is far superior to any constitution or positive law. Real purpose of Gandhi's critique of modern civilization. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 9620206040 38. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. All these 11 vows of Gandhi are evergreen and will find their relevance in every time frame. O Aparigraha shows the mirror to consumers in the era of capitalism and market-driven crazy consumerism. O Aswada finds its place in generating healthy food habits among individuals. Sarvatra Bhavajana worked as a miraculous mantra to impart willpower in corona pandemic times. O Sharashrama reminds individuals of dignity of labor and importance of physical activities in daily lives. O Brahmacharya, Astaya, Sarvadharma Sambhav, Sparsh Pavna are moral directives to each and every citizen of the nation. O the current stand of vocal for local and make in India are actually derived from the idea of Swadeshi. O understanding the dignity of labor makes it possible for fair treatment of every individual irrespective of his nature of work. Even sometimes the government makes efforts that one should learn dignity of labor. O global peace, sustainable development, public order, fraternity, and healthy transborder relationships can only be possible when there lies nonviolence. O in fact, international treaties, agreements, and memorandum of understanding signed between nations are solely based on adherence to truth, rights, and duties. Gandhiji was a champion for advocating the importance of performing our duties as citizens in overall national development. Gandhiji firmly believed in the philosophy that the true source of rights is duties, and if we all discharge our duties, then rights will not be far to seek. Gandhiji neither sacrifices individual for the sake of society nor sacrifices society for the sake of individual. Like Aurobindo, Gandhi looks for balance. The balance between rights and duties, the balance between individual and society. Gandhiji is inspired by the philosophy of Nishkama Karma found in Gita. Gita suggests to perform your duty, and when we perform our duty, we automatically get our rights. Rights and duties are neither antithetical nor independent of each other. When we fulfill our obligations, we automatically get the rights. Thus Gandhi's theory of rights comes near to Lasky's theory of rights and duties. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 39. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Ceases to count. What is left of society? Idea of state for Gandhi. He desires the establishment of a society in which the state exists outside the daily life of the common man. The ideal society would be a decentralized one giving ample scope for self-development. Gandhiji believes that the state would not accept individual differences in diversity of opinions and attitudes. It would become hostile to strong and independent-minded citizens groups and community lest they should become centers of independent initiative and dissent. Political power, for Gandhi, is the capacity to regulate material life through national representatives. If national life becomes so perfect as to become self-regulated, no representation becomes necessary. There is then a state of enlightened anarchy. In such a state, everyone is his own ruler. He rules himself in such a manner that he is never a hindrance to his neighbor. In the ideal state, therefore, there is no political power because there is no state. Gandhi provides a framework for a participatory, functional, and development state with maximum inclusion and minimum exclusion. He does not defend the all-powerful Leviathan and, like Thoreau, desired a government that governs the least, not in the sense of having a night watchman state, but a fully functional one with rough parity and active citizenry. Principles of anarchism. Although he regarded the state as rooted in violence, he differed from anarchists. Unlike anarchists, Gandhi put emphasis on moral force and on the realization of one's own self and his technique of establishing a stateless society free from violence. Hence, there was no place for violence in Gandhi's ideal state. Further, Gandhi also did not want to abolish the state completely as did the anarchists. He admitted that his ideal state or society would have representative institutions in government. His ideal society would be a stateless society consisting of self-sufficing, self-regulating, and self-governing village communities joined together in a voluntary federation. The maintenance of federation involved the necessity of government. Thus, his ideal state is predominantly a nonviolent state, and not a nonviolent and stateless society as it is generally thought. He was only opposed to the oppressive authority and to the theory of absolute sovereignty of the state, but not to the ideal state itself. +91 962 020 6040. 40. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. To conclude, we can say that Gandhiji considered the state as an organization of violence and force. Being an apostle of nonviolence, he was repelled by the coercive character of the state. He postulated that in the ideal state there will be the sovereignty of the moral authority of the people, and the state as a structure of violence would be extinct. But he was not for the immediate ending of the state power. The increasing perfection of the state should be the immediate goal, although the ultimate aim is philosophical and moral anarchism. Gandhi's idea of self-governance introduction. Good governance demands respect for human rights, rule of law, strengthening of democracy, promoting transparency and capacity in public administration. Panchayat Raj is a system and process of good governance. Villages have always been the basic units of administration in India since ancient times. Basic components of self-governance. Gandhi made it very clear that concentration of either economic or political power would violate all the essential principles of participatory democracy. To check centralization, Gandhi suggested the institution of village republics both as institutions of parallel polities and as units of economic autonomy. Village is the lowest unit of a decentralized system. Politically, a village lies to be small enough to permit everyone to participate directly in the decision-making process. It is the basic institution of participatory democracy. In his presidential address at the Belgaum Congress, Gandhi said that the panchayat was not only a right medium for securing cheap justice but also an instrument for avoiding reliance on government for the settlement of mutual justice. Gandhian decentralization means the creation of parallel politics in which people's power is institutionalized to counter the centralizing and alienating forces of the modem state. According to Mahatma Gandhi, utilization of the local resources is quite fundamental to the development of the Panchayat Raj system. Gandhi believed that villages should not only be self-sufficient but also capable of defending themselves, even if need be, against the whole world. www.redo.com. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962 020 6040. 41. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. By Swaraj, Gandhi meant the government of India by the consent of the people as ascertained by the largest number of the adult population, male or female, native-born or domiciled, who have contributed by manual labor to the service of the state and who have taken the trouble of having their names registered as voters. Gandhi believed that Swaraj can be maintained only where there is a majority of loyal and patriotic people to whom the good of the nation is paramount. Gandhi uses the 10 Swaraj to mean positive freedom, to participate in the process of politics in any way possible. He identifies what he calls the 3 pillars of Swaraj: A. Hindu-Muslim unity, B. Abolition of untouchability, and C. Upliftment of Indian villages. Criticizing Tilak, he categorically emphasizes that social evils are an impediment for Swaraj and therefore underlines the importance of social reforms. Gandhi observed that real Swaraj will come, not by the acquisition of authority by a few, but by the acquisition of the capacity by all to resist authority when it is abused. In other words, SWRage is to be attained by educating the masses to a sense of their capacity to regulate and control authority. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 962020604042. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Comment on views of Gandhi and Ambedkar on social justice. November 15th. Introduction. Ambedkar was not only a political leader and social reformer but also a scholar and thinker. He has written extensively on various social and political matters. Annihilation of Castes, who were the Shudras, the Untouchables, Buddha, and his Dharma are his more important writings. His thinking was based on a deep faith in the goals of equity and liberty. Liberalism and the philosophy of John Dewey also influenced his thinking. Jyotirao Phule and Buddha have exercised a deep influence on Ambedkar's ideas on society, religion, and morality. His political views were also influenced by his legal approach. Educate, agitate, and organize explains the real message of B.R. Ambedkar. Reserve Bank of India, RBI, was based on the ideas that Ambedkar presented to the Hilton Young Commission. H.W. Impound Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. Indian jurist, economist, principal architect of the politician and social reformer. A Constitution of India. Inspired modern Buddhist movement and campaigned against social discrimination of Dalits, women, and labor. India's first law minister. Life should be, I like the religion that great rather than teaches liberty, equality, long, and fraternity. Ambedkar on democracy. Ambedkar on democracy. Dr. Ambedkar was a staunch supporter of social democracy. To him, a society characterized by inequality and social disparity cannot sustain political democracy. Ambedkar's aim of democratizing society and polity has been found in various provisions of the Constitution of India. To him, the 10 social justice in real sense gives meaning and importance to the democratic way of life along with the rule of law and society. Dr. Ambedkar wanted the replacement of socio-religious or ritual status by secular status based on the principle of one man's one value and one man, one vote. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040. 43. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Pillar of Indian democracy. State socialism. The ideal of state socialism to be realized according to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is of one man, one value in all walks of life, political, economic, and social. The ideal of one man, one value is to be achieved by stopping religious, economic, and social exploitation of men by men. Absence of exploitation in any form is an essence of socialism. Dr. Ambedkar's concept of state socialism differed from both Marxist socialism and Gandhian socialism. To Dr. Ambedkar, socialism does not only embrace economic equality, but also social and political equality. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar advocated state socialism in the field of industry and state ownership in agriculture with a collectivized method of cultivation. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was one of the few Indians who demanded nationalization of insurance before the Indians nationalized it. He was of the firm opinion that only collective forms can solve the problems of the landless laborers. Therefore, Dr. Ambedkar writes, the plan has 2 special features. One is that proposes state socialism in the important fields of economic life, and the second special features of the plan are that it does not leave the establishment of state socialism to the will of the legislature. It establishes state socialism by the law of constitution and thus makes it unalterable by any act of the legislature and the executive. Conclusion. To conclude, we can summarize Ambedkar's concept of state socialism stresses the 3 economic processes of human society. O. Adaptation of key industries and agriculture land to meet the demands of the weaker sections of the society. O. Maintenance and financing of the productive resources by the state. O. A just distribution of the common produce among the different people without any distinction of caste, creed, or community. On social change. Caste is a state of mind. It is a disease of mind. The teachings of Hindu religion are the root cause. Caste has killed public spirit. Caste has destroyed the sense of public charity. Caste has made public opinion impossible. Virtues has become caste-ridden and morality has between caste-bound. B.R. Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar's first objective was always social improvement. Economic and political problems, he argued, should be handled only after the goal of social justice had been attained. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9 plus 91 962020604044. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Social justice. A just society is that society in which a sinning sense of reverence and descending sense of contempt is dissolved into the creation of a compassionate society. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Ambedkar's concept of social justice stands for the liberty, equality, and fraternity of all human beings. He stood for a social system that is based on right relations between man and man in all spheres of his life. As a rationalist and humanist, he did not approve of any type of hypocrisy, injustice, and exploitation of man by man in the name of religion. He stood for a religion that is based on universal principles of morality and is applicable to all times, to all countries, and to all races. It must be in accord with reason and must be based on the basic tenets of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Ambedkar stood for a social system in which man's status is based on his merit and achievements and where no one is noble or untouchable because of his/her birth. He advocated the policy of preferential treatment for the socially oppressed and economically exploited people of the country. The Constitution of India, which was drafted under his chairmanship, contains a number of provisions that enjoins the state to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political, along with liberty, equality, and fraternity. It also contains a number of provisions that guarantee preferential treatment to the downtrodden people in various sectors. Article 17 of the Indian Constitution declares untouchability is abolished. Gandhi and Ambedkar on social justice. Introduction. After the Second World War, when a number of countries became free in Asia and Africa, social justice was popularly used in these countries. These countries had not only suffered from imperialist exploitation, but also from social imbalances because one section of society that collaborated with the imperialist powers had cornered much of the benefits at the cost of the weaker section of society looked towards the state for social justice. In India, the caste system and the problem of untouchability made the situation worse. Both Gandhi and Ambedkar reacted against such evils in their own way. Their end was the same, but they differed in their perception of the problem as well as in their approach to seek adequate solution. Same goal but different approaches. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9 www.redo.com plus 91 962 020 6040. 45. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Disobedience, etc. were its outward expressions. But B.R. Ambedkar seems to be more observant of law and constitutionality and political process. Ambedkar wanted to reorganize the society only single and equality and therefore opposed the caste system which was characterized by graded inequalities. Both Gandhi and B.R. Ambedkar identified the evil of untouchability as the foremost bane of the social order. They differed in their methods and approaches for its removal. B.R. Ambedkar wanted this to be done through laws and constitutional methods. Gandhi treated it as a moral stigma to be erased out by acts of atonement. B.R. Ambedkar held that reliance on change of heart alone is not sufficient. Its moral atonement is to be reinforced by leg constitutional measures. Gandhi countered leg constitutional methods are only offer limited utility. He was for moral and conscience-related remedies for evil. Annihilation of caste. Ambedkar's main work revolves around the abolition of caste. His most important work on the issue of abolition of caste is annihilation of caste. Ambedkar was not satisfied with the explanations related to caste system found in religious texts. Ambedkar attempted the scientific understanding of the origin of caste on the basis of anthropological researches. Ambedkar also rejected the theory of Aryan invasion. As per the theory of Aryan invasion, upper caste had been the Aryans whereas so-called untouchables were the original inhabitants, often mentioned as Dasis or Dacius. There is no such historical evidence. It means all caste in India had common origin. Ambedkar rejected the view of Manusmriti according to which different varnas originated from the different parts of Viratapurisa as mentioned in Rigveda also. In Manusmriti, untouchables are mentioned as Chandals. Chandals are those who are the offspring of Shudra father and Brahmin mother, which shows the pollution of Brahmins by Shudras. The entire concept of untouchability is based on purity and pollution. Ambedkar had also explained the origin of Sudras. As per Ambedkar's theory, there were only three varnas, Brahmins, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas. Sudras were originally Kshatriyas, however they were those Kshatriyas, which did not accept the hegemony of Brahmins, hence Brahmins stopped Upanayana Sanskar for this group. Upanayana Sanskar is linked to purification. Hence it was believed that they remain polluted. Constitutionalism. Introduction. Constitutionalism is structured on the ideals of limited government, rule of law, regulations, and democratic values. The idea of constitutionalism W as a major theme during the freedom movement which matured in the thoughts of Nehru, Ambedkar, and so many others. His views on constitutionalism. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Plus 91 9620206040 for 6. The role of public opinion is an effective preventive tool to limit the powers of the government. Ambedkar subscribed to the idea that the creation of public opinion is a major component of the democratic political world. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. www.receive.com plus 91 962 020 6040. 47. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. He was an Indian philosopher, notably the founder of the Mexican Communist Party and also one of the members who founded the Communist Party of India. In the year 1940, Roy was instrumental in the formation of the Radical Democratic Party, an organization in which he played a leading role for much of the decade of the 1940s. Roy later moved away from Marxism to become an exponent of the philosophy of radical humanism. Components of modern Indian political thought. Modern Indian political thought examines critically the contemporary state of political theory. It makes an assessment of the achievement and limitations of the behavioral revolution in its totality and conceptual frameworks adopted by the discipline. Main components of modern Indian political thought which are influenced by Ganley and Roy. O secularism, O national sovereignty, O national state, O rationality, O democracy, O welfarism, O liberalism, O equality, O fraternity, O humanism, O decentralization, O cooperative societies. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 48. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Simultaneously, in accordance with the principles of truth and nonviolence. Idea of decentralization. M. N. Roy's political philosophy. Roy refers back to the quest for freedom to human beings' struggle for existence, and he regards search for TNTH as a corollary to this quest. The ideal of radical democracy will be attained, according to Ray, through the collective efforts of mentally free men united and determined for creating a world of freedom. Partyless democracy. Roy was in favor of abolition of party system in India. He advocates humanist politics. This will lead to purification and rationalization of politics. According to Roy, party politics has given rise to power politics. Decentralization. Internationalism postulates the existence of separate nation-states. Roy believes that true world government can be built only by the decentralization of nation-states. Commonwealth and Fraternity of Freemen. He advocated a world federation. In his well-known work, Reason, Romanticism, and Revolution, Roy wrote thus: New humanism is cosmopolitan. A cosmopolitan commonwealth of spiritually free men would not be limited by the boundaries of national states, capitalist, fascist, socialist, communist, or any other kind, which will gradually disappear under the impact of the 20th century renaissance of man. Conclusion. Both Gandhi and Roy contributed to the enrichment of modern Indian political thought as they came up with the ideas of Swaraj, democracy, humanism, Ramrajya, Satya, etc. Their ideas contributed even to the basis of our Indian constitution. Their idea of tackling the situation is unique in their own way. They both promote the idea of individual freedom and development of their mind capacity. Radical humanism. Introduction. The radical or new humanism of M. N. Roy is the reflection of Marxist revolution against capitalism. Marx initiated to replace socialism in place of capitalism. According to Roy, a philosophy of history which ignores other factors of human life than the forces of production and disregards moral problems cannot be a reliable guide for constructive social action. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962020640 for 9. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Monism. Man is a part of nature. He lives in society. But society does not possess consciousness. It does not know what is good and bad. It is not a biological being. Man has all these characteristics. So, between man and society, man is important. He is the measure of everything. Social development means development of all people living in the society. In other words, society, state, government, etc. exist for the welfare of man. He is the end and the society is the means. It exists to guarantee his freedom and to protect his liberty. In short, he asserts the sovereignty of man. He wrote, X. Freedom is the supreme value because the urge for freedom is the essence of human existence. Features of radical humanism. The new humanism of Roy reveals a new philosophy of history which would be comprehensive in nature and would eventually show civilized mankind as the mark of the way out of the crisis. The new humanism of Roy tries to bring back morality and social order or social revolution. Without morality, any kind of social revolution would be futile to the community. The theory of new humanism of Roy aims at inculcating a sense of primacy of values and the urge for attaining eternal freedom. The basic tenets of humanism were rationality, morality, and freedom. The new humanist ideology enunciates the importance of freedom, knowledge, and truth in one's life. The reassertion of the value foundations of politics and society is a contribution welcome to modern political thought and behavioral political analysis. According to Roy, individual freedom is the main content of developing radical humanism and radical democracy. Even Kant, while developing his morality, gives equal importance on individual freedom and autonomy of the will. Roy feels that without individual freedom, social reconstruction cannot be possible. From Marxism to radical humanism. Roy was a born revolutionary. He was influenced by Marxists when stayed in the USA. He was one of the most learned people of Marxist people in the world. Later on, some differences arose between Roy and Stalin, and Roy was criticized as a revolutionist. According to Roy, Marxist humanism is called radical because it is based on moral appeal. In new humanism, which will work under socialism, human reason will overcome irrational forces. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962020640 50. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. According to Roy, the materialism of Marx was dogmatic and unscientific and neglected the creative role of the human subject. He opined that Marx, under the influence of Hegel, rejected the 18th century materialism and also humanistic materialism propounded by Ludwig Feuerbach. Roy strongly believed that the Marxian interpretation of history is defective because it allowed no role to mental activity in the social process. History can never be interpreted solely with reference to materialistic objectivism. According to him, the existence of a social organization precedes the existence of an individual. He also considered the Marxist model of revolution to be unnecessary. Roy's view on democracy. Roy believed in the idea of partyless democracy. He attacked the goal of power to be the main priority of polities. He also believed that the party system is an inadequate medium to represent the people. He said that political participation is not simply limited within casting of votes. Political parties eventually lead to corruption and dishonesty. He formulated the notion of organized democracy and participant citizenship to overcome the defects of parliamentary democracy. For this purpose, he visioned a new social order. The economic activity of this new social order will be comprised of the following. Cooperative planning, centralized planning, science and technology. According to him, democracy would be successful only when spiritually free individuals assume the conduct of public affairs. He strongly believed that the greatest good of the greatest number can be attained only when members of the government are accountable in the first place to their respective consciences. Criticism. Though M.N. Roy is remembered as one of the most modern Indian political thinkers to challenge the traditional viewpoints, he was criticized in certain areas. His Marxist view of Indian society was criticized on the grounds that it was not applicable in that time. Moreover, he was strictly against liberal political institutions like political parties, elections, and parliament, and supported a new harmonious approach with a scientific outlook. Even, the picture he drew of Indian society was inconsistent and superficial. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 51. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Give effect to directives. For reference, it is evident that because of the Honorable Supreme Court, right to education has become a fundamental right. Right to food has become a statutory right. Constitutional provisions. As per the Article 36 of Constitution, Judiciary 7 comes within the definition of state in Part 4. Article 141 of the Constitution states that the law declared by the Supreme Court shall be binding on all courts within the territory of India. The primary responsibility to make law is with the legislature, but in a situation where the legislature has not made law, the Supreme Court can declare the law on that subject. For reference, we can see that till Parliament brought a law on the sexual harassment of women at workplaces, 2013, Vishakha guidelines issued by Supreme Court, 1997, were to be treated as law. Importance of judicial system increasing day by day. As a protector of Constitution, initially SC was passive, but later on, because of executive overreach, Supreme Court became active towards its obligations. The doctrine of basic structure was invented by SC to check emasculation of the Constitution by executive, which was bent on diluting the essential features of the Constitution itself. Guardian of FRs. Initially SC did not appear as a sentinel Kaviv guard with arms of the FRs. This allowed executive to dilute the FRs for the implementation of DPSPs. Emergency was the darkest hour in the history of Supreme Court. When Supreme Court's action was needed the most, it failed to protect the rights of the people. One of the blot on SC is the judgment in habeas corpus case. ADM Jabalpur versus Shrikant Shukla case. After emergency, there have been change in the approach. First reflected in Maneka Gandhi case 1978. It overruled its judgment in A.K. Gopalan case, held that the doctrine of due process of law is inherent in the doctrine of procedure established by law. Because of activist judges like P.N. Bhagwati, Supreme Court instituted P.L. public interest litigations, which strengthened the rights of the weaker section. Since then, working with civil society, judiciary lies strengthened human rights in India. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. www.redo.com. +91 962 020 6040. 52. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. Whatever progress is observed in resolution of Kaveri water issue, it is because of SC. After remaining silent on many occasions, which include the misuse of Art 356, SC and S.R. Bommai case declared federalism as a basic structure and restricted the misuse of Art 356. SC as a protector of rule of law. The rule of law implies checking the arbitrariness of executives. It also includes checking corruption and criminalization. SC, working with civil society and election commission, took initiatives to reduce the influence of money and muscle power in the elections. Thinkers. According to Bikku Parekh, the Republic of India is a classical example of judicial co-governance, which is unique in itself and exists nowhere else. Speaking at a national colloquium on issues of governance and changing face of Indian politics, he remarks, on several occasions, the Supreme Court lies save the parliamentary system. We have become a judicial democracy. According to Pratap Bhanu Mehta, India is a classical example of judicial sovereignty. It denotes supremacy of judiciary even over and above the supremacy of the Constitution. Judiciary is highly politicized institution. He uses the pluralist politicization of judiciary. Judiciary trying to strengthen its own powers. It seems judiciary takes opportunity from the political crisis in India to strengthen its own image. Hence he considered judiciary as a self-perpetuating institution. Jawaharlal Nehru. Within limits, no judge and no Supreme Court can make itself a third chamber. No Supreme Court and no judiciary can stand in judgment over the sovereign will of Parliament. If we go wrong here and there, it can point it out. But in the ultimate analysis where the future of the community is concerned, no judiciary can come in the way. And if it comes in the way, ultimately, the whole Constitution is a creature of Parliament. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. www.receiver.com. +91 962 020 6040. 53. PSIR by Riddhi Sharma. PSIR Unit 10, Western Political Thought Syllabus, Plato. Aristotle, Machiavelli, Hobbes. Marx, Hegel, Lenin. John S., Mill, Locke. Gramsci, Hannah Arendt. Table of Contents. PSIR Unit 10, Western Political Thought. Point 1. Unit 10, Western Political Thought, Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, John S. Mill, Marx, Gramsci, Hannah Arendt. Point 1. Carat less than 10% wife P. Ma, SMEJ, UI? RA, TI 1 inch, TY in carat, 1, MML, carat in 3 tisk. 1. Western Political Thought. 1 Questions asked. 1 Introduction. Point 1 Historical development and key thinkers. 1 Evolution of Western Political Thought. Point 1 Key concepts and themes. Point 2 Impact and influence. Point 2 Contemporary relevance. 3 Critiques and debates. Point 4 Conclusion. Point 5. Plato. 6 Questions asked. 6 Plato, a philosopher and thinker. 6 Plato's life and background. 6 The Republic, Plato's magnum opus. 6 Philosophers as kings. Point 12 Plato's theory of forms. Point 14 Plato's allegory of the cave. 16 Justice and virtue in Plato's philosophy. Point 17 No law mightier than knowledge. Point 18 Thinker's perspective. Point 19 Criticisms of Plato's ideas. 22 Contemporary relevance of Plato's philosophy. 24 Aristotle arm. Point 26 Questions asked. 26 Aristotle, life and background. 26 Aristotle's contributions to philosophy. 28 Aristotle's views on ethics and virtue. Point 29 Aristotle's notion of politics and government. 33 Aristotle's theory of knowledge and metaphysics. 42 Aristotle's influence on Western thought. 45 Aristotle's legacy in modern education. 46 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Aristotle's ideas. 47 Relevance of Aristotle's philosophy today. 48 Machiavelli HFCWT. Point 50 Questions asked. 50 Introduction to Machiavelli. 50 Historical context. 50 Machiavelli's key ideas and works. Point 50 Machiavelli's secularism. Point 51 Religion and politics. Machiavellian views. Point 52 Machiavelli's empirical approach to human affairs. 52 Arthashastra and Machiavellian realism. Point 53 Importance of Machiavelli's political thought. 54 Machiavelli's concept of power and morality. Point 57 Machiavelli's political strategy. 58 Influence of Machiavelli on modern political thought. Point 59 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Machiavelli's ideas. 60 Machiavelli's relevance in contemporary politics. 61 Conclusion. Point 62 Hobbes W.M. 64 Questions asked. 64 Introduction. 64 Hobbes's key ideas and works. 64 Obligation and political theory. 65 Hobbes's notion of political obligation. 66 Human behavior in the state of nature. 67 The role of force and covenants. 68 Hobbes's individualism and absolutism. Point 70 Liberty and external impediments. Point 73 Hobbes's contribution to sovereignty. 74 Influence of Hobbes on political thought. 75 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Hobbes's ideas. Point 75 Hobbes's relevance in contemporary politics. 76 Conclusion. Point 76 Marx Ma. 77 Questions asked. 77 Introduction. 77 78 Marx's key ideas and works. Marx's concept of alienation and human essence. 79 Marx's theory of class and class struggle. 82 The state and Marx's political thought. 84 Marx's prescription for ending alienation and de-alienation. 86 Marx's influence and synthesis of ideas. 87 Social being and consciousness and Marx's philosophy. Point 89 Marx's impact on political thought. Point 90 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Marx's ideas. 90 Marx's relevance in contemporary politics. Point 91 Conclusion. Point 92 Hegel 5W. Point 93 Questions asked. 93 Introduction. 93 Hegel's key ideas and works. 93 Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism. Point 94 Hegel's philosophy of right and state. Point 99 Freedom and individual in Hegel's political thought. 101 Hegel's views on civil society and ethical life. Point 102 Hegel's influence on political thought. Point 102 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Hegel's ideas. 103 Hegel's relevance in contemporary politics. 103 Conclusion. Point 104 Lenin HFN. Point 105 Questions asked. 105 Introduction. 105 Lenin's key ideas and works. 105 Lenin's theory of imperialism. 107 Vanguard Party and democratic centralism. 108 The role of proletariat in revolution. 109 Lenin's views on class struggle. 110 Lenin's concept of the state. Lenin's impact in political thought. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Leninist ideas. 114 Lenin's relevance in contemporary politics. 115 Conclusion. 115 JSMilla.FTA. 117 Questions asked. 117 Introduction. 117 Mill's key ideas and works. 118 Mill's harm principle and individual liberty. 119 Mill's reluctant Democrat. 121 Mill's views on gender equality and feminism. 123 Balancing liberty and social justice. 124 Mill's influence on political thought. 126 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Mill's ideas. 127 Mill's relevance in contemporary politics. 127 Conclusion. 128 Locktier. 129 Questions asked. 129 Introduction. 129 Locke's key ideas and works. 129 Locke's theory of natural rights and social contract. 130 State of nature and civil society. 131 Separation of powers and limited government. 131 Locke's views on property and individualism. 132 Religious toleration in Locke's philosophy. 134 Locke's influence on liberalism. 135 Locke's antagonist, Filmer or Hobbes. 135 Criticisms and controversies surrounding Locke's ideas. 137 Locke's relevance in contemporary politics. 138 Conclusion. 138 Gramsci. 139 Questions asked. 139 Hannah Arendt. 141 Questions asked. 141 Miscellaneous thinkers. Pfeiffer Finn. 143 Sin and Servitude, St. Augustine. 143 State parts and tranquility, Marsilius. 144 Unit 10 Western political thought, Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, John S. Mill, Marx, Gramsci. Hannah Arendt. A 10 IW Tita FERC, caret 1, TFTJFTFT, W, caret Fe, WWTP, Y, wife, site. Western political thought. Questions asked. Trace the evolution of Western political thought from ancient to contemporary period. 2020ths. RTIW, W less than W fed a wife taught W few WW Fe. 2020ths. Introduction. Western political thought refers to the rich and diverse tradition of philosophical, ideological, and theoretical ideas that have evolved in the Western world over centuries. It encompasses the exploration of key political concepts, principles, institutions, and the analysis of the nature of the state, governance, liberty, justice, and individual rights. Historical development and key thinkers. Ancient Greek political thought. Philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates laid entire foundation for Western political thought. They explored issues of justice, democracy, and the role of the individual in society. Roman political thought. Roman thinkers like Cicero and Seneca contributed to the idea of law, citizenship, and governance, influencing later political thought. Medieval and Renaissance political thought. The Christian Church. Thomas Aquinas and Machiavelli explored the relationship between religion. Thomas Aquinas and Machiavelli explored the relationship between religion, politics, and statecraft during this period. Enlightenment thinkers. Enlightenment philosophers such as John Locke, Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Voltaire emphasized individual rights, social contracts, separation of powers, and the need for rational governance. Modern political thinkers. Thinkers like Karl Marx, John Stuart Mill, and Friedrich Hayek contributed to debates on socialism, liberalism, democracy, and the role of the state in the modern era. Evolution of Western political thought. Trace the evolution of Western political thought from ancient to contemporary period. 2020ths. Few S wife WWW. Few fed a few percent fern YW. 2020ths. The evolution of Western political thought spans over centuries, encompassing a rich tapestry of ideas, theories, and philosophies that have shaped the understanding of governance, society, and individual rights. Here is a chronological overview of its development from the ancient period to the contemporary era. Ancient Greek political thought. 5th to 4th century BCE. Plato explored the concept of justice in the Republic and advocated for an ideal state led by philosopher kings. Introduced the theory of forms. Aristotle analyzed different forms of government, including monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. Introduced the idea of the polis city-state as the primary political unit. Roman political thought. 1st century 7 BCE, 5th century CE. Cicero emphasized natural law and the importance of law as a means of governing. Advocated for the rule of law and the protection of individual rights. Stoicism introduced the idea of cosmopolitanism, emphasizing the unity of all humans and the importance of living in accordance with nature. Medieval and Renaissance political thought. 5th to 17th century CE. Augustine of Hippo explored the relationship between religion and politics, emphasizing the need for a just milieu and the importance of the divine law. Thomas Aquinas integrated Christian theology with Aristotelian philosophy, developing the concept of natural law as a foundation for just governance. Machiavelli, in The Prince, discussed the art of statecraft, the role of power, and the pragmatism required for effective governance. Enlightenment political thought, 17th to 18th century CE, John Locke, introduced the concept of the social contract, emphasizing the protection of natural rights to life, liberty, and property. Advocated for limited government. Montesquieu introduced the idea of the separation of powers to prevent tyranny and maintain checks and balances within government. Jean-Jacques Rousseau proposed the idea of the general will and popular sovereignty, advocating for direct democracy as a means of governance. Modern political thought, 19th to 20th century CE, Karl Marx developed Marxist theory, emphasizing the struggle between social classes and advocating for the overthrow of capitalism to establish a classless society. John Stuart Mill advocated for individual liberty, freedom of expression, and utilitarian ethics, emphasizing the importance of minimizing government interference. Friedrich Nietzsche explored the relationship between power, morality, and the will to power, critiquing traditional values and institutions. Contemporary political thought, 20th century, President Hannah Arendt discussed the nature of totalitarianism, the importance of active citizenship, and the concept of the public realm. John Rawls developed the theory of justice as fairness, emphasizing principles of distributive justice and the veil of ignorance. Michel Foucault explored the relationship between power, knowledge, and societal structures, critiquing institutions of control. Amartya Sen emphasized the importance of development, freedom, and capability in evaluating societal progress and well-being. The evolution of Western political thought showcases a progression from early discussions on justice, governance, and the role of the individual to more complex explorations of power, rights, and the dynamics of modern society. Each era has contributed its own unique ideas and perspectives, enriching the broader understanding of political philosophy and its implications for governance, human rights, and societal progress. Key concepts and themes: social contract, the idea that individuals voluntarily agree to form a society and establish a government to protect their rights and maintain order. Liberty, the concept of individual freedom, including civil liberties, political freedoms, and economic freedom. Democracy, the notion of popular sovereignty, where political power resides with the people through participation and representation. Justice, philosophers have explored various theories of justice, including distributive justice, procedural justice, and social justice. Equality, the discussion of equality encompasses debates on social, economic, and political equality, as well as issues of gender, race, and class. Power and authority, the exploration of legitimate sources of power, the nature of authority, and the role of institutions in maintaining order. Impact and influence, Western political thought has had a profound impact on the development of political institutions, ideologies, and systems around the world. It contributed to the rise of democratic governance, constitutionalism, the rule of law, and the protection of individual rights. Contemporary relevance. 1. Democracy and governance. Concepts like popular sovereignty, separation of powers, and MLE of law, originating from Western political thought, form the foundations of modern democratic systems worldwide. The principles of accountability, transparency, and representation continue to guide discussions on effective governance. 2. Individual rights and liberties. The emphasis on individual rights and liberties, as championed by Enlightenment philosophers, has led to the development of human rights frameworks and international legal norms. Discussions on civil liberties, freedom of expression, and privacy rights are deeply rooted in Western political thought. 3. Social justice and equality. Western political thought has spurred conversations on social justice and equality, prompting discussions on gender equality, racial justice, LGBTQ+ rights, and other marginalized groups. The pursuit of a just and inclusive society is informed by the ideas of equality and fairness from Western thinkers. 4. Rule of law and constitutionalism. The concept of the rule of law, emphasizing that no one is above higher law, remains a cornerstone of constitutional governance in many countries. Western political thought has contributed to the development of constitutionalism and the establishment of constitutional limits on governmental power. 5. Pluralism and tolerance. Western thinkers have debated the importance of tolerating diverse viewpoints and beliefs, fostering discussions on cultural pluralism, religious freedom, and multiculturalism. The recognition of diverse identities and the need to accommodate various perspectives are influenced by Western political thought. 6. Economic and social policy. Discussions on capitalism, socialism, and mixed economies have their roots in Western political thought, influencing debates on wealth distribution, labor rights, and economic policies. 7. International relations and global governance. Western political thought has contributed to the development of theories on international relations, sovereignty, diplomacy, and conflict resolution. Discussions on global governance, human security, and international cooperation are informed by Western thinkers' ideas. 8. Environmental ethics and sustainability. Contemporary debates on environmental ethics, sustainability, and the balance between human development and ecological preservation draw from discussions on the responsibility of humans to nature. 9. Technological and ethical challenges. As technology advances, Western political thought provides a framework for considering ethical implications, privacy rights, and governance of emerging technologies. 10. Critical reflection and self-examination. Western political thought encourages critical thinking, self-examination, and a willingness to question and challenge established norms, which are essential for societal progress. Critiques and debates. 1. Eurocentrism and cultural bias. Critics argue that Western political thought often prioritizes Eurocentric perspectives, neglecting non-Western traditions and contributing to a skewed understanding of political ideas and systems. The application of Western concepts to diverse cultural contexts may lead to oversimplification and misinterpretation. 2. Universalism versus relativism. The assertion of universal principles in Western political thought may overlook the cultural and historical specificities of different societies. Critics argue that the imposition of Western values as universally applicable may disregard the complexities of local contexts and traditions. 3. Colonial and imperial legacy. Western political thought has been criticized for its role in justifying colonialism, imperialism, and cultural domination. It has been used to legitimize the expansion of Western powers and the imposition of foreign governance systems on colonized territories. 4. Limited diversity of voices. The dominance of certain Western thinkers and their ideas can overshadow the contributions of marginalized and underrepresented voices within Western societies and beyond. Critics highlight the need to include a broader range of perspectives, including those from historically marginalized groups. 5. Individualism and communitarianism. Western political thought's emphasis on individualism may downplay the significance of communal values and collective identities in non-Western societies. Critics argue that a solely individualistic approach may overlook the importance of social cohesion and shared responsibilities. 6. Oversimplification of complex issues. Some critics contend that Western political thought can oversimplify complex political, social, and economic issues, potentially leading to incomplete or misguided policy solutions. 7. Ignoring non-Western traditions. The rich traditions of political thought in non-Western cultures, such as Confucianism, Hinduism, and Islamic political philosophy, are often marginalized in discussions dominated by Western ideas. 8. Gender and intersectionality. Critics argue that Western political thought historically has not adequately addressed issues of gender equality, sexuality, and intersectionality, leading to the exclusion of important perspectives. 9. Inadequate historical context. Some critiques suggest that Western political thought can overlook the historical context in which ideas emerged, leading to misinterpretations and misapplications. 10. Overemphasis on rationality. Critics argue that an overemphasis on rationality and reason in Western political thought may neglect the importance of emotions, cultural norms, and spiritual dimensions in political life. 11. Environmental and ecological concerns. Some critiques highlight Western political thought's anthropocentrism and its potential disregard for environmental ethics and ecological sustainability. 12. Ethical dilemmas and inconsistencies. Critics point out ethical dilemmas and inconsistencies within Western political thought, such as the tension between individual rights and collective responsibilities. Conclusion: Western political thought represents a diverse and evolving intellectual tradition that has significantly influenced the development of political systems, values, and institutions. It continues to be a vital area of study, contributing to the understanding of political theory and practice in the modern world. Plato. Questions asked: explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. 1920s. M. Re ikfc re rearraign re woo re, 1920s. Plato was an enemy of the open society. Popper, comment. 1520s. MMTTRTRRMRR RTL, W. Try I, 1520s. Comment. Western thought, one might say, has been either Platonic or anti-Platonic, but hardly ever non-Platonic. Popper, 09/20. Rimfer, Ryarita, Re RWNT, Re MMY/I happy face caret T, caret Fay Rymm Mr. Re, Rim, 09/20. Comment. Plato's communism is a supplementary machinery to give effect to and reinforce that spirit which education is to create. Nettleslip, 07/20. M. MRRRTPRRM Riem caret A, caret W Rif Riem Triarh Tri, M. 07/20. Comment. State is individual writ large. Plato, June 20th. Me. M. Chviar W. Re me, MT, June 20th. Comment. The state is individual writ large. Plato, 05/20. Mriri, MRRF Re me, MT, May 20th. Plato's theory of education is the logical result of his conception of justice. Discuss. 04/60. M. Mr. MT RRFTE Mr. FT Mr. Wow? Rife RFWN Team Re, 04/60. Explain Plato's communism and compare it with modern communism. 03/60. MT caret Erk Re straight TM AFK caret MT Enri M Re Remi, 03/60. Comment. Until philosophers are kings, or kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, cities will never have rest from evil. Plato, 00/20. MRI. RRRR. MMRIR. Caret RR MM Re M Re M M M M. MSMT Re Re Me when M Fui. MT, 00/20. Comment. 4. No law or ordinance is mightier than knowledge. Plato, 93/20. MRI Re. Free M Re RRRRT or RTTRRRR Re M. Re M Re Re M, 93/20. Comment. Reality is a shadow of ideas. Plato, 92/20. Mriri, M. Fr. Triageturii, M. 92/20. Plato, a philosopher and thinker. Plato, an influential ancient Greek philosopher, is renowned for his profound contributions to Western political thought. His exploration of justice, governance, and the nature of reality has left an indelible mark on political philosophy. Born around 428/427 BCE in Athens, Plato's ideas continue to resonate and stimulate discussions in contemporary political discourse. Plato's life and background. Plato was a student of Socrates, who significantly influenced his philosophical development. He founded the Academy in Athens, a renowned center of learning, where he taught and engaged in intellectual pursuits. Living during a tumultuous period in Athenian history, Plato witnessed the Peloponnesian War and the eventual decline of Athenian democracy. The Republic, Plato's magnum opus, The Republic, arguably Plato's most famous work, delves into various aspects of political philosophy, ethics, and human nature. Written in dialogue form, the work centers around Socrates' conversations with interlocutors, examining justice, governance, and the ideal state. Theory of an ideal state. Introduction. Plato conceptualized an ideal state in his magnum opus, The Republic. This visionary concept of governance and society lies profoundly impacted political thought and continues to provoke discussions on the nature of a just and virtuous state. Background and context. Plato's ideal state emerged in the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, a period of political upheaval and decline of Athenian democracy. Influenced by his mentor Socrates and disillusioned with Athenian politics, Plato sought to explore an alternative model of governance. Core principles of Plato's ideal state. 1. Philosopher kings and guardians. Plato envisioned a society led by philosopher kings, individuals with exceptional wisdom and virtue. Guardians, including warriors and rulers, would possess a rigorous education to ensure their commitment to the state's well-being. 2. Hierarchical social structure. The state would be divided into 3 classes: nihilers, philosopher kings; guardians, warriors; and producers, craftsmen, farmers. Individuals would be assigned roles based on their natural aptitude and abilities. 3. Communal ownership and elimination of private property. Plato proposed communal ownership of property, wealth, and even families among the guardians. Elimination of private property aimed to prevent divisions and conflicts stemming from unequal wealth distribution. 4. Education and censorship. Education would be rigorous and controlled, focusing on cultivating virtue, wisdom, and philosophical understanding. Art and literature deemed harmful to the state's moral fabric would be censored to maintain a harmonious society. Justification and rationale. Plato's ideal state aimed to address the perceived flaws of democracy, promoting wisdom over impulse and virtue over self-interest. The philosopher king's rule would ensure Pliate governance is guided by reason and wisdom, leading to the pursuit of the common good. Challenges and criticisms. 1. Practicality and feasibility. Critics argue that Plato's ideal state is an unattainable utopia, detached from the complexities of human nature and society. The selection and training of philosopher kings and the elimination of private property raise practical challenges. 2. Totalitarian tendencies. Plato's emphasis on strict control, censorship, and the authority of philosopher kings has been criticized for potentially leading to an authoritarian state. The suppression of individual freedoms in pursuit of collective harmony raises concerns about the state's potential for oppression. 3. Neglect of individuality. Plato's emphasis on the collective good might overlook the importance of individual autonomy, diversity, and personal aspirations. 4. Failure to address change. Plato's model does not account for the dynamics of social change and adaptation, potentially leading to rigidity and resistance to progress. Legacy and influence. Plato's theory of an ideal state laid the groundwork for discussions on the role of wisdom, virtue, and governance in creating a just society. His emphasis on education, communal values, and the pursuit of the common good has resonated throughout the history of political thought. Conclusion. Plato's theory of an ideal state offers a thought-provoking exploration of governance, virtue, and social harmony. While it presents challenges and has been subject to criticism, its enduring legacy lies in its capacity to stimulate debates on the nature of political authority, the role of philosophers in governance, and the quest for a just and harmonious society. Theory of education. Plato's theory of education is the logical result of his conception of justice. Discuss. 04/60. Introduction. Plato propounded a comprehensive theory of education in his seminal work, The Republic. This theory, intricately linked to his conception of justice, offers insights into the cultivation of virtuous citizens and the foundation of a just society. Context. Plato's education theory emerged within the socio-political context of a tumultuous Athens, grappling with the aftermath. Context. Plato's education theory emerged within the socio-political context of a tumultuous Athens, grappling with the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War and democratic governance. The deterioration of Athenian democracy led Plato to contemplate an alternative framework for nurturing individuals and ensuring a harmonious polis. Plato's conception of justice. Justice, according to Plato, extends beyond mere adherence to laws. It involves the harmonious balance and alignment of the soul's three parts: reason, spirit, and desire. Justice in the individual mirrors justice in the state. An individual's just soul corresponds to a well-ordered state wherein each class performs its role harmoniously. Plato's Theory 7 of Education, the logical outcome. 1. Cultivation of virtue and harmony. Education, according to Plato, aims to mold individuals into virtuous citizens capable of harmonizing their internal faculties. The curriculum focuses on the cultivation of reason, courage, and moderation, aligning with the attributes of a just soul and just state. 2. Selection and training of guardians. Guardians, the warrior Nilar class, undergo rigorous education to develop wisdom, physical prowess, and loyalty to the state. Their education imbues them with a deep sense of duty and responsibility, ensuring they nile with justice and benevolence. 3. Censorship in art. Plato's theory supports censorship of art and literature that deviates from the ideal forms of virtue and morality. Artistic expressions that might corrupt the soul or distort the perception of justice are deemed unsuitable for the education of citizens. 4. Mathematics and dialectics. The curriculum includes mathematics and dialectics to enhance reasoning abilities and stimulate intellectual growth. These subjects cultivate the capacity to grasp abstract myths and engage in critical thinking, aligning with the pursuit of justice. 5. Equal opportunity and social harmony. Plato's education theory emphasizes equal opportunity for both men and women to receive education. This approach aligns with his vision of justice, where an individual's roles are determined by merit and aptitude rather than arbitrary factors. Critique and challenges. 1. Infringement on individual freedom. Critics contend that Plato's educational framework might encroach upon individual freedom and autonomy, potentially stifling creativity and diversity. 2. Rigidity and absolutism. Plato's strict educational regimen might lead to rigidity and uniformity, inhibiting adaptability and responsiveness to evolving societal needs. 3. Limited application. Critics argue that Plato's theory might be better suited for a small, homogeneous society, raising questions about its viability in larger, diverse communities. Conclusion. Plato's theory of education, intricately woven into his conception of justice, reflects his profound understanding of the interplay between individual virtues and societal harmony. While his educational ideals face criticism and practical challenges, they underscore the intimate connection between education and the cultivation of just citizens, offering valuable insights into the enduring quest for a just and virtuous society. Plato's communism and education. Comrade. Plato's communism is a supplementary machinery to give effect to and reinforce that spirit which education is to create. Nettleship, July 20th, Introduction. The assertion made by Nettleship that Plato's communism is a supplementary machinery to give effect to and reinforce that spirit which education is to create encapsulates a profound insight into the interwoven nature of Plato's political and educational philosophies. Nettleship's interpretation. Nettleship's assertion emphasizes that Plato's communism is not an isolated or arbitrary feature of his political thought. Instead, it functions as a complementary tool intricately linked to the objectives of IRIS' educational system. The purpose of communism, within this framework, is not solely economic but rather to reinforce the virtues and principles instilled through education, thereby fostering a harmonious and just society. Communism's role in reinforcing education. 1. Collective virtue enhancement. Plato's educational philosophy aims to cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, and justice in individuals. Communism operates as a mechanism that aligns with these virtues by promoting a communal spirit and eliminating factors that could hinder the pursuit of virtuous living. 2. Transcending selfishness. Plato's educational endeavor seeks to transcend selfish desires and promote the well-being of the collective. Communism, by eliminating private property and individual wealth accumulation, reinforces the idea of prioritizing the common good over personal gain. 3. Mitigation of factionalism. Education aims to create a unified and harmonious citizenry, free from divisive tendencies. Communism's eradication of economic disparities helps to reduce class divisions and potential conflicts, reinforcing the spirit of unity cultivated through education. 4. Operationalizing virtue in society. Plato's educational program develops individuals who embody virtue, but this virtue must find practical application in the governance and functioning of the state. Communism provides a structural framework that enacts these virtuous principles within the socio-economic fabric of the state. Nettleship's perspective and contemporary relevance. Nettleship's interpretation underscores the holistic nature of Plato's political philosophy, where various elements, including education and communism, converge to create a cohesive societal model. In contemporary contexts, Nettleship's perspective invites reflections on the synergy between economic structures and educational objectives in the pursuit of justice, equity, and moral development. Challenges and critiques. 1. Potential erosion of individual liberty. Critics may argue that Plato's communism, despite its complementary role, could infringe upon personal autonomy and freedom. 2. Practical implementation. The actual implementation of communism and its compatibility with diverse societies raise significant practical challenges. Conclusion. Nettleship's insight into Plato's communism as a supplementary mechanism highlights the interconnectedness of political and educational philosophies. Plato's political utopia rests on the foundation of educated virtue, and communism serves as a reinforcement tool, facilitating the translation of these virtues into practical governance. Understanding this intricate interplay enhances our appreciation of the intricate tapestry of Plato's political thought, allowing us to delve deeper into its implications for justice, virtue, entire harmonious functioning of an ideal state. Plato's communism versus modern communism. Explain Plato's communism and compare it with modern communism. 03/60. Introduction. Plato introduced a unique form of communism in Iris' seminal work, The Republic. This concept of communal property and shared resources has intriguing parallels and contrasts with modern communism, a socio-political ideology that emerged centuries later. A comparative analysis of Plato's communism and modern communism provides insights into their shared principles and divergent foundations. Plato's communism, nature and purpose. Plato's communism is an essential feature of his ideal state, aiming to eliminate private property and wealth disparities among the guardian class. Objective. Plato's communism is a mechanism to reinforce the virtues cultivated through education and ensure the harmony and well-being of the state. Implementation. Communism is practiced among the guardian class, fostering unity, preventing materialism, and promoting collective harmony. Basis. Plato's communism rests on the belief that material possessions can corn up the soul and hinder the pursuit of justice and virtue. Rationale. Plato's communism is a means to attain an ideal state characterized by wisdom, harmony, and a just social order. Modern communism. Nature and purpose. Modern communism is a socio-political ideology seeking to eliminate private ownership of means of production and establish a classless society. Objective. Modern communism aims to address economic inequality and social injustices by advocating for the collective ownership and control of resources. Implementation. Modern communism seeks to transform entire societies, redistributing wealth and abolishing class distinctions. Basis. Modern communism is grounded in Marxist theory, emphasizing the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Rationale. Modern communism seeks to eradicate exploitation, achieve equality, and create a society free from oppressive structures. Comparative analysis. 1. Shared principles. Property ownership. Both Plato and modern communism advocate for communal ownership of property and resources, albeit for different reasons. Wealth equality. Both ideologies envision a society with reduced wealth disparities, emphasizing the importance of collective well-being. 2. Divergent foundations. Philosophical versus socioeconomic basis. Plato's communism is rooted in philosophical and ethical considerations, while modern communism is grounded in socioeconomic analysis and class struggle. Class distinction. While Plato's communism is limited to the guardian class, modern communism seeks to abolish all class distinctions. 3. Educational versus revolutionary approach. Education versus revolution. Plato's communism is a supplementary tool to reinforce the virtues cultivated through education, whereas modern communism often advocates for revolutionary change. 4. Individual virtue versus collective equality. Individual virtue. Plato's communism is intertwined with the cultivation of individual virtues, serving the overall well-being of the state. Collective equality. Modern communism primarily focuses on achieving collective equality through the redistribution of wealth and resources. 5. Ideal state versus sociopolitical transformation. Philosopher king ideal. Plato's communism is part of his ideal state, governed by philosopher kings, aimed at realizing justice and virtue. Classless society. Modern communism aspires to create a classless society where the means of production are collectively owned and controlled. Conclusion. Plato's communism and modern communism share a semblance in their advocacy for communal ownership and wealth equality. However, they diverge significantly in their philosophical underpinnings, objectives, and approaches. While Plato's communism serves as a tool to reinforce education and virtues in his ideal state, modern communism seeks a While Plato's communism serves as a tool to reinforce education and virtues in his ideal state, modern communism seeks a socio-political transformation based on Marxist principles. Understanding these similarities and differences enriches our comprehension of both ideologies' implications for governance, justice, and the pursuit of societal harmony. Philosophers as kings. Comment. Until philosophers are kings, or kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, cities will never have rest from evil. Plato, 00/20. Introduction. The statement, until philosophers are kings, or kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, cities will never have rest from evil, encapsulates a profound insight into Plato's political philosophy. This declaration, found within his magnum opus, The Republic, underscores his belief in the transformative potential of Plato's appliable wisdom for effective governance and the attainment of a just and harmonious society. Context and meaning. 1. Philosophy as the path to virtuous leadership. Plato posits that true nihilers, whether philosophers or nihilers imbued with philosophical wisdom, possess the capacity to lead with justice and virtue. The spirit and power of philosophy refer to a deep understanding of fundamental tenets and an unwavering commitment to ethical principles. 2. Rest from evil and the quest for justice. Plato asserts that cities, or societies, will remain plagued by discord, corruption, and injustice until leaders embrace the philosophy-driven virtues of wisdom, courage, and justice. The absence of these virtues contributes to societal unrest and the perpetuation of evil. Philosopher kings and virtuous leadership. 1. Philosopher kings as ideal rulers. Plato's concept of philosopher kings embodies individuals who possess both intellectual acumen and a profound sense of morality. Their wisdom enables them to discern the nature of reality and to govern justly, prioritizing the common good over personal gain. 2. Pursuit of knowledge and justice. The philosopher king's pursuit of knowledge and truth equips them to make enlightened decisions that benefit the entire society. Their commitment to justice ensures equitable distribution of resources and opportunities. Implications and philosophical significance. 1. Harmony between ethics and governance. Plato's assertion emphasizes the alignment of ethical virtues with political leadership, fostering a society rooted in justice and harmony. 2. Philosophy's role in governance. The statement underscores the potential for philosophy to guide governance, transcending mundane concerns and elevating leaders to a higher moral plane. 3. Cultivation of virtue. The idea reflects Plato's conviction that virtue, particularly philosophical wisdom, is a cornerstone for creating a utopian society. Critiques and challenges. 1. Practical implementation. Critics question the feasibility of philosopher kings governing effectively in complex societies, given the practical challenges of governance and the diversity of perspectives. 2. Limits of philosophical wisdom. Skeptics may argue that philosophical wisdom alone may not be sufficient for effective leadership, which requires a range of skills, including diplomacy and management. Legacy and influence. Plato's assertion that cities will find rest from evil only when philosophers become rulers resonates as a call for moral and intellectual leadership. This concept has inspired debates about the role of philosophy in governance, the interplay between knowledge and power, and the enduring pursuit of justice in societal structures. While the practicality of philosopher kings remains subject to debate, Plato's ideal continues to evoke contemplation about the nature of leadership and the pursuit of a just and harmonious society. State as individual writ large. Conrent. State as individual writ large. Plato, 06/20. Conrent. The state is individual writ large. Plato, 05/20. The phrase state as individual writ large attributed to Plato encapsulates the concept that a society or a political entity, such as a state or city-state, is essentially a magnified reflection of the characteristics and qualities exhibited by its individual citizens. In other words, the attributes, virtues, flaws, and behaviors found in the individuals within a society collectively shape and define the nature of the state as a whole. Tai's idea suggests that the traits and values of the citizens, when aggregated, create the foundation upon which the state's laws, governance, culture, and overall character are built. It implies a strong interconnection between the individual and the collective, asserting that the state is an extension of the individuals who comprise it. 1. The analogy, state, and individual, macrocosm and microcosm. Plato likened the state to an enlarged version of an individual, suggesting that just as individuals have distinct elements of reason, spirit, and desire within them, the state also consists of various classes or components. Social harmony. Similar to how a Learnionius individual possesses a well-balanced soul, a just state embodies social harmony and stability through a harmonious interplay between its various classes. 2. Virtues and roles. Guardians, auxiliaries, and producers. Plato classified citizens into three main classes: the philosopher kings, guardians; the warrior class, auxiliaries; and the productive class, producers. Each class corresponds to a virtue, wisdom, courage, and temperance, respectively. Individual virtues and state virtues. Just as individuals are virtuous when their rational, spirited, and appetitive parts are harmoniously aligned, the state achieves virtue when its classes work together in harmony, pursuing their respective virtues. 3. Philosopher kings and guardians. Rule of the philosopher king. Plato believed that the state's highest virtue, wisdom, is embodied in philosopher kings who possess true knowledge and understanding. They are best suited to denial and guide the state toward the common good. Safeguarding justice. The guardians, or warrior class, protect and enforce the laws, representing the virtue of courage. They ensure that the state remains just and harmonious. 4. Appetitive class and economic functions. Temperance and moderation. The appetitive class, responsible for economic activities, embodies the virtue of temperance. They contribute to the well-being of the state by satisfying basic needs without excessive desire. Harmony and balance. Plato emphasized that a well-ordered state, like an individual with a well-balanced soul, should avoid excess and maintain equilibrium. 5. Challenges and achieving harmony. Conflict and disunity. Plato recognized that both individuals and states can suffer from internal conflict and disunity. To achieve harmony, individuals must cultivate virtues, and the state must ensure proper education and governance. Contemporary reflections. Plato's analogy of the state as an individual writ large continues to spark discussions and reflections in modern political thought. 1. Social cohesion. The analogy reminds us of the importance of social cohesion and cooperation in maintaining a well-functioning society. 2. Leadership and virtue. Plato's emphasis on the role of philosopher kings highlights the significance of virtuous leadership and informed governance in contemporary political systems. Critiques and considerations. 1. Individual rights. Critics argue that Plato's analogy might overlook the importance of individual rights and personal autonomy within a state. 2. Diversity and equality. Some question whether the analogy adequately addresses the challenges posed by social diversity and the principle of equality. Conclusion. Plato's portrayal of the state as an individual writ large offers a compelling metaphor for understanding the virtues and challenges of political entities. This analogy underscores the importance of cultivating virtues, achieving harmony, and ensuring proper governance to create a just and harmonious society. While modern democracies may differ in structure and values, Plato's insights continue to stimulate discussions on the relationship between individuals and the state in the quest for a well-ordered and virtuous political organism. Plato's theory of forms introduction. Plato's theory of forms, also known as Lee's theory of ideas, is a philosophical concept that posits the existence of a realm of non-physical, eternal, and unchangeable forms, or ideas, that represent the true reality of tilings. Plei's theory is a central aspect of Plato's philosophy and is presented in several of his dialogues, most notably in the Phaedo, Republic, and Parmenides. Background and context. Plato's theory of forms emerged in response to questions about the nature of reality and the reliability of human senses. Influenced by his teacher Socrates, Plato sought to explore the metaphysical foundations underlying human understanding. Core tenets of Plato's theory of forms. 1. Distinction between world of appearances and world of forms. Plato postulated that the physical world apprehended by the senses is a mere reflection of a higher, non-material realm called the world of forms. The physical objects we perceive are imperfect copies or shadows of the ideal forms. 2. Eternal and unchanging nature of forms. Forms are perfect and eternal archetypes that exist independently of human perception or the material world. Unlike the transient and imperfect physical objects, forms possess a timeless and unchanging existence. 3. Epistemological significance. Plato's theory of forms offers an explanation for the possibility of human knowledge and understanding. Knowledge is attainable because humans can recognize the imperfect material objects and relate them to their ideal forms. 4. Hierarchy of reality. According to Plato, the physical world is a realm of appearances, while the world of forms represents a higher reality. The material world derives its reality from the realm of forms, which serves as the ultimate source of existence. 5. Participation and perception. Humans gain knowledge through a process of recollection and amnesis, wherein they recognize the forms that their souls encountered in a pre-existent state. Perception of material objects triggers the recollection of their corresponding forms. 6. Role of philosopher kings. In Plato's ideal state, philosopher kings possess the ability to apprehend the forms through reason and contemplation. Their access to the realm of forms enables Torin to govern with wisdom and virtue. Significance and implications. 1. Metaphysical foundation. Plato's theory of forms lays a metaphysical foundation for understanding the nature of reality and knowledge. 2. Epistemological framework. It provides an explanation for how humans can possess reliable knowledge. 2. Epistemological framework. It provides an explanation for how humans can possess reliable knowledge in a world of sensory experiences. 3. Ethical implications. The pursuit of knowledge and virtue, as exemplified by philosopher kings, becomes central to living a just and meaningful life. Critiques and challenges. 1. Lack of empirical evidence. Critics argue that the forms lack empirical evidence, making them difficult to verify or substantiate. 2. Problem of participation. The concept of participation raises questions about how the imperfect physical world can be linked to the perfect realm of forms. 3. Interaction with the material world. Plato's theory does not fully explain how the forms interact with or influence the material world. Legacy and influence. Plato's theory of forms has left an indelible mark on Western philosophy, influencing subsequent thinkers like Aristotle and shaping debates about reality, knowledge, and the nature of existence. Its exploration of a transcendent realm of eternal forms continues to spark intellectual discussions and reflections on the essence of reality and human understanding. Reality as a shadow of ideas. Conrad. Reality is a shadow of ideas. Plato, 92/20. Introduction. The statement, reality is a shadow of ideas, encapsulates one of the fundamental concepts within Plato's philosophical system. Rooted in Iris' theory of forms, this idea explores the relationship between the material world and the higher realm of eternal and unchanging forms, highlighting the profound impact of abstract concepts on our understanding of reality. In this perspective, the visible reality we perceive with our senses is considered to be a less substantial or less TME representation of the intangible and ideal concepts that exist independently. Plato's Theory 7 of Forms. Plato's Theory 7 of Forms posits that the physical world we perceive is a mere reflection or imitation of a higher realm of ideal forms. Forms are perfect and timeless archetypes that serve as the TME reality bellrind the imperfect material world. Interpreting reality is a shadow of ideas. 1. Nature of material reality. According to Plato, the material world we experience through our senses is a realm of appearances, characterized by imperfection and change. Objects in the material world are like shadows or copies of the ideal forms that exist in the higher realm. 2. The role of ideal forms. Ideal forms represent the pure and unchanging essence of concepts such as beauty, justice, truth, and goodness. The material world's objects are reflections or imperfect copies of these ideal forms. 3. Epistemological implications. The statement suggests that our knowledge of reality is derived from our recognition of the ideal forms. Through our ability to perceive and understand the imperfect manifestations entire material world, we are led to the realm of higher teneth. 4. Shadows and reality. The material world's objects are likened to shadows cast by the ideal forms, which represent the true reality. Just as shadows lack the substance and permanence of the objects casting them, the material world lacks the perfect essence of the forms. Significance and philosophical implications. 1. Understanding of reality. Plato's notion challenges conventional perceptions of reality by asserting that the material world is not the ultimate reality. 2. Quest for knowledge. The concept underscores the philosophical pursuit of knowledge and truth, which involves recognizing the eternal forms belied the transient appearances. 3. Ethical reflection. Plato's philosophy emphasizes the importance of seeking the highest forms of concepts like justice and virtue, leading to a more just and virtuous life. Critiques and challenges. 1. Empirical concerns. Critics argue that the theory of forms lacks empirical evidence and relies heavily on abstract concepts. 2. Inaccessible forms. The question arises as to how humans, bound to the material world, can access or understand the perfect forms. 3. Complex nature. The idea of reality as shadows of ideas can be intellectually challenging and difficult to fully comprehend. Legacy and influence. Plato's assertion that reality is a shadow of ideas has had a lasting impact on philosophy, inspiring discussions on the nature of reality, knowledge, and the relationship between the material and immaterial realms. It continues to stimulate contemplation and debate, inviting us to explore the profound implications of the interplay between abstract ideals and the tangible world we perceive. Plato's allegory of the cave. Introduction. Plato crafted the allegory of the cave as a powerful metaphor within his work, The Republic. This allegory vividly illustrates his philosophical concepts, shedding light on the nature of reality, human perception, and the transformative power of education and philosophical enlightenment. The allegory's narrative. 1. The cave. The allegory begins with prisoners confined within a dark cave since birth, their limbs immobilized, facing a wall. The prisoners can only see the cave's rear wall, upon which shadows of objects and figures are projected by a fire behind them. 2. The shadows as reality. The prisoners perceive these shadows as their sole reality, as they have never experienced the external world or the source of the shadows. The shadows become their understanding of the Tanith and existence. 3. Liberation and enlightenment. One prisoner is freed and let out of the cave, encountering the blinding sunlight of the external world. Initially overwhelmed and disoriented, the freed prisoner gradually acclimates and gains a profound understanding of the real world. 4. Return to the cave. The liberated prisoner, compelled by the desire to enlighten others, returns to the cave to share his newfound knowledge. However, the prisoners dismiss his claims and resist believing in anything beyond their familiar shadows. Interpreting the allegory. 1. The cave as illusion. The cave symbolizes the world of illusion and sensory perception, where individuals mistake appearances for reality. The shadows represent the distorted, superficial understanding that people often accept as truth. 2. The journey to enlightenment. The freed prisoner's journey from darkness to light symbolizes the philosophical quest for knowledge and enlightenment. This journey requires a willingness to question assumptions, confront discomfort, and explore the deeper truths of existence. 3. The role of the philosopher. The freed prisoner represents the philosopher who, through education and introspection, transcends the limitations of sensory perception. The philosopher's responsibility is to guide others towards intellectual and moral awakening. 4. Resistance to truth. The prisoner's rejection of the freed prisoner's revelations reflects the resistance of society to embrace unfamiliar truths. The allegory suggests that individuals may cling to their comfortable beliefs, even when confronted with evidence to the contrary. Significance and philosophical implications. 1. Nature of reality. The allegory underscores the distinction between perceived reality and deeper truths, inviting reflection on the nature of existence. 2. Importance of education. Plato emphasizes the transformative power of education in liberating individuals from ignorance and guiding them towards enlightenment. 3. Philosopher's role. The allegory highlights the philosopher's duty to challenge conventional beliefs, inspiring others to question and explore. Critiques and challenges. 1. Critique of absolute truth. Critics argue that the allegory assumes an objective reality, disregarding the subjective nature of perception and interpretation. 2. Limits of allegory. Some contend that the allegory's simplicity may oversimplify the complexities of human cognition, emotions, and societal influences. Legacy and influence. Plato's allegory of the cave continues to resonate as a powerful allegorical representation of the human quest for knowledge, TMTH, and enlightenment. It serves as a timeless reminder of the transformative potential of philosophical inquiry and the perpetual journey from the shadows of ignorance to the illuminating light of understanding. Justice and virtue in Plato's philosophy. Introduction. Plato dedicated significant attention to the concepts of justice and virtue within his philosophical discourse. Central to his works, these ideals are interwoven into his ethical, political, and metaphysical frameworks, shaping Lee's vision of an ideal society and an enlightened individual. The interplay of justice and virtue. 1. Virtue as the essence of justice. For Plato, justice is not merely external conformity to laws. It is a manifestation of inner virtue and harmony. Virtue, exemplified by wisdom, courage, moderation, and justice itself, constitutes the core of an individual's character and behavior. 2. Just individual and a just society. Plato's dialogue, The Republic, explores justice through the analogy of the just individual and the just state. In the individual, justice involves the harmonious functioning of reason, spirit, and appetites, with reason governing entire other elements. 3. The philosopher king and wisdom. Plato contends that a just society can only be realized through philosopher kings, individuals who possess wisdom and have ascended to the realm of forms. The philosopher king's pursuit of knowledge and virtue ensures just governance and harmonious social order. 4. Ethical foundations of political order. Plato's belief in the interdependence of justice and virtue forms the bedrock of his ideal political state. A just society mirrors the just individual, with each citizen fulfilling their role harmoniously and virtuously. Implications and philosophical significance. 1. Connection between ethics and politics. Plato's synthesis of ethics and politics underscores the intimate link between individual morality and the well-being of the state. 2. Elevation of virtue. Plato elevates virtue as the highest aspiration, emphasizing its role in shaping both the character of the individual and the foundations of just governance. 3. Harmony and balance. The concept of justice in Plato's philosophy centers on the harmonious balance of different elements within the self and society. 4. Idealism and aspirational society. Plato's philosophy inspires the pursuit of an ideal society where justice and virtue reign supreme, acting as a moral compass for human endeavors. Critiques and challenges. 1. Practicality and accessibility. Critics question the feasibility of realizing Plato's ideal society, considering the practical challenges of implementing philosopher kings and ensuring universal virtue. 2. Role of diversity and freedom. Plato's emphasis on a hierarchical society led by philosopher kings may raise concerns about individual freedom and diversity of perspectives. Legacy and influence. Plato's exploration of justice and virtue reverberates through the annals of philosophy, leaving an enduring legacy. His insights continue to inspire discussions about the ethical foundations of governance, the role of wisdom in leadership, and the intrinsic link between individual virtue and the collective well-being. Plato's vision of a just and virtuous society serves as a perennial source of reflection and aspiration in the realm of moral philosophy. No law mightier than knowledge. Comment. 4. No law or ordinance is mightier than knowledge. Plato, 93/20. Introduction. Plato's statement, "No law or ordinance is mightier than knowledge," encapsulates a profound insight into the transformative power of knowledge within the realm of governance and societal order. Tai's assertion, rooted in his philosophy, highlights the primacy of wisdom and understanding over mere legal decrees in shaping a just and harmonious society. Context and interpretation. 1. Knowledge as a guiding force. Plato emphasizes that knowledge, particularly philosophical wisdom, holds a superior influence in guiding human behavior and decisions. He suggests that the true source of authority and effectiveness lies in the enlightened understanding of fundamental truths. 2. Comparison with laws and ordinances. Plato contrasts knowledge with laws and ordinances, asserting that the latter are inherently limited and dependent on human interpretation. The primacy of knowledge. 1. Laws as external regulations. Plato acknowledges the importance of laws and regulations as tools for maintaining societal order and justice. However, he contends that laws are external mechanisms, subject to human error and manipulation. 2. Knowledge as inner virtue. Plato's assertion highlights that knowledge represents an inner virtue that guides individuals toward ethical conduct and just actions. 3. Enlightened governance. Plato envisions a just society led by philosopher kings, rulers who possess profound philosophical wisdom and make decisions based on their enlightened understanding. Implications and philosophical significance. 1. Ethical foundations. Plato's statement underscores the ethical foundation of governance, suggesting that a society rooted in knowledge and wisdom is more likely to be just and harmonious. 2. Intellectual leadership. The assertion elevates the role of intellectual leadership, emphasizing the potential of enlightened minds to shape a better world through their wisdom. 3. Empowerment through knowledge. Plato's viewpoint empowers individuals with the idea that seeking knowledge and wisdom is a pathway to personal and societal improvement. Critiques and challenges. 1. Practical implementation. Critics might question the feasibility of knowledge alone as a governing principle, given the complexities of human behavior and the need for clear regulations. 2. Subjectivity and interrelation. Skeptics could argue that knowledge, like laws, is also subject to interpretation and bias, potentially leading to differing viewpoints. Legacy and influence. Plato's assertion that no law or ordinance is mightier than knowledge resonates across time as a call to prioritize wisdom, understanding, and virtue in shaping societies and governance. His insight encourages reflection on the role of knowledge in ethical leadership, the potential of philosophical enlightenment to guide decision-making, and the enduring quest for a just and enlightened society. Thinker's perspective. 1. Aristotle. Plato's student, engaged in a critical but respectful examination of his teacher's philosophy. While he revered Plato's wisdom, Aristotle disagreed with certain aspects of the theory of forms, particularly the separation of the material and immaterial worlds. Aristotle's own philosophy, including his emphasis on empirical observation and his concept of substance, diverged from Plato's idealism. 2. Plotinus. Plotinus, a philosopher in the Neoplatonic tradition, sought to synthesize Plato's ideas with later philosophical developments. He extended Plato's theory of forms, emphasizing the role of a single, supreme reality, the one, from which emanates all existence. Plotinus' work influenced later Neoplatonists and Christian thinkers. 3. Augustine of Hippo, Augustine, an early Christian theologian, engaged with Plato's philosophy in his efforts to reconcile Christian doctrine with classical thought. He adapted Plato's concepts of the immaterial and eternal realm to align with Christian beliefs, contributing to the development of Christian Platonism. 4. Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche critiqued Plato's philosophy as embodying a life-denying and otherworldly orientation. He criticized Plato's disdain for the physical world and his promotion of reason over instinct, viewing these tendencies as detrimental to the vitality of human existence. 5. Alfred North Whitehead. Whitehead, a philosopher and mathematician, recognized Plato's enduring influence on Western thought. He integrated Plato's emphasis on the abstract and eternal with more contemporary ideas, contributing to the philosophy of process thought. 6. Karl Popper. Popper critiqued Plato's philosophy from a perspective of falsifiability and empirical science. He argued Plato's ideas, particularly theory of forms, did not meet criteria of falsifiability and were therefore not scientifically valid. 7. Martha Nussbaum. Nussbaum's work on emotions and ethics draws on Plato's exploration of virtue, reason, and emotions. She engages with Plato's ideas on emotions and their role in ethical flourishing while adding her own insights from contemporary psychology and philosophy. 8. Iris Murdoch. Murdoch was influenced by Plato's philosophy, particularly Lee's emphasis on the cultivation of virtue and the moral dimension of human life. She explored themes of moral integrity, love, and the challenges of ethical action in a complex world, drawing inspiration from Plato's dialogues. 9. Jacques Derrida. Derrida engaged with Plato's texts to explore the complexities of language, representation, and meaning. He deconstructed certain aspects of Plato's thought to highlight the inherent ambiguities and tensions within philosophical discourse. Western thought and Plato comment. Western thought, one might say, lies been either Platonic or anti-Platonic, but hardly ever non-Platonic. Popper. Introduction. Karl Popper, a prominent philosopher of science, succinctly captured a distinctive trend within Western thought with his statement, Western thought, one might say, has been either Platonic or anti-Platonic, but hardly ever non-Platonic. This observation reflects the enduring influence of Plato's philosophy on Western intellectual traditions and the polarized responses it has elicited over time. Platonic influence on Western thought. 1. Metaphysical idealism. Plato's theory of forms, which posits a realm of unchanging, perfect ideas, has influenced metaphysical thought across centuries. Many philosophers embraced variants of idealism, interpreting reality as an interconnected web of abstract concepts. 2. Moral and political philosophy. Plato's exploration of justice, virtue, and the ideal state shaped Western ethical and political discourse. His emphasis on reason, wisdom, and the philosopher king informed discussions on governance and leadership. 3. Epistemology and rationalism. Plato's views on the nature of knowledge, the role of reason, and the search for universal truths laid the foundation for rationalist epistemology. Anti-Platonic reactions. 1. Empiricism and materialism. In contrast to Plato's reliance on abstract forms, anti-Platonic thinkers embraced empirical observation and material explanations. Figures like Aristotle, Epictetus, and later empiricists like John Locke championed the primacy of sensory experience. 2. Critiques of idealism. Philosophers like Immanuel Kant challenged Platonic idealism, emphasizing the limitations of human knowledge and advocating for a focus on human experience. 3. Existentialism and pragmatism. Existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and pragmatists like William James countered Platonic notions of eternal truths, focusing on individual existence and practical consequences. 3. Existentialism and pragmatism. Existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and pragmatists like William James countered Platonic notions of eternal truths, focusing on individual existence and practical consequences. Rarely non-Platonic. 1. Synthesis and variation. Popper's assertion that Western thought is either Platonic or anti-Platonic acknowledges the enduring presence of Platonic ideas. Even philosophers who rejected Plato often engaged in dialogues with his concepts, either in agreement or opposition. 2. Continual dialogue. Western thought exhibits an ongoing dialogue between those who adopt, adapt, or challenge Platonic notions. This interaction, even in dissent, keeps Plato's ideas relevant and alive within the philosophical discourse. Critiques and challenges. 1. Simplicity of dichotomy. Critics may argue that reducing Western thought to a Platonic or anti-Platonic binary oversimplifies the rich tapestry of philosophical diversity. 2. Non-Western thought. The statement primarily pertains to Western thought and may not adequately address non-Western philosophies, which offer alternative paradigms. Legacy and influence. Popper's observation underscores the pervasive influence of Plato's philosophy on Western intellectual history. It highlights the dynamic interplay between embracing or critiquing Platonic ideas, a relationship that has shaped the trajectory of Western thought. This interplay continues to stimulate philosophical reflection and dialogue, revealing the enduring power of Plato's intellectual legacy. Criticisms of Plato's ideas. Aristotle's critique. Explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. 1920s. Introduction. Aristotle, a brilliant philosopher and student of Plato, embarked on a profound critique of his teacher's idealistic philosophy. While Aristotle deeply respected Plato's wisdom, he advanced his own distinctive philosophical system that challenged certain aspects of Plato's idealism. This critique illuminates their differing viewpoints on metaphysics, epistemology, and the nature of reality. Metaphysical critique. 1. The reality of forms. Plato's theory of forms posited an eternal realm of perfect and abstract entities, separate from the physical world. Aristotle criticized Plato's separation, arguing that the form's existence outside the material world was unnecessary and that they could exist within individual objects. 2. Problem of participation. Aristotle challenged Plato's notion of participation, where physical objects are deemed imperfect reflections of their corresponding forms. He suggested that this concept lacked explanatory power and introduced unnecessary complexity into understanding the relationship between universals and particulars. Epistemological critique. 1. Knowledge through experience. While Plato emphasized innate knowledge and the recollection of eternal TMTHS, Aristotle championed empirical observation and experience as the foundations of knowledge. Aristotle believed that knowledge is derived from sensory perception and induction, grounding it in the tangible world. 2. Critique of universals. Plato's emphasis on the existence of transcendent forms led to a focus on universals. Aristotle criticized this emphasis, proposing that universals are derived from particulars, not vice versa. Theory of knowledge. 1. Critique of innate ideas. Aristotle rejected Plato's notion of innate ideas, asserting that knowledge is gained through sensory perception and the accumulation of empirical data. 2. The role of abstraction. While Plato held that abstraction leads to a purer understanding of reality, Aristotle argued that abstraction was a cognitive tool humans use to grasp concrete instances. Empirical and materialist approach. 1. Teleology and final causes. Aristotle introduced teleology, entire study of purpose and goals in nature, which he believed explained the organization of the physical world better than Plato's abstract forms. 2. Empirical science. Aristotle emphasized the importance of empirical science and detailed observation in understanding the natural world, in contrast to Plato's more abstract and metaphysical approach. Legacy and significance. Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism marked a significant turning point in the history of Western philosophy. While respecting Plato's contributions, Aristotle's emphasis on empirical observation, grounding concepts in the material world, and rejection of separate forms laid the groundwork for a more systematic and scientific approach. Plato's critique ignited intellectual debates that have reverberated throughout the ages, shaping the trajectory of philosophical thought and contributing to the rich tapestry of Western intellectual history. Plato, enemy of open society. Plato was an enemy of the open society. Popper, comment. 1520s. Introduction. Karl Popper asserted that Plato, despite his intellectual brilliance, held views that were in opposition to the concept of an open and democratic society. This provocative statement encapsulates Popper's critique of certain aspects of Plato's political and philosophical ideas. Plato's concept of the ideal state. 1. Philosopher kings and totalitarianism. Popper's criticism stems from Plato's advocacy for philosopher kings as rulers in his ideal state. He argues that this hierarchical governance, based on the rule of an intellectual elite, could lead to an authoritarian and closed society. 2. Limited freedom and individual autonomy. Plato's emphasis on the state's supreme authority and strict division of roles may limit individual autonomy and personal freedoms. Challenges to the open society. 1. Censorship and control. Plato's suggestion of censorship of literature and art in the Republic to shape citizens' values clashes with the principles of free expression and an open exchange of ideas. 2. Inherent hierarchies. Plato's hierarchical social structure, wherein individuals are assigned roles based on their abilities, could perpetuate social inequalities and undermine equal opportunities. Plato's epistemology and society. 1. Reality and truth. Popper's critique extends to Plato's epistemological stance, particularly the theory of forms, which may have implications for how societies interpret and define reality. 2. Implications for progress. Plato's emphasis on unchanging forms might hinder societal progress by resisting adaptation to new ideas and evolving circumstances. Popper's open society. 1. Defense of individual liberties. Popper championed the open society, a society where individuals have the right to express themselves, question authority, and participate in democratic decision-making. 2. Dynamic and responsive. An open society encourages diversity of thought, open debates, and flexible governance structures that adapt to changing needs. Critiques and challenges. 1. Simplification of Plato's ideas. Critics argue that Popper's assessment oversimplifies Plato's nuanced ideas and the historical context in which he lived. 2. Philosophical dialogues. Plato's dialogues often engage in critical discussions, suggesting a willingness to entertain diverse perspectives and not solely advocate authoritarianism. Legacy and influence. Popper's assertion that Plato was an enemy of the open society sparks debates about entire compatibility of certain aspects of Plato's philosophy with modern democratic ideals. While recognizing Plato's contributions, the critique highlights the importance of critically evaluating historical philosophical perspectives and their implications for contemporary political and societal values. This critical engagement contributes to the ongoing dialogue about the principles and foundations of open and democratic societies. Contemporary relevance of Plato's philosophy despite the passage of centuries. Plato's ideas continue to resonate with contemporary society, offering insights into various aspects of human existence, politics, ethics, and knowledge. Here is an exploration of the enduring relevance of Plato's philosophy in the modern world. 1. The pursuit of knowledge and truth. Plato's emphasis on the pursuit of knowledge, critical thinking, and the search for TMTH remains relevant in an era of information overload and rapid technological advancements. In a world flooded with data, Plato's call to engage in philosophical contemplation and seek deeper understanding holds significance. 2. Democracy and political governance. Plato's discussions on governance, the ideal state, and the role of philosopher kings offer insights into contemporary debates about democracy, leadership, and political structure. His critique of democracy's potential pitfalls encourages reflection on the challenges and responsibilities of democratic citizenship. 3. Justice, morality, and virtue. Plato's exploration of justice, morality, and virtue continues to inform discussions on ethics. 3. Justice, morality, and virtue. Plato's exploration of justice, morality, and virtue continues to inform discussions on ethics and social responsibility. His examination of the interplay between individual virtue and the well-being of the community resonates with ongoing debates about the balance between self-interest and the common good. 4. Education and pedagogy. Plato's philosophy of education, which emphasizes the cultivation of character, critical thinking, and holistic development, has contemporary relevance in shaping modern educational approaches. His focus on nurturing wisdom and ethical values alongside intellectual growth aligns with current calls for a more holistic education. 5. Allegory of the cave and perception. Plato's allegory of the cave offers a metaphor for the limitations of human perception and the journey toward enlightenment. In an age of virtual reality, social media filters, and curated online personas, the allegory prompts reflection on the nature of reality, TMTH, and our understanding of the world. 6. Universal versus particular. Plato's exploration of the relationship between universal fauns and particular instances lies parallels in contemporary discussions on general principles versus individual experiences. 7. Idealism and reality. The tension between Plato's idealism and Aristotle's more empirical approach mirrors ongoing debates about the balance between theoretical ideals and practical realities. 8. Dialogue and discourse. Plato's dialogues underscore the value of open dialogue, civil discourse, and the exchange of ideas, an approach that remains crucial in fostering understanding and resolving conflicts. 9. Metaphysical reflections. Plato's metaphysical inquiries into the nature of reality, existence, and the realm of the abstract continue to spark contemplation in fields such as metaphysics, epistemology, and even quantum theory. In a rapidly evolving world, Plato's philosophical inquiries offer a timeless foundation for grappling with fundamental questions about human nature, society, and the universe. His legacy endures as a source of intellectual inspiration, inviting contemporary thinkers to engage in thoughtful reflection and contribute to ongoing dialogues that shape the course of human understanding. Aristotle 3RRI. Questions asked explain the Aristotelian view of politics. To what extent do you think it lies contributed to the development of modern-day constitutional democracies? 21/20ths. WFTFT AMU FT caret W FTTW and FTIFT on WIT TFT caret WFTW FTHRDW with FTFT FTFW and WFTWR FTTT. 21/20ths. Everywhere, inequality is a cause of revolution, Aristotle. Comment. 17/15ths. IRW, MD Rift caret WNT. JFT me re, 17/15ths. Comment in 150 words, Aristotle's conception of equality, 15/10ths. 150 WFTFT, try FTD, MU FTAR, WWR, FTD, WNW, 15/10ths. Central to Aristotle's political thought is his classification of the different types of political constitutions in the politics. Evaluate. 14/15. 3 TRUFT, WFFT, FDR, FCFT caret, RFT. M4 LFT, FT, FTFFTD, TJW, FT, WFTFW, WT1RI, YRFT, FFTRQ, FT VIM, FTTL, 14/15ths. Comment. The state is a creation of nature and man is by nature a political animal. November 15th. FFDR, FTFTT. MAF R caret FTAR caret R. RIRWR caret WTRN caret TR equals ICH 4R caret FT, 11/15ths. Comment. The polis exists by nature and that it is prior to the individual. Aristotle, 02/20. FTWFTFTT. Fiftras RFTFTFT caret Taft caret FTFTFTQFTTFT 02/20. Comment. Polity or constitutional government may be described generally as a fusion of oligarchy and democracy. Aristotle, 99/20. FTWFTFTT. WIFFA and TFTLNTFWRRR FTT of turf with teftaful flow taft happy face TWFT 1 foot WA 99/20. Comment. Polity is the best practicable form of government. Aristotle, 98/20. WFT-FTT. I'm FTD writ RTWR, TEWFTI, AWP, 98/20. Comment. Slavery is natural and beneficial both for the master and the slave. Aristotle, 96/20. FWFRFTT, WTT aft. Re-FTFT, FT, FTPRTT HIFTR aft, FT, AM, 96/20. Comment. Rule of law is better than rule of men. Aristotle, 95/20. FWFT, FTT. Re re WR W and FT FT FTW FT 95/20. Comment. The authority of the master and that of the statesman are different from one another. Aristotle, 94/20. WFT-QFT, Ufi aft twerf tajwip fti caret TL, 94/20. Comment. The aims pursued by revolutionaries, like the origins of revolution, are the same in tyrannies and kingships as they are under regular constitutions. Aristotle, 91/20. Ftrit FTT. Fiftrti W ta ART are 1 nan, FTI rift FTT win, Y aft, W? FTF WFFT FT WFT FTFTNR FT and FDR FL and W. 91/20. Aristotle, life and background. Aristotle, born in 384 BCE in Stagira, a Greek colony, emerged as one of antiquity's most influential philosophers. He was a student of Plato and later tutored Alexander the Great. Aristotle's contributions span philosophy, science, and politics, sliaping Western thought for centuries. State as a creation of nature, Comment. The state is a creation of nature and man is by nature a political animal. 11/15. Introduction. Aristotle articulated the profound idea that the state is not merely a human invention, but an organic outgrowth of human nature itself. His famous assertion, the state is a creation of nature and man is by nature a political animal, encapsulates his understanding of the intimate connection between human beings, their social nature, and the formation of political communities. Nature and politics. 1. Social nature of humanity. Aristotle's assertion reflects his belief that humans have an inherent inclination to form social bonds and engage in communal living. He argues that human beings are not solitary creatures. Rather, they thrive when connected with others in a shared framework. 2. Political instinct. By labeling humans as political animals, Aristotle implies that politics and social organization are intrinsic to human existence. The term political here refers to the broader sense of communal and civic life, not just partisan politics. Creation of the state. 1. Emergence of political communities. Aristotle believed that humans, driven by their social nature, naturally gravitate towards forming communities for their mutual well-being and the pursuit of a good life. 2. Purpose of the state. The state, according to Aristotle, arises from the collective needs and aspirations of individuals, serving as a means to secure common goods, justice, and a harmonious life. Contemporary relevance. 1. Social bonds in the digital age. In the era of digital connectivity, Aristotle's concept of humans as inherently social beings gains new significance as people form virtual communities and engage in online interactions. 2. Civic engagement and democracy. Aristotle's idea reinforces the importance of active civic engagement and participation in democratic societies. It underscores the notion that responsible citizenship is not just a duty, but a reflection of human nature. 3. Ethical foundations. The recognition of humans as political animals underscores the ethical imperative of pursuing the common good and fostering just societies. 4. Global interdependence. In an increasingly interconnected world, Aristotle's notion of human sociality reminds us of our interdependence and the need for international cooperation. 5. Urbanization and community. As urbanization transforms societies, the idea of political animals underscores the enduring need for 5. Urbanization and community. As urbanization transforms societies, the idea of political animals underscores the enduring need for communities that promote well-being and shared values. Challenges and critiques. 1. Individual autonomy. Critics argue that labeling humans as inherently political animals may overlook the significance of individual autonomy and non-political aspects of human existence. 2. Variability of human nature. Some contend that human nature is diverse, and not all individuals may possess the same political inclinations. Conclusion. Aristotle's assertion that the state is a creation of nature and that humans are political animals offers a profound perspective on the intimate connection between human nature and political organization. It invites us to consider the implications of our social inclinations for the design and functioning of political communities, echoing through history. and inviting contemporary thinkers to reflect on the intricate interplay between humanity, society, and governance. Aristotle's contributions to philosophy. Aristotle made enduring and profound contributions that continue to influence diverse fields of knowledge. His work, characterized by systematic inquiry and a multidisciplinary approach, has left an indelible mark on philosophy, science, ethics, politics, and more. 1. Logic and epistemology. Foundations of logic. Aristotle's groundbreaking work on logic laid the foundation for fomial reasoning. His system of syllogistic reasoning, known as the Aristotelian syllogism, became a cornerstone of Western logic and scientific methodology. Categorization and classification. Aristotle's work on categorizing and classifying concepts influenced the development of taxonomy, ontology, and the organization of knowledge. 2. Metaphysics and philosophy of nature. Concept of being and substance. Aristotle's exploration of metaphysics delved into the nature of existence, substance, and reality. His distinction between potentiality and actuality shaped philosophical debates for centuries. Theory of causes. Aristotle's articulation of four causes: material, formal, efficient, and final, revolutionized explanations of natural phenomena and influenced subsequent theories of causation. 3. Ethics and virtue. Ethics as eudaimonia. Aristotle's ethical framework centered on eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or well-being. He emphasized virtue as the path to a fulfilled and virtuous life. Doctrine of the mean. Aristotle's doctrine of the mean emphasized moderation and balance in ethical choices, offering a practical guide to ethical decision-making. 4. Politics and governance. Natural state and political animals. Aristotle's assertion that humans are political animals highlighted the innate social nature of humanity. His political philosophy explored the ideal state and the role of citizenship in promoting the common good. Forms of government. Aristotle's classification of forms of government, including monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, remains influential in discussions of governance and political theory. 5. Philosophy of mind and psychology. The soul and psyche. Aristotle's treatise on the soul laid the groundwork for the philosophy of mind and psychology. His tripartite division of the soul into vegetative, sensitive, and rational aspects influenced subsequent studies of consciousness. 6. Natural sciences. Observational approach. Aristotle's empirical observations and classification of animals and plants contributed to the development of biology and natural sciences. Cosmology and astronomy. While some of his cosmological ideas were later refined, Aristotle's exploration of celestial bodies and the motion of planets influenced early astronomy. 7. Aesthetic theory. Poetics and tragedy. Aristotle's Poetics established principles of dramatic structure, characterization, and catharsis, influencing literary theory and the analysis of artistic expression. Legacy and impact. Aristotle's contributions laid the groundwork for Western thought and shaped the development of philosophy, science, ethics, politics, and various other disciplines. His rigorous method of inquiry, emphasis on empirical observation, and systematic approach continue to inspire scholars and thinkers across the centuries. Aristotle's insights into the nature of reality, ethics, governance, and the human psyche have left an enduring intellectual legacy that continues to enrich our understanding of the world and our place within it. Rule of law versus rule of men. Comment. Rule of law is better than MLE of men. Aristotle, 95/20. Aristotle explored contrasting concepts of governance, the rule of law, and the rule of men. These ideas reflect his reflections on political systems and the principles that underpin just and effective governance. 1. Rule of law, foundation of justice. Aristotle's advocacy for the rule of law emphasizes the supremacy of laws that are established based on reason and apply equally to all citizens. Limiting arbitrary power, the rule of law acts as a safeguard against the arbitrary exercise of power by individuals or nihilers. It ensures that decisions are made based on established norms rather than personal whims. Impartiality and equality. The rule of law promotes impartiality and equality before the law, irrespective of an individual's social status or position. It contributes to a just and orderly society. 2. Rule of men, concentration of power. In contrast, the rule of men centers on the authority and discretion of rulers or individuals who hold power. Decisions are driven by the personal judgments of those in authority. Potential for tyranny. The rule of men carries the risk of authoritarianism, where nihilers can manipulate laws and norms to serve their own interests, potentially leading to tyranny and oppression. Lack of consistency. This approach may lack consistency and predictability, as decisions are subject to the personal preferences and biases of rulers. Contemporary relevance. 1. Democratic governance. Aristotle's endorsement of the rule of law aligns with modern democratic principles that emphasize accountability, transparency, and the separation of powers. 2. Checks and balances. The rule of law resonates with contemporary discussions on checks and balances in governance systems to prevent abuses of power. 3. Individual rights. The rule of law safeguards individual rights and freedoms by providing a framework of legal protections. 4. Challenges of autocracy. The rule of men serves as a cautionary reminder of the dangers of unchecked authority and the importance of institutions that uphold the MLE of law. Critiques and considerations. 1. Flexibility versus stability. Critics argue that the rule of men allows for flexibility and adaptability in times of crisis, while the rule of law might render immediate responses. 2. Erosion of rule of law. Overly powerful executives or leaders can potentially undermine the rule of law by influencing legal processes or interpreting laws in self-serving ways. Conclusion. Aristotle's exploration of the rule of law and rule of men underscores the timeless tension between the need for just governance and the potential for abuse of power. The rule of law, with its emphasis on reason, impartiality, and equality, aligns with modern democratic ideals. On the other hand, the rule of men serves as a cautionary reminder of the risks of unchecked authority and the importance of maintaining legal norms that transcend individual interests. In the ongoing pursuit of just governance, Aristotle's insights continue to inspire discussions on the role of law and leadership in shaping societies that uphold justice, fairness, and the well-being of all citizens. Aristotle's views on ethics and virtue. Aristotle laid the groundwork for ethical thought by exploring the nature of virtue, morality, and the pursuit of a meaningful life. His ethical philosophy, deeply rooted in human nature and practical wisdom, continues to shape discussions on morality and personal flourishing. 1. Eudaimonia, the ultimate goal. Definition of eudaimonia. Aristotle's ethics revolves around the concept of eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or well-being. It represents the highest good and the ultimate purpose of human life. Human fulfillment. Eudaimonia is achieved through the development of one's inherent potential and the cultivation of virtue. It is not a fleeting pleasure but a deep and lasting sense of fulfillment. 2. Virtue ethics. Focus on virtue. Aristotle's ethics is characterized by virtue ethics, emphasizing the cultivation of virtues or moral excellences as the foundation of a virtuous and fulfilling life. The doctrine of the mean. Aristotle's doctrine of the mean suggests that virtuous behavior lies between the extremes of excess and deficiency. Virtue is found in the balance of qualities like courage, generosity, and temperance. Moral education. Virtue is acquired through habituation and moral education. By repeatedly choosing virtuous actions, individuals develop virtuous character traits. 3. Moral virtues and intellectual virtues. Moral virtues. Aristotle classified virtues as moral and intellectual. Moral virtues pertain to character traits that enable individuals to act laically in various situations, fostering harmony within oneself and with others. Intellectual virtues. Intellectual virtues involve the development of reason, wisdom, and intellectual excellence. They enable individuals to make sound judgments and seek truth. 4. Ethics and practical wisdom. Phronesis, practical wisdom. Aristotle emphasized higher importance of phronesis, or practical wisdom, in ethical decision-making. Practical wisdom involves discerning the best course of action in specific circumstances. Ethics as a practical science. Aristotle viewed ethics as a practical science that guides individuals toward virtuous behavior and eudaimonia. It is concerned with practical matters of human life and conduct. 5. The role of friendship. Friendship and virtue. Aristotle believed that virtuous friendships contribute to eudaimonia. TME friendships are built on mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to each other's well-being. 6. Moral responsibility and agency. Voluntary and involuntary actions. Aristotle explored the concepts of voluntary and involuntary actions, addressing the issue of moral responsibility and accountability. Contemporary relevance. Contemporary relevance. 1. Personal fulfillment. Aristotle's emphasis on eudaimonia aligns with contemporary discussions on well-being, self-realization, and the pursuit of a fulfilling life. 2. Character education. The focus on virtue and moral education has implications for character education in modern societies. 3. Ethical decision mold. Aristotle's emphasis on practical wisdom and virtue guides individuals in navigating complex ethical dilemmas. 4. Virtue and leadership. Aristotle's insights into virtuous behavior inform discussions on ethical leadership and the qualities of effective leaders. Critiques and considerations. 1. Cultural relativism. Critics argue that Aristotle's virtue ethics may not adequately address cultural and moral diversity. 2. Complexity of virtue. Some contend that the doctrine of the mean can oversimplify complex ethical situations. Conclusion. Aristotle's views on ethics and virtue offer a timeless framework for understanding the moral dimensions of human existence. His emphasis on eudaimonia, virtue, practical wisdom, and the pursuit of a meaningful life provides a foundation for ethical reflection, personal growth, and the cultivation of a virtuous character. Aristotle's ethical philosophy resonates across centuries, inviting individuals to engage in thoughtful self-examination and the pursuit of a life that embodies excellence, harmony, and well-being. Aristotle's conception of equality. Comment in 150 words. Aristotle's conception of equality, 15 tenths. Aristotle explored the concept of equality within the context of his broader ethical and political philosophy. While his views on equality were distinct from modem notions, they offer insights into the balance between equity, justice, and the diversity of human capacities. 1. Equality and justice. Proportional equality. Aristotle's notion of equality is closely tied to justice. He argued that equality is achieved when individuals receive benefits or burdens in proportion to their merits and contributions. Corrective justice. Aristotle's principle of corrective justice suggests that unequal treatment may be justifiable when it corrects imbalances or restores fairness. 2. Justice as fairness. Aristotle's ethical mean. Aristotle's emphasis on the doctrine of the mean extends to his conception of equality. Justice, in his view, involves finding a balance between excessive inequality and an overly rigid notion of equal distribution. Equity and virtue. Aristotle's idea of equity, epieikeia, involves applying justice, witty flexibility, and moderation, considering the specific circumstances of a case rather than adhering strictly to laws. 3. Political implications. Political equality. Aristotle's discussions on political equality reflect his belief in proportional representation and the distribution of political power based on merit. Natural inequalities. Aristotle acknowledged natural inequalities among individuals, such as differences in talents and capacities. He believed that justice required giving each person their due based on these inherent differences. 4. Citizen equality. Participation in governance. Aristotle's conception of political equality rested on the active participation of citizens in the affairs of the polis. Citizens contributed to the koinon good based on their capabilities and virtues. Civic virtue. Aristotle believed that political equality could be achieved when citizens possess civic virtues and contribute to the well-being of the community. Contemporary reflections. 1. Meritocracy and equity. Aristotle's emphasis on proportionality and merit resonates with contemporary debates about meritocracy and the allocation of resources based on individual contributions. 2. Affirmative action. His consideration of natural inequalities raises questions about modem policies aimed at promoting social justice, such as affirmative action, which seeks to address historical disadvantages. Critiques and considerations. 1. Exclusion and discrimination. Critics argue that Aristotle's acceptance of certain inequalities might perpetuate exclusion and discrimination against marginalized groups. 2. Challenge to universal equality. His acceptance of natural hierarchies challenges the modem concept of universal equality and equal treatment for all. Conclusion. Aristotle's conception of equality, rooted in his broader philosophy of justice and virtue, offers a nuanced perspective on the complex relationship between equity and individual differences. His emphasis on proportional equality and consideration of individual merits has implications for contemporary discussions on social justice, governance, and the distribution of resources. While his views may differ from modern notions of equality, they provide a thought-provoking framework for exploring the delicate balance between fairness, justice, and the diverse capacities of human beings in the pursuit of a harmonious and flourishing society. Authority of the master versus statesman. Comment. The authority of Tyre master and that of the statesman are different from one another. Aristotle, 94/20. Introduction. The statement, the authority of the master and that of the statesman are different from one another, articulated by the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, highlights a crucial differentiation in the exercise of authority between the roles of a master, philosopher, and a statesman, politician. Tin's assertion is embedded in Aristotle's exploration of ethics, governance, and the optimal functioning of a just society. Context and interpretation. 1. Roles of the master and the statesman. The master refers to the philosopher or the individual dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom, truth, and higher knowledge. The statesman pertains to the political leader responsible for the administration and governance of a community or a state. 2. Distinct nature of authority. Aristotle suggests that the authority exercised by a master and a statesman differs in its origin, purpose, and application. Differentiating authority. 1. Authority of the master, philosopher. The master's authority is rooted in intellectual prowess, deep understanding, and the pursuit of knowledge for its intrinsic value. The master's authority is centered on the dissemination of wisdom, moral guidance, and the cultivation of virtue among individuals. 2. Authority of the statesman, politician. The statesman's authority emanates from their role as a political leader entrusted with ensuring the well-being, order, and functioning of the state. The statesman's authority is concerned with practical governance, policymaking, and the management of societal affairs. Implications and philosophical significance. 1. Ethics versus governance. Aristotle's assertion underscores the distinction between the ethical authority of the master, focused on enlightenment and virtue, and the pragmatic authority of the statesman, centered on societal organization. 2. Dual expertise. Aristotle implies that while both roles require expertise and authority, they serve different purposes, philosophical enlightenment for the master and effective governance for the statesman. 3. Interplay of wisdom and pragmatism. The statement reflects the delicate interplay between the pursuit of wisdom and the practical demands of political leadership in creating a balanced and harmonious society. Critiques and challenges. 1. Blurring of roles. Critics might argue that the distinction between the master and the statesman's authority can blur in certain contexts, as the statesman's decisions may be guided by ethical considerations. 2. Practical limitations. Skeptics could question the feasibility of fully embodying both roles simultaneously, considering the demands of political leadership and philosophical contemplation. Legacy and influence. Aristotle's insight into the distinction between the authority of the master and that of the statesman continues to stimulate discussions about the multifaceted nature of authority, the roles of ethics and pragmatism in governance, and the complexities of leadership in shaping a just and enlightened society. Tai's differentiation reflects Aristotle's profound understanding of the diverse dimensions of human authority and its application in the realms of philosophy and politics. Aristotle's notion of politics and government Aristotle's notion of politics and government Aristotle, a towering figure in ancient Greek philosophy, delved into the intricate tapestry of politics and government, offering profound insights that have resonated through the ages. His exploration of the nature of the state, the role of citizens, and the principles of governance continues to shape political thought and discussions on the organization of societies. Aristotelian view of politics. Explain the Aristotelian view of politics. To what extent do you think it has contributed to the development of modern-day constitutional democracies? 21/20. Aristotle offered a profound and comprehensive view of politics that continues to shape our understanding of governance, citizenship, and the organization of societies. His approach emphasizes the importance of virtue, the common good, and the well-being of citizens within the context of the polis or city-state. 1. Politics as a natural endeavor. Human nature and politics. Aristotle believed that humans are inherently social beings, and the polis emerges naturally as a community where individuals can achieve their fullest potential. Ethical basis. For Aristotle, politics was not just about power and authority, it was rooted in ethics and aimed at fostering human flourishing and virtue. 2. The telos of the polis, the ultimate purpose. Aristotle saw the polis as the highest form of human association, with the telos, ultimate purpose, of promoting the common good and enabling citizens to live a virtuous and fulfilling life. Eudaimonia, politics, in Aristotle's view, was a means to achieve eudaimonia, which refers to a state of human flourishing characterized by liveliness, excellence, and well-being. 3. Virtue and citizenship. Ethics and citizenship. Aristotle linked politics and ethics, emphasizing that virtuous citizens contribute to a just and harmonious polis. Civic virtues. He identified civic virtues, such as courage, justice, and wisdom, which citizens should cultivate to actively participate in the affairs of the state. 4. Mixed regimes and the best polity, balancing extremes. Aristotle proposed a mixed regime that balances elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. He believed this would prevent the tyranny of the majority or the concentration of power. The best polity. The best polity, according to Aristotle, is a polity that promotes the common good, ensures stability, and encourages citizen participation. 5. The role of law and justice. Rule of law. Aristotle emphasized the importance of the Nile of law, which should be just, impartial, and applied equally to all citizens. Justice and equity. He discussed the concept of corrective justice, where unequal treatment can be justifiable to rectify imbalances and ensure fairness. Contemporary reflections. 1. Democratic principles. Aristotle's focus on citizen participation, the common good, and civic virtues aligns with modern democratic values and the importance of informed and engaged citizens. 2. Ethical governance. His emphasis on virtue and the integration of ethics into politics remains relevant in discussions about ethical leadership and responsible governance. Critiques and considerations. 1. Inclusivity. Critics point out that Aristotle's view of politics excluded women, slaves, and non-citizens, reflecting the limitations of his time. 2. Complexity of modern societies. Some argue that his ideas may not fully address the complexities of diverse and multicultural modern societies. Conclusion. Aristotle's view of politics provides a holistic framework that underscores the inseparable connection between ethics, virtue, and governance. His emphasis on the common good, active citizenship, and the pursuit of eudaimonia offers timeless insights for addressing questions of justice, leadership, and the flourishing of societies. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities of contemporary governance, Aristotle's wisdom continues to inspire reflection on the ethical foundations of politics and the well-being of citizens within the polis. The polis, prior to the individual. Comment. The polis exists by nature, and that it is prior to the individual. Aristotle, 02/20. In the ancient Greek context, Tyre concept of Tyre polis, often referred to as the city-state, held a central place in the social and political life of the citizenry. The polis was not only a geographical and political entity, but also a fundamental aspect of an individual's identity. This notion of the polis as a collective entity that preceded the individual reflects the unique way in like ancient Greeks understood community, citizenship, and the role of the state. The polis as the basis of identity. 1. Integral to identity. In ancient Greece, an individual's identity was closely tied to their membership in a particular polis. People often identified themselves by the name of their city-state, such as Athenian or Spartan, emphasizing the primacy of the polis in defining one's sense of self. 2. Shared culture and values. The polis was a microcosm of shared culture, values, and traditions. Citizens participated in religious ceremonies, festivals, and communal activities that reinforced a sense of belonging. Community over individualism. 1. Communal welfare. The well-being of the polis took precedence over individual desires. Civic duty, loyalty, and cooperation were valued virtues. Citizens were expected to contribute to the common good, even if it meant sacrificing personal interests. 2. Public participation. Political life was participatory, and citizens engaged in decision-making through assemblies and discussions. The focus was on deliberation and consensus building for the benefit of the entire community. Civic education and virtue. 1. Formation of character. Education in the polis aimed not only at intellectual development but also at nurturing virtuous citizens. Moral education was considered crucial for producing individuals who would uphold the values of the community. 2. Civic responsibility. The polis instilled a sense of civic responsibility and duty. Citizens were expected to be active participants in both the governance and defense of the city-state. Legacy and contemporary 7 reflections. 1. Modern notions of identity. The ancient Greek emphasis on communal identity raises questions about the role of community and culture in shaping contemporary 7 identities. 2. Individual versus collective interests. The tension between prioritizing individual interests and the common good persists in modern debates over governance and policy. 3. Global citizenship. In a globalized world, the idea of a polis-like community has evolved to encompass broader notions of global citizenship and transnational identities. Critiques and considerations. 1. Marginalization of diversity. Critics argue that the exclusive nature of ancient Greek citizenship marginalized women, slaves, and non-citizen residents. 2. Balance with individual rights. Balancing the collective interests of the polis with the protection of individual rights is a challenge in modern political thought. Conclusion. The notion of the polis as a community 7 that preceded the individual sheds light on the intricate interplay between community 7 identity and individual autonomy in ancient Greece. While modern societies have evolved to prioritize individual rights and freedoms, the ancient Greek emphasis on communal values and responsibilities offers insights into the complex relationship between individuals and the communities they inhabit. Aristotle's influence on democracy. To what extent do you think it has contributed to the development of modern-day constitutional democracies? 21/20. Aristotle's political philosophy. Expounded in his seminal work, Politics, Laius left an indelible mark on the development of modern-day constitutional democracies. His insights into governance, citizenship, and the common good have informed the evolution of political thought and played a significant role in shaping the principles and practices of democratic societies. 1. Emphasis on the common good. Aristotle's focus on the common good as the ultimate purpose of political organization resonates deeply with modern constitutional democracies. The principle of serving the collective well-being informs policies, laws, and decision-making processes. 2. Active citizenship and civic virtue. Aristotle's insistence on active citizenship and the cultivation of civic virtues aligns with the participatory nature of modern democracies. The expectation of engaged and informed citizens contributes to higher vitality of democratic institutions. His emphasis on cultivating virtues such as courage, justice, and wisdom informs discussions on ethical and responsible citizenship in contemporary societies. 3. Mixed regimes and balancing power. Aristotle's advocacy for mixed regimes, combining elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, has influenced the development of modern constitutional democracies. Many modern democracies incorporate checks and balances to prevent the concentration of power. The division of powers, as seen in the separation of executive, legislative, and judicial branches, reflects Aristotle's concern with preventing tyranny and ensuring the stability of governance. 4. Rule of law and just governance. Aristotle's endorsement of tyranny of law, which should be just, impartial, and applied equally to all citizens, is a cornerstone of modern constitutional democracies. Legal frameworks ensure fairness, protect individual rights, and provide a mechanism for resolving disputes. 5. Ethical foundation of politics. Aristotle's view that politics is inseparable from ethics has contributed to the ethical underpinnings of modern democracies. Ethical considerations, such as human rights, social justice, and environmental responsibility, play a pivotal role in shaping policies and laws. 6. Respect for individual rights. While Aristotle's focus was on the common good, his recognition of individual rights and freedoms has informed modern democratic thought. Constitutional protections for individual rights, such as freedom of speech and assembly, reflect his acknowledgement of the importance of personal autonomy. 7. Representation and deliberation. Aristotle's discussions on representation and deliberation have contributed to the development of representative democracies. The concept of elected officials representing the interests of citizens and engaging in informed deliberation is a hallmark of modern democratic governance. 8. Influence on political thinkers. Aristotle's 8. Influence on political thinkers. Aristotle's ideas have influenced subsequent political thinkers who contributed to the development of modern constitutional democracies. Thinkers like John Locke, Montesquieu, and James Madison drew inspiration from Aristotle's insights. Contemporary reflections. Aristotle's contributions to modern constitutional democracies resonate in various aspects of governance, from the protection of individual rights to the distribution of power and the pursuit of the common good. His ethical foundation, emphasis on active citizenship, and insights into governance continue to shape discussions on democratic ideals, institutions, and practices. Conclusion. Aristotle's political philosophy, characterized by its emphasis on the common good, civic virtue, and the ethical foundations of governance, Laius played a pivotal role in shaping modern constitutional democracies. His enduring influence is evident in the principles, structures, and values that underpin democratic societies, highlighting the timeless relevance of his insights for the continued development and evolution of democratic governance. Inequality and revolution. Aristotle, everywhere. Inequality is a cause of revolution. Aristotle. Comment. 1715. Aristotle recognized the profound connection between social inequality and the potential for revolutions. His statement, "Everywhere inequality is a cause of revolution," reflects his insightful observation about the inherent tensions that arise in societies marked by stark disparities. The context of Aristotle's observation. Historical period. Aristotle lived in an era characterized by city-states, where disparities between classes were pronounced. Economic and social structures. In the ancient Greek world, citizens were divided into different classes, with limited opportunities for upward mobility. Understanding inequality. Economic disparities. Inequality refers to the unequal distribution of wealth, resources, and opportunities within a society. Social hierarchies. Inequalities can manifest as hierarchies based on factors like class, caste, ethnicity, and gender. Causes of revolutions. Perceived injustice. When a significant portion of the population perceives inequality as unjust, it can lead to social unrest and demands for change. Unmet needs. Inequality can result in inadequate access to basic necessities, which can fuel grievances and dissatisfaction. Tensions and discontent. Growing divide. Inequalities often lead to a widening gap between the privileged and the marginalized, causing resentment and anger. Erosion of social cohesion. Unequal societies struggle to maintain social harmony as divisions become more pronounced. Revolution as a response. Demand for change. When inequalities become unbearable, marginalized groups often demand structural changes to the existing order. Radical shift. Revolutions seek to address systemic inequalities by overthrowing the existing power structures. Aristotle's insight. Universal implication. Aristotle's statement implies that the potential for revolutions is not confined to a specific time or place. It holds true across societies. Warning sign. He warns that societies ignoring inequality might face the consequences of discontent and upheaval. Contemporary relevance. Global inequality. Today, inequalities persist on a global scale, both within and between countries. Modern revolutions. Many revolutions in recent history, such as the Arab Spring, have been triggered by socio-economic disparities. Factors amplifying inequality's impact. Media and information. Modern technology enables marginalized groups to become more aware of disparities, increasing the potential for mobilization. Globalization. As the world becomes more interconnected, inequalities can be more glaring and provoke cross-border movements. Counterarguments. Other catalysts. While inequality can be a catalyst, other factors such as political repression and cultural tensions also contribute to revolutions. Peaceful change. Not all societies with inequalities experience revolutions. Some address issues through peaceful reforms. Conclusion. Aristotle's warning. Aristotle's observation underscores the importance of addressing inequality to maintain social stability. Modern imperative. In today's world, where disparities persist, his insights serve as a reminder of the urgent need for inclusive and equitable societies. Aristotle's assertion that inequality can serve as a cause of revolution highlights the timeless relevance of his observations. As societies strive for progress and stability, acknowledging and addressing inequalities becomes a critical step in preventing the social upheaval that can result from unchecked disparities. Classification of political constitutions. Central to Aristotle's political thought is his classification of the different types of political constitutions in the politics. Evaluate. 14/15. Introduction. Aristotle made a significant contribution to political theory through his classification of different types of political constitutions in Lewes' seminal work, Politics. This classification serves as a foundational framework for understanding governance systems and has enduring implications for analyzing various forms of government. The essence of Aristotle's classification. Comprehensive typology. Aristotle's classification categorizes political constitutions based on the number of rulers, the interests they serve, and their deviation from the ideal state. Taxonomy of constitutions. He identifies 3 true forms of government: monarchy, aristocracy, polity, and 3 perverted forms: tyranny, oligarchy, democracy. Evaluation of different types of constitutions. Monarchy. Aristotle acknowledges monarchy as a virtuous form when guided by the common good. However, he warns against its degradation into tyranny due to self-interest. Aristocracy. Aristocracy, now by the virtuous few, is deemed favorable. Yet, it can degenerate into oligarchy when a privileged minority monopolizes power. Polity. A polity, the rule of the middle class, is seen as a balanced system. However, it can transform into democracy when the masses exploit their power. Tyranny, oligarchy, democracy. Aristotle critiques these perverted forms as they prioritize the interests of nihilers or specific groups over the common good. Balancing the mix. Mixed constitution. Aristotle advocates for a mixed constitution, a blend of the 3 TME forms, to prevent the concentration of power and the vices associated with pure systems. Achieving stability. Mixing elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy aims to balance the interests of rulers and citizens, fostering stability. Relevance of classification. Comparative analysis. Aristotle's classification provides a framework for evaluating different types of governance and assessing their strengths and weaknesses. Diagnosing decay. His model helps identify the stages at which governments devolve into perverted forms, aiding in the diagnosis of political decay. Limitations and critiques. Binary 7 nature. Critics argue that Aristotle's binary categorization might oversimplify complex political realities, overlooking nuanced variations. Social context. The classification assumes a certain social context and may not seamlessly apply to societies with diverse cultural and economic conditions. Contemporary reflections. Democracy and populism. Aristotle's analysis of democracy's potential to degrade into demagoguery remains relevant in discussions about populism and leadership. Checks and balances. His emphasis on balancing power resonates with contemporary debates on separation of powers and checks on authority. Evolution and adaptation. Influence on later thinkers. Aristotle's typology has influenced subsequent political thinkers, including Montesquieu's theory of separation of powers. Modern applications. His framework provides a lens for understanding and assessing the functioning of modern democratic and authoritarian regimes. Conclusion. Enduring legacy. Aristotle's classification of political constitutions stands as a cornerstone of political thought, offering a systematic framework to analyze and compare various forms of government. Analytical tool. By categorizing governments and highlighting their potential trajectories, Aristotle's classification enables us to better comprehend the dynamics of power, governance, and the challenges of maintaining political stability in the common good. Polity. Fusion of oligarchy and democracy. Conrad. Polity or constitutional government may be described generally as a fusion of oligarchy and democracy. Aristotle, 99/20. Aristotle introduced the concept of a polity or constitutional government as a unique synthesis of oligarchy and democracy in his seminal work, Politics. This innovative idea presents a balanced approach to governance that seeks to mitigate the shortcomings of both pure oligarchic and democratic systems. Introduction to the polity. Hybrid form. Aristotle defines the polity as a mixed or composite constitution that incorporates elements of both oligarchy and democracy. Balanced governance. The polity aims to strike a harmonious equilibrium between the interests of the few and the many, thereby ensuring stability in the common good. Oligarchy and democracy. A dichotomy. Oligarchy, characterized by nihil by a privileged few. Oligarchies can lead to the exclusion of the majority and potential exploitation. Democracy. Based on the nihil of the majority, democracies may risk instability due to the susceptibility of the masses to demagoguery. The polity as a fusion. Representation of middle class. Aristotle proposes that the polity involves a middle-class-oriented approach, representing both the wealthy elite and the common citizens. Balancing interests. By integrating oligarchic and democratic principles, the polity seeks to balance the interests of different social strata and prevent the tyranny of either group. Components of the polity. Mixed ruling body. The polity employs a mixed council or assembly that includes members of the middle class, thereby ensuring diverse representation. Rule of law. Aristotle emphasizes the importance of laws and institutions as safeguards against potential abuses of power. Benefits and objectives. Stability and common good. The polity aims to achieve political stability by addressing the flaws of both oligarchy and democracy and promoting the welfare of the entire community. Citizen participation. It encourages active citizen participation while safeguarding against the excesses of pure democracy. Critiques and limitations. Ideal context. Some critics argue that the polity's success relies on a specific social and economic context and may not be universally applicable. Elitist concerns. Critics also raise concerns that the polity might still favor the interests of the middle class, potentially marginalizing other segments of society. Contemporary implications. Modern mixed systems. The polity's principles can be observed in modern mixed democratic systems that aim to balance elite and popular influence. Checks and balances. The idea of a balanced government resonates with modern notions of checks and balances, especially in systems with multiple branches of power. Legacy and influence. Intellectual legacy. Aristotle's concept of the polity has left a lasting impact on political theory, influencing subsequent discussions on governance and constitutional design. Adaptation and application. While rooted in ancient context, the polity's principles continue to be adapted and applied to contemporary political debates. Conclusion. Innovative synthesis. Aristotle's notion of the polity as a fusion of oligarchy and democracy reflects his innovative approach to governance, seeking a middle ground that addresses the weaknesses of both extremes. Enduring significance. The polity serves as a valuable framework for contemplating how to create inclusive and stable political systems that prioritize the interests of diverse segments of society. Polity, the best form of government. Aristotle contemplated various forms of government in his seminal work, Politics, seeking to identify the most ideal and balanced system. In his exploration, Aristotle introduced the concept of the polity, which he considered the best form of government, offering a unique synthesis of oligarchy and democracy. Introduction to the polity as the best form, middle ground. Aristotle's notion of the polity arises from his recognition of the shortcomings of pure oligarchy and democracy. Balanced harmony. The polity represents a harmonious fusion that bridges the gap between the rule of the few and the rule of the many. Key characteristics of the polity. Representation. The polity involves the participation of the middle class, representing a broad spectrum of citizens and preventing the undue concentration of power. Rule of law. Aristotle emphasizes the importance of laws and institutions in the polity, ensuring equitable governance and preventing the abuse of authority. The polity and virtuous citizenship, citizen participation. The polity encourages active political engagement and civic responsibility among citizens. Promotion of virtue. Aristotle believed that the polity cultivates civic virtues, fostering a sense of community and a commitment to the common good. Preventing tyranny and factionalism. Balancing interests. The polity's inclusive nature prevents the dominance of any one faction or class, reducing the risk of factional conflicts. Safeguarding against tyranny. By distributing power across various segments of society, tire polity guards against the emergence of tyrants. Stability and adaptability. Flexible governance. The polity's balanced approach allows for adaptability and responsiveness to changing circumstances, maintaining stability. Resistance to extremes. It resists extreme swings between oligarchic oppression and democratic chaos, promoting measured and informed decision-making. Critiques and considerations. Contextual application. Some critics argue that the polity's success depends on the specific social and economic context in which it is implemented. Potential for compromise. Critics also highlight that the polity might lead to compromises that do not fully satisfy any particular group. Contemporary implications. Mixed democratic systems. Elements of the polity can be observed in modern democratic systems that incorporate checks and balances to prevent power concentration. Civic engagement. The polity's emphasis on civic virtue and active participation resonates with modern calls for increased citizen involvement in governance. Legacy and ill influence. Enduring legacy. Aristotle's vision of the polity continues to influence discussions on balanced and inclusive forms of governance. Adaptive framework. While rooted in ancient thought, the polity's principles offer a versatile framework for considering governance structures in diverse societies. Conclusion. The best of both worlds. Aristotle's concept of the polity as the best form of government reflects his commitment to finding a balanced and just approach to governance. Modern relevance. As societies continue to seek governance systems that prioritize stability, citizen participation, and the common good, Aristotle's vision of the polity remains a source of inspiration and contemplation. Revolutionaries and political aims. Revolutionaries, often driven by a passionate desire for societal transformation, embark on the arduous journey of challenging established norms and institutions. Their political aims serve as guiding principles, fueling their determination to reshape governance, rights, and power dynamics. In the realm of political theory and practice, the relationship between revolutionaries and their political objectives unveils complex dynamics that influence the course of history. Introduction. Agents of change. Revolutionaries are individuals or groups who seek profound transformation in political, social, or economic spheres, often through rough radical means. Political aims. The objectives pursued by revolutionaries play a pivotal role in shaping the nature and outcomes of revolutionary movements. Defining political aims. Challenging status quo. Political aims of revolutionaries revolve around challenging existing power structures, hierarchies, and injustices. Rights and freedoms. Many revolutionary movements aim to secure fundamental rights, civil liberties, and democratic governance. Types of political aims. Overthrowing oppression. Revolutionaries may seek to overthrow oppressive regimes, autocrats, or colonial powers that exploit or subjugate populations. Socioeconomic transformation. Some aim for radical socioeconomic changes, such as redistribution of wealth, land reforms, or economic equality. Cultural and identity revival. Movements driven by cultural or ethnic aspirations strive to preserve or revive traditions, languages, and identities. Strategies and tactics. Violent versus nonviolent. Revolutionaries adopt various strategies, from armed struggle to nonviolent resistance, based on their political aims and circumstances. Symbolic actions. Movements often employ symbolic actions to draw attention to their objectives, galvanizing public support. Influence of political aims on movements. Unity and cohesion. Clear and slurred political aims foster unity among revolutionaries, enhancing their collective strength. Longevity and resilience. Movements with well-defined political objectives tend to persevere through challenges and setbacks. Challenges and dilemmas. Balancing idealism and pragmatism. Revolutionaries may grapple with balancing their utopian ideals with practical considerations for achieving change. Internal divisions. Divergent political aims within revolutionary groups can lead to internal strife and hinder effective action. Contemporary case studies. Arab Spring. Various political aims, from democratization to socio-economic equity, characterize the movement's diverse aspirations. Black Lives Matter. The movement seeks racial justice, addressing systemic racism and advocating for police reform. Critiques and controversies. Means versus ends. Critics debate whether the pursuit of noble political aims justifies revolutionary violence or disruption. Unintended consequences. Some revolutions achieve their political aims but give rise to unintended outcomes, such as authoritarian replacements. Balancing aspirations and reality. Visionary 7 leadership. Effective revolutionaries channel their political aims into pragmatic strategies that resonate with a wide audience. Adaptation and flexibility. Revolutionaries who can adjust their political aims to evolving circumstances may achieve lasting change. Conclusion. Catalyst of transformation. Revolutionaries, driven by their political aims, stand as catalysts for societal change, reshaping the contours of politics, rights, and governance. Enduring legacy. The interplay between revolutionary fervor and political objectives continues to shape the trajectory of societies, leaving an indelible imprint on the pages of history. Aristotle's theory of knowledge and metaphysics. Aristotle made profound contributions to the realms of knowledge and metaphysics, offering insights into the nature of reality, the process of understanding, and the interconnectedness of existence. His theories laid the foundation for subsequent philosophical inquiries and continue to shape discussions about the nature of knowledge and the fundamental fabric of the universe. Introduction. Philosophical inquiry. Aristotle's inquiries into knowledge, epistemology, and the fundamental nature of reality, metaphysics, are foundational to Western philosophy. Inherent connection. His epistemological considerations profoundly influence his metaphysical conclusions and vice versa. Aristotelian epistemology. Empiricism and rationalism. Aristotle blends empirical observation with rational thought. Aristotelian epistemology. Empiricism and rationalism. Aristotle blends empirical observation with rational thought, emphasizing the importance of both senses and intellect in acquiring knowledge. Sense perception. He posits that knowledge begins with sense perception, as sensory experiences provide the raw material for understanding. Abstraction and universals. Aristotle develops the concept of abstraction, where the mind extracts universal principles from particular experiences. Aristotle's theory of categories. Categorization of reality. Aristotle categorizes reality into 10 fundamental categories, providing a framework for understanding the diverse aspects of existence. Substance and accidents. He distinguishes between primary substances, individual entities, and accidents, qualities or attributes of substances. Metaphysical principles. Hylomorphism. Aristotle proposes the theory of hylomorphism, asserting that everything in the world is a combination of matter, hyl, and form morphe. For causes, he introduces the concept of 4 causes: material, formal, efficient, and final, that explain the existence and purpose of entities. Actuality and potentiality. Dynamic universe. Aristotle conceives reality as dynamic and inherently evolving, with entities moving from potentiality to actuality. Teleology. He emphasizes the teleological nature of reality, asserting that entities have inherent purposes and aims. Substance and essence. Essence and identity. Aristotle distinguishes between primary substances, individual entities with unique identities, and secondary substances, species or kinds. Essential properties. Essence encapsulates the fundamental properties that define an entity's identity, differentiating it from others. Critiques and legacy. Unity and diversity. Critics argue that Aristotle's metaphysical framework may not adequately account for the diversity and interconnectedness of reality. Influence on later thinkers. His theories deeply influenced medieval scholasticism, as well as modern philosophers like Thomas Aquinas and Immanuel Kant. Contemporary relevance. Scientific inquiry. Aristotle's empirical and systematic approach to knowledge lies parallels in modern scientific methodologies. Holistic views. His emphasis on the interdependence of different aspects of reality resonates with holistic perspectives in ecology and systems theory. Conclusion. Dual inquiry. Aristotle's theory of knowledge and metaphysics intertwine to offer a comprehensive framework for understanding reality, the nature of knowledge, and the intricate relationships within the universe. Ever-present influence. His ideas continue to stimulate philosophical discussions and inspire explorations into the nature of existence and the foundations of human understanding. Natural slavery in Aristotle's thought introduction and Iris work, The Politics. Aristotle describes a natural slave as anyone who, while being human, is by nature not his own, but of someone else, and further states he is of someone else when, while being Hermian, he is a piece of property, and a piece of property is a tool for action separate from its owner. From this, Aristotle defines natural slavery in 2 phases. The first is the natural slave's existence and characteristics. The second is the natural slave in society and in interaction with their master. According to Aristotle, natural slaves' main features include being pieces of property, tools for actions, and belonging to others. Objectives. Aristotle aimed to justify social hierarchies by asserting that some people are naturally meant to be slaves, thereby providing a philosophical basis for entire institution of slavery in ancient Greek society. Background. Aristotle lived from 384 to 322 BCE and was a student of Plato. He was highly influential in various fields, including philosophy, science, and politics. In Lee's time, slavery was common in ancient Greece, and Aristotle's views on natural slavery emerge within this context. Key factors. Aristotle believed that humans can be categorized based on their rational capacities and the potential to exercise reason. He argued that individuals who lacked rationality and self-governance were naturally predisposed to being slaves, as they required the guidance of rational and self-disciplined individuals. Concept. Aristotle's concept of natural slavery is rooted in his belief in a natural order within society, where different roles and responsibilities are predetermined based on inherent qualities. He maintained that some people were slaves by nature, which was determined by their perceived inability to reason and govern themselves. Significance. Aristotle's ideas on natural slavery influenced the justification of slavery in ancient Greek society and subsequent discussions on social hierarchies. His works laid the foundation for debates on the ethical treatment of individuals with different capacities and positions within a society. Implications. The concept of natural slavery legitimized the unequal treatment of individuals based on their perceived intellectual capabilities, reinforcing social divisions. It supported the idea that some people were destined for servitude, leading to the mistreatment and exploitation of those deemed natural slaves. Thinker's perspective. Thomas Aquinas, a medieval philosopher heavily influenced by Aristotle, Aquinas tried to reconcile Aristotle's ideas with Christian theology. He adopted some of Aristotle's views on natural slavery but also modified them to align with Christian ethics. John Locke, a key figure in the Enlightenment era. Locke's ideas on individual rights and government challenged Aristotle's views. Locke's emphasis on natural rights and equality directly contrasted with Aristotle's concept of natural slavery. Contemporary relevance. Aristotle's concept of natural slavery raises questions about the historical roots of social inequality and the ways in which philosophical ideas can shape societal norms. It can serve as a point of reference for discussions on historical injustices, ethical considerations, and the development of more equitable societies. Civil rights movement. The struggle for civil rights and equality, such as the American Civil Rights Movement, challenged historical ideas of hierarchy and discrimination, echoing the criticism of Aristotle's natural slavery concept. Disability rights activism. Modern discussions on inclusivity and entire rights of individuals with disabilities highlight the limitations of using cognitive ability as a basis for determining worth in society. Criticism. Immanuel Kant. The Enlightenment philosopher Kant criticized Aristotle's concept of natural slavery, arguing that it contradicted the principles of human dignity and autonomy that should guide ethical considerations. Frederick Douglass, the prominent abolitionist and former slave, criticized Aristotle's concept of natural slavery for perpetuating racial stereotypes and justifying the subjugation of black individuals. Conclusion. Aristotle's concept of natural slavery offers a glimpse into the ethical complexities and social justifications prevalent in ancient Greece. While his ideas may have been influential in their time, they are now widely seen as outdated and morally problematic, serving as a reminder of the need to critically examine historical philosophical perspectives in the context of evolving societal values. Aristotle's influence on Western thought. Aristotle left an indelible mark on the course of Western thought that continues to reverberate throughout the ages. His diverse contributions span philosophy, science, ethics, politics, and metaphysics, laying the groundwork for subsequent generations of thinkers. Introduction. Enduring legacy. Aristotle's works have profoundly impacted Western thought, fostering a rich tradition of inquiry and shaping the foundations of modern knowledge. Multifaceted contributions. His influence extends across philosophy, science, ethics, politics, and beyond, demonstrating the breadth of his intellectual reach. Philosophical traditions. Scholasticism. Aristotle's works were central to medieval scholasticism, blending Irish ideas with Christian theology to create a synthesis of reason and faith. Modern philosophy. His empiricism and emphasis on observation laid the groundwork for modern philosophy's focus on empirical investigation and rational inquiry. Scientific methodology. Empirical approach. Aristotle's systematic approach to observation, classification, and analysis laid the groundwork for scientific inquiry. Taxonomy. His contributions to categorization and classification influenced the development of scientific taxonomies in various disciplines. Ethics and virtue. Virtue ethics. Aristotle's virtue ethics, emphasizing the cultivation of moral character, continues to shape discussions on personal ethics and moral development. Golden mean. His concept of the golden mean, advocating moderation between extremes, resonates in discussions of ethical balance. Political philosophy. Political theory. Aristotle's exploration of polity, democracy, and the nature of governance provided the foundation for modern political thought. Concept of citizenship. His ideas on citizenship and the role of the citizen in the state influenced notions of civic engagement and democratic participation. Metaphysics and epistemology. Theory of forms. Aristotle's critique of Plato's theory of forms set the stage for ongoing debates about the nature of reality and metaphysical concepts. Empiricism and rationalism. His synthesis of sense perception and rational thought continues to shape discussions on the sources of knowledge. Education and pedagogy. Pedagogical influence. Aristotle's emphasis on education, mentoring, and the cultivation of critical thinking influenced educational practices throughout history. Modern pedagogy. His principles of systematic learning, logical reasoning, and intellectual development remain relevant in modern educational methodologies. Contemporary implications. Democratic governance. Aristotle's political ideas underpin modern democratic principles and discussions on citizen participation. Scientific exploration. His methodology of observation and classification remains integral to the scientific method in various disciplines. Challenges and critiques. Limitations. Critics highlight potential biases and cultural constraints in Aristotle's thought, urging a critical reevaluation of his ideas. Evolving interpretations. As societal norms shift, Aristotle's ideas are reinterpreted and adapted to reflect changing ethical, social, and scientific paradigms. Conclusion. Enduring beacon. Aristotle's multifaceted influence on Western thought stands as a testament to the enduring power of human intellect, fostering ongoing conversations that bridge ancient wisdom with contemporary knowledge. Intellectual legacy. From philosophy to science, ethics to politics, his legacy continues to illuminate the paths of inquiry and discovery for generations of thinkers who follow in Irish footsteps. Aristotle's legacy in modern education. Aristotle left an indelible mark on education that transcends time. His profound insights into ethics, politics, logic, and more have shaped modern educational paradigms and continue to guide pedagogical approaches. Introduction. Educational continuum. Aristotle's teachings reverberate in modern classrooms, fostering critical thinking, ethical reasoning, and holistic learning. Virtue-centered education, Aristotelian virtues. His emphasis on cultivating virtues like courage, justice, and wisdom resonates in character education programs today. Moral formation, Aristotle's virtue ethics serve as a foundation for instilling values and promoting ethical behavior among students. Holistic pedagogy, balanced development. Aristotle's holistic approach advocates for the harmonious development of intellectual, physical, and emotional aspects. Well-rounded individuals. Modern education draws inspiration from Aristotle's philosophy to produce well-rounded, intellectually curious citizens. Critical thinking and logic, Socratic inquiry. Aristotle's mentorship under Plato and emphasis on dialectical reasoning laid the groundwork for the Socratic method, fostering critical thinking. Inquiry-based learning. His legacy permeates modern classrooms, where inquiry-driven approaches empower students to analyze, question, and debate. Ethical citizenship, citizenship education. Aristotle's ideas on civic virtue, political participation, and the common good inform modern civic education curricula. Informed citizenship. His legacy encourages students to engage in informed, responsible citizenship and contribute positively to society. Practical application. Applied ethics. Aristotle's emphasis on ethical decision-making serves as a cornerstone for professional ethics. Training in various fields. Business ethics. His insights influence modern business education, fostering ethical leadership and responsible corporate practices. Liberal arts and well-rounded education. Liberal arts traditions. Aristotle's advocacy for a broad education, encompassing arts, sciences, and humanities, aligns with liberal arts education. Interdisciplinary learning. His legacy supports interdisciplinary studies, encouraging students to explore diverse subjects for a well-rounded education. Continual pursuit of knowledge, lifelong learning philosophy. Aristotle's commitment to perpetual intellectual growth resonates in the contemporary emphasis on lifelong learning. Professional development. His legacy encourages professionals to adapt, learn, and evolve to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Conclusion, eternal influence. Aristotle's educational legacy illuminates modern learning spaces, shaping generations of learners who embrace intellectual exploration, ethical responsibility, and the pursuit of knowledge. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Aristotle's ideas. Aristotle's influential ideas have undoubtedly shaped Western thought, but they have also faced criticism and sparked controversies that reflect the evolving nature of philosophical discourse. While his contributions span diverse domains, from philosophy to science and ethics, his concepts have been subject to scrutiny and ethical evaluation. Introduction. Critical examination. While Aristotle's ideas have greatly influenced Western thought, they have been subject to critical evaluation and ethical scrutiny. Evolving perspective. Over time, societal values, scientific advancements, and changing norms have led to varying interpretations and critiques of his work. Metaphysical and philosophical criticisms. Teleological worldview. Aristotle's teleological understanding of nature has been criticized for imposing a purpose-driven interpretation on natural phenomena. Vagueness and ambiguity. Critics argue that Aristotle's concepts, such as potentiality and actuality, suffer from vague definitions and metaphysical ambiguity. Gender and social bias. Sexism and gender roles. Aristotle's views on women, perceived as subordinate to men, have drawn condemnation for perpetuating gender bias. Slavery and hierarchy. His defense of natural slavery has been met with severe criticism for its reinforcement of hierarchical power dynamics. Ethical dilemmas. Natural slavery. Aristotle's justification for natural slavery has raised ethical concerns about the dehumanization of certain groups based on perceived intellectual capacity. Hierarchy of virtues. Critics argue that his hierarchical virtue ethics might promote elitism and dismiss the worth of virtues not classified as liar. Scientific limitations. Geocentric cosmology. Aristotle's geocentric model of the universe was later disproven by the heliocentric model, revealing limitations in his scientific understanding. Empirical observations. Some critics contend that his emphasis on empirical observations lacked the systematic rigor of modern scientific methodology. Concept of forms. Critique of Platonic influence. Aristotle's critique of Plato's theory of forms has led to ongoing debates about the nature of universals and the reality of abstract concepts. Epistemological challenges. Critics question the epistemological foundations of his theory of forms and its potential to account for the complexity of reality. Conception of happiness. Eudaimonia and subjectivity. Aristotle's conception of happiness, eudaimonia, has been criticized for its subjectivity and potential cultural bias in defining the good life. Individual versus communal. Debates arise around whether Iris' focus on individual virtue adequately addresses communal well-being and collective ethics. Contemporary relevance and adaptation. Interpreting within context. Advocates emphasize the importance of interpreting Aristotle within HRS historical and cultural context, acknowledging the limitations of HRS era. Relevance in dialogue. While some aspects of Aristotle's thought are challenged, HRS ideas continue to provoke philosophical discussions and inspire contemporary adaptations. Conclusion. Complex legacy. The criticisms and controversies surrounding Aristotle's ideas highlight the dynamic nature of philosophical discourse and the ethical challenges posed by historical thought. Learning from critiques. Engaging with these criticisms encourages a more nuanced understanding of Aristotle's contributions and prompts critical reflection on the ongoing evolution of etlaical and philosophical thinking. Relevance of Aristotle's philosophy today. Aristotle's profound insights, spanning ethics, politics, metaphysics, and more, continue to resonate across centuries. In a rapidly changing world, his philosophical foundations offer enduring relevance that enriches contemporary discourse. Introduction. Enduring influence. Aristotle's philosophy, rooted in reason and observation, transcends epochs, leaving an indelible mark on diverse disciplines. Ethics and virtue of virtue ethics. Aristotle's emphasis on cultivating virtues remains relevant in ethical debates, guiding personal character and moral decision-making. Modern moral dilemmas. His virtues-based approach provides insights into addressing complex moral challenges of today's society. Politics and governance. Democratic ideals. Aristotle's political thought underscores the importance of the common good and participatory citizenship in democratic governance. Inclusive governance. His notions on a balanced constitution and nihil of law resonate in discussions about inclusive and just political systems. Education and intellectual growth. Holistic education. Aristotle's holistic view of education, emphasizing the development of critical thinking and character, finds relevance in modern pedagogical approaches. Lifelong learning. His insights on lifelong intellectual growth align with the contemporary need for continuous learning and adaptability. Scientific methodology. Empirical inquiry. Aristotle's empirical approach to knowledge informs modern scientific methodologies, emphasizing observation and analysis. Interdisciplinary bridge. His holistic approach bridges the gap between disciplines, inspiring interdisciplinary collaboration. Philosophy of nature. Environmental stewardship. Aristotle's philosophy provides a foundation for contemporary discussions on environmental ethics and sustainable practices. Balancing nature and technology. His views encourage a thoughtful balance between harnessing nature's resources and preserving ecological harmony. Human flourishing. Eudaimonia. Aristotle's concept of eudaimonia, or human flourishing, remains relevant as a guiding principle for personal fulfillment and societal progress. Mental health and wellness. His insights resonate in discussions on mental health, happiness, and well-being in today's fast-paced world. Metaethics and metaphysics. Objective morality. Aristotle's inquiries into objective moral truths contribute to ongoing debate. Metaethics and metaphysics. Objective morality. Aristotle's inquiries into objective moral truths contribute to ongoing debates on moral realism and relativism. Philosophical foundations. His metaphysical explorations provide a basis for understanding reality and existence in the context of evolving scientific and philosophical paradigms. Conclusion. Bridge across centuries. Aristotle's philosophy serves as a bridge, connecting ancient wisdom with contemporary challenges and opportunities. Inspiring inquiry. His enduring relevance invites ongoing philosophical inquiry, offering insights that enrich modern discourse and guide ethical, political, and intellectual pursuits. Machiavelli Happy Face W. Questions asked. Machiavelli Secularism. 2020. Thrift Flill, 2020. Critically examine Machiavelli's views on religion and politics. 1815s. FT FWB QRT FCR EFT FT Rift QQ Raw Krill FT 1815s. Explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in the evolution of political science. 1420s. FT FTW NF DQQ NWE 4 SQWQQQ DQJ RIT Y FTM FT FW RE FT RI WR FT 3 FT FTWTTI 1420s. Draw parallels between Arthashastra tradition and the realist tradition represented by Machiavelli. 1220s. FTW AFT FTQ FTFT FTQ FTWW FT FT RARI QQ FTP FTI 1220s. Discuss the importance of Machiavelli in the history of political thought. Is it correct to say that Machiavelli's theory is narrowly local and narrowly dated? 07/60. MFT FTR FT 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 IFT FTWR FT FT FULFT FT FT QS FT RIFT FT RIFT RI WFT PUFT AFT FREE WFT. Fit 07/60. Conrad. Machiavelli's political philosophy was narrowly local and narrowly dated. Sabine. 03/20. FFT FTFD FTFT RIFT FTP FREE WFT WFW AFT FREE WFT FT WFT 03/20. Conrad. Power is an end in itself, and he, Machiavelli, inquiries into the means that are best suited to acquire, retain, and expand power, thus separates power from morality, ethics, religion, and metaphysics. Ebenstein on Machiavelli. 00/20. 3 FT. Re-aftem FT FTQT AFT FT FT15 FTFT QQFT FDD FTQFT FT UFT AFT FTQQ RE FT RI FTFT FT FTR FE RIRI ft after fft ft re ftqq or ft rift ft 3 00/20. Comrade, the prince must be fox and the lion at the same time. Machiavelli, 98 20ths. Dry ft re ft rm re rift aft ft n 3 5 98 20ths. Introduction to Machiavelli. Niccolò Machiavelli, a prominent figure of the Italian Renaissance, left an indelible mark on political philosophy with his insightful and often controversial ideas. Historical context. The Renaissance flourishing. The 15th and 16th centuries witnessed a cultural and intellectual revival across Europe, known as the Renaissance. Transition from medieval to modern. The Renaissance marked a shift from medieval traditions to humanism, exploration, art, and innovative thought. Machiavelli's key ideas and works. Intellectual exploration, influenced by classical texts and contemporary events. Machiavelli developed a keen interest in politics, history, and the art of statecraft. Machiavelli's literary works. His literary contributions, including The Prince and the Discourses on Livy, epitomize his political theories and reflections. Exile and later years. Following the fall of the Florentine Republic in 1512, Machiavelli was exiled. During this period, he penned some of his most influential works. Intellectual controversy. Machiavelli's unorthodox ideas sparked controversy, with The Prince often being critiqued as advocating ruthless pragmatism. Machiavelli's unique vision. A preview. Political realism. Machiavelli's approach, characterized by political realism, challenges traditional notions of morality and explores dire practicalities of power. The Machiavellian ideal. He examined the nature of leadership, strategies for effective governance, and a intricate interplay between politics and human nature. Influence on modern political thought. Machiavelli's impact extends beyond Irish time, influencing subsequent political philosophers, strategists, and leaders. Machiavelli's secularism. Exploration of Machiavelli's secular political thought, 2020. Niccolò Machiavelli is renowned for his emphasis on practicality, pragmatism, and the separation of politics from religious doctrine. The shift from divine authority to human agency. Medieval theocratic context. During Machiavelli's time, Europe was largely influenced by theocratic governance, where rulers derived authority from divine mandates. Secular Renaissance. The Renaissance era marked a resurgence of humanism, with scholars like Machiavelli advocating for human agency and reason in political matters. Separation of morality and politics. Amoral realism. Machiavelli's approach emphasizes political realism over adherence to religious or moral ideals. Practicality over morality. His writings, particularly The Prince, prioritize statecraft and stability over conforming to religious norms. Pragmatic statecraft. Utilitarian principles. Machiavelli's focus on the well-being and security of the state supersedes considerations of religious dogma. Political stability. Machiavelli argues that leaders should prioritize the state's stability, even if it requires making morally questionable decisions. The Machiavellian legacy. Immoral reputation. Machiavelli's ideas led to the coining of the term Machiavellian to describe cunning, self-interested political maneuvering. Separating church and state. Machiavelli's advocacy for secular governance laid the groundwork for the eventual separation of church and state in modern political systems. Enlightenment and beyond. Influence on Enlightenment thinkers. Machiavelli's secularism aligned with Enlightenment principles, influencing thinkers like Jolyon Locke and Montesquieu. Modern political philosophy. His separation of politics from religious dogma remains a cornerstone of modern political philosophy, enabling diverse societies to function cohesively. Criticisms and controversies. Ethical dilemmas. Critics accuse Machiavelli of disregarding ethical considerations in favor of expediency, potentially leading to unethical political behavior. Moral anarchy. Detractors argue that a complete detachment of politics from morality could lead to moral anarchy and abuse of power. Conclusion. A secular visionary. Legacy of rationality. Machiavelli's secularism, rooted in rationality and pragmatic decision-making, reshaped the landscape of political thought. Pioneering a path. His separation of politics from religious authority paved the way for modern governance, fostering a realm where reason, statecraft, and human welfare reign supreme. Religion and politics. Machiavellian views. Critically examine Machiavelli's views on religion and politics. 1815s. Niccolò Machiavelli presented a distinctive perspective on the interplay between religion and politics. Tin's exploration delves into Machiavelli's nuanced views, highlighting his pragmatic approach to the relationship between these two influential spheres. Pragmatic realism in political governance. Focus on practical outcomes. Machiavelli's emphasis on effective governance guided by practical considerations often led him to detach political decisions from religious dogma. Statecraft over theology. 7. He believed that political leaders should prioritize the stability, security, and prosperity of the state, even if it meant diverging from religious norms. The role of religion in ruling. Instrumental utilization. Machiavelli acknowledged the utility of religion as a tool for maintaining social order and political stability. Social cohesion. He recognized that religious beliefs and institutions could serve as a cohesive force, reinforcing social norms and values. Prudence and piety. Balancing act. While he advocated for leaders to be prudent and strategic, Machiavelli did not entirely discount the importance of piety or faith in shaping public opinion. Guiding public morality. He believed that religion could influence public behavior and moral standards, contributing to a more harmonious society. The Prince and religious authority state-centric focus. In The Prince, Machiavelli advised Nihilers to prioritize the interests of the state over religious considerations when making political decisions. Moral dilemmas. He acknowledged pliant leaders might need to make morally complex choices that could be perceived as conflicting with religious declines. Critique of clerical influence, church and temporal power. Machiavelli critiqued the influence of the church in temporal affairs, arguing that clerical authority could interfere with effective governance. Temporal sovereignty. He advocated for the separation of religious and political authority to ensure the autonomy of Nihilers in matters of state. Legacy and ongoing debate. Influence on modern thought. Machiavelli's views on the relationship between religion and politics laid the groundwork for the modern concept of the separation of church and state. Continued discourse. His ideas continue to spark discussions about the appropriate role of religion in political decision-making, particularly in diverse and secular societies. Conclusion. Machiavelli's approach reflects a pragmatic acknowledgement of the complexities inherent in balancing religious values with dire exigencies of effective governance. His insights invite ongoing dialogue about how societies can navigate the intricate terrain of religion and politics to promote social cohesion, ethical governance. His insights invite ongoing dialogue about how societies can navigate the intricate terrain of religion and politics to promote social cohesion, ethical governance, and the well-being of citizens. Machiavelli's empirical approach to human affairs. Explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in the evolution of political science. 14/20. Nicole Machiavelli's groundbreaking application of the empirical method to the study of human affairs marked a pivotal moment in the evolution of political science. Tin's exploration delves into Machiavelli's empirical approach, its significance, and its enduring impact on the field of political thought. Embracing empirical realism. Context of Renaissance. The Renaissance era witnessed a shift from reliance on theological and plurilosopical dogma to a renewed focus on empirical observation and inquiry. Machiavelli's pragmatism. Machiavelli advocated for a pragmatic, results-oriented approach to governance and political decision-making. Observing human behavior. Study of historical events. Machiavelli drew lessons from historical events, analyzing how leaders' actions and strategies affected the outcomes of political scenarios. Learning from the past. He believed that history provided valuable insights into the complexities of human nature and the dynamics of power. The Prince. Applying empirical wisdom. Case studies and analyses. In The Prince, Machiavelli dissected the actions of historical leaders, drawing lessons from their successes and failures. Practical guidance. His recommendations for rulers were rooted in empirical observations of political realities, rather than abstract theories. Rejection of idealism. Departure from utopianism. Machiavelli's empirical approach diverged from utopian visions, focusing instead on practical strategies for navigating the complexities of political landscapes. Realpolitik. He emphasized the importance of understanding the concrete challenges of governance and making informed decisions accordingly. Influence on modern political science. Seeding the empirical tradition. Machiavelli's approach laid the foundation for the empirical tradition in political science, emphasizing the importance of empirical evidence and analysis. Shift in methodology. His work encouraged subsequent political thinkers to adopt empirical research methods, contributing to the emergence of modern political science. The enduring legacy. Practical relevance. Machiavelli's empirical insights remain relevant in contemporary political analysis, encouraging scholars to ground their theories in real-world observations. Evidence-based governance. His emphasis on the empirical method underscores the importance of evidence-based policymaking and strategic decision-making. Conclusion. Machiavelli's application of the empirical method to human affairs marked a transformative phase in the evolution of political science. By prioritizing empirical observations, he introduced a pragmatic and practical approach that continues to shape how we study, analyze, and understand political dynamics and leadership in the modern world. Arthashastra and Machiavellian realism. Draw parallels between Arthashastra tradition and the realist tradition represented by Machiavelli. 12/20. Realpolitik approach. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra, an ancient Indian text on statecraft and governance, emphasizes the pragmatic pursuit of power and stability through diplomacy, alliances, and military strength. Machiavelli. Nicole Machiavelli's works, such as The Prince, advocate a similar approach, stressing the importance of political realism, practicality, and the use of power to maintain authority and security. Rulers' virtue and expediency. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra acknowledges the importance of ethical conduct, but also emphasizes that rulers must sometimes resort to expedient and even ruthless measures to ensure the well-being of the state. Machiavelli. Machiavelli argues that nihilers should focus on the appearance of virtue rather than being overly constrained by moral considerations, as long as their actions effectively serve their political goals. Statecraft and deception. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra advocates the use of tactics like espionage, covert operations, and disinformation to protect the state's interests and gain an advantage over rivals. Machiavelli. Machiavelli luglights the strategic use of deception and cunning as essential tools for leaders to outmaneuver opponents and achieve their objectives. Political realism and pragmatism. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra's emphasis on statecraft, governance, and political strategy reflects a practical and realist approach to managing the complexities of mining. Machiavelli. Machiavelli's realist philosophy advocates an homomanicized view of politics, urging leaders to adapt to circumstances and prioritize their own survival and authority. Focus on security and stability. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra stresses the importance of maintaining internal security, defending against external threats, and preserving social order for the stability of the state. Machiavelli. Machiavelli underscores the need for nihilers to secure their power and avoid situations that could lead to instability or loss of control. A moral perspective. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra's guidance for nihilers often lacks moral constraints, as it emphasizes the pursuit of power, wealth, and stability without being overly concerned with ethical considerations. Machiavelli. Machiavelli's writings often detach politics from moral ideals, urging leaders to make pragmatic choices even if they appear morally questionable. The ends justify the means. Arthashastra. In certain situations, the Arthashastra suggests that rulers should prioritize the ultimate success of their policies over the means used to achieve those goals. Machiavelli. Machiavelli's famous phrase, "The ends justify their means," encapsulates the idea that leaders should focus on achieving their desired outcomes, even if it requires unscrupulous methods. Focus on statecraft and leadership. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra provides detailed advice on various aspects of governance, administration, diplomacy, and military strategy, highlighting the multifaceted nature of leadership. Machiavelli. Machiavelli's works offer practical guidance to rulers on how to seize and maintain power, navigate political challenges, and assert authority. Contextual approach. Arthashastra. The Arthashastra takes into account the specific context and circumstances of the state, advocating flexible strategies that adapt to changing conditions. Machiavelli. Machiavelli's writings stress the importance of contextual awareness, advising leaders to adapt their actions based on the political climate and the challenges they face. While the Arthashastra tradition and Machiavelli's realist tradition share several parallels in their pragmatic and unidealized approach to politics, it's important to note that they originate from distinct cultural and historical contexts, which have influenced the nuances of their respective philosophies. Importance of Machiavelli's political thought. Discuss the importance of Machiavelli in the history of political thought. Is it correct to say that Machiavelli's theory is narrowly local and narrowly dated? 07/60. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527. Left an indelible mark on the history of political thought with his revolutionary ideas that challenged conventional wisdom and reshaped the way politics and power were understood. His significance stems from various key aspects: realism and pragmatism. Machiavelli's seminal work, The Prince, introduced a pragmatic and realist approach to politics, emphasizing the pursuit of power, stability, and effective governance over moral idealism. He shifted the focus from how rulers ought to behave to how they actually behave in the ruthless pursuit of maintaining authority. Separation of politics from morality. Machiavelli's separation of politics from morality marked a departure from traditional political theories that had often been intertwined with ethical considerations. He argued that political decisions should be evaluated based on their effectiveness in achieving desired outcomes rather than adhering to moral norms. Exploration of human nature and power. Machiavelli delved into the complexities of human behavior and the dynamics of power, shedding light on the inherent self-interest and ambition that drive political actors. His insights paved the way for understanding the motivations and actions of leaders, nations, and individuals in the pursuit of power. Emphasis on practical wisdom. Machiavelli championed the value of practical wisdom in political decision-making, advising leaders to adapt their strategies to the ever-changing circumstances of statecraft. His focus on flexibility and adaptability remains relevant in navigating the complexities of modern governance. Impact on political realism. Machiavelli is often considered the father of political realism, a school of thought that prioritizes a clear-eyed assessment of power dynamics, national interest, and strategic calculations in international relations. His ideas laid the groundwork for subsequent realist thinkers who shaped modern theories of statecraft. Influence on modern statecraft. Machiavelli's insights on the centralization of power, effective administration, and the importance of a strong military had a profound impact on the development of modern state institutions. His works offered practical advice to rulers on how to establish and maintain control over their territories. Critical evaluation of historical figures. Through his analyses of historical figures like Cesare Borgia and leaders of his time, Machiavelli provided a nuanced understanding of political successes and failures. His case studies offer enduring lessons on strategy, leadership, and the consequences of political decisions. Relevance in contemporary politics. Machiavelli's ideas continue to resonate in contemporary political discourse, especially in discussions about the balance between morality and power, the complexities of international relations, and the challenges of effective governance. Stimulating debate and scholarship. Machiavelli's works have spurred extensive academic debate and interpretations, fostering a rich and diverse body of scholarship that continues to explore his ideas from various perspectives. Niccolò Machiavelli's enduring importance lies in his bold departure from traditional political thought, his exploration of human nature's impact on power dynamics, and his foundational role in shaping political realism. His ideas continue to be studied, critiqued, and adapted as a source of insight into the intricate world of politics and leadership. Narrow scope of Machiavelli's theory. Comment: Machiavelli's political philosophy was narrowly local and narrowly dated. Sabine, 03/20. Machiavelli's political philosophy, often celebrated for its groundbreaking insights into power dynamics and statecraft, has also faced criticism for its alleged limitations in scope and temporal relevance. According to some scholars, such as George H. Sabine, Machiavelli's political thought was narrowly local and narrowly dated. Tai's perspective highlights certain aspects of Machiavelli's work that may be seen as context-bound and time-specific. Contextual framework. Machiavelli's political writings, particularly The Prince and Discourses on Livy, were influenced by the specific political, social, and cultural context of his time, the tumultuous period of Renaissance Italy. His observations and recommendations were tailored to address the challenges and dynamics faced by city-states in Italy during the late 15th and early 16th centuries. Florentine politics. Machiavelli's experiences as a diplomat and political figure in the Republic of Florence shaped his perspectives on governance and leadership. His works were often focused on the specific political climate of Florence, with its internal power struggles, external threats, and the dynamics of a republic. Limited geographical scope. Some critics argue that Machiavelli's analyses and prescriptions were largely centered on Italian city-states, limiting their applicability to broader geographical contexts. His observations might not fully encompass the complexities of political systems beyond the Italian peninsula. Historical specificity. Machiavelli's writings were rooted in the historical circumstances of his era, making them susceptible to criticism for not accounting for subsequent developments in political thought and global politics. Temporal relevance. Critics like Sabine suggest that Machiavelli's ideas were tailored to address the issues of Ira's time and may not seamlessly translate to modern or future political scenarios. The evolving nature of governance, international relations, and societal norms has led some to question the enduring applicability of his theories. Overemphasis on statecraft. Machiavelli's political philosophy often places a strong emphasis on the acquisition and maintenance of power, which could be considered less relevant in modern democratic societies that prioritize the rule of law and individual rights. Ignoring moral dimensions, Machiavelli's reputation for endorsing ruthless pragmatism and potentially unethical actions in politics might not align with contemporary ethical considerations and moral frameworks. Gender and cultural limitations. Machiavelli's ideas were developed in a time when societal norms were significantly different, and his works often reflect a male-centric perspective, overlooking the roles and concerns of women and marginalized groups. While Machiavelli's political philosophy undeniably provided invaluable insights into the art of governance, diplomacy, and power, it's essential to recognize that his ideas were indeed molded by the specific circumstances of Ira's time. His writings should be approached with an awareness of their historical context, acknowledging both their enduring relevance and potential limitations when applied beyond the context in which they were conceived. Machiavelli's concept of power and morality. Comment: Power is an end in itself, and he, Machiavelli, inquiries into the means that are best suited to acquire, retain, and expand power, thus separates power from morality, ethics, religion, and metaphysics. Ebenstein on Machiavelli, 00/20. George J. Ebenstein's interpretation of Machiavelli's political philosophy emphasizes the central role of power and its detachment from moral, ethical, religious, and metaphysical considerations. According to Ebenstein, Machiavelli's focus is on understanding the means to acquire, retain, and expand power, making power an end in itself. Power as the ultimate goal. Machiavelli's works, notably The Prince, pivot around the idea that power is the ultimate objective of political action. Power is viewed as a necessary tool for nihilists to secure their position, ensure the stability of the state, and effectively navigate complex political landscapes. Means to attain and sustain power. Machiavelli's inquiry into the means to acquire, retain, and expand power reflects his practical approach to politics. His emphasis is on strategic actions, manipulation, and calculated decision-making as tools to achieve and maintain power. Separation from morality, ethics, and religion. Ebenstein argues that Machiavelli's exploration of power distinctly separates it from moral, ethical, religious, and metaphysical considerations. Unlike traditional political philosophers who intertwine morality with politics, Machiavelli's approach is unapologetically pragmatic, detached from higher ideals. Machiavelli's intentions. Ebenstein suggests that Machiavelli aimed to provide nihilists with a clear and realistic blueprint for maintaining control in a world characterized by political complexity and volatility. The separation of power from morality allows leaders to focus on pragmatic strategies without being constrained by traditional ethical norms. Significance of the separation. Machiavelli's separation of power from morality challenges prevailing notions that morality should dictate political action. This shift in perspective laid the groundwork for the development of political realism, where leaders prioritize practicality over moral considerations. Contemporary relevance. In an era of realpolitik and complex international relations, Machiavelli's approach still finds relevance as nations navigate power dynamics and strategic interests. Leaders might adopt a pragmatic outlook similar to Machiavelli's when facing moral dilemmas that intersect with political decisions. Criticism and counterarguments. Some critics contend that Machiavelli's separation of power from morality promotes a cynical view of politics and undermines ethical governance. It is debated whether Machiavelli entirely excluded ethical considerations, with scholars suggesting layers of nuance in his works. Conclusion. Ebenstein's interpretation underscores Machiavelli's distinct approach to power, where power is an end in itself, and strategies to attain it are unshackled from traditional moral, ethical, religious, and metaphysical norms. Whether agreed upon or debated, Ebenstein's perspective prompts a deeper understanding of Machiavelli's pivotal role in shaping the discourse on power, politics, and morality. Machiavelli's political strategy, comment, the prince must be fox and the lion at the same time. Machiavelli, 98/20. Niccolò Machiavelli introduced a provocative paradox in his work, The Prince, when he stated that a ruler must embody both the qualities of a fox and a lion simultaneously. This intriguing metaphor captures the complexity of effective leadership and the nuanced traits required for a successful ruler. The fox and the lion. The fox symbolizes cunning, adaptability, and strategic thinking. Fox-like qualities enable a leader to navigate intricate political landscapes, anticipate challenges, and outwit adversaries. The lion represents strength, courage, and assertiveness. Lion-like attributes empower a leader to command respect, inspire loyalty, and exhibit authority. Machiavelli's paradox. Machiavelli's assertion that a prince must be both a fox and a lion at the same time reflects the need for balance in leadership. The paradox highlights the tension between astute diplomacy and resolute power, suggesting that a leader must seamlessly transition between these contrasting qualities. Adapting to circumstances, Machiavelli's paradox is rooted in the recognition that different situations demand different approaches. Annihilar's effectiveness lies in their ability to discern when to adopt fox-like strategies and when to exhibit lion-like strength. Strategic deception and realism. The fox-like qualities emphasize the importance of political astuteness, including the strategic use of deception, manipulation, and flexibility. Machiavelli's paradox reflects Lee's realist perspective, acknowledging the complexities of power dynamics and the need to make pragmatic decisions. Criticisms and debates. Critics argue that this paradox may be interpreted as endorsing manipulation and duplicity in leadership, potentially raising ethical concerns. Some scholars suggest that Machiavelli's counsel could lead to a leader's loss of authenticity or public trust. Contemporary relevance. In modern politics and leadership, the paradox retains relevance as leaders often find themselves navigating between diplomatic finesse and assertive decision-making. The global political arena requires leaders to be adaptive and strategic while also projecting strength to protect national interests. Examples of the paradox. Nelson Mandela. Mandela exhibited both fox-like negotiation skills and lion-like determination in dismantling apartheid and fostering reconciliation in South Africa. Angela Merkel. Merkel's pragmatic decision-making and strategic diplomacy as Germany's chancellor demonstrate the fox-lion duality in contemporary leadership. Conclusion. Machiavelli's statement that the prince must be fox and the lion at the same time encapsulates the intricacies of effective leadership. This paradox reflects the perpetual challenge for leaders to harmonize seemingly contradictory qualities to navigate the complexities of governance, diplomacy, and power with acumen and strength. Influence of Machiavelli on modern political thought. Niccolò Machiavelli's impact on modern political thought is profound and enduring, shaping the way politics, governance, and leadership are understood. His ideas, though rooted in the Renaissance era, continue to resonate and inform contemporary political discourse and practices. Here's significant influence of it. Birth of political realism. Machiavelli is often referred to as the father of political realism. His works, particularly The Prince and Discourses on Livy, introduced a pragmatic approach to politics that prioritized practical considerations over idealistic notions. Separation of ethics and politics. Machiavelli's distinct separation of ethics from politics challenged prevailing notions that moral principles should dictate political actions. His emphasis on the effective exercise of power shifted the focus to pragmatic strategies for achieving political goals. Emphasis on power dynamics. Machiavelli's focus on power dynamics, statecraft, and the acquisition and maintenance of authority continues to influence how political leaders approach governance and international relations. Strategic thinking and flexibility. His emphasis on strategic thinking, adaptability, and the need to respond to changing circumstances has found relevance in the modern world, where political landscapes evolve rapidly. Influence on international relations. Machiavelli's insights into statecraft, alliances, and diplomacy have left a lasting impact on the field of international relations, influencing policies and negotiations among nations. Realpolitik in practice. Machiavellian principles have been employed by leaders across different periods and ideologies. For instance, during the Cold War, Realpolitik guided the pragmatic strategies of many nations. Impact on leadership studies. Contemporary leadership studies incorporate Machiavellian concepts such as the fox-lion paradox, which explores the necessity of blending strategic intelligence with authoritative strength. Influence on political philosophy. Machiavelli's ideas sparked debates and discussions that led to the development of new political philosophies, contributing to the evolution of political thought. Examination of political morality. Machiavelli's bold exploration of amoral political strategies has prompted ongoing debates about the ethical boundaries of leadership and governance. Critique and response. While some critics condemn Machiavelli's ideas as promoting ruthless manipulation, others interpret his works as nuanced analyses of the complexities of power. Understanding political power. Modern thinkers and policymakers continue to draw insights from Machiavelli's understanding of power dynamics and how leaders can effectively wield authority. Cultural and political adaptation. Machiavelli's principles have been adapted across diverse cultural and political contexts, demonstrating their malleability and enduring applicability. Crisis management. Machiavellian approaches to crisis management, decision-making, and strategic maneuvering are observed in contemporary responses to political, economic, and social challenges. Debates on morality versus realism. Machiavelli's ideas fuel ongoing discussions about the balance between moral principles and practical considerations in political decision-making. Continuing influence on literature and art. Machiavellian themes are often explored in literature, film, and other art forms, reflecting the timeless allure of his ideas. Machiavelli's impact on modern political thought demonstrates the enduring relevance of his insights into the dynamics of power, leadership, and governance. His legacy serves as a reminder that the complexities of political life demand a pragmatic and multifaceted approach. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Machiavelli's ideas' unethical and amoral approach. One of the most prominent criticisms against Machiavelli is his seemingly amoral perspective on politics. Critics argue that Lee's works advocate morally questionable actions, including manipulation, deceit, and the ruthless pursuit of power. Machiavelli's endorsement of using any means necessary to achieve political ends has led to accusations that his ideas prioritize expediency over ethical considerations. Undermining moral values. Opponents argue that Machiavelli's emphasis on practicality and the separation of ethics from politics undermines the importance of moral values and integrity in governance. Critics fear that embracing Machiavellian principles could lead to an erosion of ethical standards among leaders. Cynicism and distrust. Some critics view Machiavelli's theories as promoting a cynical view of human nature, fostering distrust and suspicion among political actors. They assert that the emphasis on manipulation and deceit contributes to a toxic political environment where mutual trust is eroded. Neglect of common good. Critics argue that Machiavelli's focus on the interests of the Niler and the state might neglect the well-being of citizens in the pursuit of the common good. His disregard for ethical constraints could lead to policies that prioritize the elite and powerful at the expense of the broader population. Limited applicability. Some scholars believe that Machiavelli's ideas were tailored to the specific political and cultural context of Renaissance Italy, and they may not be universally applicable. Critics contend that his theories might not fully address the complexities of modern democratic societies and diverse global contexts. Loss of authenticity and trust. Machiavellian strategies, such as calculated deception, could lead to a loss of authenticity and erode public trust in political leaders. Critics argue that Machiavelli's tactics may alienate citizens and diminish their faith in the integrity of government institutions. Misinterpretation and simplification. Critics argue that Machiavelli's ideas are often oversimplified or misinterpreted, leading to a skewed understanding of his true intentions. The complexities of his writings might be lost in translation, and his work could be mistakenly used to justify unethical actions. Ethical and moral challenges. Some scholars grapple with the ethical dilemma of using Machiavellian strategies in contemporary politics, questioning whether achieving certain ends justifies the means. The question of whether ethical compromises can be justified by the pursuit of power remains a subject of intense debate. Disregard for human flourishing. Critics assert that Machiavelli's sole focus on power and survival neglects the broader goal of human flourishing and the pursuit of a just and equitable society. Historical and cultural bias. Critics suggest that Machiavelli's ideas reflect the historical and cultural biases of his time, which might not align with modern values of inclusivity and social progress. Machiavelli's relevance in contemporary politics, realpolitik, and power dynamics. Machiavelli's emphasis on power dynamics and the pragmatic pursuit of self-interest aligns with the principles of realpolitik, which guide the behavior of nations in the international arena. In an age where geopolitical competition is prevalent, Machiavellian strategies inform foreign policy decisions and diplomatic negotiations. Strategy and adaptability. Machiavelli's call for adaptability and strategic thinking resonates with the complexity of contemporary politics. Leaders must navigate rapidly changing circumstances and make informed decisions to maintain stability and influence. Crisis management. His insights into crisis management and leadership under pressure offer valuable lessons for leaders facing unexpected challenges such as pandemics, economic crises, and security threats. Balancing ethics and pragmatism. In a world where leaders grapple with ethical dilemmas while pursuing national interests, Machiavellian ideas provide a framework for balancing moral principles with pragmatic decision-making. The art of persuasion. Machiavelli's understanding of the art of persuasion and manipulation finds relevance in modern political campaigns, media management, and public relations strategies. Leadership styles. The concept of being a fox and a lion simultaneously, as advocated by Machiavelli, reflects the complexity of leadership styles required in today's diverse and multifaceted political landscapes. Navigating political turbulence. Machiavellian principles are often invoked to navigate through the turbulent waters of political controversies, where skillful maneuvering is essential to maintain credibility and power. Unconventional leadership. The rise of unconventional leaders who prioritize pragmatic results over traditional norms aligns with Machiavelli's idea that leaders should be judged by entire outcomes they achieve rather than their adherence to moral standards. Complex international relations. Machiavellian ideas on alliances, diplomacy, and the pursuit of national interest are applicable in today's complex world of international relations and global power dynamics. Practical wisdom and governance. Machiavelli's emphasis on practical wisdom and the adaptability of political strategies offers insights for effective governance in a rapidly changing political and technological landscape. Ethical considerations in politics. The ongoing debates on the role of ethics in politics and the moral dilemmas faced by leaders echo the timeless tension between moral ideals and Machiavellian pragmatism. Lessons from historical figures. Machiavelli's analyses of historical figures provide a blueprint for analyzing the successes and failures of political leaders, informing contemporary assessments of leadership. Political realism in a globalized world. In a globalized world where states pursue their interests in a competitive environment, Machiavellian realism guides how nations interact and protect their sovereignty. Conclusion. Nicole Machiavelli left an indelible mark on the field of political science that continues to shape scholarly discourse, policy decisions, and our understanding of governance. His groundbreaking ideas, penned during the Renaissance, have transcended time and maintain an enduring legacy in contemporary political thought. Here's a look at Machiavelli's lasting impact on political science. Foundational work in political realism. Machiavelli's emphasis on the pragmatic pursuit of power, the centrality of statecraft, and the role of self-interest laid the foundation for political realism, a perspective that focuses on power dynamics and practical considerations rather than idealistic notions. Focus on political strategy. Machiavelli's writings introduced a systematic approach to political strategy 7, guiding leaders on acquiring, consolidating, and exercising power effectively. His insights into diplomacy, alliances, and manipulation remain relevant in contemporary statecraft. Separation of ethics and politics. Machiavelli's daring separation of ethics from politics challenged prevailing thought and inaugurated a discourse on whether political leaders should be bound by traditional moral norms when pursuing state interests. Influence on leadership studies. The Fox-Lion paradox, advocating a blend of strategic intelligence and authoritative strength, continues to inspire discussions about leadership styles and the nuances of effective governance. Insights into human nature. Machiavelli's nuanced understanding of human behavior, motivations, and entire complexities of political relationships paved the way for psychological analyses in politics. Realpolitik and international relations. Machiavellian principles have provided the backbone for realpolitik, nations' pursuit of self-interest and pragmatic diplomacy guiding interactions between states in the global arena. Evolution of political philosophy. Machiavelli's ideas triggered debates that influenced subsequent political philosophers, contributing to the evolution of political thought and the emergence of diverse ideologies. Practicality in governance. His emphasis on practical wisdom and adaptability offers valuable lessons for contemporary governance, especially in a world marked by rapid technological, social, and political changes. Examination of historical figures. Machiavelli's case studies of historical figures in The Prince continue to be studied as insightful lessons in political decision-making, offering insights into leadership's successes and failures. Reflection of power dynamics. Machiavelli's writings highlight the power struggles, conspiracies, and dynamics inherent in political life, making his work a mirror to the underlying currents of political societies. Ethical dilemmas in politics. His provocative stance on ethical compromises in politics prompts ongoing discussions about the balance between moral ideals and practical governance. Influence on policy and strategy. Machiavelli's theories have influenced policy decisions, diplomatic negotiations, and military strategies across different eras, demonstrating their real-world applicability. Critique and engagement. The enduring debate and critique of Machiavelli's ideas attest to their ongoing relevance, forcing scholars and leaders to continually engage with his perspectives. Inspiring adaptations. Machiavelli's work continues to inspire adaptations in literature, art, film, and media, underscoring the timelessness of his themes. Legacy of complexity. Machiavelli's legacy lies in his challenge to oversimplified ideals, emphasizing the multifaceted nature of political life and the importance of pragmatic solutions. Machiavelli's enduring legacy in political science showcases the far-reaching impact of his ideas on understanding power dynamics, governance, and the complexities of human interaction in the political realm. His work reminds us that the pursuit of power and the intricacies of statecraft are timeless subjects worthy of thoughtful examination. Hobbes W. Questions asked. Individualism is inherent in Hobbes' absolutist ideology. Comment. 22/15. RT RFWJHKL Ta if Ton Tata RT Tart Rataj. 22/15. Comment on Hobbesian notion of political obligation, 150 words, 17 tenths. Ta Fa Ta RT Ta W Tart RT, 150 Ta, 17 tenths. Comment. How would and my fellow human beings behave if we were to find ourselves in a state of nature, and what does this behavior tells us about our innate predispositions? Thomas Hobbes, 16 out of 10. Tart RT. Hashtag RTRT tar WF RTRT WFW RTRT RTWRT tar RT ta F ta WWRT ta WRTW ta RT RTTRT WWIS. Tan tap, 16 out of 10. Convenient in 150 words. Covenants without swords are but words, and of no strength to secure a man at all. Hobbes, 13 tenths. 150 tie if tart RT. For tertatatit caret lart tertsert fifer firtert caret FW caret TI, 13 tenths. Convenient. Hobbes as an individualist. November 15th. Tart RT. RT caret caret RTRTRTF RT 11 15ths. Convenient. Hobbes starts as an individualist but ends as an absolutist. 04/20. Tart RT. Tar caret tartar RT caret RTWTAT RTFRTR W ir tor retreated I 04/20. Consider, liberty or freedom signifies properly the absence of opposition and external impediments of motion. Hobbes, 99 30ths. Ta RT. Ta m caret MDI, ta RT ti WRT RTF RT, artata RT ta RT, tart RT, tar, 99 30ths. Convenient. Hobbes relieved sovereignty completely from the disabilities which Bodin had inconsistently left standing. Sabine, 98 20ths. Tatart. Ta WWWRTRW in WRT caret RWRTRTW tar, tart retar RT to tata W pui, 98 20ths. Examine the place of obligation in political theory. 95 60ths. Utafta ta RT ta, RT, WHW tar tai, 95 60ths. Introduction. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, was an influential English philosopher, political theorist, and social contract theorist. His works have had a profound impact on the development of modern political philosophy and the understanding of human nature, society, and the role of government. Directly or indirectly, he has set the terms of debate about the fundamentals of political life right into our own times. Few have liked his thesis that the problems of political life mean that a society should accept an unaccountable sovereign as its sole political authority. Nonetheless, we still live in the world that Hobbes addressed head-on, a world where human authority is something that requires justification and is automatically accepted by few, a world where social and political inequality also appears questionable, and a world where religious authority faces significant dispute. Hobbes's key ideas and works. Thomas Hobbes's ideas have left an indelible mark on political thought, offering insights into the nature of society, human behavior, and the role of government. His exploration of the tensions between individual desires and collective security has provided a foundation for understanding the complexities of political life and the challenges of balancing individual freedoms with the need for social order. State of nature. Hobbes's analysis of the state of nature, a hypothetical scenario of pre-societal existence, served as a foundation for his political philosophy. He argued that entire absence of societal constraints, individuals are driven by their self-interest and the pursuit of personal gain, leading to a constant state of conflict. Human nature and egoism. Hobbes believed that human nature is fundamentally egoistic, with individuals seeking to maximize their own pleasure and avoid pain. This view of human nature informed Iris' belief that a strong central authority is necessary to maintain order and prevent chaos. Social contract. Hobbes's concept of the social contract proposes that individuals voluntarily enter into an agreement to establish a common authority in order to escape the perils of the state of nature. In exchange for surrendering certain rights and freedoms to the sovereign authority, individuals gain protection and security within a civil society. Leviathan. Hobbes's magnum opus. Leviathan, 1651, provides a comprehensive exposition of his political philosophy. He compared the sovereign authority, or the state, to a leviathan, a biblical sea monster symbolizing the immense and unified power of the government. Absolute monarchy. Hobbes believed that an absolute monarchy, a single, all-powerful sovereign authority, was the most effective form of government. He argued that only a strong government with the power to enforce laws could prevent the inherent conflicts arising from human egoism. Political obligation. Hobbes's theory of political obligation derives from the social contract. Individuals have a moral duty to obey the sovereign authority in exchange for the protection and security it provides. Materialism and empiricism. Hobbes's philosophical approach was materialistic and empirical. He believed that the world could be understood through observation, reason, and sensory experiences. Notable works. The Elements of Law, Natural and Politic, 1640, in Ten's work. Hobbes discussed the nature of law and the relationship between natural and civil law. De Give, 1642. Hobbes explored political and social theories, emphasizing the importance of a well-ordered government for human welfare. Leviathan, 1651. This seminal work presents Hobbes's comprehensive political philosophy, addressing human nature. Leviathan, 1651. This seminal work presents Hobbes's comprehensive political philosophy, addressing human nature, the social contract, and the need for an all-powerful sovereign. Influence and legacy. Hobbes's ideas laid the groundwork for modern political philosophy, emphasizing the role of government in maintaining order and the importance of social contracts. His concepts of the social contract, the Leviathan, and the nature of political authority continue to be central to discussions on state power, individual rights, and governance. Obligation in political theory. Examine the place of obligation in political theory. 95/60. Obligation holds a central and intricate position in political theory, serving as a fundamental concept that underpins the relationship between individuals, society, and government. It encompasses entire moral, legal, and ethical responsibilities that individuals have toward the state and fellow citizens. In political theory, the concept of obligation is deeply intertwined with discussions on authority, citizenship, social contracts, entire legitimacy of political power. Foundation of social contracts. Obligation forms the basis of social contracts, the theoretical agreements individuals enter into to establish organized societies. These contracts involve surrendering certain freedoms in exchange for the protection and benefits provided by the state. Legitimacy of political authority. The concept of obligation addresses the question of why individuals should obey the laws and authority of a government. It explores the moral and rational justifications that confer legitimacy to political power. Moral and ethical dimensions. Obligation delves into the moral and ethical duties citizens have toward their society and government. It considers the responsibilities individuals hold in maintaining a just and orderly social order. Political loyalty and allegiance. Obligation encompasses the loyalty and allegiance citizens owe to their country or state. It raises questions about the boundaries of loyalty and when it is justified to oppose or challenge political authority. Citizenship and rights. The relationship between obligation and citizenship is complex. Citizens may feel obligated to uphold their rights and the rights of others, as well as fulfill civic duties to maintain the functioning of society. Consent and consent theory. Consent theory, a subset of political thought, posits that political authority derives from the consent of the governed. Obligation features prominently here, as citizens are deemed to have consented to government by living within a particular society. Obligation and revolution. The tension between obligation and resistance to oppressive governments is a significant aspect. Obligation raises questions about when citizens are justified in rebelling against authority to safeguard fundamental rights. Ethical dilemmas and conflict. Obligation introduces ethical dilemmas, such as when an individual's moral beliefs clash with the demands of the state. This conflict underscores the complexity of balancing individual autonomy with civic duty. Patriotism and identity. Obligation is connected to notions of patriotism and national identity. Citizens' obligations may be motivated by a sense of duty to their country and its values. Limitations and critiques. Critics argue that the concept of obligation might not always justify the legitimacy of political power, especially in cases of unjust or tyrannical governments. The extent of obligation, whether absolute or conditional, is a subject of debate. Some theorists question whether individuals can be morally bound to follow unjust laws. In political theory, the concept of obligation provides a lens through which the intricate relationship between individuals and the state is examined. It touches upon moral duty, citizenship responsibilities, the legitimacy of governance, and the boundaries of political authority. The complex interplay of obligation and rights continually shapes discussions on the balance between individual freedom and the collective good within a society. Hobbes's notion of political obligation. Comment on Hobbesian notion of political obligation, 150 words, 17/10. Hobbes's view on political obligation is crucial in comprehending IRA's comprehensive theory of governance and the relationship between individuals and the state. Basis of political obligation. Hobbes's theory begins with the state of nature, a hypothetical condition of humanity's pre-political existence characterized by a perpetual state of conflict and insecurity. To escape this state of nature, individuals willingly enter into a social contract, surrendering certain rights to a sovereign authority in exchange for protection and security. This voluntary agreement forms the basis of political obligation. Voluntary covenant. According to Hobbes, political obligation arises from the voluntary covenant individuals make to establish a civil society and govern it. Tourist covenant is a rational choice driven by the desire to escape the chaos and danger of the state of nature. Obligation as moral duty. Hobbes's view of political obligation emphasizes the moral duty individuals have to uphold the terms of the social contract and obey the authority of the sovereign. Once individuals have voluntarily entered into the contract, they are bound by their obligation to follow the laws and commands of the government established by the covenant. The Leviathan as sovereign authority. Hobbes's concept of the Leviathan, a powerful and absolute sovereign authority, is central to understanding political obligation. The sovereign's authority is derived from the collective consent of individuals who have relinquished their rights in the social contract. The Leviathan's role is to maintain order, prevent conflict, and protect individual security, ensuring that the terms of the social contract are upheld. Obligation and civil peace. For Hobbes, political obligation is essential for achieving civil peace and stability. Without a strong and authoritative government, the state of nature's chaos and violence would persist. By obeying the sovereign's commands and upholding their obligation, individuals contribute to the creation of a functioning civil society that safeguards their well-being. Obligation and dissent. While Hobbes acknowledges that individuals might have grievances against the government, he argues that the social contract and the resulting political obligation take precedence over individual dissent. Dissent and disobedience can lead to disorder, weakening the social contract and putting society at risk of returning to the state of nature's instability. Contemporary relevance. Hobbes's notion of political obligation raises enduring questions about the legitimacy of government, the balance between individual rights and collective security, and the moral duty citizens have toward the state. In modern democratic societies, discussions about the sources and limits of political obligation continue to be pertinent. Hobbes's notion of political obligation underscores the crucial role that voluntary consent, social contracts, and moral duty play in establishing and sustaining political authority. His emphasis on the necessity of a powerful sovereign authority to maintain order and security continues to provoke thoughtful consideration on the nature of governance, the social contract, and the obligations that citizens owe to their state. Human behavior in the state of nature. Comment. How would I and my fellow human beings behave if we were to find ourselves in a state of nature, and what does this behavior tell us about our innate predispositions? Thomas Hobbes, 16 out of 10. Thomas Hobbes, a renowned philosopher of the 17th century, posed a thought-provoking question. How would I and my fellow human beings behave if we were to find ourselves in a state of nature, and what does this behavior tell us about our innate predispositions? Hobbes's exploration of human behavior in the state of nature provides valuable insights into his understanding of human nature and the fundamental aspects of his political philosophy. State of nature. In Hobbes's view, the state of nature is a hypothetical scenario where individuals exist without established laws, government, or societal structures. It represents the absence of political authority in a situation of inherent freedom. Behavior in the state of nature. Hobbes famously described the state of nature as a condition of war of all against all. In this scenario, individuals are driven by self-interest, seeking to satisfy their desires and protect themselves from harm. In the absence of common authority and law, Hobbes believed that life in the state of nature would be marked by constant conflict, insecurity, and the pursuit of personal gain. Innate predispositions. Hobbes's analysis of human behavior in the state of nature leads him to assert that individuals have innate predispositions towards self-preservation and the pursuit of pleasure while avoiding pain. He argues that humans are guided by their natural instincts and appetites, and in the absence of external constraints, these instincts would lead to competition, aggression, and the potential for violence. Implications for political philosophy. Hobbes's understanding of human behavior in the state of nature serves as a foundational element of his political philosophy. He contends that the harsh conditions of the state of nature necessitate the establishment of a social contract and a strong, centralized authority to maintain order. Social contract and political authority. Hobbes's argument for the social contract is rooted in his analysis of human behavior. He asserts that individuals voluntarily surrender some of their freedoms to a sovereign authority in exchange for security and protection from the chaos of the state of nature. The social contract serves as a mechanism to mitigate the negative aspects of human behavior by creating a common authority that enforces laws and maintains order. Human nature as a driving force. Hobbes's portrayal of human behavior in the state of nature reflects his belief that human nature is inherently egoistic and driven by self-interest. Tai's perspective challenges optimistic views of human nature prevalent in earlier philosophies. Contemporary relevance. Hobbes's analysis of human behavior in the state of nature continues to resonate in discussions about human psychology, ethics, and the role of government in modern societies. The tension between individual desires, the pursuit of self-interest, and the need for social order remains an ongoing topic of exploration. Thomas Hobbes's exploration of human behavior in the state of nature sheds light on the fundamental motivations and instincts that shape human interactions. His insights into our innate predispositions towards self-preservation and pleasure-seeking have left a lasting impact on our understanding of human nature and the necessity of political authority to manage these instincts and ensure societal stability. The role of force and covenants in the political philosophy of Thomas Hobbes. The concepts of force and covenants play crucial roles in shaping his views on human nature, governance, and the establishment of civil society. Here's an exploration of the roles of force and covenants in Hobbesian political thought. Force in the state of nature. Hobbes's depiction of the state of nature, a condition without established laws or authority, emphasizes the role of force as a dominant factor in human interactions. In the absence of a common authority, individuals in the state of nature are driven by self-interest and competition, leading to conflict and the use of force to secure resources and protect themselves. Innate predisposition to self-preservation. Hobbes argues that humans have an innate predisposition to preserve their own lives and well-being. This instinctual drive prompts individuals to use force when necessary to ensure their survival and security. Emergence of covenants, recognizing the inherent dangers of the state of nature. Hobbes proposes the concept of covenants, voluntary agreements made among individuals, to escape the state of nature's chaos and establish civil society. Social contract and covenants. The social contract, a foundational concept in Hobbes's philosophy, involves individuals voluntarily entering into covenants to surrender certain rights and create a sovereign authority. Covenants form the basis of the social contract, which establishes the conditions under which individuals consent to be governed and protected by the sovereign power. Civil society and the Leviathan. The covenants individuals make as part of the social contract result in the creation of civil society and the establishment of a powerful sovereign authority, often referred to as the Leviathan. Fly sovereign authority holds the power to enforce the covenants, maintain order, and prevent individuals from resorting to force to resolve conflicts. Role of force in government. Hobbes believes that the use of force transitions from an individual endeavor in the state of nature to the monopoly of the sovereign authority in civil society. The sovereign's control over the use of force ensures that conflicts are resolved through legal means rather than personal violence. Obligation and enforcement. Covenants create obligations among individuals to obey the laws and authority of the sovereign. The sovereign's enforcement of these obligations ensures the stability and security of the civil society. Contemporary relevance. Hobbes's emphasis on the role of covenants and the use of force to establish authority and maintain order continues to be relevant in discussions about political legitimacy, social contracts, and the role of government in modern societies. Covenants and strength. Comment in 150 words. Covenants without swords are but words and of no strength to secure a man at all. Hobbes, 13 out of 10. Thomas Hobbes's famous statement, "Covenants without swords are but words and of no strength to secure a man at all," encapsulates a core principle of his political philosophy. Fly's assertion underscores the fundamental role of a strong, authoritative power in upholding agreements and maintaining order within civil society. Covenants in civil society. In Hobbes's perspective, the state of nature, the hypothetical condition without established laws or authority, is marked by chaos and constant conflict driven by self-interest and competition. To escape this state of nature's perils, individuals voluntarily enter into covenants or agreements to establish a civil society and form a social contract. The role of sovereign authority. Hobbes contends that covenants alone, even when made voluntarily, are insufficient to ensure compliance and maintain stability. Without a sovereign authority to enforce covenants and oversee their fulfillment, individuals may be tempted to disregard agreements, leading to potential disputes and conflicts. Swords as symbol of authority. Hobbes's metaphorical reference to swords symbolizes the coercive power wielded by a centralized authority, often referred to as the Leviathan. Swords represent the tangible manifestation of force and control that the sovereign holds to ensure individuals abide by their covenants and respect the laws of the civil society. The relationship between words and force. Hobbes's statement highlights the interplay between words and force. While covenants are established through verbal agreements, the effectiveness of these agreements relies on the presence of coercive force to ensure compliance. In the absence of tire sovereign's authority, words alone lack the power to deter individuals from breaking their agreements when personal interests clash. Authority's monopoly on coercion. Hobbes emphasizes the need for a single, overarching authority to monopolize the use of coercive force within civil society. The sovereign's role is to prevent individuals from resorting to personal violence and to establish a system of justice and order. Contemporary 7 relevance. Hobbes's assertion continues to resonate in discussions about the legitimacy of political authority and the necessity of an effective government to maintain societal cohesion. The statement prompts reflections on the balance between individual autonomy and the collective need for a stable and secure environment. Hobbes's statement, "Covenants without swords are but words and of no strength to secure a man at all," encapsulates his core insight that a functional civil society requires more than just verbal agreements. It necessitates a powerful sovereign authority with the ability to enforce covenants and maintain order. In Fly's way, Hobbes underscores the essential role of a centralized power in mitigating conflicts, upholding agreements, and ensuring the well-being of individuals within the social contract. Hobbes's individualism and absolutism. Hobbesian individualism. Comment. Hobbes as an individualist. November 15th. Thomas Hobbes is often associated with absolutist political philosophy. However, beneath the layers of sovereign authority, Hobbes exhibits individualistic tendencies that illuminate his complex perspective on personal autonomy within a structured society. Introduction. Absolutist reputation. Hobbes is predominantly known for advocating strong sovereign authority, but his philosophy reveals nuanced individualistic dimensions. Interplay of autonomy and order. Hobbes's recognition of individual autonomy paradoxically coexists with his argument for a powerful central authority. Foundations of individualism in Hobbes's thought. Natural equality. Hobbes asserts that humans are fundamentally equal, highlighting each individual's inherent value and potential. Self-preservation. His focus on self-preservation underscores the primacy of individual well-being, a core individualistic premise. Voluntary social contract and individual consent. Consensual association. Hobbes's social contract theory is rooted in voluntary agreement among individuals, affirming their agency in forming the sovereign. Individual's rational choice. The decision to submit to the sovereign's authority reflects rational individual choices for the sake of security and collective well-being. Individual interest and sovereign authority. Utilitarian calculation. Hobbes's emphasis on individuals' pursuit of self-interest acknowledges their rational calculation of benefits within a structured society. Balance of interests. His individualism accepts that diverse individual interests can harmonize under sovereign MLE to prevent chaos. Security, freedom, and individual autonomy. Security as prerequisite. Hobbes's absolutist framework seeks to ensure individual security as the basis for pursuing other freedoms and aspirations. Freedom within boundaries. Individuals retain certain freedoms within the sovereign's limitations, preserving a degree of personal autonomy. Criticisms of Hobbesian individualism. Compromising liberty. Critics argue that Hobbes's reliance on a strong sovereign might restrict genuine individual liberties. Collective identity. His emphasis on social cohesion may overshadow distinct individual identities and expressions. Contemporary reflections. Civil liberties and authority. Hobbes's individualism contributes to discussions on balancing civil liberties with the necessity of state authority. Complex realities. His individualistic undertones invite contemplation on reconciling personal autonomy with collective governance in modern societies. Conclusion. Hobbes's multifaceted legacy. Hobbes's portrayal as an individualist showcases the intricate layers of his thought, challenging conventional categorizations. Blurring dichotomies. His recognition of individual agency within a structured social contract invites us to transcend binary notions and explore the dynamic interplay between personal autonomy and organized governance. Hobbesian individualist absolutism. Comment. Hobbes starts as an individualist but ends as an absolutist. 04/20. Individualism is inherent in Hobbes' absolutist ideology. Comment. 22/15. Thomas Hobbes presented an absolutist ideology that balanced individualism and centralized authority within a social contract framework. While often associated with strong state power, Hobbes' philosophy intriguingly incorporates elements of individualism that warrant closer examination. Introduction. Hobbesian framework. Hobbes' political philosophy centers on a social contract and the necessity of a strong sovereign to prevent this state of nature. Individualism resonance. Beneath the apparent absolutist stance, Hobbes' ideas contain nuanced individualistic elements that shape his vision. Foundations of individualism. Egoistic self-preservation. Hobbes posits that individuals act primarily in their self-interest, a fundamental individualistic premise. Subjective valuations. His emphasis on individual perception and judgments underscores the centrality of personal experiences. Absolutist authority and individual rights. Sovereign's authority. Hobbes envisions an absolute sovereign to establish order and protect individuals from the chaos of this state of nature. Individual consent. The social contract rests on voluntary individual consent to surrender certain rights for security and protection. Mutual benefit and utility. Collective utility. Hobbes' emphasis on the social contract implies a utilitarian rationale where individuals collectively benefit from organized society. Rational self-interest. The pursuit of self-interest underpins both individual action and the creation of a sovereign authority. Civil society and individual freedom. Freedom through authority. Hobbes contends that surrendering some freedoms to a sovereign presence is greater freedom and security for all. Freedom from anarchy. Absolute authority prevents the war of all against all, providing space for individual pursuits within a structured society. Criticisms and debates. Erosion of individual liberties. Critics argue that Hobbes' absolutism may lead to the erosion of individual rights and freedoms. Concentration of power. Absolutist authority might concentrate power, potentially suppressing individual expression and diversity. Contemporary relevance. 1. Technological individualism. Digital privacy. Individuals advocate for their right to privacy, asserting control over personal data and information in the face of increasing technological surveillance. Personalization. The rise of personalized algorithms and recommendations caters to individual preferences, legally lighting the importance of tailoring experiences to unique tastes. 2. Civil liberties in government. Freedom of expression. Individuals assert their right to free speech and expression, even in the face of potential conflicts with government regulations. LGBTQ+ rights. The fight for equal rights and acceptance reflects individuals asserting their identities within societal structures, challenging norms. 3. Socioeconomic autonomy. Entrepreneurship. The surge in entrepreneurship showcases individuals pursuing their business visions, showcasing their autonomy within a capitalist framework. Worker rights. Labor movements and demand for fair wages exemplify individuals asserting their economic rights within the context of organized labor and industry. 4. Environmental activism. Climate advocacy. Individuals demanding action against climate change emphasize personal responsibility and the power of collective action to effect change. Conservation efforts. Environmental activists champion the preservation of natural resources and habitats, embodying individual commitment within broader environmental goals. Conclusion. Dynamic tension. Hobbes' absolutist ideology carries an undercurrent of individualism, revealing a complex interplay between centralized authority and personal agency. Navigating complexities. Exploring the individualistic strands in Hobbes' thought invites us to navigate the intricate tapestry of political philosophy and understand how seemingly opposing ideas can harmoniously coexist within a comprehensive framework. Liberty and external impediments. Consider. Liberty, or freedom, signifies properly the absence of opposition and external impediments of motion. Hobbes, 99/30. Thomas Hobbes' definition. Liberty, or freedom, signifies properly the absence of opposition and external impediments of motion, provides insights into his understanding of these fundamental concepts within the framework of Lee's political philosophy. Here, as the significance of Hobbes's definition and its implications, external impediments and motion. Hobbes's definition centers on the idea of external impediments of motion. Motion here refers not only to physical movement but also to actions, choices, and pursuits that individuals undertake. External impediments are obstacles or constraints that hinder or oppose an individual's ability to act or make choices. True liberty as absence of opposition. According to Hobbes, true liberty or freedom is achieved when individuals are free from external obstacles or opposition that would hinder their ability to pursue their desires, interests, or actions. In other words, one is truly free when there are no external impediments preventing them from doing what they want or making choices that align with their preferences. Civil society and freedom. Hobbes's perspective on liberty is closely tied to his views on governance and civil society. He believed that the state of nature, characterized by constant conflict, posed a threat to individual freedom. To secure true liberty, individuals voluntarily establish a social contract and surrender some of their freedoms to a sovereign authority. This authority ensures order and protects individuals from each other, removing the external impediments to freedom. Role of government. Hobbes's definition highlights the role of government in preserving liberty. A strong sovereign authority prevents individuals from imposing external impediments on one another, maintaining an environment where individuals can pursue their interests without fear of harm or opposition. Critique of positive liberty. Hobbes's concept of freedom is often contrasted with the idea of positive liberty, which suggests that TME freedom requires the ability to pursue one's best interests, even if it means restricting certain desires. Hobbes's definition focuses on the absence of external obstacles rather than the fulfillment of all desires, which aligns with his emphasis on security and order. Contemporary relevance. Hobbes's definition of liberty continues to contribute to debates on individual rights, the role of government, and the balance between freedom and security in modern societies. The distinction between negative liberty, absence of external constraints, and positive liberty, ability to fulfill desires, remains relevant in discussions about the nature of freedom. Hobbes's definition of liberty as entire absence of opposition and external impediments of motion highlights his focus on security, order, and the role of sovereign authority in ensuring individual freedom. By conceptualizing liberty in relation to the absence of hindrances to action, Hobbes offers a unique perspective that shapes discussions on the relationship between governance, individual rights, and the pursuit of one's interests within a civil society. Hobbes's contribution to sovereignty. Comment. Hobbes relieved sovereignty completely from the disabilities which Bodin had inconsistently left standing. Sabine, 98/20. Introduction. The quote by Sabine suggests Thomas Hobbes, a prominent political philosopher, took a distinctive approach to sovereignty in comparison to Jean Bodin. While Bodin's ideas had certain inconsistencies, Hobbes, according to Sabine, sought to relieve sovereignty entirely from these discrepancies. Bodin's inconsistencies definition of sovereignty centralization. Bodin emphasized the need for a sovereign with absolute power, but there were inconsistencies in his conceptualization of sovereignty. Divine and popular sovereignty. Bodin's work included elements of both divine and popular sovereignty, creating a conceptual tension. Limitations on sovereignty. Residual powers. Bodin left some powers residual, raising questions about the absolute nature of sovereignty. External influences. The presence of external influences, such as religious authorities, introduced inconsistencies in the exercise of sovereign power. Hobbesian perspective. Absolute sovereignty. State of nature. Hobbes, in his work, Leviathan, envisioned a state of nature where life was solitary, poor, nasty, nightish, and short. Social contract. Hobbes argued for an absolute sovereign to establish a social contract, relinquishing individual rights for the sake of order and security. Relieving sovereignty from disabilities. Unified authority. Hobbes sought a unified and absolute sovereign authority with no limitations or competing sources of power. Absolute power. In Hobbes's view, sovereign power should be absolute and undivided, ensuring stability and preventing the chaos of the state of nature. Departure from Bodin's inconsistencies. Clarity and consistency. Hobbes aimed for clarity and consistency in the concept of sovereignty, relieving it from the inconsistencies perceived in Bodin's ideas. Sovereign as Leviathan. Hobbes's Leviathan symbolizes an all-powerful sovereign, free from the disabilities and ambiguities present in Bodin's framework. Evaluation and critique. Strengths. Clear foundation. Hobbes provided a clearer foundation for sovereign power, addressing the ambiguities present in Bodin's work. Focus on order. Hobbes's emphasis on absolute sovereignty aimed at maintaining order and preventing the chaos associated with the state of nature. Criticisms. Authoritarianism. Hobbes's absolute sovereignty has been criticized for its authoritarian implications, limiting individual freedoms. Oversimplification. Some argue that Hobbes oversimplified the complexities of governance and human nature. Conclusion. Sabine's assertion that Hobbes relieved sovereignty completely from the disabilities which Bodin had inconsistently left standing suggests a transition from the ambiguities of Bodin's sovereignty to the clarity and absoluteness proposed by Hobbes. While Hobbes's ideas have strengths in providing a clear foundation for sovereign power, they also face criticisms for potential authoritarianism and oversimplification. Understanding this transition sheds light on the evolution of political thought regarding the nature and exercise of sovereign authority. Influence of Hobbes on political thought. Impact on modern political science. Social contract theory. Foundation of modern contractarianism. Hobbes laid the groundwork for social contract theory, influencing subsequent thinkers like John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Individual rights and government authority. His ideas sparked debates on the relationship between individual rights and the authority of the state. State sovereignty. Concept of absolute sovereignty. Hobbes's concept of absolute sovereignty has been influential in shaping discussions on the nature of the state and its authority. Centralization of power. Modern political science often grapples with questions of power centralization and the role of the state in ensuring order. Hobbesian thought and political movements. Authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Authoritarian regimes. Hobbes's ideas have been cited in the justification. Hobbesian thought and political movements. Authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Authoritarian regimes. Hobbes's ideas have been cited in the justification of authoritarian governance, emphasizing the need for a strong central authority. Totalitarian movements. Elements of Hobbesian thought have been observed in ideologies that prioritize state control over individual liberties. Realism in international relations. State-centric realism. Hobbes's realist perspective on human nature has influenced the realist school of thought in international relations. National interest and security. His emphasis on self-preservation aligns with modern discussions on national interest and security. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Hobbes's ideas. Limitations of Hobbes's notions of liberty and authority. Individual liberty, sacrifices for order. Critics argue that Hobbes's emphasis on order led to an underestimation of the value of individual liberty. Authoritarian tendencies. The potential for authoritarianism in Hobbesian thought raises concerns about the protection of civil liberties. Lack of pluralism, homogeneity, and conformity. Hobbes's vision of a sovereign authority may neglect the importance of diverse perspectives and pluralism in a society. Suppression of dissent. Critics contend that his ideas may justify the suppression of dissenting voices. Responses to Hobbes's views on sovereignty and human nature. Locke's liberalism, balancing individual rights and governance. John Locke responded to Hobbes by proposing a more liberal social contract theory, emphasizing individual rights alongside governance. Limited government. Locke advocated for limited government authority, contrasting Hobbes's absolute sovereignty. Rousseau's general will. Collective decision-making. Jean-Jacques Rousseau critiqued Hobbes's individualistic view of the social contract. Emphasis on collective will. Rousseau's concept of the general will emphasized collective decision-making and the common good. Hobbes's relevance in contemporary politics. Application of Hobbesian principles in modern governance. National security and order. Security measures. Hobbesian principles are sometimes cited to justify strong security measures in the face of perceived threats. Authoritarian policies. Some governments use Hobbesian ideas to legitimize policies that prioritize order over individual liberties. Political stability. Maintaining stability. Hobbes's focus on preventing societal chaos has implications for governance strategies aimed at maintaining political stability. Emergency powers. The use of emergency powers during crises can be rationalized through a Hobbesian lens. Evaluating the continued significance of Hobbes's theories. Relevance in crisis. Emergency governance. Hobbes's theories may gain relevance during times of crisis, where the need for strong, centralized governance becomes pronounced. Public safety justifications. Emergency measures can be justified using Hobbesian arguments centered on public safety. Ethical considerations. Ethical dilemmas. The ethical implications of sacrificing individual liberties for collective order raise ongoing debates. Human rights frameworks. Modern societies often assess governance practices through human rights frameworks, challenging some aspects of Hobbesian thought. Conclusion. Thomas Hobbes's influence on political thought is pervasive, shaping discussions on authority, sovereignty, and governance. While these ideas have informed key concepts in political science, they also elicit critiques, especially regarding individual liberties and the potential for authoritarianism. As political thinkers continue to grapple with questions of order, security, and the role of the state, Hobbes's theories remain a significant point of reference in contemporary political discourse. Marx W.H. Questions asked. Marx's concept of alienation is an essential part of the reality in capitalism. Explain. 2021. WU_TW FM TA H happy face $1 RR 3 LM ton WL 2021. Discuss Karl Marx's concept of class. 2015. WH_IWT SNW Nartian Terra #N. I 2015. Explain Marx's understanding of human essence and alienation. 16/15. Hot UR RR 3 WT RRRH RF WFL RIH RIH DRF 1 16/15. What is meant by relative autonomy of state in Marxist analysis? 12/20. WWLFL TOY WHWT TO WIWL RT ARC T to T 12/20. Evaluate Marx's instrumentalist approach to the state. October 30th. To have slit to? Or WTL Fido RI to TRF to HRI October 30th. Examine in detail Marx's prescription for ending alienation and reaching the stage of de-alienation. 09/60. HRDHRT rough RH to RWTO or caret. TRHH to Rotter FFLRI for RWRT RTI 09/60. Comment. Marx's work could be seen as a compound of three elements: green philosophy, English political economy, and French socialism. Lenin, 99/20. To RT, 2. R3 RRT RI to TOTO RIH, SFLFW FLFC LAR to RTOT to RLWL RTRR, RRR #IRRRRHRHIRFRTL. To 99/20. Comment. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being determines their consciousness. Marx, 97/20. Tom RT, WN to RTF, HRSFCLRTFT, 3 to RTOT, TOR, TRE2, HRR TOLRSV, TORHD RTFTA RUFTL. To 97/20. Marx treats individual primarily as a member of a class. Critically examine Iris' views on the economic man. 92/60. Rotantum re wu RRTOR and Tertan Toti, Toto RR, Artatort RT, RTF TRTR, or Toto Tol, 92/60. Introduction. Karl Marx, a towering figure in the history of political philosophy and economics, revolutionized our understanding of society, economy, and the dynamics of class struggle. His ideas, collectively known as Marxism, have profoundly influenced political and economic thought, inspiring movements and revolutions across the globe. Historical context and background. Industrial Revolution, era of transformation. Marx emerged during the 19th century, a period marked by the Industrial Revolution's rapid industrialization and social upheaval. Shift in economic structures. The transition from agrarian economies to industrial capitalism laid the foundation for Marx's critical examination of class relations. Social inequalities. Emergence of capitalism. The rise of capitalism brought forth new social relations and economic disparities, providing the backdrop for Marx's critique of the capitalist system. Exploitative labor practices. Marx observed the exploitation of the working class as industrialization advanced, shaping his perspectives on class struggle. Marx's life and intellectual development. Early life and education. Born in Trier, Prussia, Karl Marx was born in 1818 in Trier, then part of the Kingdom of Prussia, now Germany. University education. Marx studied law, history, and philosophy at various universities, where he encountered influential philosophical ideas. Collaboration with Friedrich Engels. Partnership with Engels. Marx's intellectual journey was closely tied to his collaboration with Friedrich Engels, a fellow philosopher and revolutionary. Joint works. Together, Marx and Engels authored several pivotal works, including the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. Political activism and exile. Journalism and politics. Marx was actively involved in journalism and political activism, writing for various publications and engaging in revolutionary activities. Exile in London. Due to political unrest, Marx spent a considerable portion of his life in exile in London, where he continued to develop his theories. Major works. The Communist Manifesto, 1848, a defining document outlining the principles of communism and the proletariat's struggle against the bourgeoisie. Das Kapital, volumes 1-3, 1867 to 1894. Marx's seminal work delving into the critique of political economy, analyzing the capitalist system's inner workings. Marx's key ideas and works. Karl Marx's body of work encompasses a wide array of ideas that collectively form the foundation of Marxism. From his critique of capitalism to his vision of a classless society, Marx's theories continue to shape discussions on political, economic, and social structures. The Communist Manifesto, Analysis and Themes. Context and Purpose, co-authored with Friedrich Engels, published in 1848. The Communist Manifesto is a collaborative work by Marx and Engels. Call to action. Written as a political pamphlet, it served as a call to action for the working class and outlined the principles of communism. Key themes. 1. Historical materialism. Dialectical materialism. The manifesto introduces historical materialism, asserting that history is a continuous struggle between opposing social classes. Class struggle. Marx and Engels identify the bourgeoisie, capitalist class, and the proletariat, working class, as the primary agents in historical class struggles. 2. Communism as an overthrow of capitalism. Proletarian revolution. The manifesto envisions a proletarian revolution leading to the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of communism. Abolition of private property. Marx and Engels advocate for the abolition of private property and the establishment of collective ownership. 3. Critique of capitalism. Exploitation and alienation. The manifesto critiques capitalism for exploiting the proletariat and causing alienation. Global nature of capitalism. It emphasizes the global nature of capitalism and calls for international solidarity among the working class. Das Kapital. Critique of political economy, purpose, and structure. Critique of capitalism. Das Kapital is Marx's seminal work, analyzing the capitalist system's economic structures and dynamics. Unfinished masterpiece. Marx worked on this Unfinished masterpiece. Marx worked on this three-volume critique of political economy throughout HRS life, and only the first volume was completed during his lifetime. Key themes. 1. Labor theory of value. Role of labor in value creation. Marx argues that the value of a commodity is determined by the amount of socially necessary labor time required for its production. Exploitation of labor. Capitalism exploits labor by extracting surplus value, the difference between the value of labor power and the value created by the worker. 2. Capital accumulation. Accumulation of capital. Marx explores how capitalism leads to the accumulation of capital in the hands of a few, concentrating economic power. Cycles of boom and bust. He analyzes the cyclical nature of capitalist crises, marked by economic downturns and recessions. 3. Historical materialism in economics. Material conditions and social relations. Das Kapital expands on historical materialism, examining how material conditions shape social relations and class structures. Role of technology. Marx explores the impact of technological advancements on production and social organization. The German ideology, philosophy and historical materialism. Background and intent. Philosophical manuscripts. The German ideology represents Marx's break with earlier philosophical influences and the development of historical materialism. Critique of idealism. Marx criticizes idealist and utopian socialist notions prevalent at the time. Key themes. 1. Historical materialism. Material basis of society. Marx asserts that the material conditions of production form the basis of society. Ideas and consciousness as products of material conditions. ideas and consciousness are shaped by material conditions, challenging idealist perspectives. 2. Critique of ideology. Ideology as a distorted reflection. Marx contends that ideology reflects and perpetuates existing power structures in a distorted manner. Superstructure and base. The superstructure, ideas, politics, culture, is influenced by the economic base, material conditions of production. 3. Philosophical and economic foundations of Marxism. Unity of theory and practice. Marx emphasizes the unity of theory and practice, advocating for a revolutionary transformation of society. Practical revolutionary activity. The importance of practical revolutionary activity is highlighted as opposed to mere philosophical contemplation. Marx's concept of alienation and human essence. Explain Marx's understanding of human essence and alienation. 16/15. Introduction. Karl Marx presented a profound analysis of human essence and alienation in his works. This exploration delves into Marx's perspectives on these fundamental concepts that form the core of Lee's critique of capitalist societies. 1. Human essence according to Marx. Species being. Marx posited that human essence lies in the concept of species being, referring to the distinct characteristics that set humans apart from other animals. Creative and social nature. Emphasized humans' innate capacity for creativity and sociability as essential aspects of their nature. 2. Alienation as a fundamental concept. Estrangement from labor. Marx identified alienation primarily through the workers' estrangement from the labor process in capitalist societies. Commodification of labor. Under capitalism, labor becomes a commodity, leading to the alienation of workers from the products they create. 3. 4 types of alienation. Alienation from the product. Workers are detached from the fruits of their labor, as products are owned and sold by capitalists. Alienation in the labor process. Workers experience alienation during the achial process of labor, where they lack control and autonomy. Alienation from human potential. The capitalist mode of production restricts the realization of the full creative and social potential of individuals. Alienation from fellow workers. Capitalism fosters competition among workers, leading to alienation from their fellow human beings. 4. Historical materialism. Economic determinism. Marx's understanding of human essence and alienation is embedded in historical materialism, asserting that economic structures shape social relations. Revolutionary potential. Marx believed that overcoming alienation required a revolutionary transformation of the economic system. 5. Critique of capitalism. Exploitation and dehumanization. Marx's analysis of alienation serves as a foundation for his broader critique of capitalism, highlighting its inherent tendencies towards exploitation and dehumanization. Call for socialism. Marx envisions socialism as the antidote to alienation, where workers collectively control the means of production. 6. Contemporary relevance. Global capitalism. Marx's insights on alienation continue to resonate in discussions about the impact of global capitalism on workers worldwide. Precarious labor. The concept of alienation finds echoes in discussions on contemporary issues such as precarious labor, gig economies, and the erosion of worker rights. Conclusion. Marx's understanding of human essence and alienation provides a powerful lens through which to analyze the dynamics of capitalist societies. By emphasizing the creative and social nature of humans and unveiling the alienating aspects of capitalist production, Marx's insights remain foundational for discussions on economic justice, workers' rights, and the pursuit of a more equitable and humane society. Alienation in capitalism. Marx's concept of alienation is an essential part of the reality in capitalism. Explain. 2021. Introduction. Karl Marx's theory of alienation is a cornerstone of his critique of capitalism, providing profound insights into the inherent dynamics that shape the relationship between labor, the individual, and the capitalist system. The 4 dimensions of alienation. Alienation from the product. Workers are separated from the products they produce, which become commodities owned and sold by capitalists. Alienation in the labor process. Workers experience a lack of control and autonomy during the actual process of labor, reducing it to a means of survival rather than a fulfilling, creative activity. Alienation from human potential. Capitalism restricts the realization of the full creative and social potential of individuals, channeling their energies solely into the pursuit of profit. Alienation from fellow workers. Competition among workers, exacerbated by capitalist structures, leads to alienation from their fellow human beings, fostering a divisive environment. Rooted in historical materialism. Economic determinism. Marx's concept of alienation is deeply rooted in historical materialism, asserting that economic structures fundamentally shape social relations. Capitalism as the culprit. Alienation is identified as a byproduct of the capitalist mode of production, where the means of production are privately owned and labor is commodified. Capitalism in the exploitation nexus. Exploitation as a catalyst. Alienation is intricately linked to the exploitation of labor, where the capitalist extracts surplus value from workers, exacerbating their sense of separation and powerlessness. Dehumanization. Capitalism's relentless pursuit of profit often dehumanizes individuals, reducing them to mere factors of production. Catalyst for social change. Revolutionary potential. Marx believed that the recognition of alienation's pervasive influence could serve as a catalyst for revolutionary change. Socialism as the antidote. Marx envisioned socialism as the transformative force that would eradicate alienation by placing the means of production under collective control. Contemporary relevance. Global capitalism. Marx's concept of alienation resonates in discussions on the impact of global capitalism, precarious labor, and the widening gap between labor and capital. Technological advancements, while enhancing productivity, have raised concerns about their potential to further alienate workers. Conclusion. Marx's concept of alienation remains a vital tool for understanding the fundamental realities of capitalism. As contemporary societies grapple with issues of inequality, exploitation, and the commodification of labor, Marx's insights into alienation continue to provide a lens through which to analyze and critique the dynamics of the capitalist system. The recognition of alienation becomes not only a theoretical construct, but a call to action for those seeking a more just and humane society. Marx's theory of class and class struggle. Karl Marx's class concept. Discuss Karl Marx's concept of class. 2015. Introduction. Karl Marx's concept of class is a foundational element of his socio-political theory, providing a lens to understand the dynamics of social structure, power, and conflict. 1. Basic tenets of Marx's class theory. Historical materialism. Rooted in historical materialism. Marx posited that the nature of society is shaped by its mode of production. Class as a social relationship. Marx viewed class not merely as an economic category, but as a complex social relationship embedded in the means of production. 2. The proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Proletariat, working class comprising the industrial laborers. The proletariat owns no means of production. 2. The proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Proletariat, working class comprising the industrial laborers. The proletariat owns no means of production and is compelled to sell its labor power for wages. Bourgeoisie, capitalist class. The bourgeoisie, or capitalist class, owns the means of production and exploits the labor of the proletariat to accumulate capital. 3. Class struggle. Dialectical conflict. Marx envisioned class struggle as a dialectical conflict arising from the inherent contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Historical evolution. He believed class struggle propels historical evolution, leading to the transformation of societies and modes of production. 4. Capitalism and alienation. Alienation of the proletariat. In capitalist societies, the proletariat experiences alienation, not only from the product of their labor, but from the labor process itself. Exploitation and surplus value. The capitalist extracts surplus value from the labor of the proletariat, intensifying the economic disparity and class divide. 5. Dynamic class structure. Complexification of class relations. Marx acknowledged that the class structure is dynamic and can become more complex with the emergence of new social groups. Middle classes and other strata, beyond the bourgeoisie and proletariat. Marx recognized the existence of intermediate classes and other social strata, acknowledging the evolving nature of class relations. 6. Revolution and the proletariat. Historical mission. Marx argued that the historical mission of the proletariat is to overthrow the capitalist system, leading to the establishment of a classless, communist society. Role of class consciousness. The success of Tin's revolution relies on the development of class consciousness among the proletariat, a heightened awareness of their collective interests and potential for transformative action. 7. Contemporary relevance. Global capitalism. Marx's class theory remains relevant in the analysis of global capitalism, emphasizing the widening gap between the rich and the poor. Struggles for workers' rights. Contemporary movements advocating for workers' rights and economic equality echo the enduring relevance of Marx's insights. Conclusion. Karl Marx's concept of class serves as a potent tool for comprehending the social stratification, conflicts, and transformative potential within societies. While the nature of class structures has evolved, Marx's foundational ideas continue to illuminate the power dynamics and challenges inherent in contemporary social and economic systems. The ongoing relevance of his class theory underscores its enduring impact on sociological thought and its ability to inform discussions on societal inequalities and aspirations for a more equitable future. Marx's view of economic man. Marx treats individual primarily as a member of a class. Critically examine Iris' views on the economic man. 92/60. Introduction. Karl Marx's perspective on the individual is intricately tied to his broader socio-economic theory, where individuals are primarily viewed as members of a class. Individuals as class members. Class as a determining factor. Marx contends that an individual's social position and consciousness are fundamentally shaped by their class affiliation. Economic structure as the foundation. Class membership, according to Marx, is not just a social category, but is deeply rooted in the economic structure of society. Critique of the economic man. Rejection of abstract individualism. Marx criticizes the classical economic notion of the economic man, an abstract, self-interested individual divorced from social context. Social determinants of behavior. Rejecting the idea of a purely rational and self-interested individual. Marx argues that economic behavior is intricately tied to the social relations within which individuals operate. Economic base and superstructure. Primacy of economic relations. Marx's materialist conception posits that the economic base of society, including the means of production, shapes the superstructure, which encompasses institutions, culture, and ideologies. Class interests and ideology. Individuals, influenced by their class position, internalize the dominant ideologies that serve the interests of their class. Alienation and economic determinism. Alienation from labor. Marx's concept of alienation emphasizes how individuals, particularly the working class, become estranged from the products of their labor and the labor process itself. Economic determinism. Critics argue that Marx's emphasis on economic determinism diminishes the agency of individuals, reducing them to mere products of their economic conditions. Class struggle and individual agency. Dialectical relationship. While Marx highlights the role of class struggle in shaping societal change, he also acknowledges the dialectical relationship between individuals and the historical context in which they act. Potential for individual agency. Individuals, particularly in times of heightened class consciousness, possess the potential for collective agency and revolutionary action. The role of class consciousness. Consciousness as a social product. Marx underscores client consciousness is not an isolated, individual attribute, but is socially produced, with class consciousness arising from the collective experiences of a class. Transformation through awareness. The development of class consciousness becomes a crucial factor in the potential transformation of individuals and their engagement in revolutionary activities. Contemporary relevance. Critique of consumer culture. Marx's critique of alienation and commodification remains relevant in discussions about the impact of consumer culture on individuals. A globalization and class structures. In the context of globalization, Marx's ideas continue to inform debates about the persistence and transformation of class structures on a global scale. Conclusion. Marx's treatment of the individual as primarily a member of a class reflects IRA's commitment to understanding social relations within the broader context of economic strictures. Wolteyl-Lew's critique of the economic man has been challenged for its perceived determinism. Marx's insights into class consciousness, alienation, and the transformative potential of individuals remain significant in shaping discussions on the dynamics of societies and the possibilities for social change. The state in Marx's political thought. Relative autonomy of the state. What is meant by relative autonomy of state in Marxist analysis? 12/20. Introduction. In Marxist analysis, the concept of the relative autonomy of the state is a key element that seeks to explain the relationship between the state apparatus and the economic base of society. 1. Foundation of Marxist analysis. Base and superstructure. Marxist theory is built on the foundation of the base superstructure model, where the economic base, mode of production, shapes the superstructure, institutions, ideology, and the state. Historical materialism. Historical materialism asserts that the development of the state is intricately linked to the evolution of the economic structure of society. 2. The state as an apparatus. Instillment of class rule. According to Marx, the state is not a neutral entity, but serves as an instrument of class nihil, preserving the interests of the ruling class. Repressive and ideological functions. The state, through both repressive, police, military, and ideological, education, media, apparatuses, perpetuates the dominant class's hegemony. 3. Concept of relative autonomy. Defined by Nikos Poulantzas, the term relative autonomy was developed by Marxist theorist Nikos Poulantzas, who sought to refine Marxist understandings of the state. Degrees of independence. Relative autonomy suggests that while the state is fundamentally tied to the economic base, it possesses a certain degree of independence and autonomy in its functioning. 4. State and class interests. Reflection of dominant class interests. The state, even with relative autonomy, ultimately reflects the interests of the dominant class and operates to maintain the existing social order. Negotiating class contradictions. The state, in its relative autonomy, negotiates and manages class contradictions, balancing the interests of various classes within the entire framework of the dominant class's hegemony. 5. Contradictions and mediations. Mediating class struggles. The state acts as a mediator in class struggles, attempting to maintain social stability and prevent revolutionary upheavals. Internal contradictions. Internal contradictions within the state, arising from the diverse interests of ruling and subordinate classes, contribute to its relative autonomy. 6. Economic determination and political mediation. Economic base as determinant. While the economic base determines the general character of the state mediates political and social relations, exhibiting relative autonomy in its specific functions. Political interventions. The state can, at times, intervene. Political interventions. The state can, at times, intervene in the economy, regulate markets, and implement policies that may not align directly with the immediate economic interests of the miling class. 7. Criticisms and debates. Overemphasis on autonomy. Critics argue that the concept of relative autonomy risks overemphasizing the independence of the state, potentially neglecting the pervasive influence of economic strictures. Role of bureaucracy. The bureaucratic apparatus within the state is often considered a factor contributing to its relative autonomy, as bureaucrats may pursue their interests independent of the ruling class. 8. Contemporary relevance. Global capitalism. In the context of global capitalism, debates persist about the extent of the state's autonomy in managing economic crises, regulating markets, and addressing social issues. Neoliberalism and state intervention. The dynamics of neoliberalism and state interventions in economic affairs raise questions about the relative autonomy of the state in contemporary societies. Conclusion. The concept of the relative autonomy of the state in Marxist analysis provides a nuanced understanding of the state's role in mediating and managing class relations. While it acknowledges the state's connection to the economic base, it recognizes a certain degree of independence in its functions. Debates surrounding the relative autonomy of the state continue to shape discussions on the role of the state in class societies and the complexities of its interactions with diverse social forces. Marx's instrumentalist state. Evaluate Marx's instrumentalist approach to the state. 10/30. Introduction. Karl Marx's instrumentalist approach to the state is rooted in his broader socio-political theory, positing that the state serves as a tool or instrument for the dominant class to maintain and perpetuate its rule. The state is an instrument, tool for class domination. According to Marx, the state is not an autonomous entity but functions as a tool wielded by the ruling class to protect and advance its economic and class interests. Reflection of economic base. The state, in this view, is a reflection of the underlying economic base of society, serving the needs and interests of the dominant class. Class character of the state. Preservation of class hierarchies. Marx contends that the state, irrespective of its formal structure, inherently preserves existing class hierarchies and social relations. Apparatus of repression. The state includes repressive apparatuses such as the police and military, which are utilized to suppress dissent and maintain the status quo. Political superstructure. Superstructural nature. Marx situates the state within the superstructure of society, emphasizing its secondary role in relation to the economic base. Legal and political framework. Legal and political institutions, including the state, are considered products of the economic relations within a given society. Class dictatorship and bourgeois state. Dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Marx characterized the state, particularly in capitalist societies, as a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, signifying its alignment with the interests of the capitalist class. State as executive committee. He famously referred to tire state as the executive committee of the ruling class, carrying out its will and preserving tire conditions for capital accumulation. State interventions and economic interests. Economic functions. State interventions, such as regulations, taxation, and policies, are seen as mechanisms to secure and further the economic interests of the middle class. Capitalist crisis management. During times of economic crisis, the state may intervene to stabilize capitalism, protect private property, and mitigate class tensions. Contradictions and dynamics. Internal contradictions. Marx acknowledges internal contradictions within the state, arising from the tension between the ruling class's interests and the broader social context. Class struggle and state adaptations. Class struggle and social movements may compel adaptations within the state apparatus to manage contradictions and maintain stability. Criticisms and debates. Overemphasis on economic determinism. Critics argue that Marx's instrumentalist approach tends to overemphasize economic determinism, neglecting the agency of individuals and the complexities of state functions. Evolution of capitalism. Some scholars contend that the state's role evolves with changes in capitalism, adapting to new economic structures and societal demands. Contemporary relevance. Neoliberalism and state functions. Debates persist regarding the extent to which neoliberalism alters the state's instrumental role, especially in the context of deregulation and market-oriented policies. Globalization and state sovereignty. Discussions on globalization raise questions about the sovereignty of the state and its capacity to independently pursue economic policies. Conclusion. Marx's instrumentalist approach to the state remains a fundamental aspect of Marxist theory, providing a lens through which to analyze the state's role in perpetuating class dominance. While debates and criticisms exist, the instrumentalist perspective continues to shape discussions on the intricate relationship between the state, economic structures, and the perpetuation of class hierarchies in contemporary societies. Marx's prescription for ending alienation and de-alienation. Ending alienation. Marx's prescription. Examine in detail Marx's prescription for ending alienation and reaching the stage of de-alienation. 09/60. Introduction. Karl Marx's theory of alienation explores the estrangement of individuals from the products of their labor, the labor process, and ultimately from their own human essence. Marx envisioned a transformative process leading to de-alienation, wherein individuals would reclaim control over their lives and achieve a harmonious relationship with society. Understanding alienation, productive and social alienation. Marx identified multiple dimensions of alienation, including the alienation from the products of labor, the labor process, fellow workers, and human potential. Capitalist mode of production. Alienation is particularly pronounced in the capitalist mode of production, where workers are separated from the fruits of their labor and lack control over the production process. Critique of capitalism. Exploitation and commodity fetishism. Marx critiqued capitalism for its inherent exploitation, where laborers produce surplus value for capitalists, leading to economic inequality. He also highlighted commodity fetishism, wherein social relations among people are obscured by the relationships among commodities. Historical materialism and social change. Economic determinism. Marx's historical materialism posits that social structures, including alienation, are determined by the economic base of society. Economic changes are crucial for altering social relations and overcoming alienation. Class struggle and revolution. Role of the proletariat. Marx believed that the proletariat, the working class, had a pivotal role in challenging capitalist relations and initiating revolutionary change. The collective action of the proletariat would be a catalyst for societal transformation. The abolition of private property, communist society. Marx envisioned a communist society where private ownership of the means of production would be abolished. The collective ownership of resources would eliminate the exploitation inherent in capitalist relationships. Worker control and self-management, elimination of wage labor, in a de-alienated society. Marx anticipated the elimination of wage labor, allowing individuals to engage in productive activities without being estranged from the products of their labor. Workers would have direct control over the means of production. Transformation of social relations, human essence and social harmony. Denalienation involves the rediscovery of the human essence through creative and meaningful labor. Marx envisioned a society where social relations are based on cooperation and mutual benefit rather than exploitation. Criticisms and challenges. Critique of utopianism. Critics argue that Marx's vision of de-alienation is utopian and lacks a detailed blueprint for the practical implementation of his ideas. Achieving a classless society is seen as a complex and challenging process. Contemporary relevance. Labor movements and social justice. Contemporary labor movements and struggles for social justice draw inspiration from Marx's critique of alienation, emphasizing the need for fair wages, workers' rights, and social equality. Discussions on the gig economy and precarious labor echo concerns about alienation. Conclusion. Marx's prescription for ending alienation involves a radical transformation of the economic and social structures that underpin capitalist societies. De-alienation, in Marx's vision, is intricately tied to the abolition of private property, the establishment of a communist society, and the empowerment of workers. While critiques exist, the ongoing relevance of Marx's ideas is evident in contemporary discussions on labor rights, economic justice, and the pursuit of a more humane and equitable society. Marx's influence and synthesis of ideas. Lenin on Marx's synthesis. Comment. Marx's work could be seen as a compound of three elements: green philosophy, English political economy, and French socialism. Lenin, 99/20. Introduction. Vladimir Lenin, a key figure in the Russian Revolution and a leading Marxist thinker, once characterized Karl Marx's work as a compound of three essential elements: green philosophy, English political economy, and French socialism. 1. Green philosophy. Materialist conception of history. Marx's materialist conception of history, a foundational element of his work, aligns with green philosophy in its emphasis on the material conditions and productive forces shaping societal development. Ecological dimensions, while not explicitly ecological. Marx's focus on the relationship between humanity and nature lays the groundwork for later green philosophies concerned with environmental sustainability. 2. English political economy. Dialectical materialism. Marx synthesized the principles of English political economy, particularly the works of economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, into his dialectical materialist approach. He extended and transformed economic ideas into a broader analysis of historical development. Labor theory of value. Marx's incorporation of the labor theory of value from English political economy became a cornerstone of his critique of capitalism, explaining the source of surplus value and exploitation. The emphasis on labor as the source of value resonates with the English political economy tradition. 3. French socialism. Revolutionary spirit. Marx's engagement with French socialist thought, especially the works of thinkers like Henri de Saint-Simon and Charles Fourier, contributed to the revolutionary spirit embedded in Irish theories. The French socialist tradition influenced Marx's vision of social transformation and class struggle. Concept of communism. The concept of communism, which Marx envisioned as a classless and stateless society, draws from the utopian socialist ideas prevalent in French socialist thought. Marx, however, sought to ground these ideals in a scientific analysis of historical development. 4. Dialectical synthesis. Dialectical materialism. Marx's dialectical materialism, the philosophical underpinning of his work, serves as a synthesis of these three elements. Dialectics, derived from German philosophy, merges with materialism to provide a method for understanding the dynamics of historical change. 5. Criticisms and debates. Reductionism and determinism. Critics argue that Lenin's characterization oversimplifies Marx's work and may lead to reductionism by neglecting the richness and complexity of Marx's thought. Accusations of economic determinism and historical inevitability have been leveled against Marx's theories. 6. Contemporary relevance. Environmental Marxism. In contemporary discourse, the fusion of green philosophy with Marxist thought has given rise to environmental Marxism, exploring the ecological dimensions of Marx's work and addressing sustainability challenges. Global relevance. Marx's synthesis of different intellectual traditions remains globally relevant, with ongoing debates on the intersections of capitalism, socialism, and environmental stewardship. Conclusion. Lenin's characterization of Marx's work as a compound of green philosophy, English political economy, and French socialism captures the interdisciplinary nature of Marxist thought. Marx's synthesis of these elements forms the basis for his comprehensive analysis of history, economics, and social transformation. While subject to criticism, this synthesis remains a powerful and influential framework that continues to shape discussions on societal change and justice. Social being and consciousness in Marx's philosophy. Conrad. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being determines their consciousness. Marx, 97/20. Introduction. The statement, "It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being determines their consciousness," encapsulates a fundamental aspect of Karl Marx's philosophical framework. 1. Foundations of Marxian philosophy. Materialist conception of history. 7. Marx's philosophy is grounded in a materialist conception of history, emphasizing the material conditions and economic structures as the driving forces behind societal development. This perspective contrasts with idealism, asserting that ideas and consciousness emerge from material reality. 2. Social being as determinate. Inversion of idealist notions. Marx's statement represents an inversion of idealist notions that prioritize consciousness as the determining factor. Instead, he asserts that social being, including economic and class structures, shapes the consciousness of individuals. Economic base and superstructure. Marx's model envisions an economic base, mode of production, that determines the superstructure, ideology, politics, culture. Social being, rooted in the economic base, molds the consciousness of individuals within a given society. 3. Critique of idealism. Challenge to idealist philosophies. Marx's assertion challenges idealist philosophies that posit consciousness, ideas, or spiritual elements as the primary drivers of historical change. He insists on grounding analysis in the concrete material conditions of social existence. 4. Historical specificity. Contextual determinants. Marx's statement emphasizes the historical specificity of social being shaping consciousness. Different historical periods, characterized by distinct social structures, generate corresponding modes of consciousness. 5. Class sniggle and consciousness. Role of class dynamics. Marx's philosophy underscores the role of class sniggle in shaping both social being and consciousness. The dominant class influences the prevailing ideology to perpetuate its interests. False consciousness. Marx introduces the concept of false consciousness, wherein individuals may adopt beliefs contrary to their class interests due to ideological manipulation by the ruling class. 6. Structural determinism. Economic determinism critique. Critics argue that Marx's emphasis on social being may lead to a form of economic determinism, downplaying individual agency and the potential for transformative action. This debate remains central to discussions of Marx's philosophical legacy. 7. Contemporary relevance. Applications in sociology and cultural studies. Marx's concept continues to influence sociological and cultural studies, guiding analyses of how societal structures shape individual perceptions and cultural phenomena. Relevance in identity politics. In the realm of identity politics, understanding how social being influences consciousness is essential for comprehending the dynamics of power, privilege, and social justice. Conclusion. Marx's assertion that social being determines consciousness is a key tenet of his materialist conception of history. It challenges idealist philosophies and provides a foundation for understanding the intricate relationship between societal structures and individual thought. While subject to critique, this concept remains influential in contemporary discussions on the interplay of ideology, class dynamics, and the shaping of human consciousness within diverse social contexts. Marx's impact on political thought. Influence on modern political science. Marxist perspectives in academia. Critique of capitalism. Marx's critique of capitalism remains a foundational aspect of political science, influencing analyses of economic structures and power dynamics. Class struggle. The concept of class struggle introduced by Marx provides a lens through which political scientists examine social conflicts and power relations. Intersectionality and social movements. Expanding notions of oppression. Marxist ideas have influenced the expansion of social justice theories, incorporating intersecting forms of oppression beyond class. Connection to feminism and critical race theory. Marx's emphasis on systemic inequalities laid the groundwork for feminist and critical race perspectives within political science. Marxist movements and ideologies. Revolutionary movements. Communist revolutions. Marxist thought has been a driving force behind several revolutionary movements, particularly the Russian and Chinese revolutions. Establishment of socialist states. Marxist ideologies contributed to the formation of socialist states with the aim of a cleaving classless societies. Influence on global liberation movements. Anti-imperialist movements. Marxist ideas have influenced anti-imperialist movements in colonized regions, shaping struggles against colonial powers. Global solidarity. The call for international solidarity among the working class reflects a global impact on political movements. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Marx's ideas. Authoritarianism and totalitarianism in practice. Challenges to democratic governance. Critique of democracy. Some critics argue that Marxist ideas have been associated with authoritarian regimes, challenging democratic governance. One-party rule. Instances of one-party rule in Marxist-inspired states raise concerns about political pluralism. Totalitarian practices. Suppression of dissent. Critics contend that Marxist-inspired governments have often suppressed dissent, limiting freedom of speech and political opposition. Concentration of power. The concentration of power in the hands of a centralized state is seen as a departure from democratic ideals. Economic determinism and overemphasis on class reductionism in economic analysis. Overemphasis on economic factors. Critics argue that Marx's economic determinism reduces complex social phenomena to economic factors alone. Neglect of cultural and social dynamics. The exclusive focus on class struggle may overlook the role of culture, identity, and non-economic factors in shaping societies. Class reductionism. Neglect of intersectionality. The critique of economic determinism extends to an alleged neglect of intersectionality, marginalizing the experiences of individuals facing multiple forms of oppression. Societal complexity oversimplified. Critics contend that Marx's classification of society into distinct classes oversimplifies entire intricate dynamics of social structures. Marx's relevance in contemporary politics. Application of Marxist principles in modern societies. Introduction. Marxist principles, developed by Karl Marx, have continued to resonate in contemporary discussions about society, politics, and economics. The application of Marxist ideas in modern societies reflects an ongoing engagement with the challenges and complexities of the 21st century. Class struggle and economic inequality. Analysis of economic structures. Marxist principles provide a lens for understanding persistent economic inequalities and the dynamics of class struggle. Global economic disparities. Application of Marx's critique of capitalism sheds light on global economic disparities and the concentration of wealth. Labor and exploitation. Labor relations in the global economy. Marx's insights into the exploitation of labor remain relevant in discussions about labor conditions, worker rights, and global supply chains. Gig economy and precarious work. Marxist concepts help analyze the rise of gig work and the challenges of job insecurity in contemporary economies. Imperialism and globalization. Critique of imperialism. Marxist principles contribute to critiques of imperialistic practices and neocolonial. Imperialism and globalization. Critique of imperialism. Marxist principles contribute to critiques of imperialistic practices and neocolonialism, examining the economic and political implications of globalization. Transnational corporations. Analysis of the role of transnational corporations aligns with Marxist critiques of capitalist expansion and dominance. Evaluating the resilience and adaptation of Marxist concepts. Marxist critiques in a post-industrial era. Shift to post-industrial economies. Evaluating how Marxist concepts adapt to post-industrial economies and the rise of the service and knowledge sectors. Digital capitalism. Examining the implications of digital capitalism and the commodification of information in the context of Marxist critiques. Intersectionality and evolving class dynamics. Incorporating intersectionality. Adapting Marxist concepts to incorporate intersectionality. Recognizing the intertwined nature of class with gender, race, and other social categories. New forms of exploitation. Addressing emerging forms of exploitation, such as the exploitation of data and information, within the framework of Marxist analysis. Conclusion. As societies evolve, the application of Marxist principles remains a dynamic process, adapting to new challenges and contexts. Whether in analyzing contemporary economic structures, addressing global issues like climate change, or inspiring activism for social justice, Marxist political thought continues to be a source of inspiration and critique. The resilience and adaptation of Marxist concepts testify to their enduring relevance and influence in shaping our understanding of the complex interplay between economics, politics, and society. Hegel W. Questions asked. Explain Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism. 04/60. WRTMKH plus %tet phi hashtag 3TI 04/60. Comment. State is a march of God on the earth. Hegel 00/20. FTMT caret T. Euro IVI to MG7 WR 00/20. Comment. Contradiction is the very moving principle of the world. Hegel 96/20. I rorify him caret FMMEM to the power of a n caret WR 96/20. Comment. That all human history is a process whereby ideas objectify themselves in material reality. Hegel 99/20. FSMT. Reo MRN caret 3 TMMSWYTTMM2 from Ramu Igmu MFEN Keem 4 mm me M happy face WF 99/20. Introduction. Historical context and background. Enlightenment and German idealism 18th century 7 Enlightenment. Hegel emerged in the aftermath of the Enlightenment, a period marked by intellectual and cultural shifts. The German idealism. Hegel was part of the German idealist movement, which sought to reconcile reason with experience and develop a comprehensive philosophical system. Influence of Kant and Fichte. Kantian philosophy. Immanuel Kant's ideas on epistemology and metaphysics influenced Hegel's early philosophical development. Interaction with Fichte. Hegel engaged with Johann Gottlieb Fichte's subjective idealism, setting the stage for his own unique synthesis. Hegel's key ideas and works: Phenomenology of Spirit, Analysis and Themes, Purpose and Method, Understanding Consciousness. Phenomenology of Spirit aims to trace the development of human consciousness. Dialectical method. Hegel employs a dialectical method to explore the evolution of consciousness through various stages. Key themes. 1. Master-slave dialectic. Interplay of recognition. Examines the dynamic relationship between individuals in a struggle for mutual recognition. Formation of self-consciousness. The master-slave dialectic elucidates the process through which self-consciousness emerges. 2. Absolute knowing. Culmination of the phenomenological journey. Absolute knowing represents the culmination of the phenomenological journey. Unity of subject and object. Hegel posits the unity of subject and object, where consciousness fully comprehends the nature of reality. 7. Science of logic. Dialectical method, purpose and structure. Comprehensive logic system. Science of logic establishes a systematic exploration of the fundamental categories of thought. 3 parts. The work is divided into 3 parts, being, essence, and notion, each delving deeper into the nature of logical categories. Dialectical method 1. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Development of categories. Hegel's dialectical triad involves the evolution of categories through a process of contradiction and resolution. Dynamic nature of thought. The dialectical method reflects the dynamic nature of thought and conceptual development. 2. Concept of becoming. Foundation of dialectics. Hegel's exploration of becoming serves as a foundational concept for dialectics. Transient and continuous movement. Becoming captures the transient and continuous movement inherent in the development of concepts. Elements of the philosophy of right. Political philosophy, context and intent, response to political realities. Hegel's work on the philosophy of right responds to the political and social challenges of his time. Emphasis on ethical life. The Elements emphasizes the importance of ethical life and the role of the state in realizing ethical principles. Key themes. 1. Sittlichkeit, ethical life, integration of individual and state. Hegel posits that ethical life involves the integration of individual and communal values. Roles of family, civil society, and state. Examines the roles of family, civil society, and the state in fostering ethical life. 2. Freedom and state. Realization of freedom in the state. Hegel sees the state as the highest embodiment of freedom. Limitations on individual freedom. Individual freedom is realized within the context of the state and its laws. Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism. Dialectical idealism. Explain Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism. 04/60. Introduction. Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism is a cornerstone of modern political and philosophical thought. Developed by German philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, this theory posits that history and ideas progress through a dialectical process, wherein contradictions are reconciled to produce higher forms of truth and social organization. Dialectical idealism has had a profound impact on various fields, including political science, shaping theories of state, freedom, and historical development. Background. Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism emerged in the early 19th century as a response to Enlightenment rationalism and earlier idealist philosophies. Hegel viewed reality as a dynamic process. One triad could only be understood through the unfolding of contradictions and their resolution. His dialectic is characterized by the triadic movement of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Thesis represents the initial condition or idea. Antithesis opposes the thesis, creating conflict or contradiction. Synthesis resolves this conflict, incorporating elements of both the thesis and antithesis, thus leading to a higher state of understanding or reality. For Hegel, this process was not just intellectual, but historical, influencing the development of societies and states. He applied Lee's dialectical method to understand political and social evolution, arguing that human freedom and the ideal state are achieved through the resolution of contradictions in history. Significance. Hegel's dialectical idealism is significant for its historical philosophy. Hegel saw history as the unfolding of human freedom, driven by the dialectical process. He believed that the state represents the ultimate realization of human freedom, embodying reason and ethical life. Sittlichkeit. Influence on Marxism. While Hegel's dialectic was idealist, emphasizing the development of ideas, Karl Marx later adapted this concept into dialectical materialism, focusing on material conditions and class struggle. Thus, Hegel's work laid the foundation for both idealist and materialist political philosophies. Conception of the state. Hegel viewed the modern state as the embodiment of rational freedom and the resolution of individual and collective interests. His philosophy provided intellectual justification for the development of constitutional monarchies and modern nation-states. Thinkers' perspectives. Karl Marx. Marx heavily criticized Hegel's idealism but appreciated the dialectical method. He argued that Hegel's focus on ideas should be replaced with a focus on material conditions and class relations. Marx's dialectical materialism emerged as a critique and inversion of Hegel's idealism. Friedrich Engels, like Marx, Engels adopted the dialectical method but applied it to the material world. Engels acknowledged Hegel's contributions but argued that material conditions, not ideas, drive historical change. Alexander Kojève, a 20th century philosopher, reinterpreted Hegel's theory of dialectics in the context of the modern state. His lectures on Hegel had a significant impact on existentialism and post-World War II political theory, particularly his notion that the end of history represented the full realization of human freedom through liberal democracy. Contemporary case studies. Collapse of the Soviet Union. The end of the Cold War and the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991 can be analyzed through a Hegelian dialectical lens. The ideological conflict between capitalist liberal democracy, thesis, and communist authoritarianism, antithesis, resulted in the triumph of liberal democracy as a global synthesis. This has been interpreted as a resolution in line with Hegel's idea of the progressive realization of human freedom. European Union. The formation and evolution of the European Union, EU, can also be viewed through Hegel's dialectical idealism. The historical conflict between nationalist sovereignty, thesis, and supranational governance, antithesis, has led to a synthesis in the form of the EU, which balances national interests with collective European governance. End of apartheid in South Africa. The dismantling of apartheid in South Africa in the 1990s can be seen as a dialectical process. The thesis of racial segregation was met with the antithesis of resistance and liberation movements, culminating in the synthesis of a democratic South Africa that embodies the principles of equality and universal human rights. Criticism. Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism lies faced various criticisms, especially from materialist and empirical perspectives. Idealism versus materialism. Critics, especially Marxists, argue that Hegel overemphasized the role of ideas in shaping life story while neglecting dire material conditions and economic factors that drive societal change. Obscurity and abstraction. Hegel's philosophy is often considered difficult to comprehend due to its abstract nature. Critics argue that Iris' dialectical process is overly complex and detached from practical reality. A justification of the status quo. Some critics argue that Hegel's conception of the state, as the ultimate realization of freedom, can be used to justify authoritarian regimes or suppress dissent. His idea that the state is the embodiment of reason may be seen as legitimizing existing power structures, regardless of their flaws. Evaluation. Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism remains one of the most influential frameworks in political philosophy. It offers a profound way of understanding the evolution of ideas, history, and political systems. Hegel's dialectical approach has been instrumental in shaping both idealist and materialist theories, from the development of Marxism to the critique of modern liberal democracy. While Hegel's focus on ideas has been critiqued for ignoring material conditions, his work provides a valuable tool for analyzing historical progress and political development. The dialectical method continues to be relevant in contemporary political analysis, offering insight into the resolution of conflicts and contradictions within societies and states. Conclusion. Hegel's theory of dialectical idealism has had a profound impact on political thought, particularly in understanding the development of history, ideas, and the state. While his idealism has been critiqued, the dialectical method remains an important tool for analyzing the dynamics of change in political systems. Hegel's influence extends beyond philosophy, shaping political ideologies from Marxism to liberalism, and continues to offer insight into the complex interactions between ideas, material conditions, and historical processes. Contradiction in world. Conrad. Contradiction is the very moving principle of the world. Hegel, 96/20. Introduction. Hegel's assertion that contradiction is the very moving principle of the world lies at the core of his dialectical philosophy. It suggests that history and political systems evolve through the resolution of contradictions. In political contexts, contradictions within society's class struggles, ideological conflicts, or social tensions drive change, progression, and the development of higher political forms, such as states and democracies. Background. Hegelian dialectic. Dialectical process. History progresses through a series of contradictions. These contradictions are resolved through a process of thesis, an existing condition, antithesis, an opposing force, and synthesis, a higher unity that resolves the contradiction. Relation to political evolution. In Hegel's view, the state and political institutions evolve by overcoming contradictions within social, economic, and political life. Influence on Marxism. Karl Marx adapted Hegel's dialectical method but focused on material contradictions, such as class struggle between the bourgeoisie and proletariat, rather than ideal contradictions. Significance. Driving political change. In Hegel's philosophy, contradictions, e.g. between freedom and authority, drive the evolution of political systems and states. Progress is achieved by resolving these contradictions. Modern state formation. The development of the modern state, for example, arises from resolving conflicts between individual liberty and collective authority. Historical progress. For Hegel, contradictions are necessary for historical progress, meaning every historical period represents a resolution of previous contradictions and introduces new tensions, leading to further advancement. Understanding political conflicts. Hegel's ideas offer insights into understanding contemporary political conflicts, where opposing ideologies, social movements, or state systems push towards synthesis. Thinkers' perspectives. Karl Marx. Marx agreed with Hegel's notion of contradiction but reinterpreted it through dialectical materialism. Marx believed contradictions between the economic classes, capitalists and workers, are the Tanai drivers of historical change, leading to revolution and the establishment of a classless society. Friedrich Engels. Engels emphasized contradictions in economic systems, which lead to crises and revolutions, much like Hegel's contradictions within political life driving systemic change. Alexander Kojève. Kojève focused on the contradiction between master and slave in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, as a central dynamic in the development of human consciousness and political freedom, influencing existentialist and postmodern political thought. Contemporary case studies. Fall of the Soviet Union. The contradiction between the authoritarian communist state and the increasing demands for political freedom and economic reform led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. The synthesis was the adoption of market economies and democratic governance by former Soviet states. Arab Spring. The contradiction between autocratic rule and demands for democratic governance in the Middle East culminated in the Arab Spring. The outcome, though varied across countries, was a mixture of reform and resistance, with Tunisia as a democratic synthesis and other regions still facing conflict. Climate change politics. Contradictions between economic growth and the imperative to address environmental crises are driving global debates and policies. The ongoing tension between these forces may lead to the synthesis of sustainable development models' entire future. Criticism, overemphasis on ideals. Critics argue that Hegel's focus on contradictions in ideas ignores the material conditions that often shape historical change. While contradictions in thought are important, real-world political conflicts often stem from economic and social inequalities. Conservative implications. Some argue that Hegel's dialectical process justifies the status quo, since each resolution of contradictions results in the current system being seen as a higher TMTH. Tins can stifle radical change by suggesting that the state, as it exists, embodies the ultimate resolution of previous conflicts. Ambiguity in application. The application of Hegel's dialectic to real-world politics can be seen as abstract and difficult to define clearly. Critics argue that while contradictions drive change, the dialectic doesn't offer concrete solutions for addressing complex political and social issues. Conclusion. Hegel's concept that contradiction is the very moving principle of the world has shaped modern political thought, offering a framework to understand how political systems and states evolve. The theory remains relevant in analyzing contemporary political conflicts and social movements. It provides a lens through which to view how opposing forces within societies, ideologies, and global systems drive transformation and progress. While the theory of dialectical idealism continues to offer profound insights into political change, it requires adaptation and critical engagement to address the complexities of modern political. While the theory of dialectical idealism continues to offer profound insights into political change, it requires adaptation and critical engagement to address the complexities of modern political realities, such as economic crises, environmental challenges, and human rights issues. History and idea materialization. Comment. All human history is a process whereby ideas objectify themselves in material reality. Hegel, 9920, Introduction. Hegel's statement reflects Irish dialectical idealism, where history is seen as the unfolding of ideas into material reality. In this view, ideas are not merely abstract concepts but active forces that shape social, political, and economic structures over time. This philosophy has profound implications for political science, as it suggests that political systems, laws, and institutions are the product of evolving ideas, particularly about freedom, morality, and governance. Hegel believed that history is a rational process where human consciousness gradually realizes its potential in tangible, material forms, including the modern state. Background. Dialectical idealism. Hegel's dialectic posits that ideas evolve through contradictions. Each idea, thesis, generates an opposing idea, antithesis, and their conflict leads to a new, more advanced idea, synthesis. Tin's process is ongoing and reflects the unfolding of human reason and freedom. Historical evolution. Hegel saw the state as the ultimate manifestation of human rationality. For him, political history was a reflection of the struggle to reconcile individual freedom with collective authority, a process driven by evolving ideas about justice, governance, and rights. Significance. Hegel's theory offers a framework for understanding how political institutions develop. Political systems are seen as the materialization of ideological struggles. For example, modern democracies can be viewed as the result of centuries of evolving ideas about individual rights, collective governance, and freedom. State as the realization of freedom. Hegel viewed the modern state as the highest form of human organization, where individual freedom is reconciled with social order. The state, according to Hegel, is the embodiment of collective ethical life, where personal freedom and state authority harmonize. Thinker's perspectives. Karl Marx, while influenced by Hegel, Marx critiqued his focus on ideas, arguing instead that material conditions, especially economic forces, drive historical change. Marx saw political systems as the result of class struggles, with the state being a tool of the ruling class. Alexander Kojev interpreted Hegel's dialectic as the struggle for recognition, where human beings seek validation of their freedom and identity, leading to the development of political institutions that reflect these ideas. Antonio Gramsci adapted Hegelian ideas in his theory of cultural hegemony, suggesting that political power is not just a matter of coercion but also of winning the ideological battle over what constitutes reality. Contemporary case studies. The United Nations and human rights. The evolution of global human rights norms can be seen through a Hegelian lens as the objectification of the idea of universal human dignity and equality. The UN's development, with its focus on human rights, represents the material realization of these evolving ideas. Post-colonial democracies. Countries like India, which transition from colonialism to democracy, illustrate the materialization of the idea of self-determination. The Indian Constitution, for instance, embodies evolving concepts of justice, freedom, and equality drawn from both Indian and Western political thought. Socialism and communism. The 20th century rise of socialist states reflects the materialization of Marx's reinterpretation of Hegelian dialectics, where the contradictions between labor and capital led to revolutionary changes in political structures. Criticism, overemphasis on ideas. Critics argue that Hegel's theory overstates the role of ideas in shaping history, ignoring the importance of material conditions like economics or technology. While ideas are important, they often interact with material factors in more complex ways than Hegel suggests. Idealism versus materialism. Marxists, in particular, criticize Hegel's idealism, arguing that it is not ideas but rather material realities class struggle, economic production, and labor relations that drive history. They contend that Hegel's focus on the abstract development of ideas overlooks concrete socio-economic forces. Determinism. Some argue that Hegel's dialectic is too deterministic, suggesting that history follows a rational path toward freedom and state perfection. In reality, political change is often messy, unpredictable, and shaped by numerous contingent factors. Conclusion. Hegel's view that all human history is a process whereby ideas objectify themselves in material reality offers a profound lens for understanding the relationship between thought and political institutions. It suggests that political systems, laws, and governments are not static but evolve from the dialectical resolution of ideas. While critics argue that material conditions also play a vital role, Hegel's emphasis on the power of ideas remains influential in understanding the development of modern states and democratic systems. His philosophy continues to inspire debates on how ideas about freedom, justice, and governance shape the political world. Hegel's philosophy of right and state as the highest expression of spirit. Hegel's concept of the state as organic whole. Hegel views the state as an organic whole, where individuals find their true freedom. Manifestation of spirit. The state, according to Hegel, is the highest expression of spirit in the objective world. Critique of individualism, community, and unity. Hegel critiques individualistic perspectives and emphasizes the importance of community and unity. Balancing individual rights and collective welfare. The state, in Hegel's view, strikes a balance between individual rights and the collective welfare. State is divine. March Conrad. State is a march of God on the earth. Hegel, 00/20. Introduction. Hegel's statement, "The state is the march of God on the earth," reflects his idealistic view of the state as the highest form of ethical and rational organization in society. This idea situates the state not just as a political institution but as the ultimate embodiment of human freedom, morality, and rationality, acting as an agent of historical progress. Background. Hegel's idealism. For Hegel, reality is the manifestation of ideas, and life story is the unfolding of the world spirit through the dialectical process. The state represents the culmination of this process in the political realm. State is ethical life. The state, according to Hegel, is the embodiment of ethical life, Sittlichkeit, where individual freedom and the common good are reconciled. It represents the highest form of social organization, integrating family and civil society into a rational whole. Historical development. Hegel saw the state as the result of historical progress, emerging from the contradictions and conflicts of earlier forms of governance and societal structures. Significance. State as a rational institution. Hegel's concept elevates the state as a rational institution, embodying the moral and ethical spirit of its people. It reflects the resolution of societal contradictions and is viewed as the vehicle for achieving human freedom. Legitimization of authority. This idea justifies the authority of the state, portraying it as more than just a tool of coercion. It becomes the moral force guiding history and shaping the development of society. Teleological view. Hegel's view is teleological, suggesting that history has a purpose, and the state is the instrument through which the realization of freedom and reason occurs. Thinkers' perspectives. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Hegel saw the state as the realization of the world spirit, in material form, representing the ultimate manifestation of freedom and rationality. For him, individual freedom is best realized within the state, which provides the framework for ethical life. Karl Marx. Marx, while influenced by Hegel, fundamentally rejected the idealistic notion of the state as a divine force. Instead, Marx viewed the state as a tool of class domination, where economic forces, not divine ideas, shape political structures. Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche criticized Hegel's glorification of the state, viewing it as a force that suppresses individual creativity and freedom. Nietzsche emphasized the power and the individual's ability to transcend societal norms. Contemporary case studies. Democratic states. Modern democratic states, such as those in Europe and the US, can be seen as reflections of Hegel's concept where the state is perceived as a rational and ethical institution designed to protect individual rights and the common good. Constitutions, laws, and democratic procedures serve as the materialization of ethical life. Authoritarian regimes. In contrast, regimes like China or Russia might also claim a Hegelian justification for the state as authority, portraying the state as the guiding moral force that transcends individual desires in the service of collective order. United Nations. The creation of the United Nations after World War II could be interpreted through a Hegelian lens as a step toward realizing a global ethical order, where states collectively march toward peace and justice on earth. Criticism. Overemphasis on the state. Critics argue that Hegel's glorification of the state undermines individual freedom and can justify authoritarianism. By placing the state above the individual, there's a risk of eroding personal liberties in the name of the common good. Determinism. Hegel's teleological view of history as progressing toward an ultimate rational state is criticized as being overly deterministic. History, according to critics, is far more contingent, shaped by economic, social, and unpredictable forces rather than an inevitable march toward a perfect state. Justification for totalitarianism. Some political theorists have argued that Hegel's concept of the state can be used to justify totalitarian regimes, as the idea of the state as a divine or ethical force can lead to unchecked power. Critique by existentialists. Thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus criticize the idea of the state as the ultimate moral entity, arguing that it suppresses individual autonomy and creativity. Conclusion. Hegel's notion that the state is the march of God on the earth provides a powerful framework for understanding the role of the state in history and politics. It positions the state as the highest realization of human rationality and freedom, acting as an ethical force and guiding societal progress. However, this concept also faces significant criticism for potentially justifying authoritarianism and diminishing the importance of individual freedoms. In contemporary political thought, Hegel's ideas continue to spark debate on the role of the state in balancing individual rights with the common good. Role of law, morality, and ethical life. The role of law, morality, and ethical life. Law as a foundation, objective spirit. Hegel's philosophy posits the existence of an objective spirit manifested in legal and social institutions. Law as expression of rational will. Law, for Hegel, represents the expression of the rational will of the community. Morality and subjective freedom. Individual morality. Morality, according to Hegel, involves the individual's subjective freedom and the recognition of universal moral principles. Conflict with ethical life. Individual moral choices may conflict with the ethical life of entire community. Ethical life is unity, Sittlichkeit. Ethical life. Hegel sees ethical life as entire harmonious unity of individual and communal values. Expression in institutions. Ethical life finds expression in family, civil society, and the state, each contributing to a cohesive social fabric. Freedom and individual. In Hegel's political thought concept of freedom and self-realization. Hegel's dynamic notion of freedom within the state is the realm of freedom. Hegel contends that true freedom is realized within the context of the state. Limitations on arbitrary will. Freedom is not the arbitrary will of individuals but is constrained by the ethical principles embedded in entire state. Self-realization in the state. Individual self-realization. Hegel's concept of freedom involves individuals realizing their selves within the framework of the state. Contribution to the whole. Self-realization is not isolated. It is a contribution to the well-being of the community. Hegel's views on the individual's place in the state. Individual in the communal context. Subordination to the state. Individual subordination. Hegel argues for the subordination of individual interests to the interests of the state. Role in ethical life. The individual's significance lies in their role within the broader context of ethical life. Contribution to universal ends. Participation in state affairs. Hegel envisions active participation by individuals in state affairs. Contributing to universal ends. The individual's actions should contribute to the realization of universal ethical ends. Hegel's views on civil society and ethical life. Mediating institutions and civil society. Intermediary structures. In Hegel's philosophy, importance of mediating institutions, family and civil society. Hegel emphasizes the role of intermediary structures, such as family and civil society, in fostering ethical life. Mediation between individual and state. These institutions mediate between the individual and the overarching authority of the state. Civil society as a sphere of freedom, symbiotic relationship. Civil society, in Hegel's view, maintains a symbiotic relationship with the state. Freedom and diversity in civil society. It provides a sphere where individuals exercise freedom and engage in diverse activities. The symbiotic relationship between individual and state. Mutual dependence and cooperation. Hegel's organic vision. Organic unity of state and individual. Hegel sees the state and the individual as organically united, each dependent on the other. Mutual recognition. The state recognizes the rights of individuals, while individuals acknowledge their role within the state. Coordinated pursuit of ends. Pursuit of ethical ends. Individuals, in their pursuit of self-interest, contribute to the realization of universal ethical ends. Harmony and diversity. Hegel envisions a harmonious society where diverse individuals collectively work towards the common good. Hegel's influence on political thought. Hegel's impact on modern political science. Introduction. Hegel's contributions to political philosophy have had a lasting impact on modern political science, shaping theoretical frameworks and influencing discussions on governance, rights, and societal structures. Development of political concepts. Dialectical method. Hegel's dialectical method has influenced political scientists in their examination of social and political phenomena. Objective spirit. The concept of objective spirit has been integrated into discussions on the role of institutions in shaping political life. Hegelianism in political movements. Idealism in political movements. Idealistic inspirations. Hegelian ideas have inspired political movements seeking idealistic transformations. Quest for rational governance. Movements may draw on Hegel's emphasis on rational governance in the pursuit of ethical ends. Diverse interpretations. Left and right Hegelianism. Hegel's ideas have been interpreted across the political spectrum, giving rise to left and right Hegelian traditions. Impact on socialist thought. Left Hegelianism, in particular, has influenced socialist thought and critiques of capitalism. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Hegel's ideas. Critiques of Hegel's philosophical system. Challenges and controversies. Authoritarian implications. Critique of authoritarianism. Some critics argue that Hegel's emphasis on the state could be interpreted as endorsing authoritarianism. State supremacy versus individual liberties. Debates exist over the balance between state supremacy and safeguarding individual liberties. Hegel's historical relativism. Historical relativism. Critics point to Hegel's historical relativism, challenging the universality of his philosophical system. Application to diverse societies. Questions arise about the applicability of Hegel's ideas to diverse cultural and historical contexts. Hegel's views on gender and marginalized groups. Examination of Hegel's gender perspectives. Role of women in Hegel's philosophy. Traditional gender roles. Hegel's views on gender are often criticized for reinforcing traditional gender roles. Marginalization of women. Critics argue that Hegel's philosophical system marginalizes the role and agency of women. Evolving interpretations. Contemporary 7 feminist readings. Scholars engage in contemporary feminist readings of Hegel, exploring possibilities for reinterpretation. Intersectional critiques. Intersectional perspectives question how Hegel's philosophy addresses the experiences of marginalized groups beyond gender. Hegel's relevance in contemporary politics. Application of Hegelian principles in modern governance. Contemporary governance paradigms. Democratic governance. Democratic principles. Hegelian principles have been applied to discussions on democratic governance. Balancing individual rights and state authority. Hegelian ideas inform discussions on balancing individual rights with the legitimate authority of the state. Global governance. International relations. Hegelian concepts contribute to discussions on global governance and the role of international institutions. Ethical considerations in global affairs. Hegelian principles may guide ethical considerations in international relations. Evaluating the continued utility of Hegel's theories. Relevance in contemporary discourse. Contemporary engagement. Ongoing academic debates. Hegel's theories continue to be subject to academic scrutiny and reinterpretation. Integration with new paradigms. Scholars explore how Hegelian ideas intersect with contemporary paradigms such as postmodernism and critical theory. Practical applications. Policy and governance. The application of Hegelian principles in policy and governance remains a subject of exploration. Adaptation to current challenges. Scholars assess the adaptability of Hegel's theories to address contemporary challenges. Conclusion. Hegel's influence on modern political science is evident in the ongoing engagement with his philosophical system. While Hegelianism has inspired political movements and provided a theoretical framework for understanding governance, critiques center on potential authoritarian implications and challenges related to gender and marginalized groups. The continued utility of Hegel's theories is subject to both academic debates and practical applications, reflecting an evolving relationship between Iris ideas and contemporary political discourse. Lenin hashtag. Questions asked. Comment. Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Stalin, 9820, F. MT AT 8TKWR? NH HR T I L 9820ths. Comment. Lenin S theory of democratic centralism. 9120ths. FTMT T me plus D R asterisk M MNI 9120ths. Introduction. Lenin, BOM Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, was a prominent political figure and revolutionary leader in Russia during the early 20th century. As the founder and first leader of the Soviet Union, Lenin's political ideology and actions had a significant impact on political science. Historical context and background. Russian Revolution. Lenin's political career was shaped by the tumultuous events of the Russian Revolution in 1917. This revolution overthrew the Tsarist autocracy and led to the establishment of the Soviet Union. Marxism. Lenin was deeply influenced by the ideas of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. He believed in the necessity of a proletarian revolution to overthrow capitalism and establish a socialist society. World War I. The outbreak of World War I had a significant impact on Lenin's political views. He opposed the war and saw it as a result of imperialist rivalries, which further fueled his revolutionary zeal. Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Lenin was a key figure in the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, which later split into the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Lenin led the Bolshevik faction, which eventually seized power in the October Revolution. April Theses. In 1917, Lenin presented his famous April Theses, which outlined his vision for the revolution. He called for the overthrow of the provisional government, the transfer of power to the Soviets, and the establishment of a socialist state. Civil War. Following the October Revolution, Russia plunged into a civil war between the Bolshevik Red Army and various anti-Bolshevik forces. Lenin played a crucial role in leading the Red Army to victory, consolidating Bolshevik power. Lenin's life and intellectual development. Early life and education. Lenin, BOM Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, came from a middle-class family. He studied law and became involved in revolutionary activities during his university years. Exile and political activism. After participating in revolutionary activities, Lenin was exiled to Siberia by the Tsarist regime. During his exile, he continued to develop his Marxist ideas and engage in political activism. Influence of Marx and Engels. Lenin extensively studied the works of Marx and Engels, particularly Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto. Their ideas formed the foundation of Lenin's political ideology. Leadership of the Bolshevik Party. Lenin played a crucial role in shaping the Bolshevik Party into a disciplined and centralized organization. He emphasized the importance of a vanguard party that would lead the proletariat in the revolution. Theory of imperialism. Lenin developed the theory of imperialism, which argued that capitalism had entered its highest stage characterized by the domination of monopolies and the export of capital. Ply's theory influenced his revolutionary strategy. New economic policy, NEP, in response to economic challenges after the Civil War. Lenin introduced the NEP, which allowed limited market reformers and private enterprise. This pragmatic approach aimed to revive the economy while maintaining state control. Lenin's key ideas and works: what is to be done? Organizational principles, Vanguard Party. Lenin argued for the creation of a vanguard party composed of professional revolutionaries who would provide leadership and guidance to the working class. Centralization. Lenin emphasized the need for a centralized party structure to ensure discipline and unity of action. He believed that a centralized party would be more effective in achieving revolutionary goals. Division of labor. Lenin advocated for a division of labor within the party, with different members specializing in different areas such as propaganda, organization, and agitation. This would ensure efficiency and effectiveness in party work. Professional revolutionaries. Lenin argued that the party should consist of dedicated and professional revolutionaries who would devote their lives to the cause. He believed that only such individuals could effectively lead the working class. Party newspaper. Lenin emphasized the importance of a party newspaper to disseminate revolutionary ideas and mobilize the masses. He believed that a newspaper would serve as a tool for education and organization. Underground activities. Due to the repressive nature of the Tsarist regime, Lenin advocated for underground activities to evade state surveillance and repression. He believed that clandestine work was necessary to build a revolutionary movement. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Analysis, monopoly capitalism. Lenin argued that imperialism was characterized by the dominance of monopolies, where a few large corporations controlled the means of production and exploited workers. Export of capital. He argued that capital was being invested in colonies and underdeveloped countries to extract resources and exploit cheap labor. Division of the world. Lenin believed that imperialism led to the division of the world among the major capitalist powers, resulting in conflicts and wars over resources and markets. Economic motives for war. Lenin argued that imperialism created economic rivalries among capitalist powers, leading to wars. He believed that wars were fought to redivide the world and secure economic advantages. National liberation movements. Lenin recognized the role of national liberation movements in the struggle against imperialism. He believed these movements could be allies of the working class in the fight against capitalism. Crisis of capitalism. Lenin argued that imperialism was a sign of the crisis of capitalism, as it represented the desperate search for new markets and resources to sustain the system. He believed that imperialism would ultimately lead to the downfall of capitalism. State and revolution. Theory of the state, dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin argued that the working class should establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, where the working class would have political power and control over the means of production. Withering away of the state. Lenin believed that under socialism, the state would gradually wither away as class distinctions and conflicts disappear. He envisioned a stateless society where the people would govern themselves. Revolutionary violence. Lenin recognized the need for revolutionary violence to overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. He believed that the ruling class would not relinquish power peacefully. Dual power. Lenin discussed the concept of dual power, where the existing bourgeois state coexists with the emerging proletarian state. He argued that the working class should strive to replace the bourgeois state with its own state. Role of the party. Lenin emphasized the role of the vanguard party in leading the working class in the revolution and in the construction of entire socialist state. He believed that the party should be the driving force behind the state. Proletarian democracy. Lenin argued for the establishment of proletarian democracy, where the working class would have direct participation in decision-making and control over the state. He believed in the importance of democratic centralism within the party as a model for the state. Lenin's theory of imperialism. Lenin's analysis of imperialism and capitalism, monopoly capitalism. Lenin argued that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, characterized by the dominance of monopolistic corporations. These corporations control the means of production and exploit workers both domestically and internationally. Imperialist rivalries. Lenin emphasized the competition among capitalist powers for control over markets, resources, and territories. Ply's rivalry leads to conflicts and wars, as powerful nations seek to expand their influence and secure economic advantages. Export of capital. Lenin highlighted the export of capital as a key feature of imperialism. Capitalist countries invest in foreign territories to extract profits, exploit cheap labor, and access new markets. Financialization and speculation. Lenin argued that imperialism is accompanied by the financialization of the economy. Speculative activities, such as stock market speculation and the creation of financial bubbles, become prevalent as capitalists seek to maximize profits through financial manipulation. Repression and militarism. Lenin emphasized the role of repression and militarism in imperialism. Capitalist states use their military power to suppress resistance in colonized territories and maintain control over resources. Ply's militarization also serves the interests of the ruling class by diverting attention from domestic issues and maintaining social order. Crisis tendencies. Lenin believed that imperialism intensifies the inherent contradictions of capitalism, leading to economic crises. The concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few monopolistic corporations creates an unstable economic system prone to overproduction, underconsumption, and financial crises. Economic and political aspects of imperialism. Economic exploitation. Imperialism involves dire economic exploitation of colonized nations by imperialist powers. The dominant nations extract resources, exploit cheap labor, and establish unequal trade relationships, leading to the underdevelopment of colonized economies. Political control. Imperialist powers exert political control over colonized territories through direct or indirect means. Ply's control may involve the establishment of puppet governments, the imposition of economic policies that benefit the imperialists, and the suppression of nationalist movements. Neocolonialism. Lenin argued that imperialism evolves into neocolonialism, where formal colonial rule is replaced by economic and political domination. Neocolonialism perpetuates the dependency of colonized nations on imperialist powers, maintaining a system of unequal exchange and exploitation. Class struggle. Lenin emphasized the role of class struggle in imperialism. He argued that the working class in imperialist countries should align with the struggles of the colonized peoples against imperialism. Ply's solidarity is crucial for the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a socialist society. National liberation movements. Lenin recognized the importance of national liberation movements in challenging imperialism. He supported the right of colonized nations to self-determination and advocated for their independence from imperialist powers. Anti-imperialist alliances. Lenin called for the formation of international alliances among anti-imperialist forces. He believed that the unity of workers and oppressed peoples across borders is essential for the overthrow of imperialism and the establishment of a socialist world order. Vanguard Party and democratic centralism. Role of Vanguard Party in revolutionary change, leadership, and organization. The Vanguard Party, according to Lenin, plays a crucial role in leading and organizing the revolutionary movement. It acts as the guiding force, providing direction and strategy to achieve revolutionary change. Revolutionary consciousness. The Vanguard Party aims to raise the political consciousness of the working class and other oppressed groups. It educates and mobilizes the masses. Helping them understand their exploitation and the need for revolutionary change. Revolutionary theory and practice. The Vanguard Party develops and disseminates revolutionary theory, providing a coherent framework for understanding the existing social order and the path towards a socialist society. It combines theory with practical action, actively engaging in revolutionary activities. Seizing political power. The Vanguard Party's ultimate goal is to seize political power on behalf of the working class. It aims to overthrow the existing capitalist state and establish a socialist system. The party acts as the driving force behind this process, leading the masses in the struggle for political power. Organizing the working class. The Vanguard Party focuses on organizing and uniting the working class, as it is seen as the primary revolutionary force. It aims to build a strong and disciplined working class movement, capable of challenging entire capitalist system and leading the revolution. Building alliances. The Vanguard Party recognizes the importance of building alliances with other progressive forces, such as peasants, intellectuals, and other oppressed groups. Lenin's democratic centralism. Comment. Lenin's theory of democratic centralism. 91/20. Introduction. Democratic centralism, a principle of organizational structure formulated by Lenin, which combines democracy, open discussion, and centralism, strict discipline. It was designed to promote unity and effectiveness within revolutionary movements and later applied to the governance of communist states. Key principle. Decisions are made democratically through discussions and debates, but once a decision is reached, all members must follow it strictly, ensuring unified action. Political context. Central to the organizational structure of the Bolshevik Party and later institutionalized in the governance of the Soviet Union. Background, origins in Marxism. Lenin adapted the concept from Marxist theory to suit the needs of the revolutionary movement in Russia. Lenin believed that a strong, disciplined party was necessary to lead the working class to overthrow capitalism. Russian Revolution. The theory was developed in the context of the Bolshevik struggle against the Tsarist regime, where efficiency, discipline, and unity were critical for success. It became the organizational foundation of the Soviet Communist Party. Marxist theory of the state. Lenin's democratic centralism aligns with Marx's idea of the state as a tool for class struggle, where the Revolutionary Party must control the state apparatus for socialist transformation. Significance, efficient decision-making. Democratic centralism ensures swift and unified action after decisions are made, which is crucial in revolutionary movements and centralized governance systems. Party unity. It maintains strict party discipline and prevents factionalism, which could weaken the movement or state. Unity of thought and action is prioritized to achieve revolutionary goals. Lenin's vision of the state. For Lenin, the entire revolutionary state had to be led by a vanguard party that could make decisions for the working class, which was not yet fully conscious of its own interests. Democratic centralism was the entire method to maintain party cohesion and leadership. Thinkers' perspectives. Vladimir Lenin. Lenin believed that a tightly organized party based on democratic centralism was the only way to effectively overthrow capitalism and establish socialism. He viewed it as a means to combine internal party democracy with effective governance. Rosa Luxemburg. Luxemburg critiqued Lenin's concept, arguing that it suppressed internal party democracy and could lead to dictatorship by the party elite. She believed that the mass movement, rather than a centralized party, should be the vehicle for revolution. Leon Trotsky. Initially a supporter of Lenin's democratic centralism, Trotsky later criticized its application under Stalin, arguing that it had devolved into bureaucratic centralism, where democratic debate was stifled, and decision-making was entirely centralized. Contemporary 7 case studies. Communist China. The Chinese Communist Party operates on the principle of democratic centralism as articulated by Lenin. While debates occur within the party, once decisions are made, all members are required to adhere strictly to the party line. Cuba. Cuban Communist Party under Fidel Castro followed democratic centralism, where open debate was allowed within the party, but strict discipline was enforced after decisions were reached, reflecting Lenin's organizational model. North Korea. In practice, the Workers' Party of Korea has adopted democratic centralism, although its interpretation is highly centralized, with little democratic debate, resembling more of a dictatorship under the guise of centralism. Criticism. Authoritarianism. Critics argue that democratic centralism often suppresses true democratic participation, leading to authoritarianism. Leaders can use centralism to override genuine discussion and dissent, as happened in the Soviet Union under Stalin. Suppression of dissent. Once decisions are made, dissent is not tolerated, leading to the suppression of internal debate and a diversity of thought within the party. This can stifle innovation and lead to dogmatism. Bureaucratization. The model often results in an entrenched bureaucratic elite, as seen in the Soviet Union, where party leaders became disconnected from the needs and concerns of the masses. Democratic deficit. Although democratic is part of the model, in practice, it has often meant limited democracy within the party, with decision-making power centralized in the hands of a few. Conclusion. Lenin's theory of democratic centralism played a crucial role in shaping revolutionary movements and the governance structures of socialist states in the 20th century. It provided a method for maintaining party unity and discipline in times of struggle, but in practice, it often led to the centralization of power and suppression of dissent. While it was initially seen as a means of achieving efficiency and cohesion, the theory has been criticized for its authoritarian tendencies and failure to balance democracy with centralism effectively. Despite its flaws, democratic centralism continues to influence the organizational structures of communist and socialist parties globally. The role of proletariat in proletarian revolution as vanguard-led uprising. Lenin believed that the proletariat, or the working class, should play a leading role in the revolution. He argued that the working class, due to their exploitation and oppression under capitalism, would be the most revolutionary class. Lenin emphasized the need for a vanguard party, a roughly organized and disciplined group of revolutionaries, to guide and lead the proletariat in their struggle for revolution. The vanguard party would provide the necessary ideological and strategic direction to ensure the success of the revolution. Dictatorship of the proletariat, state and transition. Lenin proposed the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a transitional phase after the revolution. According to Lenin, the dictatorship of the proletariat is the rule of the working class over the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes. This dictatorship is necessary to suppress counter-revolutionary forces and to earn out the necessary economic and social transformations. Lenin argued that the dictatorship of the proletariat should be exercised through a centralized state apparatus, which would be controlled by the working class. Lenin's views on class struggle. Continuation of class struggle under socialism. Class struggle as a fundamental aspect. Lenin believed that class struggle was an inherent feature of society, even under socialism. He argued that the bourgeoisie would continue to resist the establishment of a socialist society, leading to ongoing conflicts and struggles. The role of the proletariat. Lenin emphasized the central role of the working class in the class struggle. He believed that the proletariat, as the most revolutionary class, had the potential to lead the struggle against the bourgeoisie and establish a socialist society. The need for a vanguard party. Lenin argued that a vanguard party, composed of dedicated revolutionaries, was necessary to guide and organize the working class in their struggle against the bourgeoisie. Kleist's party would provide leadership and direction to the proletariat, ensuring the success of the revolution. The dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin advocated for the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat, where the working class would hold political power and suppress the resistance of the bourgeoisie. This dictatorship would be a transitional phase towards the ultimate goal of a classless society. The role of violence. Lenin recognized that the ruling class would not willingly relinquish power, and therefore, the use of violence might be necessary to achieve a socialist revolution. International class struggle. Lenin believed that the class struggle was not limited to a single country, but was a global phenomenon. The importance of worker-peasant alliance, unity of the working class and peasantry. Lenin stressed the significance of forming an alliance between the working class and the peasantry. He believed that the peasantry, as a large and potentially revolutionary class, could be a valuable ally in the sniggle against the bourgeoisie. Overcoming urban-rural divide, Lenin recognized the divide between the urban working class and the rural peasantry and aimed to bridge this gap. He argued that the working class should support the demands and aspirations of the peasantry, such as land reform, in order to gain their support in the revolutionary sniggle. Peasantry as a revolutionary force. Lenin saw the peasantry as a potentially revolutionary force due to their economic grievances and desire for social change. He believed that by mobilizing and organizing the peasantry, the working class could strengthen their position in the class struggle. Agrarian revolution. Lenin advocated for a radical transformation of the agricultural sector through an agrarian revolution. He argued for the redistribution of land from the wealthy landowners to the peasants, aiming to eliminate feudal relations and establish a more equitable society. Peasant support for socialism. Lenin believed that by addressing the needs and aspirations of the peasantry, peasant support for socialism. Lenin believed that by addressing the needs and aspirations of the peasantry, socialism could gain their support. He argued that the working class should champion the interests of the peasantry and demonstrate that socialism would improve their lives and provide a better future. Importance of rural areas in revolution. Lenin recognized the strategic importance of rural areas in the revolutionary sniggle. He argued that the working class should not neglect the countryside but actively engage with the peasantry to build a broad-based movement capable of overthrowing the bourgeoisie. Lenin's concept of the state. State and revolution. Abolition of bourgeois state. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin argued for the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat, where the working class would hold political power and suppress the bourgeoisie. This would be a transitional phase towards communism. Abolition of bourgeois state. Lenin advocated for the complete dismantling of the bourgeois state apparatus, including the police, military, and bureaucracy. He believed these institutions served the interests of the ruling class and needed to be replaced by new structures representing the working class. Workers' control. Lenin emphasized the importance of workers' control over the means of production and the state. He argued that the working class should have a direct say in decision-making processes, ensuring their interests are prioritized. Centralization of power. Lenin believed in the centralization of power in the hands of the proletariat. He argued for a strong and centralized state that could effectively carry out the tasks of the revolution and defend against counter-revolutionary forces. Role of the party. Lenin saw the Communist Party as the vanguard of the working class, leading the revolution and guiding the state-building process. He believed that the party should have a disciplined and centralized structure to effectively carry out its revolutionary goals. Proletarian democracy. Lenin argued for a new form of democracy, known as proletarian democracy, where the working class would have the power to make decisions and participate in the governance of society. This would be a more direct and participatory form of democracy compared to the representative democracy of the bourgeois state. The transition to a stateless society, withering away of the state. Lenin envisioned a future where the state would gradually wither away as class distinctions and conflicts disappear. This would occur once the conditions for communism are fully established and the need for a state to suppress the bourgeoisie no longer exists. Commune state. Lenin proposed the idea of a commune state as a transitional form of governance. This would be a decentralized system where local communities would have autonomy and make decisions collectively, while still being part of a larger socialist framework. Economic planning. Lenin emphasized the importance of economic planning in the transition to a stateless society. He argued for the establishment of a planned economy, where resources and production would be organized according to the needs of the people rather than for profit. Proletarian internationalism. Lenin believed in the necessity of international solidarity among the working class to achieve a stateless society. He advocated for the spread of revolution and the establishment of socialist states worldwide, as he saw the global capitalist system as a barrier to achieving communism. Cultural revolution. Lenin recognized the need for a cultural revolution alongside the political and economic transformations. Transition period. Lenin acknowledged that the transition to a stateless society would be a complex and lengthy process. He believed that it would require a combination of political, economic, and cultural changes, as well as the active participation of the working class in the construction of socialism. Lenin's impact on political thought influence on modern political science. Lenin's ideas continue to shape debates on the role of tier state in socialist societies and the relationship between democracy and socialism. His emphasis on the vanguard party and revolutionary strategy has influenced discussions on party organization, leadership, and the dynamics of social movements. Lenin's analysis of imperialism and capitalism remains relevant in understanding global power dynamics, economic inequality, and the exploitation of resources in the modern world. His theories on the dictatorship of the proletariat and the role of intellectuals in revolutionary movements continue to be subjects of study and debate in political science. Lenin's writings have inspired and influenced subsequent revolutionary movements and leaders around the world, shaping their strategies and ideologies. The study of Lenin's political thought provides insights into the challenges and complexities of implementing socialist ideas in practice, contributing to ongoing discussions on the feasibility and desirability of socialist systems. Leninism and political movements. Leninism as a revolutionary ideology. Leninism has served as a guiding ideology for various revolutionary movements seeking to establish socialist states, such as the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and subsequent communist movements worldwide. Leninism and communist parties. Lenin's ideas on party organization and revolutionary strategy have influenced the structure and tactics of communist parties globally, shaping their approach to political mobilization and governance. The Leninism and anti-imperialist movements. Lenin's theory of imperialism has been influential in anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements, providing a framework for understanding and challenging global power structures. Leninism and national liberation movements. Lenin's writings on self-determination and the right of nations to secede have influenced national liberation movements, particularly in colonized regions, by providing a theoretical basis for their struggles. The Leninism and Marxist-Leninist states. Lenin's ideas have shaped the governance and policies of Marxist-Leninist states, such as the Soviet Union and China, influencing their economic systems, political strictures, and foreign policies. The Leninism and contemporary leftist movements. Lenin's ideas continue to inspire and influence contemporary leftist movements, particularly those advocating for radical change and challenging capitalist systems. Leninism in imperialism era, comment. Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Stalin, 9820. Introduction. Stalin's statement that Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution highlights the idea that Leninism is an adaptation of Marxism suited to the specific conditions of the early 20th century, marked by global imperialism and the revolutionary potential of the proletariat. While Marxism focused on the industrial proletariat and class struggle in capitalist societies, Leninism adapted these ideas to the conditions of global imperialism and the realities of political revolution. Leninism added ideas like the role of the vanguard party, imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, and the necessity of revolution to overthrow capitalist systems. Background. Marxist foundations. Marxism predicted the collapse of capitalism through class struggle, but Marx did not live to see how capitalism would evolve into imperialism, where industrial nations exploit colonies for resources and labor. Lenin's modifications. Lenin recognized that global capitalism had entered a new place imperialism, where developed nations exported capital to exploit colonies and semi-colonial nations, delaying the collapse of capitalism in the core while intensifying exploitation in the periphery. Russian Revolution. Lenin's ideas were shaped by the unique context of Russia, where the revolution succeeded not in an industrially advanced nation, as Marx predicted, but in a semi-feudal, imperialist state. Significance. Imperialism as capitalism's final stage. Lenin argued that imperialism was not a departure from capitalism, but its final and most exploitative stage, where industrial nations expanded their influence to sustain profits through colonial exploitation. Proletarian Revolution. Leninism's core idea was that the working class, led by a vanguard party, must seize political power to overthrow capitalism, especially in countries suffering under imperialism. Revolution in backward societies. Lenin expanded Marxism to apply not just to industrialized nations, but to less developed ones, where the revolutionary movement could start and inspire global proletarian revolutions. Thinkers' perspectives. Lenin's perspective. Lenin believed that global imperialism delayed the collapse of capitalism in advanced nations, but intensified exploitation in colonized nations, making them ripe for revolution. He argued for a disciplined vanguard party to lead the proletariat to seize state power. Stalin's interpretation. Stalin emphasized that Leninism was the continuation of Marxism under imperialist conditions, where the global proletariat, particularly in colonized nations, had a leading role in overthrowing capitalism. Stalin used this to justify his policies of centralization and rapid industrialization. Mao Zedong. Mao adapted Lenin's theories to the Chinese context, focusing on the revolutionary potential of the peasantry in agrarian societies. Maoism, in turn, emphasized the global South as the epicenter of revolutionary potential, in contrast to Western capitalist powers. Contemporary case studies. China, under Mao Zedong. Lenin's ideas were adapted to focus on the peasantry as the revolutionary class in China. Mao's interpretation of Leninism saw imperialism as the chief enemy, with China's revolution framed as a struggle against both internal feudal forces and external imperial powers. Cuba. The Cuban Revolution under Fidel Castro followed Lenin's ideas by focusing on an armed vanguard, Castro and Che Guevara, that led the working class and peasants to overthrow the Batista regime. Castro also framed his revolution as a fight against American imperialism. Vietnam. The Vietnamese Communist Party, under Ho Chi Minh, applied Leninist principles in its war against French colonialism and later U.S. imperialism. The revolution was viewed as part of the global struggle against imperialism, with the vanguard party leading the working class and peasants. Criticism. Authoritarianism. Leninism's focus on the centralization of power in a vanguard party often led to authoritarian regimes, where dissent and political pluralism were suppressed in the name of revolution. This critique is particularly aimed at the way Stalin applied Leninism in the Soviet Union, where political opponents were often purged. Overemphasis on imperialism. Some critics argue that Lenin overemphasized imperialism as the final stage of capitalism, pointing out that capitalism has evolved in more complex ways, such as globalization and neoliberalism. like cannot be explained solely by Leninist theory. Economic centralization. Leninist and later Stalinist approaches to economic centralization and state control led to significant inefficiencies, economic stagnation, and a lack of innovation in Soviet-style planned economies. Failure in developed countries. Leninism's predictions of global revolution, starting in less developed countries, did not materialize as expected. Revolutions based on Leninist principles were largely confined to agrarian or colonized nations, rather than industrialized ones. Conclusion: Leninism, as articulated by Stalin, represents an adaptation of Marxism to the conditions of global imperialism and the realities of proletarian revolution in the early 20th century. It sought to address the shortcomings of classical Marxism in the context of imperialist exploitation and backward societies. While Leninism has significantly influenced revolutions in various parts of the world, it also led to the development of authoritarian regimes and economic inefficiencies. However, its emphasis on imperialism as a global capitalist system still resonates in contemporary political discourse, especially in the global South. Lenin's theory remains a critical contribution to revolutionary thought, shaping political movements and influencing the ideological foundation of several socialist states throughout the 20th century. However, its authoritarian application, particularly under Stalin, has been the subject of considerable criticism and debate. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Lenin's ideas: totalitarianism and repression in practice, suppression of political opposition. Lenin's ideas were criticized for their implementation, leading to the suppression of political opposition. The Bolsheviks, under Lenin's leadership, established a one-party state, banning other political parties and suppressing dissenting voices. Violation of civil liberties. Critics argue that Lenin's regime violated civil liberties, such as freedom of speech, press, and assembly. The state-controlled media and censorship were used to suppress any criticism or alternative viewpoints. Political purges and executions. Lenin's regime carried out political purges and executions to eliminate perceived threats to the revolution. The Red Terror, led by the secret police, Cheka, resulted in the imprisonment, torture, and execution of thousands of individuals. Suppression of nationalities and cultures. Lenin's policy of centralization and Russification led to the suppression of nationalities and cultures within the Soviet Union. Non-Russian ethnic groups faced discrimination and were forced to assimilate into the dominant Russian culture. Creation of a surveillance state. Lenin's regime established a pervasive surveillance system to monitor and control the population. This included the use of informants, secret police, and a network of spies, creating an atmosphere of fear and mistrust. Lack of political pluralism. Lenin's ideas emphasized the dictatorship of the proletariat, which resulted in the absence of political pluralism. The concentration of power in the hands of the Communist Party limited the ability of individuals to participate in decision-making processes. Centralization of power and its consequences. Concentration of power in the hands of the state. Lenin's ideas promoted the centralization of power in the state, leading to a highly centralized and bureaucratic system. Lack of local autonomy. Lenin's regime implemented policies that curtailed local autonomy and decision-making. The Soviet system was characterized by top-down decision-making, with little room for local initiatives or regional differences. Economic inefficiency. Critics argue that the centralization of power under Lenin's ideas resulted in economic inefficiency. The state-controlled economy, with its emphasis on planning and command, stifled innovation, entrepreneurship, and market mechanisms. Lack of accountability. The centralization of power in Lenin's regime led to a lack of accountability. Decision-making was concentrated in the hands of a few individuals, making it difficult to hold them responsible for their actions or policies. Alienation of non-Russian regions. The centralization of power and the imposition of Russian dominance alienated non-Russian regions within the Soviet Union. Tens led to tensions and conflicts, as different ethnic groups sought greater autonomy and recognition of their cultural rights. Lack of political stability. Critics argue that the centralization of power under Lenin's ideas contributed to political instability. The concentration of power in the hands of a few individuals made the system vulnerable to power snaggles, factionalism, and potential abuses of power. Lenin's relevance in contemporary politics. Application of Leninist principles in modern governance. State-led development. Lenin's emphasis on state-led development and central planning has been applied in various countries, particularly in East Asia, where governments have played a significant role in guiding economic growth and development. Nationalization of key industries. Lenin's advocacy for the nationalization of key industries and strategic sectors of the economy has been implemented in some countries, either partially or fully, as a means to ensure state control and promote social welfare. Party discipline and centralization. Lenin's belief in the importance of party discipline and centralization of power has influenced the governance structures of some political parties and governments, leading to a more hierarchical and centralized decision-making process. Emphasis on mass mobilization. Lenin's focus on mass mobilization and the involvement of the working class in political processes has been adopted by some political movements and parties, particularly those with a socialist or communist orientation. Role of the vanguard party. Lenin's concept of a vanguard party as the leading force in a revolution has been applied in various contexts, with some political parties considering themselves as the vanguard of the working class and the driving force behind social change. Critique of liberal democracy. Lenin's critique of liberal democracy and his advocacy for a more participatory and inclusive political system continue to resonate with those who question the effectiveness and fairness of liberal democratic institutions. Evaluating the continued significance of Lenin's theories, historical context. It is important to evaluate Lenin's theories within the historical context in which they were developed, considering the specific challenges and conditions of the time, and assessing their applicability to contemporary political realities. Adaptability and flexibility. Lenin's theories should be evaluated for their adaptability and flexibility in addressing the complexities and nuances of modern governance, taking into account the evolving nature of political, economic, and social systems. Relevance to Global South. Lenin's theories may hold particular relevance for countries in the Global South, where issues of imperialism, economic inequality, and development remain significant challenges. Critiques and limitations. It is essential to critically examine and address the critiques and limitations of Lenin's theories, considering alternative perspectives and approaches to governance and social change. Comparative analysis. Comparing Lenin's theories with other political ideologies and theories can provide a broader understanding of their strengths, weaknesses, and potential contributions to contemporary politics. Practical implementation. The practical implementation of Lenin's theories in different contexts should be evaluated, considering both their successes and failures, to determine their continued significance and potential for application in modern governance. Conclusion. Lenin's perspective was deeply rooted in Marxist ideology, but he also made significant contributions by expanding upon and adapting Marxist principles to the specific conditions of Russia. Lenin's enduring legacy in political science. Vanguard Party. Lenin's concept of a vanguard party, composed of professional revolutionaries, has had a lasting impact on political science. Imperialism. Lenin's analysis of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism remains relevant in understanding contemporary global politics. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin's idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a transitional stage towards communism has shaped discussions on the role of the state in socialist societies. Revolutionary strategy. Lenin's writings on revolutionary strategy, particularly in What is to be Done in State and Revolution, have been widely studied and debated. Leninism as a political ideology. Leninism, as a distinct political ideology, has had a lasting impact on political science. Leninist principles continue to shape the strategies and tactics of various left-wing political parties and organizations worldwide. Lenin's role in the Russian Revolution. Lenin's leadership during the Russian Revolution and his establishment of the Soviet Union as the first socialist state have made him a central figure in the study of revolutions and political transitions. Assessing the continued influence of Lenin's ideas in political discourse. Marxist analysis. Lenin's ideas, rooted in Marxist theory, continue to shape political discourse and analysis. His focus on class struggle, imperialism, and the role of the state in capitalist societies remains relevant in understanding contemporary political and economic dynamics. Revolutionary movements. Lenin's ideas on revolutionary strategy and the role of the vanguard party continue to influence political movements seeking radical change. Critique of capitalism. Lenin's critique of capitalism, particularly his analysis of imperialism and economic exploitation, remains influential in discussions on inequality, globalization, and the concentration of power in the hands of a few. State power and democracy. Lenin's concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat has prompted ongoing debates on the relationship between state power and democracy in socialist societies. Global politics. Lenin's analysis of imperialism and the role of multinational corporations has influenced scholars studying international relations and global politics. Legacy in communist parties. Lenin's ideas and principles continue to shape the ideologies and strategies of communist parties worldwide. His writings and actions during the entire Russian Revolution have provided a blueprint for revolutionary movements and have been adapted to different national contexts. J.S. Mill 2. TTO. Questions asked. Comment in 150 words. John Stuart Mill is a reluctant Democrat. C.L. Waper, 1810s. 154 DMT 2. Happy face, fro or territorial W. October 18th. Comment in 150 words. All silencing of discussion is an assumption of infallibility. J. S. Mill, 14 out of 10. 154 for M 1 RT so FL War T, I, U. 1. October 14th. Critically examine. In the first place, it is mostly considered unjust to deprive anyone of his personal liberty, his property, or any other thing which belongs to him by law. John Stuart Mill, 99/30ths. I Tyro tot. FFFFMT Totoi Toto, WFAR AR IWLFA fan WR, at W Sir WT, at Affinim tot T. Tama, TM, 99/30ths. Introduction. John Stuart Mill was a prominent political philosopher and economist of the 19th century. His works have greatly influenced the field of political science, particularly in the areas of liberalism, utilitarianism, and individual freedom. Historical context and background. Industrial Revolution. Mill lived during a time of significant social and economic change, with the Industrial Revolution transforming society and the economy. Liberalism. Mill was a prominent figure in the liberal tradition, which emphasized individual freedom, limited government intervention, and the protection of civil liberties. Democratic movements. Mill witnessed the rise of democratic movements and the push for political reforms, including the expansion of suffrage and the demand for greater representation. Colonialism and imperialism. Mill lived in an era of colonial expansion and imperialism, which raised questions about the ethical implications of Western dominance in the rights of indigenous peoples. Utilitarianism. Mill's political thought was influenced by utilitarianism, a moral philosophy that sought to maximize overall happiness and well-being through the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. Socialism and radicalism. Mill engaged with socialist and radical ideas, particularly in his later years, as he sought to address the social inequalities and injustices brought about by industrial capitalism. Mill's life and intellectual development, early education and influence. Mill was raised in a highly intellectual environment, receiving a rigorous education from his father, James Mill, who was a philosopher and economist. Fly's upbringing greatly influenced his intellectual development. Utilitarianism and Bentham. Mill was introduced to utilitarianism by Jeremy Bentham, a leading figure in the philosophy. Mill later developed his own version of utilitarianism, known as rule utilitarianism, which emphasized the importance of following general niles that promote the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Political career and writing. Mill served as a member of parliament and wrote extensively on political and social issues. His most famous works include On Liberty, Utilitarianism, and The Subjection of Women. Women's rights. Mill was a strong advocate for women's rights and gender equality. He argued for the equal treatment of women in all aspects of life, including politics, education, and employment. Individual freedom. Mill championed the idea of individual freedom and the importance of protecting individual rights and liberties. He argued that society should only intervene in individuals' lives to prevent harm to others, and that individuals should have the freedom to pursue their own happiness and self-development. Representative democracy. Mill supported representative democracy as the best form of government, as it allowed for the expression of diverse opinions and protected against the tyranny of the majority. He also advocated for the extension of suffrage to all adult citizens, regardless of gender or property ownership. Mill's key ideas and works. On Liberty, Individual Freedom and State Control, Harm Principle. Mill's central idea in On Liberty is Tire Harm Principle, which states that the only legitimate reason for the state to interfere with an individual's liberty is to prevent harm to others. Freedom of thought and expression. Mill strongly advocates for the freedom of thought and expression, arguing that society benefits from the open exchange of ideas and opinions. He believes that even if an idea is considered false or offensive, it should not be suppressed, as it may contain elements of TMTH or lead to further progress. Tyranny of the majority. Mill warns against the dangers of the tyranny of the majority, where the majority imposes its will on the minority, suppressing dissenting opinions and stifling individual freedom. He argues that protecting individual liberties is crucial to prevent the majority from becoming oppressive. Self-development and individuality. Mill emphasizes the importance of self-development and individuality, arguing that individuals should have the freedom to pursue their own interests and live according to their own values, as long as they do not harm others. Limitations on state power. While Mill acknowledges the necessity of state intervention to protect individuals from harm, he cautions against excessive state control. He argues that the state should only intervene when there is a clear and direct harm to others, and that individuals should be given as much freedom as possible. The role of education. Mill highlights the role of education in fostering individual freedom and preventing the tyranny of ignorance. He believes that a well-educated society is more likely to respect individual liberties and engage in rational discourse, leading to social progress. Utilitarianism, ethical framework and principles. Greatest happiness principle. Mill's ethical framework is based on the principle of maximizing happiness or pleasure for the greatest number of people. He argues that actions should be judged based on their consequences and their ability to promote overall happiness. Higher and lower pleasures. Mill distinguishes between higher and lower pleasures, asserting that higher pleasures, such as intellectual pursuits and moral virtues, are of greater value than lower pleasures, such as physical gratification. He believes that the pursuit of higher pleasures leads to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. Rule utilitarianism. Mill introduces the concept of nihil utilitarianism, which suggests that moral niles should be followed based on their tendency to promote overall happiness. He argues that adhering to general niles that have proven to maximize happiness is more reliable than making decisions on a case-by-case basis. Individual autonomy. While Mill's utilitarianism focuses on the collective happiness, he also recognizes the importance of individual autonomy. He argues that individuals should have the freedom to pursue their own happiness, as long as it does not harm others or impede the happiness of the majority. Critique of Bentham's utilitarianism. Mill criticizes Bentham's version of utilitarianism, which solely focuses on the quantity of pleasure and ignores the quality. He argues that the quality of pleasure should be taken into account, as some pleasures are inherently more valuable and desirable than others. Moral progress and social reform. Mill believes that utilitarianism provides a framework for moral progress and social reform. By promoting actions that maximize overall happiness, society can work towards reducing suffering, promoting justice, and improving the well-being of all individuals. Considerations on representative government, democracy and representation. Representative democracy. Mill advocates for representative democracy as the most effective form of government. He argues that representative institutions allow for the participation of a wider range of citizens, ensure the protection of individual rights, and prevent the concentration of power in the hands of a few. Universal suffrage. Mill supports the extension of suffrage to all adult citizens, including women, as he believes political participation should not be limited based on gender or social status. He argues that a diverse electorate leads to a more inclusive and representative government. Plural voting. in contrast to his support for universal suffrage. Mill suggests that individuals with higher education or greater knowledge should have multiple votes. He believes that this system would give more weight to informed opinions and prevent the tyranny of the uninformed majority. Role of political parties. Mill recognizes the importance of political parties in representative government as they provide a platform for competing ideas and facilitate the formation of public opinion. Checks and balances. Mill emphasizes the need for checks and balances within the political system to prevent the abuse of power. He argues that a separation of powers, an independent judiciary, and a free press are essential to ensure accountability and protect individual liberties. Education and political participation. Mill highlights the role of education in fostering informed and active citizens. He believes that a well-educated electorate is more likely to make rational and informed decisions, leading to better governance and the protection of individual rights. Mill's harm principle and individual liberty. Explanation of the harm principle. Core principle. The harm principle is a fundamental concept in Mill's political philosophy, which states that individuals should be free to act as they wish as long as their actions do not lie in others. Limiting state interference. Mill argues that the only legitimate reason for the state to intervene in an individual's actions is to prevent harm to others. Tin's principle aims to protect individual liberty and limit the power of the state. Defining harm. Mill defines harm as actions that directly infringe upon the rights or well-being of others. Defining harm. Mill defines harm as actions that directly infringe upon the rights or well-being of others. It does not include actions that may offend or disapprove of others, as long as no direct harm is caused. Importance of individual autonomy. Mill emphasizes the importance of individual autonomy and the right to self-determination. He believes that individuals are best suited to make decisions about their own lives, as long as they do not harm others. Balancing individual liberty and societal welfare. Tension between individual liberty and societal welfare. Mill acknowledges that there is a tension between individual liberty and the need for societal welfare. Utilitarian perspective. Mill's political philosophy is rooted in utilitarianism, seeks to maximize overall happiness and well-being. Role of the state. According to Mill, the state has a role in promoting the general welfare by providing public goods, ensuring justice, and preventing harm. Public opinion and individual rights. Mill highlights the importance of public opinion in shaping societal norms and values. Balancing through democratic processes. Mill suggests that democratic processes, such as open debate, free speech, and representative government, can help strike a balance between individual liberty and societal welfare. Continuous evaluation and adaptation. Mill's perspective recognizes that the balance between individual liberty and societal welfare is not fixed but requires continuous evaluation and adaptation. Freedom of discussion principle. Comment in 150 words. All silencing of discussion is an assumption of infallibility. J. S. Mill, 14/10. Introduction. This statement, all silencing of discussion is an assumption of infallibility, from John Stuart Mill's classic work On Liberty, 1859, emphasizes the importance of free speech and open debate in a democratic society. Mill argued that to silence an opinion is to assume that the majority or authority is incapable of error, which goes against the principles of freedom and progress. Silencing dissent or discussion assumes that the dominant opinion or authority is always correct, preventing society from exploring diverse perspectives and uncovering potential truths. Background, Enlightenment influence. Mill's argument on free speech and open debate stems from the Enlightenment values of rational discourse, individual liberty, and critical thinking. Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire and John Locke influenced Irish belief in the free exchange of ideas. Liberalism and freedom. As a leading figure in classical liberalism, Mill stressed that individual liberty, especially the right to free speech, was central to personal and societal development. In his view, no authority should have the right to suppress opinions, whether they are true, false, or partially true. 19th century context. In Mill's time, the growing power of democratic governments and public opinion posed a new threat to free speech. He warned against the tyranny of the majority, where dominant groups or governments could suppress minority viewpoints. Significance, protection of liberty. Mill's concept is crucial for safeguarding liberty of thought and expression, which he considered fundamental to human progress. Silencing dissent not only stifles individual freedom, but also limits society's ability to correct its mistakes. Truth-seeking. For Mill, open discussion is essential because it allows for the constant testing and improvement of ideas. Even false opinions play a role by forcing the truth to be rigorously defended and understood more fully. Democratic governance. Mill's argument is foundational in democratic theory, where open debate, criticism of authority, and the free exchange of ideas are seen as essential for an informed and engaged citizenry. Thinkers' perspectives. John Stuart Mill. Mill argued that free speech must be protected at all costs because no individual or government can claim infallibility. He believed that discussion, even of unpopular or controversial ideas, is necessary for intellectual and societal advancement. John Locke. Locke's theory of toleration and natural rights laid the groundwork for Mill's ideas. Locke argued that government's role is to protect life, liberty, and property, not to impose a particular set of beliefs, making the case for freedom of thought. Voltaire, the famous quote, "I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it," attributed to Voltaire, reflects the same principle of defending free speech, even when one disagrees with the content of that speech. Hannah Arendt, in her discussions of totalitarianism, emphasized that the suppression of free thought and expression leads to a culture of fear and authoritarianism, where TMTH becomes a matter of state control rather than open inquiry. Contemporary case studies, social media, and free speech. The rise of social media platforms has brought Mill's ideas into the digital age. Debates on whether platforms like Facebook or Twitter should regulate content, such as hate speech or misinformation, highlight the tension between free speech and societal protection. Mill would likely argue that even harmful ideas need airing to be countered with better arguments. Whistleblowers. Cases like Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning reflect the importance of exposing government actions through free speech. Silencing whistleblowers or dissidents assumes the government is infallible, a notion Mill would vehemently oppose. India's sedition law. In contemporary India, the sedition law has been used to silence dissent and critical voices against the state. Mill's argument resonates in the critique of such laws, as they prevent essential public debate and the challenging of authority, undermining democratic principles. China and censorship. In countries like China, where free speech is tightly controlled, Mill's critique of silencing discussion is highly relevant. The Chinese government's control over media and suppression of dissent, such as the censorship of discussions around Tiananmen Square or Hong Kong protests, demonstrates the assumption of infallibility by the state. Criticism. Limitations of free speech. Critics argue that there should be limits on free speech, especially in cases of hate speech, incitement to violence, or misinformation that can cause harm to individuals or society. Mill's assertion does not fully address these complexities. Relativism. Some argue that Mill's defense of free speech leads to moral relativism, where all ideas are given equal weight, even those that are harmful or dangerous. Critics question whether all opinions truly deserve protection, especially those implied are patently false or malicious. Assumption of rational debate. Mill assumes that individuals will engage in rational, good-faith debates when given free speech, but in practice, emotional, irrational, or manipulative rhetoric often dominates public discourse, as seen in political populism or conspiracy theories. Free speech in a digital age. In the era of social media, the scale and speed at which false information spreads have led to questions about whether Mill's arguments on free speech still hold. Critics argue that the harm caused by misinformation, particularly in matters like public health, e.g., COVID-19 misinformation, requires regulation. Conclusion. Mill's argument that silencing discussion is an assumption of infallibility remains a cornerstone of liberal political thought. His defense of free speech is initial for protecting individual liberty, fostering societal progress, and maintaining democratic governance. However, in modern contexts, particularly with the rise of social media and concerns over hate speech and misinformation, there are valid criticisms regarding the limits of free speech. Despite these challenges, Mill's ideas continue to inform debates on free expression, emphasizing the need for open dialogue and the dangers of assuming any authority's infallibility. Ultimately, Mill's principle reinforces the importance of constant scrutiny, debate, and the re-examination of ideas, ensuring that no authority, government, or majority opinion goes unchallenged. Mill's reluctant Democrat, analyzing the claim. John Stuart Mill is a reluctant Democrat. C.L. Waper, 1810s, Introduction CL. Waper characterizes John Stuart Mill as a reluctant Democrat due to Irish nuanced and cautious approach to democracy. Mill valued individual liberty and rational discourse, which made him apprehensive about unrestrained democratic practices that could lead to the tyranny of the majority. Mill's hesitance to fully embrace democracy stems from his concerns over potential abuses of power and the need for educated and virtuous citizens to sustain a democratic society. Background. Philosophical foundations. Mill's political philosophy is rooted in liberalism and utilitarianism, focusing on individual rights and the greater good. He believed that democracy should prioritize the protection of individual freedoms and minority rights. Historical context. Mill lived during the 19th century, a period of significant political upheaval in Europe. The expansion of democratic principles was coupled with concerns over mob rule and uneducated electorates, influencing Mill's cautious stance on democracy. Personal experiences. Having been influenced by Lee's father, James Mill, and their involvement in the philosophical radicalism movement. Mill's perspectives were shaped by both theory and the practical realities of governance. Significance. Balance between freedom and order. Mill's reluctance to fully endorse democracy highlights the need for a balance between individual liberties and social order. He believed that while democracy is essential for promoting liberty, it must be moderated to prevent potential abuses. Education and competence. Mill argued for the importance of an educated electorate. His belief in the necessity of rational discourse underscores his view that democracy must be supported by informed citizens to function effectively. Legacy and democratic theory. Mill's thoughts contribute to ongoing debates about the nature of democracy, the role of citizens, and the importance of protecting minority rights in the face of majority denial. Thinker's perspective. John Stuart Mill. Mill viewed democracy as a valuable means to achieve personal and societal well-being, but was wary of its potential pitfalls. He advocated for safeguards such as free speech and civil liberties to protect individuals from oppressive majorities. Alexis de Tocqueville, in Democracy in America, echoed Mill's concerns about the potential for democracy to lead to tyranny. He highlighted the dangers of a complacent majority that could undermine individual freedoms. John Locke's emphasis on individual rights and government by consent influenced Mill's thinking. However, Mill's apprehensions about the excesses of democracy mark a departure from Locke's more optimistic view of democratic governance. Hannah Arendt, Analyses of totalitarianism and the importance of public discourse resonate with Mill's concerns. Hannah Arendt's analyses of totalitarianism and the importance of public discourse resonate with Mill's concerns about democracy's vulnerability to mob nihil and the suppression of dissent. Contemporary 7 case studies, populism. The rise of populist movements around the world reflects Mill's concerns about the tyranny of the majority. Leaders like Donald Trump or Jair Bolsonaro often rally support by appealing to the masses, sometimes at the expense of democratic norms and minority rights. Brexit. The Brexit referendum in the UK serves as a contemporary example of democratic decision-making leading to significant consequences. Critics argued that the vote was driven by misinformation and emotional appeals, reflecting Mill's fears about the uneducated electorate's impact on governance. Social media influence. The role of social media in shaping public opinion and facilitating mob behavior poses a challenge to Mill's vision of a rational democracy. The spread of misinformation and polarization exemplifies the potential dangers he warned against. Civil rights movements. Movements advocating for the rights of marginalized groups, such as Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ+ rights, highlight the importance of protecting minority rights in a democratic society, which aligns with Mill's advocacy for individual liberties. Criticism. Overemphasis on education. Critics argue that Mill's reliance on an educated electorate can be elitist, potentially disenfranchising those who lack access to education. This raises questions about the practicality of his vision in a diverse society. Inherent contradictions. Some scholars suggest that Mill's apprehension towards democracy contradicts his liberal ideals, as his reluctance to fully embrace democratic principles may undermine the very freedoms he champions. Idealism versus realism. Mill's perspective may be criticized for being overly idealistic, particularly in contemporary contexts where misinformation and emotional rhetoric dominate political discourse. Limited scope of democracy. Mill's reluctance can be interpreted as a call for a restricted form of democracy, potentially sidelining the voices of the less privileged and leading to an oligarchic or technocratic governance picture. Conclusion. John Stuart Mill's characterization as a reluctant Democrat encapsulates his cautious approach to democracy, shaped by his commitment to individual liberty and concerns over majority nihil. His insights remain significant in contemporary discussions about the nature of democracy, the role of education, and the protection of minority rights. Mill's legacy encourages ongoing debates about how to foster an informed and engaged electorate while safeguarding against the potential pitfalls of democratic governance. Balancing freedom and order remains a central challenge for democracies today, reflecting the enduring relevance of Mill's thought in political discourse. Mill's views on gender equality and feminism, the subjection of women, arguments and implications, equality of the sexes. Mill argued for the equality of men and women, asserting that women should have the same rights and opportunities as men. He believed that gender should not determine one's social or political status. The harm of traditional gender roles. Mill criticized the traditional roles assigned to women, arguing that they limited their potential and hindered their personal development. He believed pliant society should not restrict women to domestic duties, but should allow them to pursue their own interests and careers. The importance of education. Mill emphasized the significance of education for women, advocating for equal access to education. He believed that education would empower women and enable them to participate fully in society. The need for legal reforms. Mill called for legal reforms to ensure gender equality. He argued for changes in laws related to marriage, divorce, property rights, and inheritance, aiming to eliminate the legal subordination of women. The impact of gender inequality on society. Mill highlighted the negative consequences of gender inequality on society as a whole. He argued that the subjugation of women not only harmed women themselves, but also hindered social progress and limited the potential of society as a whole. The role of women in politics. Mill advocated for women's participation in politics, believing that their perspectives and voices were essential for a just and democratic society. He argued pliant women should have the right to vote and hold public office. Mill's contribution to the feminist movement, challenging societal norms. Mill's writings and advocacy challenged the prevailing societal norms that limited women's rights and opportunities. His work provided a strong intellectual foundation for the feminist movement, inspiring others to question and challenge gender inequality. Promoting gender equality in legislation. Mill's call for legal reforms influenced the feminist movement's efforts to change discriminatory laws. His arguments provided a basis for legal changes that aimed to grant women equal rights in areas such as marriage, divorce, property ownership, and inheritance. Empowering women through education. Mill's emphasis on education as a means of empowerment resonated with the feminist movement. His ideas contributed to the push for equal access to education for women, enabling them to pursue their aspirations and contribute to society. Advocating for women's political participation. Mill's support for women's political rights, including the right to vote and hold public office, inspired feminist activists to fight for suffrage and political representation. His arguments helped legitimize women's political participation as a crucial aspect of democracy. Influencing feminist theory. Mill's writings on gender equality and feminism influenced feminist theory, particularly in areas such as Tyre's critique of traditional gender roles, the importance of women's autonomy, and the recognition of women's rights as human rights. Inspiring future generations, Mill's ideas continue to inspire and guide feminist movements around the world. His work serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for gender equality and provides a foundation for contemporary feminist activism. Balancing liberty and social justice. Tension between liberty and equality in Mill's thought. 1. Emphasis on individual liberty. Mill strongly advocated for individual liberty as a fundamental principle in his political philosophy. He believed that individuals should have the freedom to pursue their own interests and develop their potential without interference from the state or society. 2. Utilitarianism and social justice. Mill's concept of utilitarianism aimed to maximize overall happiness and well-being in society. While he prioritized individual liberty, he also recognized the importance of social justice and the need to address inequalities that hinder overall happiness. 3. The harm principle. Mill's harm principle states that the only justification for limiting individual liberty is to prevent harm to others. This principle reflects his belief in the importance of individual autonomy and limited state intervention in personal matters. 4. Equality as a means to liberty. Mill acknowledged that certain forms of inequality, such as economic disparities, can limit individual liberty. He argued that promoting social justice and reducing inequality can actually enhance overall liberty by providing equal opportunities for all individuals. 5. Balancing individual and collective interests. Mill recognized the tension between individual liberty and the collective interest of society. He believed that individual liberty should be limited when it poses a threat to the well-being and stability of society as a whole. 6. Role of education and social reform. Mill emphasized the role of education and social reform in achieving a balance between liberty and social justice. He believed that through education and social progress, individuals can develop a sense of social responsibility and work towards a more just society. Critique of deprivation statement. Critically examine. In the first place, it is mostly considered unjust to deprive anyone of his personal liberty, his property, or any other thing which belongs to him by law. John Stuart Mill, 99/30. Introduction. Mill's quote underscores the fundamental importance of individual rights, particularly personal liberty and property, as essential components of justice and social order. This perspective aligns with Mill's liberal philosophy, emphasizing the need to protect individual freedoms against arbitrary deprivation by the state or society. Background. Philosophical context. Mill was a prominent figure in 19th-century liberal thought, advocating for utilitarianism, individual rights, and social reform. His works, particularly on liberty, explore the relationship between individual freedom and societal norms. Historical setting. The 19th century witnessed significant political changes, including the rise of democracy and challenges to traditional authority. Mill's ideas emerged during a time when the value of individual rights was being increasingly recognized. Influence of classical liberalism. Mill's thought is rooted in the classical liberal tradition, which emphasizes individual autonomy, personal responsibility, and limited government intervention in personal affairs. Influence of classical liberalism. Mill's thought is rooted in the classical liberal tradition, which emphasizes individual autonomy, personal responsibility, and limited government intervention in personal affairs. Significance. Foundation of liberal thought. Mill's assertion highlights the core tenets of liberalism, advocating for the protection of individual rights as essential for a just society. His work continues to influence contemporary discussions on civil liberties and property rights. Moral and ethical framework. By arguing against unjust deprivation, Mill establishes a moral framework that prioritizes individual agency and dignity, serving as a basis for social justice and human rights advocacy. Legal and political implications. Mill's emphasis on legal ownership and personal liberty has shaped modern legal systems, influencing property laws and civil rights protections in democratic societies. Thinker's perspective. John Stuart Mill. Mill argues that individual liberty is a prerequisite for human flourishing and societal progress. He contends that interference with personal rights should only occur to prevent harm to others. Thomas Hobbes, in contrast. Hobbes prioritized order and security over individual liberty, arguing that a strong sovereign authority is necessary to prevent chaos and violence. John Locke. Locke's theories of property and individual rights closely align with Mill's, asserting that property rights are fundamental and should be protected from arbitrary interference by the state. Isaiah Berlin. Berlin's distinction between positive and negative liberty resonates with Mill's thought, emphasizing the importance of freedom from interference while recognizing the potential for societal pressures to infringe upon individual rights. Contemporary 7K studies civil rights movements. The fight for civil rights, such as the Black Lives Matter movement, reflects Mill's principles by advocating against unjust deprivation of liberty and highlighting systemic inequalities. Property rights legislation. Legal battles over property rights, such as those involving eminent domain, showcase ongoing tensions between individual rights and state authority, mirroring Mill's concerns about unjust deprivation. Digital privacy rights. The rise of technology has raised questions about personal liberty and property in the digital realm, as seen in debates over data privacy and government surveillance. These issues reflect Mill's emphasis on protecting individual rights against state overreach. Refugee rights. The treatment of refugees and migrants often involves questions of personal liberty and property, highlighting Mill's concerns about the unjust deprivation of rights based on nationality or status. Criticism. Idealism versus practicality. Critics argue that Mill's framework may be overly idealistic, as the real-world application of individual rights often encounters systemic inequalities and power imbalances. Neglect of collective rights. Some scholars contend that Mill's focus on individual liberties can overlook the importance of collective rights in community well-being, potentially leading to social fragmentation. Economic inequality. Mill's emphasis on property rights has been critiqued for neglecting the impact of economic inequality on individual freedoms, suggesting that true liberty requires more than legal protections. It necessitates equitable access to resources. Potential for misuse. There are concerns that the emphasis on personal liberty can lead to justifications for harmful behaviors under the guise of individual rights, complicating the balance between liberty and social responsibility. Conclusion. John Stuart Mill's assertion about the injustice of depriving individuals of their personal liberty and property reflects a foundational principle of liberal thought, emphasizing the protection of individual rights as essential to justice and societal well-being. Mill's ideas continue to resonate in contemporary political discourse, influencing discussions about civil rights, property law, and individual freedoms. His legacy serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle to balance individual liberties with collective responsibilities in an ever-evolving society. Mill's influence on political thought. Influence on modern political science, liberal democracy. Mill's ideas on individual liberty, representative democracy, and the harm principle have greatly influenced modern liberal democracies. Many democratic societies today prioritize the protection of individual rights and freedoms, and the principles of representative government and limited state power can be traced back to Mill's influence. Human rights. Mill's emphasis on individual liberty and the harm principle has contributed to the development of human rights as a central concept in political science. The idea that individuals have inherent rights that should be protected by the state has become a fundamental principle in international law and political discourse. Social justice. Mill's utilitarianism and focus on the greatest happiness for the greatest number have influenced discussions on social justice. His ideas contributed to the development of policies aimed at reducing inequality, promoting equal opportunities, and ensuring the well-being of all members of society. Liberalism. Mill's advocacy for individual liberty and limited state intervention aligns with the principles of classical liberalism. His ideas have influenced the development of liberal political movements, which prioritize individual rights, free markets, and limited government interference. Democratic theory. Mill's support for representative democracy and his emphasis on the importance of public participation have shaped modern theories of democracy. His ideas have contributed to discussions on the role of citizens in decision-making, the importance of political participation, and the need for accountable and transparent governance. Ethical frameworks. Mill's utilitarianism has influenced ethical frameworks in political science. The idea of maximizing overall happiness and minimizing suffering has shaped discussions on policymaking, the evaluation of political decisions, and the ethical responsibilities of governance. Liberalism and political movements. Classical liberalism. Mill's ideas have had a significant impact on classical liberalism, a political ideology that emphasizes individual liberty, limited government intervention, and free markets. His advocacy for individual rights and freedoms aligns with the core principles of classical liberalism. Liberal feminism. Mill's writings on women's rights and gender equality have influenced liberal feminism, a movement that seeks equal rights and opportunities for women within the framework of liberal democracy. His ideas on individual liberty and the harm principle have been instrumental in advancing the feminist cause. Civil rights movements. Mill's emphasis on individual liberty and the harm principle has influenced various civil rights movements. Movements advocating for racial equality, LGBTQ+ rights, and other marginalized groups have drawn inspiration from Mill's ideas on individual rights and the need to prevent harm and discrimination. Libertarianism. Mill's ideas have also influenced libertarianism, a political ideology that emphasizes individual freedom and limited government intervention. His advocacy for individual liberty and Iris' critique of state power resonate with libertarian principles. Human rights movements. Mill's emphasis on individual rights and his utilitarian approach to ethics have influenced human rights movements. The idea that individuals have inherent rights that should be protected by the state has been central to the development of human rights activism. Progressive movements. Mill's ideas on social justice and the greatest happiness for the greatest number have influenced progressive movements. Movements advocating for social and economic equality, environmental protection, and other progressive causes have drawn inspiration from Mill's utilitarianism and focus on the well-being of all members of society. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Mill's ideas. Limitations of Mill's notions of liberty and utility, balancing individual freedom and social responsibility. Critics argue that Mill's emphasis on individual liberty may neglect the importance of social responsibility and the collective well-being. Subjectivity in defining harm. Mill's harm principle, while aiming to protect individual freedom, can be subjective and open to interpretation. Neglect of non-Western perspectives. Mill's ideas on liberty and utility have been criticized for their Western-centric focus, neglecting the perspectives and values of non-Western cultures. Insufficient protection of economic and social rights. Mill's utilitarianism and emphasis on individual freedom may not adequately address economic and social rights. Limited scope of individual autonomy. Critics argue that Mill's notion of individual autonomy may be limited in its application, particularly in cases where individuals may lack the necessary information or capacity to make fully autonomous decisions. Potential for tyranny of the majority. Mill's ideas on democracy and representation have been criticized for their potential to lead to the tyranny of the majority. Responses to Mill's views on democracy and representation, emphasis on minority rights. Some scholars argue that Mill's ideas on democracy and representation can be supplemented by a stronger emphasis on protecting minority rights. Deliberative democracy. Responding to Mill's focus on majority rule, proponents of deliberative democracy argue for a more inclusive and participatory decision-making process. Intersectionality and inclusive representation. Critics argue that Mill's ideas on representation may overlook the importance of intersectionality and the need for inclusive representation. Balancing individual liberties and collective interests. Responding to the potential conflict between individual liberties and collective interests, some scholars propose a more nuanced approach that seeks to balance both. Economic and social rights. Critics argue that Mill's ideas on democracy and representation should be expanded to include the protection of economic and social rights. Participatory and direct democracy. In response to potential shortcomings of representative democracy, proponents of participatory and direct democracy argue for increased citizen participation in decision-making processes. Mill's relevance in contemporary politics. Application of Mill's principles in modern governance. Protection of civil liberties. Governments can apply Mill's principles by enacting laws and policies that safeguard individual civil liberties, such as freedom of speech, religion, and privacy. Balancing individual and collective interests. Mill's utilitarian approach can guide policymakers in finding a balance between individual rights and the collective well-being, ensuring that policies promote the greatest overall happiness. Electoral reforms. Mill's support for representative democracy can inform electoral reforms aimed at enhancing public participation, ensuring fair representation, and protecting minority rights. Gender equality policies. Mill's ideas on women's rights can guide the development and implementation of policies that promote gender equality, including measures to address gender-based discrimination and violence. Promoting tolerance and inclusion. Mill's emphasis on tolerance can inspire governments to foster inclusive societies by promoting dialogue, respecting diverse perspectives, and protecting minority rights. Humanitarian intervention. Mill's theories on humanitarian intervention can inform the development of ethical frameworks for international relations, guiding decisions on intervention to protect human rights and prevent atrocities. Evaluating the continued significance of Mill's theories, changing societal context. The continued significance of Mill's theories should be evaluated in light of changing societal contexts, including technological advancements, globalization, and evolving social norms. Critiques and limitations. It is important to critically assess Mill's theories, considering critiques that highlight potential limitations or areas where his ideas may not fully address contemporary challenges. Relevance to global issues. The applicability of Mill's theories to global issues, such as climate change, economic inequality, and migration, should be examined to determine their continued significance in addressing these complex challenges. Intersectionality and social justice. Evaluating the continued relevance of Mill's theories should involve considering intersectionality and social justice perspectives, ensuring that policies address the needs and experiences of marginalized groups. Comparative analysis. Comparing Mill's theories with other political theories and philosophies can provide insights into their continued significance and potential areas for improvement or adaptation. Practical implementation. Assessing the practical implementation of Mill's principles and governance can help determine their effectiveness and identify areas where adjustments or modifications may be necessary to address contemporary political realities. Conclusion. John Stuart Mill's perspective encompasses key principles such as individual liberty, the harm principle, utilitarianism, representative democracy, women's rights, and limited state intervention. Utilitarianism. Mill's utilitarian philosophy has had a lasting impact on political science. His emphasis on maximizing overall happiness and well-being has influenced the development of various political theories and policies. Individual liberty. Mill's advocacy for individual liberty and freedom of thought has been highly influential. His arguments for limiting the power of the state and protecting individual rights have shaped modern political discourse and the development of liberal democracies. Representative democracy. Mill's ideas on representative democracy have also left a lasting legacy. He argued for the importance of representative institutions and the need for political participation and accountability. Feminism and gender equality. Mill's writings on gender equality and women's rights have been significant in shaping feminist political theory. His support for women's suffrage and equal opportunities has contributed to the advancement of gender equality in political systems. Pluralism and tolerance. Mill's emphasis on pluralism and tolerance influenced political science by promoting the acceptance of diverse viewpoints and the importance of open dialogue in democratic societies. The harm principle. Mill's harm principle, which states that the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over an individual is to prevent harm to others, has been widely debated and incorporated into discussions on the limits of state power and individual autonomy. Locke RFR. Questions asked. Comment on the assertion of Laslett that Filmer and not Hobbes was the main antagonist of Locke. 13/15. Tu y 2 ht td fell #5 and fc 7 13. Tu y 2 ht td fell #5 and fc 7 13. 7 rp 77 t 13/15. Locke is an individualist out and out. Substantiate this statement. 12/20. WWR wiffle TL W feet 2 12/20. Introduction. One prominent figure in political science is John Locke, an influential philosopher during the Enlightenment era. Locke's ideas have had a significant impact on political thought, particularly in the areas of individual rights, social contract theory, and limited government. Historical context and background. Enlightenment era. Locke's political philosophy emerged during the Enlightenment period in Europe, characterized by a focus on reason, individualism, and the pursuit of knowledge. Glorious Revolution. Locke's ideas were influenced by the events of the Glorious Revolution in England, 1688 to 1689. Locke saw the overthrow of King James II and the establishment of a constitutional monarchy. Rise of liberalism. Locke's political thought played a significant role in the development of liberalism, advocating for limited government, individual rights, and the consent of the governed. Social contract theory. Locke's ideas were part of the broader social contract tradition, which sought to explain the origins and legitimacy of political authority. Religious tolerance. Locke's writings on religious tolerance were shaped by the religious conflicts of his time, particularly the English Civil War and the persecution of religious minorities. Influence on American Revolution. Locke's ideas heavily influenced the American Revolution and the drafting of the United States Constitution, with his emphasis on natural rights and the right to rebel against unjust governments. Locke's life and intellectual development. Early life and education. John Locke was born in 1632 in England and received a classical education at Westminster School and Christ Church, Oxford. Medical career. Initially, Locke pursued a career in medicine and became a physician, which exposed him to scientific and empirical thinking that influenced his later philosophical works. Political involvement. Locke was politically active and served as a secretary to the influential politician Anthony Ashley Cooper, later known as the Earl of Shaftesbury. Exile in the Netherlands. Due to his involvement in political intrigues, Locke was forced into exile in the Netherlands, where he spent several years developing Irish philosophical ideas. Two Treatises of Government. Locke's most famous work, Two Treatises of Government, was published in 1689 and presented his theories on natural rights, the social contract, and the limitations of political power. Later years and legacy. Locke returned to England after the Glorious Revolution and continued to write on various topics, including education, religious tolerance, and the nature of knowledge. Locke's key ideas and works, Two Treatises of Government, Analysis and Themes, First Treatise. In this treatise, Locke refutes the concept of the divine right of kings and argues against absolute monarchy. He asserts that political power is not derived from God but from the consent of the governed. Second Treatise. The second treatise is the more influential of the two and focuses on the social contract and the role of government. Locke discusses the natural rights of individuals, the need for limited government, and the right of revolution. State of nature. Locke introduces the concept of the state of nature, a hypothetical scenario where individuals exist without a government. He argues that in this state, individuals have natural rights but may face challenges in enforcing them. Property. Locke's theory of property is a central theme in the second treatise. He argues that individuals have the right to acquire and possess property through their labor, and that the government's role is to protect these property rights. Right of revolution. Locke asserts that if a government fails to protect the natural rights of its citizens, they have the right to rebel and establish a new government. Tin's right of revolution is an initial aspect of Locke's political theory. Influence on democracy. Locke's ideas on natural rights, limited government, and the consent of the governed have had a significant impact on democratic theory and the development of modern democratic systems. An essay concerning human understanding, epistemology, and philosophy, Empiricism. Locke's essay is a foundational work in the field of empiricism, which argues that knowledge is derived from sensory experience. Complex ideas. Locke explores the formation of complex ideas, which are derived from simple ideas through various mental operations such as abstraction, comparison, and composition. Primary and secondary qualities. Locke distinguishes between primary and secondary qualities of objects. Personal identity. Locke discusses personal identity and argues that it is not based on the continuity of physical substance but on the continuity of consciousness. Language and knowledge. Locke examines the relationship between language and knowledge, emphasizing the importance of clear and precise language in conveying ideas accurately. Influence on philosophy. Locke's essay had a profound impact on the development of modern philosophy, particularly in the areas of epistemology, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of language. Locke's theory of natural rights and social contract, natural law and natural rights, state of nature. Locke argues that in the state of nature, all individuals are equal and have natural rights to life, liberty, and property. Natural law. According to Locke, natural law is a set of moral principles that govern human behavior and are derived from reason. Natural rights. Locke identifies three fundamental natural rights: life, liberty, and property, which individuals possess in the state of nature. Property rights. Locke emphasizes the importance of property rights as a natural right, stating that individuals have the right to acquire, possess, and dispose of property. Social contract, consent, and government legitimacy. Social contract theory. Locke's social contract theory suggests that individuals voluntarily enter into a social contract to establish a government for the protection of their natural rights. Consent. According to Locke, government legitimacy is based on the consent of the governed. Individuals consent to be governed and give up some of their natural rights in exchange for the protection of their remaining rights. Limited government. Locke argues for a limited government that is bound by the social contract and has the primary purpose of protecting the natural rights of its citizens. Right to revolution. Locke asserts that if a government fails to protect the natural rights of its citizens or becomes tyrannical, the people have the right to overthrow it and establish a new government. Popular sovereignty. Locke's theory emphasizes the idea of popular sovereignty, where the ultimate authority resides with the people who consent to be governed. Separation of powers. Locke advocates for a separation of powers within the government to prevent the concentration of power and protect individual rights. State of nature and civil society. Locke's concept of state of nature, natural rights. Locke believed that in the state of nature, all individuals possess certain natural rights, including the rights to life, liberty, and property. These rights are inherent and cannot be taken away by any authority. Equality. According to Locke, all individuals are equal in the state of nature. No one has the right to dominate or subjugate others. Tin's equality is based on the fact that all individuals are equally created by God. Limited government. In the state of nature, there is no established government or authority to enforce laws. This implies a need for a limited government to ensure the protection of these rights. Self-preservation. Locke argued that in the state of nature, individuals have the right to preserve themselves and their property. This includes the right to defend oneself against any harm or aggression. Lack of trust. Lack of trust. Due to the absence of a central authority, individuals in the state of nature may lack trust in one another. This lack of trust can lead to conflicts and the violation of natural rights. State of war. Locke believed that the state of nature can often lead to a state of war, where individuals constantly compete for resources and security. Formation of civil society and government. Social contract. Locke proposed that individuals voluntarily enter into a social contract to fund a civil society and government. This contract is based on the mutual agreement to protect natural rights and maintain order. Consent of the governed. According to Locke, the legitimacy of government lies in the consent of the governed. Individuals give their consent to be governed and delegate certain powers to the government to protect their rights. Limited government. Locke advocated for a limited government. Client is bound by the Nile of law and respects the natural rights of individuals. The government's role is to protect these rights and promote the common good. Separation of powers. Locke emphasized the need for a separation of powers within the government to prevent any abuse of authority. Tly's separation ensures a system of checks and balances, where different branches of government have distinct roles and powers. Right to revolution. Locke argued that if the government fails to protect the natural rights of individuals or becomes tyrannical, the people have the right to overthrow it through a peaceful revolution. This right to revolution serves as a safeguard against oppressive governments. Popular sovereignty. Locke believed in the principle of popular sovereignty, where the ultimate source of political power resides in the people. The government is accountable to the people and should act in their best interests. Separation of powers and limited government influence on later political thought. Foundational influence. Locke's ideas on separation of powers and limited government have had a profound influence on later political thought, serving as a foundation for democratic systems around the world. American Revolution. Locke's political theories heavily influenced the American Revolution and the drafting of the United States Constitution. The principles of separation of powers, limited government, and protection of individual rights are evident in the structure and content of the Constitution. Constitutionalism. Locke's ideas contributed to the development of constitutionalism, the belief that governments should be bound by a written constitution that outlines the limits of their power and protects individual rights. Liberalism. Locke's emphasis on individual rights and limited government aligns with the principles of classical liberalism, which advocates for personal freedom, limited state intervention, and the protection of civil liberties. Influence on Enlightenment thinkers. Locke's political thought influenced other Enlightenment thinkers, such as Montesquieu and Rousseau, who further developed and expanded upon his ideas on separation of powers and limited government. Global impact. Locke's ideas have had a global impact, inspiring movements for democracy, human rights, and limited government in various countries throughout history. Checks and balances for political stability, preventing concentration of power. The system of checks and balances, derived from Locke's perspective, ensures that no single branch of government becomes too powerful. Each branch lies the ability to check and limit the actions of the others, preventing the concentration of power and promoting political stability. Accountability and transparency. Checks and balances promote accountability and transparency in government. By requiring different branches to oversee and scrutinize each other's actions, it becomes more difficult for corruption, abuse of power, or unconstitutional actions to go unnoticed or unchallenged. Decision-making process. The system of checks and balances encourages a deliberative decision-making process. Different branches must engage in dialogue, negotiation, and compromise to achieve consensus, fostering stability and preventing hasty or arbitrary decisions. Protection of minority rights. Checks and balances help protect minority rights by preventing the majority from imposing its will without proper consideration and debate. The requirement for multiple branches to agree on legislation or policies ensures that minority perspectives are taken into account, promoting stability and inclusivity. Adaptability and flexibility. The system of checks and balances allows for adaptability and flexibility in governance. As different branches have distinct powers and responsibilities, they can respond to changing circumstances and challenges, ensuring stability and effective governance. Preventing authoritarianism. The system of checks and balances serves as a safeguard against authoritarianism. By distributing power and requiring cooperation among branches, it becomes more difficult for any single entity to seize control and undermine democratic principles, ensuring political stability. Locke's views on property and individualism. Labor theory of property acquisition, natural right to property. Locke believed that individuals have a natural right to acquire and possess property. This right is derived from the fact that individuals own their own bodies and the labor they exert. Mixing labor with nature. According to Locke, individuals acquire property by mixing their labor with natural resources. By putting their labor into the land or resources, individuals transform them into their own property. Just acquisition. Locke argued that property acquisition is just as long as individuals leave enough and as good for others. This means that individuals should not take more than they can use or leave resources unused and wasted. Private property and social order. Locke believed that the institution of private property is essential for social order and economic development. Limitations on property acquisition. While Locke supported private property, he also recognized limitations. He argued that individuals should not acquire more property than they can use, as ties would lead to waste and inequality. Property as a natural right. Locke considered property ownership as a fundamental natural right that should be protected by the government. Locke's individualism analysis. Locke is an individualist out and out. Substantiate this statement. 12/20. Introduction. John Locke is often characterized as a staunch individualist, emphasizing the rights and autonomy of the individual in his political philosophy. This assertion reflects Locke's belief in the inherent dignity and rights of individuals, positioning them at the center of political discourse and social contracts. Background. Historical context. Locke wrote during a time of significant political upheaval in England, particularly in the wake of the Glorious Revolution, which emphasized the need for a government based on the consent of the governed. Key works. His most influential texts, particularly two treatises of government and an essay concerning human understanding, explore the entire nature of human beings, the state of nature, and the principles of governance based on individual rights. Philosophical roots. Locke's individualism is deeply rooted in Enlightenment thought, which prioritized reason, autonomy, and human rights, influencing the development of modern democratic ideas. Significance. Foundation of liberalism. Locke's individualism laid the groundwork for liberal thought, advocating for the protection of individual rights as essential to justice and social order. Influence on democratic theory. His ideas about individual autonomy and consent remain pivotal in contemporary discussions about democracy, citizenship, and governance. Human rights advocacy. Locke's emphasis on individual rights contributes significantly to modern human rights discourse, positioning individual liberty as a fundamental principle of governance. Thinker's perspective. John Locke. Locke argues that individuals possess natural rights to life, liberty, and property, which governments must protect. He contends that the legitimacy of authority arises from the consent of the governed, underscoring the importance of individual autonomy. Thomas Hobbes, in contrast. Hobbes presents a more collective view of human nature and governance, arguing for a strong sovereign authority to maintain order, which stands in opposition to Locke's emphasis on individual rights. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau critiques individualism, suggesting that it can lead to inequality and social fragmentation. He advocates for a collective will that may sacrifice individual interests for the common good, contrasting sharply with Locke's views. Isaiah Berlin. Berlin's distinction between positive and negative liberty resonates with Locke's individualism, as Locke's focus is on freedom from interference, which is central to negative liberty. Contemporary case studies, civil liberties movements, modem movements advocating for individual rights, such as LGBTQ+ rights, reflect Locke's principles of autonomy and the need for legal protections against discrimination. Economic liberalism. The rise of capitalism and market economies can be seen as an extension of Locke's individualism, where personal property and entrepreneurial freedom are prioritized. Political revolutions. The American and French revolutions exemplify Locke's influence, as both movements were driven by the demand for individual rights, freedom from tyranny, and the establishment of governments based on consent. Digital privacy. Contemporary debates over data privacy and surveillance resonate with Locke's ideas, as individuals advocate for their rights to control personal information against state and corporate action. Criticism. Overemphasis on individualism. Critics argue that Locke's strong individualism can lead to neglect of community and social responsibilities, potentially fostering a sense of isolation and inequality. Economic inequality. Some scholars contend that Locke's focus on property rights can exacerbate social disparities, as it may prioritize the interests of property owners over those of the broader community. Neglect of collective identity. Critics, including communitarian theorists, suggest that Locke's framework inadequately addresses the role of community and collective identity in shaping individual rights and responsibilities. Implementation challenges. The ideal of individual autonomy can be difficult to realize in practice, particularly in societies with systemic inequalities and historical injustices that affect individuals' rights and opportunities. Conclusion. Locke's characterization as an individualist out and out is substantiated by his emphasis on natural rights, personal autonomy, and the need for government consent, all of which prioritize the individual in political theory. His ideas have profoundly shaped the development of liberalism and democratic thought, emphasizing the importance of protecting individual rights as a cornerstone of just governance. Despite criticisms regarding the implications of his individualism, Locke's legacy continues to resonate in contemporary discussions about civil liberties, human rights, and the role of government in protecting individual freedoms. Religious toleration in Locke's philosophy, freedom of conscience and belief, natural rights. Locke believed that individuals have a natural right to freedom of conscience and belief. Taitais means that people should be free to hold and practice their religious beliefs without interference from the state or any other authority. Individual autonomy. Locke argued that religious beliefs are personal and subjective, and therefore, individuals should have the autonomy to choose their own beliefs. Pluralism. Locke recognized the existence of diverse religious beliefs within society. He advocated for tolerance and acceptance of different religious perspectives, promoting a society where multiple religions can coexist peacefully. Non-interference. According to Locke, the state should not interfere in matters of religious belief or practice. He believed that the role of the government is to protect individual rights, including the freedom of conscience, rather than imposing a particular religious doctrine. Limitations on toleration. While Locke advocated for religious toleration, he also set some limitations. Public order. Locke emphasized that religious toleration should not disrupt public order or lead to chaos. He believed that individuals should be allowed to practice their religion as long as it does not infringe upon the rights and freedoms of others or threaten the stability of society. Separation of church and state, limited role of government. Locke advocated for a clear separation between religious institutions and the state. He believed that the government should not leave the power to dictate or control religious beliefs, rituals, or practices. Civil society. Locke argued that religious matters should be left to the realm of civil society, where individuals can freely associate and form religious communities based on their shared beliefs. Religious neutrality. According to Locke, the state should remain neutral in matters of religion. It should not favor or promote any particular religious group over others. This neutrality ensures that individuals have equal rights and opportunities regardless of their religious affiliation. Protection of individual rights. The separation of church and state, as advocated by Locke, aims to protect individual rights and prevent the abuse of power. By keeping religious authority separate from political authority, individuals are free to exercise their rights without fear of persecution or discrimination. Religious freedom for all. Locke's philosophy of separation of church and state extends religious freedom to all individuals, regardless of their religious beliefs or lack thereof. Democratic governance. Locke believed a democratic government, based on the consent of the governed, is best suited to protect religious toleration and uphold the separation of church and state. Locke's influence on liberalism. Locke's impact. Democratic theory. Locke's ideas on consent of the governed and the social contract have had a significant impact on modern democratic theory. Constitutionalism. Locke's advocacy for limited government and the need for a constitution to protect individual rights influenced the development of constitutionalism. Human rights. Locke's concept of natural rights laid the groundwork for the development of human rights theory. His ideas on the inherent rights of individuals have influenced the creation of international human rights frameworks and the promotion of individual freedoms globally. Liberal democracy. Locke's ideas on limited government, individual rights, and popular sovereignty are central to the concept of liberal democracy. Political legitimacy. Locke's theories on political legitimacy, particularly the idea that governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed, have shaped discussions on the legitimacy of political power. Political philosophy. Locke's writings on political philosophy, including his works on government, law, and liberty, have become foundational texts in the field of political science. Liberalism and political movements. Classical liberalism. Locke's ideas are often associated with classical liberalism, which emerged during the Enlightenment. Social liberalism. Locke's emphasis on individual rights and freedoms also influenced the development of social liberalism. Taitai's branch of liberalism places greater emphasis on social justice, equality, and government intervention to address societal inequality. Taitai's branch of liberalism places greater emphasis on social justice, equality, and government intervention to address societal inequalities. Liberal democracy. Locke's ideas on popular sovereignty and limited government are central to the concept of liberal democracy. Liberal democratic movements have sought to establish political systems that protect individual rights, promote equality, and ensure the denial of law. Civil rights movements. Locke's ideas on natural rights and equality have influenced civil rights movements around the world. Movements advocating for equal rights and protections for marginalized groups often draw upon Locke's concepts of individual freedom and the need for government to protect these rights. Feminism. Locke's ideas on individual rights and equality have also influenced feminist movements. Feminist thinkers have drawn upon Locke's concepts to argue for gender equality, reproductive rights, and the elimination of discrimination based on gender. Human rights movements. Locke's concept of natural rights has been influential in the development of human rights movements. Movements advocating for the protection of human rights, such as the abolition of slavery, the fight against torture, and the promotion of freedom of expression, often draw upon Locke's ideas to justify their demands. Locke's antagonist, Filmer or Hobbes. Comment on the assertion of Laslett that Filmer and not Hobbes was the main antagonist of Locke. 1315. Introduction. Scholar Peter Laslett posits that Robert Filmer, rather than Thomas Hobbes, served as John Locke as primary antagonist in the development of political thought, particularly regarding the nature of authority and the rights of individuals. Tin's perspective invites a re-evaluation of Locke's engagement with political philosophy, emphasizing the importance of Filmer's patriarchal theory in contrast to Hobbes' social contract theory. Background: John Locke's political philosophy. Locke's works, especially two treatises of government, laid the groundwork for modern liberal thought, advocating for natural rights and the consent of the governed. Robert Filmer's influence. Filmer's Patriarcha argues for the divine right of kings and the natural authority of fathers over their families, presenting a challenge to Locke's ideas about individual rights and political legitimacy. Hobbes' role. Hobbes, in Leviathan, articulates a social contract theory that prioritizes state authority and security over individual liberties, positioning him as a significant figure in Locke's intellectual milieu. Significance: challenging authority. Laslet's assertion highlights the fundamental conflict between Locke and Filmer regarding the basis of political authority, illuminating the philosophical shift from absolute monarchy to consent-based governance. Re-evaluating the canon. By focusing on Filmer, the discourse on the evolution of liberal thought becomes more nuanced, acknowledging the influence of patriarchal and monarchical ideas in slipping early modern political theory. Legacy of individual rights. Understanding the antagonism between Locke and Filmer underscores the development of modern concepts of individual rights and government accountability. Thinker's perspective. John Locke. Locke argues for the legitimacy of government based on the consent of the governed, positioning individual rights against Filmer's hereditary monarchy and divine right of kings. Robert Filmer. Filmer defends absolute monarchy through a patriarchal lens, asserting that milers derive their authority from God and familial structures, directly challenging Locke's ideas about rights and government. Thomas Hobbes. While Hobbes shares a focus on authority and governance, his emphasis on social contract theory contrasts with Filmer's divine right. Hobbes prioritizes order and security, while Locke emphasizes rights and consent. Peter Laslet. Laslet's interpretation suggests that Filmer's views necessitated a more profound theoretical response from Locke, leading to the articulation of key liberal principles that would later influence democratic thought. Contemporary case studies, debates on authority, contemporary discussions about the role of government, individual rights, and authoritarianism can be traced back to the fundamental disagreements articulated by Locke and Filmer. For example, debates on the legitimacy of state surveillance reflect ongoing tensions between individual liberties and state authority. Political philosophy. The resurgence of debates surrounding patriarchal authority in political theory and practice can also be linked to the historical context of Filmer's writings, as seen in discussions about the role of family structures in governance. Global governance. The principles of consent and legitimacy articulated by Locke contrast sharply with authoritarian regimes worldwide, drawing on historical debates around governance, rights, and state power. Criticism. Oversimplification. Critics argue Torat Laslet's assertion simplifies complex intellectual interactions between Locke, Hobbes, and Filmer, neglecting the ways in which Hobbes' ideas also significantly influenced Locke's thought. Historical context. Some scholars contend that emphasizing Filmer overlooks the broader context of early modern political thought, which included various influences beyond just the conflict between Locke and Filmer. Conceptual framework. Critics may also suggest that categorizing Filmer as the primary antagonist restricts understanding of the diverse challenges Locke faced in articulating his theories of governance and rights. Conclusion. Laslet's assertion that Filmer, rather than Hobbes, serves as Locke's primary antagonist reshapes our understanding of the development of political philosophy, emphasizing the tension between divine right and individual rights. This perspective not only highlights the significance of patriarchal authority in early modern thought but also underscores the foundational principles of consent and individual rights that continue to influence contemporary political discourse. The ongoing relevance of Locke's ideas in the context of modern governance and individual liberties illustrates the enduring legacy of these philosophical debates, reinforcing the importance of examining the interplay between different political thinkers and shaping our understanding of authority and rights. Criticisms and controversies surrounding Locke's ideas. Limitations of Locke's notions of property and equality. Ignoring historical injustices, Locke's theory of property rights assumes a starting point of equal distribution of resources. Lack of consideration for collective ownership. Locke's theory primarily focuses on individual property rights, neglecting the possibility of collective ownership or communal property. Failure to address environmental concerns. Locke's theory does not explicitly address environmental concerns and the sustainable use of resources. Inadequate response to economic inequalities. Critics argue that Locke's theory does not provide sufficient mechanisms to address economic inequalities that can arise from the accumulation of property. Limited scope of equality. Locke's notion of equality is primarily based on equal opportunity and the absence of arbitrary power. Lack of consideration for intergenerational justice. Locke's theory does not explicitly address the issue of intergenerational justice and the responsibilities of current generations towards future ones. Responses to Locke's views on government and authority. The role of consent in government. Some scholars argue that Locke's emphasis on consent provides a valuable foundation for democratic governance, as it ensures that political power is derived from the consent of the governed. Balancing individual rights and the common good. Supporters of Locke argue that his ideas provide a framework for balancing individual rights with the collective interests of society. They argue that his theory of government allows for the protection of individual liberties while also ensuring the provision of public goods and services. The importance of limited government. Locke's theory emphasizes the need for limited government and the protection of individual rights. Supporters argue that this helps prevent the abuse of power and ensures that governments are accountable to their citizens. The role of property rights in economic development. Locke's theory of property rights is seen by some as a crucial element in promoting economic development and innovation. They argue that secure property rights incentivize individuals to invest and create wealth, leading to overall societal progress. The potential for social contract theory. Locke's ideas on government and authority have influenced the development of social contract theory, which has been influential in political science. The need for ongoing interpretation and adaptation. Supporters of Locke argue that his ideas should be seen as a starting point for ongoing interpretation and adaptation. Locke's relevance in contemporary politics. Application of Locke's principles in modern governance. Constitutionalism. Many modern constitutions incorporate Locke's principles, such as the protection of individual rights, separation of powers, and limitations on government authority. Human rights protection. Locke's emphasis on individual rights has influenced the development of international human rights frameworks. Concepts like the right to life, liberty, and property have been expanded to include broader rights, such as freedom of speech, assembly, and equality. Democratic governance. Locke's ideas on popular sovereignty and the consent of the governed have shaped modern democratic systems. Elections, citizen participation, and accountability mechanisms are all rooted in the belief that political power should be derived from and exercised by the people. Judicial review. Locke's theory of limited government has contributed to the establishment of judicial review in many countries. Courts play a crucial role in interpreting and enforcing constitutional limitations on government actions, ensuring that they align with individual rights and the rule of law. Property rights and economic policies. Locke's defense of private property rights has influenced economic policies, such as the protection of intellectual property and the promotion of free markets. Governments often adopt policies that encourage entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic freedom based on Locke's ideas. Social justice and equality. Locke's principles have also been applied to address social justice issues and promote equality. Evaluating the continued significance of Locke's theories. Enduring influence. Locke's theories continue to be widely studied and referenced in political science, philosophy, and law. His ideas have shaped the development of democratic governance and the protection of individual rights, making them highly relevant in contemporary politics. Adaptability. Locke's theories have shown adaptability to different political contexts and challenges. They have been applied in various forms of government, from liberal democracies to constitutional monarchies, demonstrating their versatility and continued relevance. Critiques and challenges. While Locke's theories have enduring significance, they are not without critiques and challenges. Some argue that his emphasis on property rights and limited government can perpetuate inequalities and neglect social justice concerns. Evolving interpretations. The interpretation of Locke's theories has evolved over time, reflecting changing societal values and political contexts. Scholars and policymakers continuously reinterpret and apply his ideas to address contemporary challenges, ensuring their continued significance. Global relevance. Locke's theories have transcended national boundaries and influenced political movements and governance systems worldwide. His ideas have been incorporated into the foundations of many modern states, making them globally relevant and applicable. Inspiration for political activism. Locke's theories have inspired political activists and movements seeking to challenge oppressive regimes, fight for human rights, and promote democratic governance. His ideas continue to motivate individuals and groups to advocate for political change and social justice. Conclusion. John Locke's perspective encompasses various key points that have shaped political thought and influenced the development of democratic governance. His ideas on natural rights, social contract, limited government, popular sovereignty, tolerance, and the right to revolution have had a lasting impact on political theory and practice. Gramsci. Questions asked. None. Introduction. An Italian Marxist theorist and political activist whose work significantly influenced 20th century political thought, particularly in understanding power, culture, and ideology. Gramsci is best known for his concepts of cultural hegemony, the role of intellectuals in society, and the importance of civil society in maintaining or challenging state power. Background. Historical context. Gramsci lived during a period of significant political upheaval in Italy, including the rise of fascism. His experiences in this environment shaped his thoughts on power and resistance. Prison notebooks. Written during his imprisonment from 1926 to 1937, these notebooks are a compilation of his reflections on culture, politics, and the state, providing a framework for understanding the interplay of power and ideology. Marxist foundation. Gramsci built upon Marxist theory while also critiquing it, particularly its emphasis on economic factors over cultural and ideological influences. Key theories and concepts. Cultural hegemony. Gramsci's most influential concept, suggesting that the ruling class maintains control not just through coercion but by shaping cultural norms and values that become accepted as common sense. Role of intellectuals. He argued that intellectuals play a critical role in society by either reinforcing or challenging hegemony, advocating for an organic intellectual who emerges from and represents the working class. War of position versus war of maneuver. Gramsci distinguished between these two forms of political struggle. A war of maneuver involves direct confrontation, while a war of position entails a more subtle, long-term approach to building alliances and cultural influence. The state. He conceptualized the state as a complex of political society and civil society, emphasizing the importance of ideological control alongside direct political coercion. Thinker's perspective. Antonio Gramsci emphasized the importance of culture in politics and the necessity for the working class to develop its own cultural and ideological framework to challenge the dominant order. Karl Marx. Gramsci built on Marx's ideas but expanded the understanding of power dynamics beyond economic determinism to include cultural and ideological factors. Louis Althusser. Althusser's concept of ideological state apparatuses aligns with Gramsci's ideas about the role of culture in maintaining hegemony. Herbert Marcuse. Marcuse's critiques of advanced industrial societies echo Gramsci's thoughts on the ways in which culture can propitiate domination and the need for revolutionary consciousness. Contemporary case studies, social movements. The Black Lives Matter movement exemplifies Gramsci's ideas on cultural hegemony, as activists challenge dominant narratives about race and justice, seeking to reshape public consciousness. Political discourse. The rise of populism in various countries can be analyzed through a Gramscian lens, where populist leaders use cultural narratives to mobilize support and challenge existing hegemonic structures. Media and technology. The influence of social media platforms illustrates Gramsci's ideas about the dissemination of ideology and the potential for alternative narratives to emerge and challenge mainstream discourse. Cultural production. The role of artists and cultural producers in shaping political discourse, such as filmmakers and musicians addressing social issues, reflects Gramsci's notion of organic intellectuals. Criticism. Ambiguity. Critics argue that Gramsci's concepts, particularly cultural hegemony, can be vague and challenging to operationalize in empirical research. Overemphasis on culture. Some scholars contend that Gramsci's focus on culture downplays the material and economic conditions that shape social relations and power dynamics. Historical context. Gramsci's theories were developed in the specific context of early 20th century Italy, raising questions about their applicability to different cultural and political contexts today. Neglect of individual agency. Critics suggest that Gramsci's framework may underestimate individual agency and the complexities of resistance, potentially reducing people to mere products of their neglect of individual agency. Critics suggest that Gramsci's framework may underestimate individual agency and the complexities of resistance, potentially reducing people to mere products of their culture. Conclusion. Antonio Gramsci's contributions to political theory, particularly his concepts of cultural hegemony and the role of intellectuals, provide valuable insights into understanding power dynamics in society. His work emphasizes the interplay between culture and politics, highlighting the importance of ideology in both maintaining and challenging the status quo. Despite criticisms regarding the applicability and clarity of his ideas, Gramsci's theories continue to resonate in contemporary political discourse, informing analyses of social movements, media, and the role of culture in shaping political realities. Hannah Arendt. Questions asked none. Introduction. A German-American political theorist known for her works on totalitarianism, authority, and the nature of power. Her insights into the human condition and the public realm have made her a foundational figure in political philosophy. Arendt's analysis of totalitarianism and her emphasis on the importance of public life, plurality, and human action have significant implications for understanding modern politics. Background. Historical context. Born in 1906 in Germany, Arendt was deeply influenced by her experiences during the rise of fascism and her Jewish identity. She fled Nazi Germany in 1933, ultimately settling in the United States. Key works. Some of her most notable works include The Origins of Totalitarianism, The Human Condition, and Eichmann in Jerusalem, which examine the nature of evil, the structure of political systems, and the role of individuals within society. Education and influences. Arendt studied under influential philosophers such as Martin Heidegger and Karl Jaspers, which shaped her thoughts on existentialism and the human experience. Key concepts and theories. Totalitarianism. Arendt's analysis of totalitarian regimes, e.g. Nazi Germany, Stalinist USSR, focuses on their unique characteristics, including the use of ideology, state terror, and the obliteration of individual freedoms. The banality of evil. In her coverage of the trial of Adolf Eichmann, Arendt coined this term to describe how ordinary individuals can commit heinous acts not out of deep-seated malice, but through a lack of critical thinking and moral reflection. Human condition. In The Human Condition, Arendt distinguishes between labor, work, and action, emphasizing the importance of action and speech in establishing a political community and personal identity. Human condition. In The Human Condition, Arendt distinguishes between labor, work, and action, emphasizing the importance of action and speech in establishing a political community and personal identity. Public versus private sphere. Arendt argues for the significance of the public sphere as a space for political action, dialogue, and the expression of plurality, contrasting it with the private sphere, which she associates with the household and personal concerns. Thinker's perspective. Hannah Arendt. Central to her philosophy is the belief that political action is essential for a vibrant democracy and that individuals must engage in the public realm to shape their society. Martin Heidegger. Arendt's early relationship with Heidegger influenced her existentialist views, although she later distanced herself from his philosophy, particularly regarding authenticity and engagement with the world. Karl Jaspers. Jaspers' ideas about existentialism and the human experience informed Arendt's thoughts on individual responsibility and the importance of judgment. Michel Foucault. Foucault's analyses of power dynamics resonate with Arendt's thoughts on authority and governance, particularly in understanding how power operates within societal structures. Contemporary case studies. Political movements. Contemporary social movements, such as Black Lives Matter and climate activism, illustrate Arendt's emphasis on public action and the importance of citizens engaging in political discourse to effect change. Global politics, the rise of authoritarian regimes, and the erosion of democratic norms in various countries can be analyzed through Arendt's insights on totalitarianism and the implications for individual freedoms and public life. Digital public sphere. The impact of social media on public discourse reflects Arendt's ideas about the importance of the public sphere for political engagement, raising questions about the quality and nature of discourse in contemporary politics. Responses to crises. Arendt's thoughts on the role of individuals in times of political crisis resonate with responses to recent global challenges, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, where citizens have mobilized to address governance issues and public health. Criticism, historical context limitations. Some scholars argue that Arendt's analysis of totalitarianism is too focused on specific historical contexts, limiting its applicability to contemporary political regimes. Conceptual clarity. Critics suggest that her concepts, such as the banality of evil, can be ambiguous and require further elaboration to fully grasp their implications in modern society. Neglect of structural factors. Some argue that Arendt's emphasis on individual agency may overlook the structural and systemic factors that contribute to political oppression and violence. Gender critique. Feminist critics have pointed out that Arendt's work often overlooks the roles of gender and race in political theory, calling for a more intersectional approach to her analyses. Conclusion. Hannah Arendt's contributions to political theory provide profound insights into the of power, authority, and human action, emphasizing the importance of public life and active citizenship. Her concepts, particularly the banality of evil and the distinction between the public and private spheres, continue to resonate in contemporary discussions about politics, ethics, and responsibility. Despite criticisms regarding the applicability of her ideas in their historical context, Arendt's work remains essential for understanding the complexities of modern political life and the challenges of maintaining democratic principles in the face of authoritarianism. Miscellaneous thinkers Farifra. Sin and servitude. St. Augustine, comment. Sin, therefore, is the mother of servitude and first cause of men's subjection to men. St. Augustine, 97/20. NMW, W, W, RET, with W, SHH, RWTI, B, WW, 97/20. Introduction, a prominent early Christian theologian and philosopher whose works influenced Western Christianity and political thought. Augustine's assertion reflects on the relationship between sin, morality, and political authority, arguing that moral failings lead to societal hierarchies and forms of subjugation. Background, historical context. St. Augustine lived during the late Roman Empire, 354 to 430 AD, a period marked by political instability, moral decay, and the rise of Christianity as a dominant force. Key works. His influential writings include City of God and Confessions, where he explores themes of human nature, divine grace, and the interplay between faith and politics. Philosophical influences. Augustine's thought is rooted in Platonic philosophy, particularly the idea of a higher moral order, and reflects his engagement with the political realities of his time. Significance, moral framework. Augustine's idea that sin is the cause of servitude introduces a moral dimension to political authority, suggesting that unjust systems arise from human moral failures. Theology and politics. His work connects Christian theology with political theory, arguing that divine law should guide human governance and societal structures. Legacy. Augustine's thoughts laid the groundwork for later Christian political philosophy, influencing thinkers such as Thomas Aquinas and Martin Luther. Thinker's perspective. St. Augustine believed that sin corrupts human nature, leading to inequalities and the necessity of governance to maintain order. He posited that all human authority is derived from God, and moral failings contribute to societal hierarchies. Thomas Hobbes. In Leviathan, Hobbes echoed Augustine's views by emphasizing the need for strong authority to control humanity's sinful nature, advocating for a social contract as a means to curb chaos. John Locke contrasted with Augustine by emphasizing natural rights and the potential for individual autonomy, arguing that governance should protect these rights rather than enforce subjection. Hannah Arendt, although differing from Augustine, Arendt's exploration of evil reflects on the moral dimensions of authority, suggesting that moral failures can lead to oppressive systems. Arendt's exploration of evil reflects on the moral dimensions of authority, suggesting that moral failures can lead to oppressive systems. Contemporary case studies, authoritarian regimes. Many contemporary authoritarian governments use religious or moral justifications for their authority, echoing Augustine's notion of divine subjugation stemming from human sinfulness. Social justice movements. Movements advocating for equality and justice can be seen as a response to the inequalities and servitude that arise from systemic moral failings, aligning with Augustine's critique of societal structures. Political discourse. The role of morality in politics remains significant, with debates on ethical governance often invoking themes similar to Augustine's assertions about sin and authority. Criticism, determinism. Critics argue that Augustine's view may lead to a deterministic understanding of human nature, suggesting that sin is an unchangeable aspect of humanity that justifies oppression. Overemphasis on sin. Some scholars contend that focusing excessively on sin ignores other critical factors, such as economic, social, and historical contexts, that contribute to servitude and inequality. Ambiguity in authority. Augustine's ideas can be interpreted in various ways, leading to potential justifications for tyranny under the guise of moral authority, creating tension between divine mandate and human rights. Conclusion. St. Augustine's assertion that sin is the mother of servitude underscores the moral dimensions of political authority and the complexities of human governance. His reflections on the interplay between sin and subjugation continue to resonate in contemporary discussions about morality, authority, and justice. Despite criticisms, Augustine's insights provide a critical framework for examining the ethical foundations of political systems and the enduring challenges of human governance in relation to moral failings. State parts and tranquility. Marsilius comment. The relation of the state and its parts to tranquility will be seen to be similar to the relation of the animal and its parts to health. Marsilius of Padua, 91/20. M#:3th3 Mr. W to the power of R_FA_EUR Wakti_R and adif are happy face or UW_T_TW nar TFM_NRA 91/20. Introduction. A 14th century Italian philosopher and political theorist, known for his work Defensor Pads, which challenged the authority of the church and advocated for the sovereignty of the state. This statement draws an analogy between the health of an organism and the tranquility of the state, suggesting that just as the health of an animal depends on the proper functioning of its parts, so too does the peace of a state depend on the harmony of its components. Background. Historical context. Marsilius wrote during a time of political turbulence in Europe, marked by conflicts between the papacy and emerging nation-states. His ideas were revolutionary for promoting secular governance. Philosophical foundations. Influenced by Aristotelian thought, Marsilius applied a biological analogy to political theory, arguing for the importance of the state's internal structures for achieving overall stability and tranquility. Significance. Political theory. Marsilius's analogy underscores the importance of cooperation and balance among the various institutions and social groups within a state. Secular authority. By emphasizing the state's role in maintaining tranquility, Marsilius provided a foundation for the modern understanding of tighter separation of church and state. Implications for governance. His ideas laid the groundwork for later discussions on governance, accountability, and the necessity for a harmonious political environment. Thinker's perspective. Marsilius of Padua advocated for the idea that a well-functioning state requires cooperation among its components, and tranquility is essential for social stability and order. Niccolò Machiavelli, while differing in his approach, Machiavelli acknowledged the importance of a stable and unified state in The Prince, highlighting the need for effective governance and order. Thomas Hobbes, in Leviathan. Hobbes argued for a strong, centralized authority to ensure peace, paralleling Marsilius's emphasis on tighter state's role in maintaining order and tranquility. John Locke emphasized the social contract and government's duty to protect rights and maintain peace, aligning with Marsilius's views on the state's responsibility toward its citizens. Contemporary case studies. Post-conflict societies. Countries like Rwanda and Bosnia showcase the importance of harmony among social groups for achieving stability and tranquility after periods of intense conflict. Political coalitions. The necessity for coalition governments in countries like India illustrates the need for cooperation among diverse political factions to maintain tranquility within a diverse society. Public health and governance. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the connection between public health, akin to the health of the organism, and state tranquility, as effective governance was essential in managing public health crises. Criticism. Reductionism. Critics argue that Marsilius's analogy simplifies complex social dynamics by reducing them to a biological model, potentially overlooking deeper socio-political issues. Oversight of power dynamics. Some scholars contend that his view may underplay the inherent power struggles and inequalities within the state, which can disrupt tranquility. Secular limitations. Marsilius's secular approach may not adequately account for the influence of religion and cultural identity in shaping societal dynamics and tranquility. Conclusion. Marsilius of Padua's analogy of the state and its parts to an animal and its health provides valuable insights into the necessity of internal harmony for political stability. His emphasis on the role of the state in maintaining tranquility remains relevant in contemporary political discourse, particularly in the context of governance and social cohesion. Despite criticisms, Marsilius's contributions to political theory continue to inform discussions on the nature of authority, cooperation, and the pursuit of a peaceful society. Constitutionalism as political strategies of India's freedom struggle. Introduction. During the freedom struggle of many nations, constitutionalism emerged as a powerful political strategy to achieve independence and self-governance. Constitutionalism emphasized the establishment of a legal framework that would protect individual rights, ensure representative governance, and provide a foundation for a just society. Definition and key principles of constitutionalism. 1. Constitutionalism. Constitutionalism refers to the belief in the importance of a written constitution that outlines the powers and limitations of the government, protects individual rights, and establishes a system of checks and balances. 2. Separation of powers. Constitutionalism advocates for the division of government powers into three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial, to prevent the concentration of power in a single authority. 3. Rule of law. Constitutionalism emphasizes the supremacy of law over arbitrary actions and ensures that all individuals, including government officials, are subject to the same laws. Relationship between constitutionalism and democracy. Constitutionalism establishes the framework for democratic governance, ensuring accountability and protection of citizens' rights. Constitutional principles provide checks and balances, limiting the potential for abuse of power within a democratic system. Significance of constitutionalism in protecting individual rights and liberties. Constitutional frameworks enshrine fundamental rights, such as freedom of speech, assembly, and religion, safeguarding citizens' liberties. Constitutionalism acts as a bulwark against authoritarianism, ensuring that the state upholds and respects the rights of its citizens. Thinkers and influencers. 1. John Locke, an influential Enlightenment philosopher. John Locke emphasized the social contract theory and the protection of natural rights in his work. His ideas influenced the development of constitutionalism and individual rights. 2. Montesquieu. Montesquieu's theory of separation of powers greatly impacted constitutionalism. In the spirit of the laws, he argued that dividing governmental powers would prevent tyranny and safeguard liberty. YLTB, com/SYNOP Sigius. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS. Delhi, 9. PSIR 1. 2. Indian National Congress and the Indian Independence Movement. The Indian National Congress, founded in 1885, played a pivotal role in India's freedom struggle. It advocated for constitutional reforms, representation, and the protection of civil liberties. The demand for Swaraj, self-rule, within a constitutional framework became a rallying cry for India's independence. Constitutionalism and political mobilization. Use of constitutional principles to mobilize the masses. Constitutional ideas provided a unifying framework to rally support and build popular movements. Appeals to constitutional rights and liberties resonated with the aspirations of the people. Constitutional conventions and drafting processes during freedom struggles. Constitutional conventions brought together representatives to deliberate and draft foundational documents. Such processes allowed for the inclusion of diverse perspectives and the formation of a shared vision for the future. Utilizing legal frameworks to challenge unjust laws and policies. Freedom fighters employed legal strategies to challenge discriminatory laws and policies through courts or tribunals. Constitutional arguments were made to contest oppressive legislation and demand justice. Advocacy for constitutional reforms to secure political rights and equality. Freedom movements sought constitutional reforms that would grant equal political rights and protect marginalized communities. Reforms aimed to ensure inclusive representation, fair electoral processes, and equitable distribution of power. Constitutionalism and governance transition. Role of constitutionalism in post-independence governance. Constitutional frameworks provided the basis for establishing new governments and institutions after gaining independence. Constitutions served as the foundation for democratic governance, outlining the structure and powers of the state. Constitution-making and nation-building processes. Constitution-making involved the drafting, adoption, and implementation of a constitution. Nation-building efforts aimed to foster a sense of unity, inclusivity, and shared values through constitutional provisions. Balancing power and establishing democratic institutions. Constitutional arrangements established checks and balances between branches of government, ensuring accountability. YLTB, com/SYNOPSISIS. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS. Delhi, 9. PSIR 2. Critiques and limitations of constitutionalism in freedom struggles. Criticisms of constitutionalism as a conservative approach. Some argue that constitutionalism can be used to maintain existing power structures and hinder radical change. Critics claim that reliance on legal processes and formal institutions may limit the transformative potential of freedom struggles. Tensions between constitutionalism and revolutionary movements. Revolutionary movements often prioritize immediate change over the slow processes associated with constitutionalism. The tension between revolutionary action and adherence to constitutional principles can be a source of debate and divergence. Challenges in ensuring inclusivity and addressing historical injustices. Constitutionalism may face difficulties in fully addressing historical injustices or ensuring inclusive representation. Overcoming legacies of discrimination and achieving meaningful equality can be complex and require ongoing efforts. Balancing stability and responsiveness in constitutional design. Constitutional frameworks need to strike a balance between stability and adaptability to changing social, political, and economic circumstances. Ensuring responsiveness to evolving needs while upholding core principles poses ongoing challenges. Conclusion. Constitutionalism emerged as a potent political strategy during freedom struggles worldwide. Its principles, such as the rule of law, separation of powers, and protection of individual rights, laid the foundation for democratic governance in many nations. Thinkers like John Locke and Montesquieu contributed to the development of constitutionalism, while movements like the American Revolution and the Indian Independence Movement showcased its practical application. Synopsis IS. Delhi, 9. YLTB, com/SYNOPSISIS. +91 962 020 6040. 3. Sir. Social and political change. Key features of Satyagraha. A. Nonviolence. Satyagraha emphasizes the power of nonviolent resistance as a means to challenge oppressive systems and promote justice and freedom. B. Moral force. It relies on moral persuasion and the power of TNTH to transform the attitudes and behavior of opponents. C. Civil disobedience. Satyagraha encourages non-cooperation with unjust laws or practices as a way to expose their injustice and create public awareness. D. Self-suffering. Practitioners of Satyagraha willingly endure suffering, such as imprisonment or physical harm, to demonstrate their commitment to the cause. Role of Satyagraha in the freedom struggle. Gandhi's role in popularizing Satyagraha. Mahatma Gandhi employed Satyagraha as a central strategy during India's freedom struggle against British colonial rule. He used it as a means to mobilize masses and challenge the oppressive British regime. Nonviolent resistance and civil disobedience. Satyagraha advocated nonviolent resistance and civil disobedience against unjust laws and policies. By refusing to cooperate with oppressive systems, activists sought to expose the moral and political bankruptcy of the ruling authorities. Moral persuasion and appeal to conscience. Satyagraha aimed to win over opponents through moral persuasion and the appeal to their sense of justice and humanity. The nonviolent nature of the movement aimed to evoke empathy and foster dialogue for reconciliation. Public awareness and mobilization. Satyagraha utilized public demonstrations, marches, and boycotts to raise awareness and mobilize support for the cause. It sought to create a sense of collective solidarity and inspire others to join the struggle. Effectiveness of Satyagraha. Nonviolence as a powerful tool. Satyagraha demonstrated that nonviolent resistance can be a potent force for political change. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9. youtube.com/synopsis. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 4. Including the civil rights movement in the United States. Thinker's perspective. Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi is widely regarded as the foremost proponent and practitioner of Satyagraha. His philosophies and strategies heavily influenced the Indian freedom struggle and inspired movements worldwide. B. Henry David Thoreau. Thoreau's essay, Civil Disobedience, was a significant influence on Gandhi. Thoreau argued for individual resistance to unjust laws, providing a philosophical foundation for Satyagraha. C. Leo Tolstoy. The teachings of Tolstoy on nonviolence and moral resistance greatly influenced Gandhi's understanding of Satyagraha. Examples of Satyagraha in the freedom struggle. 1. Champaran Satyagraha, 1917. Led by Mahatma Gandhi in Champaran, Bihar, India. Protest against the oppressive indigo plantation system imposed by British landlords. Gandhi organized peaceful resistance, urging farmers to refuse indigo cultivation and demanding fair treatment. Through nonviolent protests and negotiations, the farmers' grievances were addressed, leading to significant reforms. 2. Non-cooperation movement, 1920 to 1922. A nationwide movement led by Mahatma Gandhi in India, aimed to challenge British colonial rule by boycotting British institutions, goods, and practices. Emphasized nonviolent non-cooperation with oppressive policies and the promotion of Swadeshi, indigenous products. Mass protests, strikes, and civil disobedience were employed to challenge British authority and demand self-governance. 3. Salt March, 1930. A seminal event in India's freedom struggle led by Mahatma Gandhi. Protest against the British monopoly on salt production and the Salt Act, which imposed heavy taxes on salt. Gandhi and Lee's followers marched over 240 miles to Tyre coastal town of Dandi, where they symbolically produced salt from seawater, defying British law. The Salt March gained widespread attention and inspired civil disobedience across India, further fueling the independence movement. www.read.com Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040 PSIR 5. The nonviolent boycott lasted for over a year and ultimately led to a Supreme Court ruling declaring racial segregation on public buses unconstitutional. 6. Salt Satyagraha in South Africa, 1930. Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha campaign against the Salt Act in South Africa. Gandhi and his followers marched to the coastal town of Dandi, similarly to the Salt March in India. The campaign aimed to challenge discriminatory laws and policies imposed on the Indian community in South Africa. The Salt Satyagraha contributed to the broader struggle for civil rights and equality for Indians in South Africa. Key limitations associated with Satyagraha. 1. Lack of effectiveness against violent oppressors. Satyagraha relies on the principle of nonviolence and moral persuasion, which may not be effective against oppressive regimes or individuals who resort to violence. Violent oppressors may perceive nonviolent resistance as a sign of weakness, leading to a disregard for peaceful protests and an increase in repression. Examples. The limitations of Satyagraha were evident in instances where oppressive colonial powers, such as the British Empire, used violence to suppress nonviolent movements. 2. Inability to address immediate crises. Satyagraha emphasizes patience, perseverance, and gradual change, which may not be suitable for urgent or time-sensitive political crises. When faced with immediate threats or emergencies, a more forceful and swift response may be required, making Satyagraha less applicable. Examples. In cases where freedom struggles face imminent danger or an impending crisis, such as a military invasion or mass violence, Satyagraha alone may not provide an effective solution. 3. Dependence on public morality. Satyagraha relies on the assumption that the oppressors will be swayed by the moral force of nonviolent resistance. However, this approach assumes that the oppressors possess a certain level of morality or ethical consciousness, which may not always be the case. In situations where the oppressors lack moral considerations or are driven solely by power and self-interest, Satyagraha may struggle to bring about meaningful change. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. PSIR 6. Resistance strategies like Satyagraha may be severely limited. Conclusion. While Satyagraha holds a significant place in the history of political struggle and nonviolent resistance, it is essential to acknowledge its limitations from a political science academic perspective. The effectiveness of Satyagraha can be hindered by violent oppressors, the inability to address immediate crises, the reliance on the morality of the oppressor, and limited applicability in authoritarian regimes. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. 7. Sir. Introduction. The Swadeshi movement was a significant socio-economic and political movement that emerged in India during the early 20th century, particularly during the period of the Indian independence struggle against British colonial rule. The term Swadeshi translates to self-reliance or own country in Hindi, and the movement aimed to promote the use of indigenous goods, foster economic independence, and challenge British economic dominance. Background of the Swadeshi movement. The Swadeshi movement emerged during a critical period in India's history, characterized by British colonialism and the growing desire for self-governance. Understanding the background of this movement is crucial for comprehending its significance and impact. 1. British colonialism in India. The exploitative policies of the British Raj, British colonial rule in India, was marked by policies that aimed to extract resources and wealth from the country. These policies, including heavy taxation and the drain of wealth, significantly impacted the Indian economy and society. Suppression of local industries. Under British rule, Indian industries were subjected to discriminatory practices, such as high tariffs on Indian goods and the promotion of British-made products. Suppression of local industries. Under British rule, Indian industries were subjected to discriminatory practices, such as high tariffs on Indian goods and the promotion of British-made products. These policies crippled indigenous industries and caused widespread unemployment and economic hardship. 2. Indian nationalist sentiment. Emergence of nationalist sentiment. The Indian nationalist movement gained momentum in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, fueled by a deep sense of discontent with British rule. The growing nationalist sentiment was a response to the loss of political power, economic exploitation, and cultural alienation faced by Indians. Demand for self-governance. Indians began demanding self-governance and the restoration of their rights and autonomy. The idea of Swaraj, or self-rule, became central to the Indian nationalist movement. Role of the Swadeshi movement. The Swadeshi movement played a significant role in channeling the nationalist sentiment into a powerful socio-economic movement. It aimed to promote self-sufficiency, indigenous industries, and the use of Indian-made goods as a means to resist British economic dominance. 1. Promotion of indigenous industries. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. youtube.com/synopsis. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 8. Reduction of dependency on British goods. The Swadeshi movement advocated for the boycott of British-manufactured goods and the use of Indian-made alternatives. By encouraging Indians to consume indigenous products, the movement aimed to undermine British economic dominance and foster economic self-sufficiency. Localization of production. The movement inspired the establishment of local production units, such as textile mills, which aimed to meet the domestic demand for goods previously imported from Britain. This localization of production contributed to job creation and the growth of Indian industries. Significance of the Swadeshi movement. The Swadeshi movement had far-reaching implications for India's struggle for independence and its socio-political landscape. Its significance can be observed in various aspects of Indian society and the nationalist movement. 1. Political awakening and unity. Awakening of political consciousness. The Swadeshi movement played a crucial role in awakening political awareness and mobilizing the masses against British rule. It provided a platform for political leaders and activists to voice their grievances and articulate demands for self-governance. Unifying diverse groups. The movement brought together people from different backgrounds, regions, and social strata. It fostered a sense of national unify and collective identify, transcending religious, caste, and linguistic divisions. 2. Strengthening national identify. Revival of Indian culture and traditions. The Swadeshi movement emphasized the revival and promotion of Indian culture, traditions, and languages. It encouraged the use of Indian clothing, music, art, and literature, contributing to the preservation and celebration of India's rich cultural heritage. Assertion of Indian identify. By promoting indigenous industries and goods, the movement aimed to instill a sense of pride and self-worth among Indians. It challenged the notion of Western superiority and asserted the unique identify and contributions of India. Thinkers' perspective. 1. Western thinkers. Influence of economic thinkers. Western thinkers like Karl Marx influenced the Swadeshi movement's focus on economic self-reliance and the critique of colonial exploitation. Marx's theories of capitalism and imperialism resonated with Indian intellectuals fighting against British economic dominance. Impact of political ideologies. Ideas of liberalism and nationalism from Western political thinkers also influenced the Swadeshi movement. The concepts of self-determination, individual rights, and national pride found resonance within the movement's framework. 2. Indian thinkers. Contributions of economic nationalists. Indian intellectuals like Dadabhai Naoroji and Raja Ram Mohan Roy made significant contributions to the Swadeshi movement. Their ideas on economic nationalism emphasized. wu.com/synopsis. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. PSIR 9. Public awareness campaigns. The movement organized public rallies, meetings, and propaganda campaigns to raise awareness about the economic exploitation of India and the need to boycott British goods. Use of indigenous alternatives. Indians were encouraged to use locally made products as alternatives to British goods. This included promoting Indian textiles, handicrafts, food products, and even medicines. 2. National education and cultural revival. Establishment of national schools and colleges. The Swadeshi movement inspired the establishment of national educational institutions, such as the Bengal National College. These institutions aim to provide education rooted in Indian culture, values, and traditions. Promotion of Indian arts and culture. The movement played a crucial role in the revival and promotion of Indian arts, music, dance, and literature. Cultural organizations and festivals were established to celebrate and preserve Indian heritage. Impact and legacy of the Swadeshi movement. The Swadeshi movement left a lasting impact on India's struggle for independence, its socio-economic landscape, and the development of nationalist ideologies. 1. Strengthening of nationalism. Catalyst for the nationalist movement. The Swadeshi movement acted as a catalyst, inspiring subsequent nationalist movements and campaigns against British rule, such as the non-cooperation movement led by Mahatma Gandhi. Promotion of political awareness. The movement played a vital role in raising political consciousness among the masses, fostering a sense of pride, and mobilizing Indians towards the goal of self-governance. 2. Economic and industrial progress. Growth of indigenous industries. The Swadeshi movement contributed to the growth of Indian-owned industries, particularly in sectors such as textiles, agriculture, and handicrafts. This led to increased employment opportunities and economic empowerment of local communities. Seeds of economic self-sufficiency. The movement planted the seeds of economic self-sufficiency and laid the foundation for future industrial development in post-independence India. It emphasized the importance of promoting small-scale industries and self-reliance. Limitations and criticisms. While the Swadeshi movement made significant contributions to India's freedom struggle, it also faced certain limitations and criticisms. 1. Regional and class disparities. youtube.com/synopsis. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. PSIR 10. Directly challenged the political authority of the British. As a result, it did not bring about immediate political independence. Conclusion. The Swadeshi movement emerged as a powerful force in India's struggle for independence, promoting economic self-sufficiency, indigenous industries, and national pride. It awakened political consciousness, fostered national unity, and paved the way for future anti-colonial movements. Despite its limitations, the Swadeshi movement left a lasting legacy in India's quest for freedom and played a crucial role in shaping the socio-economic fabric of the country. Surat Split. Introduction. The Surat Split was a significant event in the history of the Indian National Congress, Inc., that took place in Surat, Gujarat, during the 1907 session of the party. It marked a profound ideological and strategic division within the Inc. and had far-reaching consequences for the Indian nationalist movement. Background. 1. Growing ideological divisions. The early 20th century witnessed a growing divergence of ideological perspectives within the Indian nationalist movement. Two main factions emerged within the Inc., the moderates, led by Dadabhai Naoroji and Gopal Krishna Gokhale, and the extremists, spearheaded by Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Lala Lajpat Rai. 2. Difference in methods and goals. The moderates advocated for a gradualist approach, focusing on constitutional means, dialogue with the British, and social reforms. On the other hand, the extremists favored more radical methods, including direct action, boycotts, and mass mobilization, and sought complete independence from British rule. Role of the Surat Split. 1. Deepening ideological rifts. The Surat session of the Inc. was intended to address the ideological differences and determine the future direction of the organization. However, the split served to exacerbate the existing divisions rather than reconcile them. 2. Contestation for power and leadership. The Surat Split also represented a power struggle between the moderates and the extremists, each vying for dominance within the Congress. The split exposed deep-seated rivalries and conflicting visions for the Indian nationalist movement. Thinkers' perspective. 1. Western thinkers. Herbert Spencer. His ideas on social evolution and survival of the fittest influenced some Indian nationalists, including the extremists, who saw direct action and resistance as means to achieve freedom. B. John Stuart Mill. Mill's liberal principles, such as individual freedom and representative government, had an impact on the moderates, who sought gradual reforms and collaboration with the British. youtube.com/synopsis. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040. 11. Sir. Rule. The split led to a loss of cohesive strength within the Inc., making it more challenging to present a unified front in demanding political rights and independence. 2. Strengthening of extremist ideologies. The Surat split provided a significant boost to the influence and prominence of the extremist ideologies within the Indian nationalist movement. The split served as a platform for the extremists, led by Bal Gangadhar Tilak, to assert their radical methods and demands. Ties resulted in a larger following for their ideology, which advocated for direct action, boycotts, and mass mobilization as means to attain independence. The split played a pivotal role in consolidating the position of the extremists within the Congress and sliping the trajectory of the nationalist movement. 3. Shift in Congress strategy. The Surat split marked a shift in the strategic approach of the Congress. The extremists gained greater influence and pushed for more assertive and confrontational methods in the struggle against British MLE. Tai's shift was evident in the adoption of Swadesthi, boycott of foreign goods, and the emphasis on mass agitation and cultural nationalism. The split brought about a transformation in the Congress's strategy, moving away from a predominantly moderate and gradualist approach to a more radical and militant stance. 4. Impact on future divisions and alliances. The Surat split set a precedent for future divisions and alliances within the Indian nationalist movement. The split demonstrated that ideological differences and power struggles could lead to fragmentation and the formation of distinct political streams. Tai's pattern continued to shape the political landscape in subsequent years, with further divisions and realignments within the Congress and the broader nationalist movement. 5. Influence on Indian political thought. The Surat split had a lasting impact on Indian political thought. It highlighted the diversity of ideological perspectives within the nationalist movement and the complexities of strategizing against colonial rule. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 12. The loss of moderates deprived the movement of nuanced strategies, negotiations, and collaborations with the British, which could have been beneficial in achieving reforms in political rights. 3. Internal rivalries and power struggles. The Surat split exposed deep-seated rivalries and power struggles within the Indian nationalist movement. The split was not merely an ideological divergence but also a contestation for leadership and influence within the Congress. Personal ambitions, ego clashes, and differing visions for the movement played a role in exacerbating the split. These internal rivalries diverted the movement's energy and resources, undermining the collective strength and focus needed to challenge colonial rule effectively. 4. Fragmented strategies and tactics. The Surat split resulted in a divergence in strategies and tactics adopted by the moderate and extremist factions. While the moderates favored a gradualist and constitutional approach, the extremists advocated for more radical methods, including direct action, boycotts, and mass mobilization. The fragmented strategies weakened the overall effectiveness of the movement by diluting its collective efforts and hindering the coordination of actions. 5. Missed opportunities for collaboration. The split limited the possibilities for collaboration and cooperation between the moderate and extremist factions within the INC. Both factions had valuable contributions to make in the struggle for independence, but the split hindered their ability to work together effectively. Tai's lack of collaboration meant that the Congress could not harness the full potential of diverse perspectives and approaches, potentially missing out on opportunities for greater impact and success in their fight against British Nile. 6. Polarization and division of support. The Surat split led to polarization within the entire nationalist movement, with supporters aligning themselves with either the moderate or extremist factions. Tense polarization created divisions among the supporters and followers of the Congress, weakening the overall support base of the movement. It also allowed the British authorities to exploit these divisions, potentially undermining the strength and effectiveness of the nationalist movement. Conclusion. In conclusion, the Surat split had a profound impact on the Indian nationalist movement, deepening ideological divisions and resulting in the emergence of separate political streams within the INC. This event highlighted the growing influence of extremist ideologies and set the stage for future divisions within the Congress. The Surat split remains a critical episode in understanding the complexities and challenges faced by the Indian nationalist movement during its struggle for independence. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 13. 1. Leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. Advocated nonviolent non-cooperation, promoted principles of satyagraha, truth force, and ahimsa nonviolence. 2. Salt March of 1930. Symbolic act of defiance against British salt laws, led to mass civil disobedience and widespread non-cooperation. 3. Boycott of British goods. Economic boycott as a means of exerting pressure on the colonial regime. B. Civil rights movement in the United States. 1. Montgomery bus boycott. Sparked by Rosa Parks' refusal to give up her bus seat, African Americans boycotted segregated buses for over a year. Non-cooperation with discriminatory policies led to significant legal and societal changes. C. Anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. 1. Defiance campaign of 1952. Nonviolent mass resistance against apartheid laws, civil disobedience, boycotts, and non-cooperation with oppressive policies. 2. International divestment and sanctions. Non-cooperation with the apartheid regime through economic pressure played a vital role in isolating and dismantling the system of apartheid. Key principles of non-cooperation. Non-cooperation as a political strategy is based on several core principles. I. Civil disobedience. Willingness to disobey unjust laws or orders peacefully, publicly accepting the consequences of breaking the law. demonstrates a commitment to higher moral or ethical principles. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962-029, 6940. PSIR 14. Withholding support, legitimacy, or compliance from unjust authorities, stripping oppressive systems of their power and authority. Contemporary examples of non-cooperation. Non-cooperation continues to be employed in various contemporary struggles. A. Pro-democracy movements. Non-cooperation with autocratic regimes, civil disobedience, boycotts, and strikes as means of resistance. Examples: Hong Kong democracy movement, Belarus protests. B. Climate change activism. Non-cooperation with polluting industries or governments, boycotts, divestment campaigns, and direct action to demand climate justice. Examples: Extinction Rebellion, youth-led climate strikes. C. Human rights campaigns. Non-cooperation with human rights violators, boycotts, sanctions, and diplomatic pressure to address violations. Examples: boycott, divestment, sanctions, BDS, movement, campaigns against genocide. Thinkers' perspectives on non-cooperation. Mahatma Gandhi, Gandhi, a prominent leader of the Indian independence movement, advocated for non-cooperation as a means of achieving political and social change. He believed in the power of nonviolence and passive resistance as effective tools to confront oppressive regimes. Gandhi emphasized the importance of moral and spiritual strength in non-cooperation. Mahatma Gandhi, Gandhi, a prominent leader of the Indian independence movement, advocated for non-cooperation as a means of achieving political and social change. He believed in the power of nonviolence and passive resistance as effective tools to confront oppressive regimes. Gandhi emphasized the importance of moral and spiritual strength in non-cooperation, promoting the principles of satyagraha, truth force, and ahimsa, nonviolence. Henry David Thoreau, Thoreau, an American writer and philosopher, wrote extensively on the concept of civil disobedience and non-cooperation. He argued that individuals have a moral duty to resist unjust laws and systems through non-cooperation. Thoreau believed that non-cooperation is a way to challenge the legitimacy of oppressive governments and encourage reform. Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. King, a key figure in the American civil rights movement, drew inspiration from Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence and non-cooperation. He believed that non-cooperation, in the form of civil disobedience and boycotts, could effectively challenge racial segregation and inequality. youtube.com/synopsis +91 962 020 6040. 15. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. Sir. Ola Boadi, a French political philosopher, explored the concept of voluntary servitude and the power of non-cooperation. He argued that oppressive regimes rely on the consent and cooperation of the people they govern. Ola Boadi advocated for non-cooperation and refusal to comply with unjust systems as a means to dismantle oppressive structures. Nelson Mandela, Mandela, the South African anti-apartheid revolutionary and statesman, employed non-cooperation strategies during his struggle against apartheid. He emphasized the importance of international pressure, boycotts, and divestment to isolate the apartheid regime. Mandela's approach to non-cooperation focused on leveraging economic and political pressure to dismantle systemic racism. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Tilak, an Indian nationalist, saw non-cooperation as a means to awaken national consciousness and unite the masses against colonial rule. Jawaharlal Nehru, NEM viewed non-cooperation as a political strategy that could mobilize the masses and strengthen the demand for independence. Impact of non-cooperation movement. The impact of non-cooperation as a political strategy can be significant and far-reaching. By deliberately refusing to cooperate with oppressive systems, individuals and groups can achieve several important outcomes. 1. Raising awareness and mobilizing support. Non-cooperation serves as a powerful tool to raise awareness about social or political issues. It draws attention to injustices and mobilizes support from like-minded individuals or groups who may join the cause. The act of non-cooperation itself can become a symbolic gesture that resonates with people, inspiring them to take action. 2. Putting pressure on authorities. Non-cooperation places pressure on authorities, whether they are governmental or institutional, by challenging their legitimacy and authority. It disrupts the functioning of unjust systems and forces those in power to confront the demands or grievances of the non-cooperating individuals or groups. The refusal to comply with laws or policies undermines the credibility and effectiveness of the oppressive system. 3. Shifting power dynamics. Non-cooperation can lead to a shift in power dynamics. When individuals or groups withhold their cooperation, they deprive oppressive systems of the support, resources, or legitimacy they rely on. This can weaken the oppressive regime's control and strengthen the position of those advocating for change. It creates a power imbalance that may force negotiations, concessions, or policy reforms. 4. Fostering unity and solidarity. Non-cooperation often brings people together in a common cause. It fosters unity and solidarity among individuals or groups who share similar grievances or aspirations. Through collective action, non-cooperation can build strong. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. Sir. +91 9620206040116. Non-cooperation movements often attract international attention and support. Global solidarity, divestment campaigns, or international sanctions can amplify the impact of non-cooperation efforts. International pressure on oppressive regimes or governments can contribute to isolating them and increasing the chances of achieving the desired change. 7. Legacy and historical significance. Non-cooperation movements have a lasting impact on the historical narrative. They become part of collective memory and inspire future generations. The stories of non-cooperation efforts serve as a reminder of the power of individuals and communities to challenge injustice and oppression, leaving a legacy of courage, resilience, and the potential for transformative change. Limitations of non-cooperation as a political strategy. A. Repression and violence. Non-cooperation movements can often be met with state repression and violence, leading to casualties and loss of public support. The Amritsar massacre during the Jallianwala Bagh incident in 1919 highlighted the violent response of the British colonial authorities to non-cooperation. B. Dependence on mass participation. The success of non-cooperation strategies heavily relies on the active participation of the masses. Sustaining long-term non-cooperation movements requires continuous mobilization and commitment, which can be challenging to maintain. C. Potential fragmentation. Non-cooperation movements may face challenges in maintaining unity and coherence, as diverse interests and ideologies within the movement can lead to fragmentation. The Khilafat movement's alliance with the Indian National Congress in the 1920s exemplified the potential fragmentation caused by divergent objectives. Conclusion. Non-cooperation has been a significant political strategy employed by world and Indian freedom struggles to challenge oppressive systems. Many thinkers have shaped the understanding and application of non-cooperation. Examples such as the Civil Rights Movement and the Indian non-cooperation movement demonstrate its effectiveness in mobilizing mass support. However, non-cooperation also faces limitations such as repression, dependence on mass participation, and potential fragmentation. A comprehensive analysis of these factors allows us to appreciate the complexities of non-cooperation as a political strategy in the pursuit of freedom and social change. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. YOutub E, com/synopsis. +91 962 020 6040. 17. Sir. Equality and social justice. Historical background. Civil disobedience as a concept and a strategy has deep historical roots. It can be traced back to various movements and figures who employed nonviolent resistance to challenge oppressive systems. Some key historical examples include 1. Mahatma Gandhi and Indian independence movement. Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolent civil disobedience, or satyagraha, played a pivotal role in India's struggle for independence from British colonial rule. Through acts like the Salt March and boycotts, Gandhi and his followers demonstrated the power of peaceful resistance in mobilizing the masses. 2. The Civil Rights Movement in the United States. Led by prominent figures like Martin Luther King Jr., the Civil Rights Movement utilized civil disobedience to fight against racial segregation and discrimination. Sit-ins, freedom rides, and peaceful protests were employed to challenge unjust laws and draw attention to the systemic oppression faced by African Americans. 3. Anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. Civil disobedience was a central strategy in the anti-apartheid movement, with activists engaging in acts of defiance against racially discriminatory laws. Figures like Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu utilized civil disobedience to resist the apartheid regime and advocate for equality and justice. Principles of civil disobedience. Civil disobedience operates based on certain principles that differentiate it from other forms of protest. These principles include 1. Nonviolence. Civil disobedience is rooted in nonviolence, emphasizing the use of peaceful means to challenge unjust laws or policies. By adopting nonviolent tactics, protesters aim to highlight the moral strength of their cause and expose the inherent violence or injustice within the system they seek to change. 2. Willingness to accept legal consequences. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. YOutub, com/SY, NOPCCS. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 18. Hemi David Thoreau. Thoreau's essay Civil Disobedience emphasized individual conscience and the duty to resist unjust laws, which greatly influenced later thinkers and activists. Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolent resistance, known as satyagraha, heavily relied on civil disobedience. He believed that individuals could bring about social and political change through peaceful non-cooperation. Jawaharlal Nehru. Nehru, one of the key figures in the Indian independence movement, supported civil disobedience as a means of challenging British colonial rule and mobilizing the masses. John Locke, an influential Enlightenment philosopher, discussed the concept of civil disobedience in his work, Two Treatises of Government, 1689. Government and Consent. Locke argued that governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed. If a government exceeds its legitimate powers or violates the social contract, individuals have the right to resist and disobey. Right to revolution. Locke proposed that if a government becomes tyrannical and fails to protect people's natural rights to life, liberty, and property, individuals have the right to revolution and establish a new government. Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt, a political theorist and philosopher, explored the dynamics of civil disobedience in her book On Violence, 1970, and other writings. Her perspective includes the following elements. Power of collective action. Arendt emphasized the power of collective action in civil disobedience. She argued that when individuals unite in disobedience, they can challenge the legitimacy of oppressive systems and create space for democratic transformation. Public sphere and action. Arendt emphasized the importance of civil disobedience in the public sphere, where individuals can exercise their political agency and engage in dialogue and debate. She viewed civil disobedience as a form of political action that revitalizes democratic participation. John Rawls. John Rawls, a political philosopher, addressed civil disobedience within the framework of his theory of justice. While he did not explicitly endorse civil disobedience, he offered insights on its legitimacy and conditions for justified disobedience. Principle of civil disobedience. Rawls proposed a principle of civil disobedience that requires disobedience to accept the consequences of their actions and engage in peaceful protest. Disobedience should aim to address fundamental injustices and seek reforms compatible with the principles of justice. Justification and publicity. Rawls argued that civil disobedience must be publicly justified, meaning that disobedience should articulate their reasons and engage in open dialogue. Transparency and publicity enhance the legitimacy of civil disobedience. YOUTUB E, com/SY, NOPSISIS. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. PSIR 19. Gender-based violence. 4. Climate strikes. Inspired by Greta Thunberg's Fridays for Future movement, young activists around the world have engaged in school strikes to protest government inaction on climate change. By skipping school and participating in protests, these students employ civil disobedience to demand immediate and effective action to combat the climate crisis. 5. Standing Rock protests. The protests against the Dakota Access Pipeline at Standing Rock Reservation in North Dakota, United States, in 2016 to 2017 involved acts of civil disobedience by indigenous activists and their allies. They set up camps, engaged in nonviolent resistance, and faced arrests to protect water resources and raise awareness about indigenous rights and environmental concerns. 6. Hong Kong protests. The pro-democracy protests that erupted in Hong Kong in 2019 were characterized by acts of civil disobedience, including mass rallies, sit-ins, and occupations. Demonstrators demanded greater political freedoms and autonomy from the Chinese government, despite facing significant challenges and repression. Significance and impact. Civil disobedience can be a powerful tool for political change, with several key factors influencing its effectiveness. 1. Public awareness and support. Successful civil disobedience campaigns require widespread public awareness and support for the underlying issue. By capturing media attention and public sentiment, civil disobedience can shift the narrative and generate pressure on policymakers to address the concerns raised. 2. Disruption and symbolic actions. Civil disobedience often involves disruptive actions that force society to confront the issue at hand. Symbolic acts like sit-ins, strikes, or public demonstrations can amplify the message and create a lasting impact on public consciousness. 3. Legal and policy reforms. Civil disobedience has historically played a role in influencing legal and policy reforms. By challenging unjust laws, civil disobedience can lead to legal battles, court decisions, or legislative changes that dismantle discriminatory systems or advance progressive agendas. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. YOUTUB, com/SY, NOPCCS. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 20. Protesters can lead to violence or instability. Critics raise concerns about the potential for disorder and the erosion of social cohesion when civil disobedience crosses certain boundaries. 3. Legitimacy and effectiveness. Some question the effectiveness of civil disobedience as a strategy, arguing that it may alienate potential allies or fail to generate meaningful change. Critics contend that alternative approaches, such as negotiation, lobbying, or electoral politics, may offer more sustainable avenues for reform. Conclusion. Civil disobedience has been a prominent political strategy employed by social movements throughout history. By challenging unjust laws and policies through nonviolent means, civil disobedience has played a significant role in advancing human rights, equality, and social justice. While it is not without its ethical considerations and criticisms, its ability to generate public awareness, disrupt societal norms, and influence legal and policy reforms makes it a powerful tool for those seeking to effect change from within the system. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 21. Militant movements are characterized by confrontational tactics, including protests, strikes, and direct action, aimed at advancing their demands and forcing change. Revolutionary movements, on the other hand, seek to overthrow established political systems and replace them with new socio-political orders aligned with their ideological beliefs. Background. Militant and revolutionary movements emerge in response to social, political, or economic grievances, often rooted in inequality, oppression, or perceived injustices. They challenge existing power structures and advocate for radical change. Examples include anti-colonial movements in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, as well as revolutionary movements such as the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the Chinese Communist Revolution. Factors contributing to the emergence of militant and revolutionary movements. 1. Socioeconomic inequality. Extreme socioeconomic disparities, such as poverty, lack of opportunities, and marginalization, can create fertile ground for the rise of militant and revolutionary movements. When peaceful means of redress fail to address these grievances, radicalized factions may emerge, resorting to violence as a means of achieving their goals. 2. Political repression. Repressive regimes that suppress dissent and deny basic political rights can provoke the formation of militant movements. Denied access to peaceful avenues of change, individuals and groups may resort to violence as a way to challenge oppressive authorities. 3. Ideological motivation. Ideological factors, such as nationalism, socialism, or religious extremism, can provide the impetus for militant and revolutionary movements. These ideologies often provide a framework for understanding and addressing societal grievances and inspire individuals to take up arms in pursuit of their goals. 4. External support. External actors, such as neighboring states or international organizations, can provide material and ideological support to militant movements. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. PSIR 22. Role of militant and revolutionary movements in Indian national movement. Introduction. The Indian national movement for independence from British colonial rule was marked by a diverse range of strategies and approaches. Alongside nonviolent resistance led by figures like Mahatma Gandhi, militant and revolutionary movements played a significant role in the struggle for freedom. Militant and revolutionary movements in the Indian national movement. A. Context and objectives. British colonial rule. India was under British colonial rule for nearly 200 years, resulting in widespread economic exploitation, social injustice, and political subjugation. Objectives. Militant and revolutionary movements sought to challenge British rule and establish an independent India through armed struggle and direct action. B. Key movements and figures. 1. Ghadar movement. Foundation and objectives. The Ghadar Party, founded by Indian expatriates in the United States in 1913, aimed to overthrow British rule in India through and rebellion. Activities. The Ghadarites organized revolutionary cells, published literature, and attempted to incite a mass uprising against the British colonial administration. Impact. While the Ghadar movement faced challenges and was suppressed by the British authorities, it laid the groundwork for future revolutionary activities in India. 2. Hindustan Socialist Republican Association (HSRA). Foundation and objectives. The HSRA, formed in 1928, advocated for complete independence from British rule and aimed to establish a socialist republic in India. Activities. The HSRA engaged in resistance, assassinations of British officials, and targeted acts of violence to disrupt colonial authority. Key figures. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev Thapar, and Chandrasekhar Azad were prominent members of the HSRA who became symbols of resistance and sacrifice. 3. Quit India movement. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. youtube.com/synopsis. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 23. Mass awareness and mobilization. Through their actions, these movements raised awareness about colonial injustices, rallying people against the British and mobilizing support for the cause of independence. B. Shifting British policies. Intensifying British concerns. The rise of militant and revolutionary activities forced the British authorities to devote significant resources and attention to suppressing these movements, diverting their focus from maintaining control and governance. Policy reactions. The British administration responded with increased repression, curtailment of civil liberties, and mass arrests, aiming to suppress the militant and revolutionary activities. C. Legacy of sacrifice and resistance. Symbolic impact. The sacrifices made by revolutionary figures like Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev Thapar, and others left a lasting impact on the Indian national consciousness, symbolizing the spirit of resistance and inspiring future generations. Shaping post-independence India. The militant and revolutionary movements played a crucial role in shaping the post-independence socio-political landscape, influencing political ideologies and advocating for socialist principles. 3. Limitations. A. Internal divisions. Ideological differences. Disagreements over approaches, ideologies, and strategies often led to divisions within the militant and revolutionary movements, limiting their collective impact. Fragmentation and lack of cohesion. The lack of a unified front among various revolutionary groups sometimes resulted in isolated acts of violence, rather than coordinated efforts toward a common goal. B. Suppression and state response. Repression and crackdown. The British authorities responded to militant and revolutionary activities with brutal repression, leading to arrests, executions, and the suppression of these movements. Intelligence infiltration. The British administration employed extensive intelligence networks to infiltrate and dismantle these movements, weakening their organizational structures. Conclusion. Militant and revolutionary movements played a significant role within the larger framework of the Indian national movement, augmenting the struggle for independence. These movements heightened resistance, shifted British policies, and left a lasting legacy of sacrifice and nationalism. However, their impact was tempered by internal divisions, state repression, and challenges in achieving cohesion and unity of purpose. youtube.com/synop Sigias. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. PSIR 24. Embraces a pragmatic and gradual approach towards achieving national goals. Advocates for negotiations, reforms, and peaceful means to address grievances and achieve desired outcomes. Values stability, compromise, and the preservation of existing social and political structures. Seeks to work within the existing framework, often through legal and political channels, to bring about incremental changes. Extremist/militant nationalism. Emphasizes radical and revolutionary ideologies that challenge the existing order. Rejects compromises and gradualism in favor of more assertive and confrontational approaches. Supports the use of force, direct action, and violence as means to achieve nationalist objectives. Seeks to dismantle or overthrow existing social and political structures perceived as oppressive or inadequate. Strategies and methods. Moderate nationalism. Relies on peaceful protests, negotiations, and constructive engagement with authorities to achieve desired reforms. Favors nonviolent resistance, civil disobedience, and political mobilization as means to press for change. Prioritizes building alliances, generating public support, and gaining international recognition for the national cause. Seeks to work within legal frameworks and existing political institutions to enact reforms. Extremist/militant nationalism. Emphasizes direct action, confrontational tactics, and struggle to challenge oppressive systems. May employ violent means, such as bombings, assassinations, and guerrilla warfare, to achieve nationalist objectives. Seeks to destabilize and disrupt the existing social and political order through acts of resistance and rebellion. Often operates clandestinely or as underground movements, evading authority surveillance and repression. Attitude towards collaboration and compromise. Moderate nationalism. Open to negotiations, collaborations, and alliances with different political actors and interest groups. Willing to engage with ruling authorities and work towards achieving concessions and reforms through peaceful means. Recognizes the importance of building consensus and broad-based support to bring about meaningful change. Prioritizes the preservation of social stability and national unity. Extremist/militant nationalism. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 962020604025. Sir. Perception of violence. Moderate nationalism. Generally rejects violence as a means to achieve nationalist goals. Views peaceful resistance as a more ethical, sustainable, and morally justifiable approach. Engages in acts of civil disobedience and nonviolent protests to draw attention to grievances and rally public support. Prioritizes minimizing harm to individuals and society while advocating for change. Extremist/militant nationalism. Accepts or justifies the use of violence as a necessary means to achieve nationalist objectives. May argue that oppressive regimes leave no alternative but to resort to forceful methods. Believes that violence can serve as a catalyst for revolutionary change, leading to the dismantling of oppressive systems. May view violence as a legitimate response to state repression and as a way to restore national dignity and sovereignty. Conclusion. The distinction between moderate nationalism and extremist/militant nationalism lies in their ideologies, strategies, attitudes towards violence, and approaches to social and political change. While moderate nationalism prioritizes peaceful means, negotiation, and incremental reforms, extremist/militant nationalism seeks radical transformations through confrontational tactics and may resort to violence. The choice between these approaches often depends on the specific historical, social, and political context within which nationalist movements arise. Thinker's perspective. Karl Marx. Marx's theories on class struggle, exploitation, and revolution have been influential in understanding the dynamics of militant and revolutionary movements. He argued that the working class, through revolutionary action, would overthrow capitalist systems and establish a classless society. Frantz Fanon. Fanon's writings on decolonization and the psychological effects of colonialism shed light on the role of violence and armed resistance in revolutionary movements. He explored how colonized peoples could challenge oppressive systems and reclaim their identities. Bhagat Singh, a prominent Indian revolutionary, Singh advocated for the use of militant methods to challenge British colonial rule. He emphasized the importance of a strong political consciousness and sacrifice for the cause of freedom. M.N. Roy, an Indian revolutionary and political theorist, developed a Marxist perspective on revolution and advocated for the need to combine nationalism with class struggle to achieve social transformation. Subhash Chandra Bose believed in militant resistance and formed the Indian National Army, seeking to liberate India from British rule through armed struggle. youtube.com/synopsis. +91 962 020 6040. 26. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. Sir. The Indian independence movement, Led by figures like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhash Chandra Bose, this movement encompassed various strategies, including nonviolent resistance and struggle, to challenge British colonial rule. Naxalite movement. Originating in the late 1960s, this Maoist-inspired movement in India aimed to address rural poverty and inequality through struggle. It continues to have a significant presence in certain regions of the country. Role of 1857 Revolt. Introduction. The Revolt of 1857, also known as the Indian Rebellion of 1857 or the Sepoy Mutiny, is a pivotal event in India's colonial history. Background. The Revolt of 1857 occurred during the British colonial rule in India. It emerged as a widespread rebellion against British dominance, encompassing various sections of society, including soldiers, peasants, and members of the ruling elite. The uprising had its roots in diverse factors, such as political, economic, social, and cultural grievances. Role of the revolt. 1. Symbolic catalyst for independence. The Revolt of 1857 acted as a crucial catalyst in inspiring future nationalist movements against colonial rule. It brought to the forefront the idea of a united struggle for independence and a shared national identity among Indians. 2. Resistance against colonial exploitation. The revolt represented a collective response to the oppressive policies of the British East India Company, including exploitative land revenue systems, cultural and religious subjugation, and economic exploitation. It reflected a broader sentiment of resistance against foreign domination. 3. Leadership and organization. Though lacking a centralized leadership, the revolt saw the emergence of influential leaders, such as Rani Lakshmibai of Jhansi, Kunwar Singh, Bahadur Shah II, and Nana Sahib, who played crucial roles in rallying their respective regions against British rule. Their efforts demonstrated a coordinated resistance and a shared objective of overthrowing colonial power. 4. Popular support. The revolt enjoyed considerable popular support across different strata of society, including zamindars, landlords, peasants, artisans, and intellectuals. This widespread backing underscored the broad-based nature of the revolt and its aspirations for independence. youtube.com/synop Sigias. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. PSIR 27. V.I. Lenin recognized the revolt as an important anti-colonial movement and a part of the global struggle against imperialism. Bal Gangadhar Tilak saw the revolt as a milestone in India's fight for independence, emphasizing its nationalist character and impact on shaping Indian consciousness. Lala Lajpat Rai considered the revolt as the first Tufkanized expression of India's desire for independence, asserting Indian identity and rejecting foreign domination. Jawaharlal Nehru viewed the revolt as a turning point, awakening national consciousness and initiating a united struggle against colonial Nile. Rabindranath Tagore recognized the revolt of 1857 as a symbol of resistance against British oppression but criticized certain aspects, emphasizing the need for a broader and inclusive struggle for freedom. Raja Ram Mohan Roy did not actively support the revolt, advocating for peaceful means of resistance and gradual social and political change. Thomas Babington Macaulay. Macaulay held a paternalistic view, considering the revolt of 1857 as evidence of Indian backwardness and affirming the need for British Nile to bring progress and enlightenment to India. William Dalrymple. He explores the underlying causes of the uprising, emphasizing economic exploitation, cultural imperialism, and the erosion of traditional power structures. Dalrymple challenges simplistic interpretations and provides a deeper understanding of the complexities of the rebellion. Examples of resistance. 1. Siege of Delhi. The Siege of Delhi, led by Bahadur Shah II, marked a pivotal moment in the revolt. It demonstrated the unity of different groups, including soldiers and civilians, and their collective efforts to challenge British authority. 2. Kanpur Massacre. The Kanpur Massacre, led by Nana Sahib, witnessed a violent clash between Indian rebels and the British forces. The incident epitomized the brutality and the high stakes involved in the revolt, solidifying its status as a war for independence. 3. Leadership of Rani Lakshmibai. Rani Lakshmibai of Jhansi became an iconic figure of the revolt. Her leadership and bravery in fighting against British forces symbolized the spirit of resistance and the quest for independence. Impact and limitations. 1. Repressive British response. The British response to the revolt was severe and marked by atrocities, mass reprisals, and the suppression of Indian aspirations for self-Nile. The subsequent consolidation of British power led to tighter control and curtailed Indian autonomy. 2. Legacy of resistance. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. PSIR 28. Areas witnessed intense resistance and organized uprisings. Others remained relatively unaffected. This regional variation complicates the narrative of a unified war of independence. Conclusion. The revolt of 1857 holds immense significance in India's struggle for independence, serving as a pivotal moment in the country's quest for self-rule. It can be argued that the revolt was the first war of independence, given its nationalist character, impact on subsequent nationalist movements, and recognition by Western and Indian thinkers. However, it is essential to acknowledge the diverse interpretations and limitations inherent in historical analysis. Challenges of militant and revolutionary movements. 1. Repression and state violence. These movements face harsh repression and state violence, including arrests, imprisonment, and extrajudicial killings, which can weaken their organizational structure and resilience. 2. Lack of popular support. Gaining and maintaining broad-based popular support can be challenging due to radical ideologies that may not resonate with the general population, requiring efforts to win hearts and minds and build alliances. 3. Internal divisions and factionalism. Internal divisions and power struggles within these movements can lead to infighting and fragmentation, posing challenges to maintaining unity and effectiveness. 4. Resource constraints. Limited funding, weapons, and logistical support can hinder the sustainability and operational capacity of militant and revolutionary movements. 5. Countermessaging and propaganda. Governments engage in countermessaging and propaganda to delegitimize these movements, necessitating effective strategies to counter negative narratives and gain public support. 6. International dynamics. Global geopolitical considerations, foreign intervention, and international relations can influence the outcomes of these movements, impacting their prospects and responses from ruling authorities. 7. Long-term sustainability. Maintaining momentum, resilience, and sustainability over the long term is a challenge, requiring adaptability, strategic planning, and the ability to navigate complex political landscapes. Conclusion. Militant and revolutionary movements hold a prominent place in political science as objects of study. They play essential roles in challenging the status quo, promoting social change, and reshaping societies. By examining the ideas of Western and Indian political thinkers, as well as historical examples, we can deepen our understanding of these movement strategies, impacts, and limitations. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. +91 962020604029. Sir. WNTW WFK W3 AIY T 3 TWHT W RR FNU hashtag WF T die 14/15. Introduction. Peasant and workers' movements emerge as collective actions by peasants and workers to address socio-economic grievances and demand political rights. The freedom struggles across the world, including India, witnessed the active participation of peasants and workers who sought political emancipation and social justice. Background. 1. Socio-economic conditions. Peasant and workers' movements often arise from socio-economic disparities and inequalities prevalent in societies. These groups, typically engaged in agriculture or labor-intensive industries, face issues such as exploitation, low wages, landlessness, and poor working conditions. 2. Political exclusion. The lack of political representation and voice for peasants and workers contributes to the emergence of these movements. Denied access to decision-making processes, these groups mobilize to demand political recognition and influence. Factors influencing political strategies. 1. Ideological framework. Marxist and socialist ideologies provided a theoretical basis for organizing peasants and workers, emphasizing class struggle, solidarity, and the redistribution of resources. Nationalist ideologies mobilized these groups around the idea of self-determination, freedom from colonial rule, and cultural identity. 2. Organizational structures. Peasant and workers' movements often relied on trade unions, workers' associations, and peasant unions to organize and coordinate their actions. These organizations facilitated collective bargaining, strikes, protests, and other forms of direct action to challenge oppressive systems. Role and significance. 1. Amplifying marginalized voices. Peasant and workers' movements play a crucial role in amplifying the voices of the marginalized. By organizing and mobilizing collectively, these movements empower peasants and workers, enabling them to articulate their demands and concerns on a broader political platform. 2. Political pressure and negotiation. These movements exert political pressure on ruling authorities, compelling them to address the grievances of peasants and workers. Through strikes, protests, and demonstrations, these movements force governments and other power holders to negotiate and respond to their demands. 3. Catalysts for social change. Peasant and workers' movements have been catalysts for social change. By challenging existing power structures, these movements have led to the implementation of labor reforms, land redistribution policies, and the recognition of workers' rights, ultimately transforming the socio-political landscape. youtube.com/synopsis +91 962 020 6040. 30. Synopsis IS 9 Delhi 9. Sir. I'm mobilizing rural masses. 1. Amplifying peasant voice. Peasant movements served as platforms to amplify the voices of rural communities, ensuring their active participation in the struggle for independence. These movements mobilized peasants, bringing their concerns and demands to the forefront of the nationalist discourse. 2. Overcoming regional and linguistic barriers. Peasant movements had a unifying effect, transcending regional and linguistic divides. They brought together peasants from different parts of India, fostering a sense of solidarity and collective identity. Challenging colonial land tenure systems. 1. Demand for land reforms. Peasant movements demanded land reforms to challenge the exploitative land tenure systems imposed by the British colonial administration. They sought to address issues such as landlordism, landlessness, and unequal distribution of land, advocating for the rights of peasants to own and cultivate land. 2. Resistance against oppressive agricultural practices. Peasant movements resisted exploitative agricultural practices imposed by the colonial rulers, such as high taxation, unfair revenue systems, and forced labor. They aimed to reclaim control over agricultural resources and secure better livelihoods for peasants. Economic disruption and non-cooperation. 1. Boycotts and strikes. Peasant movements organized economic boycotts and strikes, targeting British colonial institutions and economic systems. These actions disrupted the colonial economy, exerting pressure on the ruling authorities and weakening their control over rural areas. 2. Non-cooperation movement. Peasant movements actively participated in the non-cooperation movement initiated by Mahatma Gandhi. They boycotted British institutions, refused to pay taxes, and withheld agricultural produce, contributing to the overall civil disobedience campaign against colonial rule. Alliance with nationalist leaders. 1. Collaboration with political leaders. Peasant movements formed alliances with prominent nationalist leaders, such as Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru. These leaders recognized the importance of addressing peasant concerns and incorporated their demands into the larger framework. These leaders recognized the